Chapter 1. The Alzong Yandra Love Brain. Am I not giving psychological treatment to a married woman? How did I end up in bed myself? What the hell? My whole body is still wrapped in bandages. Did her husband beat me up? As the memories in his mind fused together, Xiao Junlin let out a long sigh. Really, Chao Pai's father-in-law is mute, and Junji's dad is speechless. I actually got transported. It's to a novel. Xiao Junlin sighed even more because he had read this novel before. It's called Fantasy. I rely on my group's favorable constitution to become the Heavenly Emperor. The protagonist in the book is named Chun Xian. He is the junior disciple of Longtime Mountain, possessing the Nine Phoenix Morning Sun sacred body, which can automatically absorb the affection of the opposite sex. From junior sisters to senior sisters, from uncles to masters, they all like him and are willing to bear his children. With the support of these women, Chun Xian rises step by step and ultimately becomes the invincible Xuantiandi. But as the saying goes, countless bones are buried under a general success. Chun Xian's rise requires countless minor characters to sacrifice for him. Coincidentally, Xiao Junlin is one of them. In the original work, Xiao Junlin is the senior brother of Longtime Mountain, but he is also a nice guy. Under the moral coercion of numerous junior sisters, Xiao Junlin treats Chun Xian exceptionally well. He gives all his resources to Chun Xian. Even though Xiao Junlin is skilled in alchemy, he refuses to refine pills for himself. Instead, he continuously helps Chun Xian refine them. This time, due to a furnace explosion, he ended up in a vegetative state. Finally, he hung on to life and died. Mindless, so damn mindless. Xiao Junlin complained, but then thought, who reads a novel with their brain? A serious person would leave their brain behind when reading, right? But now he had to think, because he had damn well turned into Xiao Junlin. Thinking about his upcoming tragic fate, he would end up dead in this bed, just like Xiao Junlin. Then when his father, the elder Xiao Feng of Longtime Mountain, returns and finds his only son reduced to ashes, he would be so enraged he'd go mad. Later, Chun Xian, along with the junior sisters, the sect leader, and the elders, would take the opportunity to eliminate Xiao Feng under the pretext of upholding justice and cleaning house. He would even absorb all of the mad Xiao Feng's cultivation, becoming immensely powerful. Son, haha, this is really someone using you, your stuff, and even killing your dad to absorb his cultivation. When he read the book before, he identified with the protagonist, so he felt it was satisfying. But now he was a stepping stone for the protagonist, and that mindset was completely different. Why should we minor characters serve the protagonist? We have brains too, we have thoughts. Do you understand, dog author? No. According to the author's usual style, characters like me are born to sacrifice for Chun Xian. Even if I can survive this time, I definitely can't escape my fate next time. The priority now is to survive first, then kill Chun Xian and take his place. Yes, I want to turn the tables and become the master. I want to rise step by step to the top. I want to be Xiao Gao. Xiao Junlin immediately looked at the brocade box beside him. Inside was the dragon-nurturing golden pill that the original owner desperately refined for Chun Xian. This was because Chun Xian often complained to Xiao Junlin and the senior sisters about his poor constitution, which led to his slow cultivation. The 7 senior sisters felt sorry for him and wished they could give him their flesh to eat. Encouraged by the 7 junior sisters, Xiao Junlin, the nice guy, wouldn't refuse. Even though he knew his cultivation and alchemy skills were insufficient to refine this miraculous dragon-nurturing golden pill, he still took the risk to refine it. The dragon-nurturing golden pill could completely elevate one's constitution to a perfect level, allowing for rapid cultivation afterward. The several junior sisters contributed countless rare heavenly treasures, and with Xiao Junlin risking his life to refine it, it was finally created. In the original work, this golden pill was given cheaply to Chun Xian, laying the foundation for the future Xuantiandi. Thinking of this, Xiao Junlin opened the brocade box. He took out the dragon-nurturing golden pill and unhesitatingly stuffed it into his mouth. In an instant, a gentle power surged from his stomach to his dantian, then to his limbs and bones, rapidly healing Xiao Junlin's injuries. Xiao Junlin instantly felt his previously weak body filled with strength. Even a new power was enveloping his entire body, bursting the bandages off him. This dragon-nurturing golden pill is indeed, just like the original work said, not only did it heal my injuries, but it also reshaped my foundation. It might even help me break through to the blood-moving realm. But just as Xiao Junlin was about to break through, footsteps came from outside the door. Xiao Junlin immediately suppressed the medicinal power of the dragon-nurturing golden pill, picked up the nearby bandages, and re-wrapped himself, continuing to play dead. Because he knew that if those junior sisters found out he had swallowed the dragon-nurturing golden pill, they would definitely point fingers at him. And the 5 great elders and the sect leader above wouldn't let him off either. Those people were already at a Yandra level for Chen Xian. Good things like the dragon-nurturing golden pill, in their worldview, should belong to Chen Xian. Endure. Endure first. Xiao Junlin restored his previously near-death appearance and heard a voice. Senior brother, I'm sorry. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have died. Junior brother, don't be too sad. Senior brother isn't dead yet. The physician has seen him. He can at least live for 7 more days. Senior brother, seeing you like this wouldn't be at ease to leave. A male and a female voice conversed outside the door. Xiao Junlin sneered in his heart. I can still live for 7 days, and you're already preparing to hold a feast, right? The visitors were indeed Chen Xian and his 6th junior sister, Nangong Jin. Before they even entered, Xiao Junlin waved his hand, knocking over the nearby tables and chairs along with the teapot. At the same time, he steeled his heart and rolled off the bed onto the floor. Hearing the commotion, the two rushed in. They saw Xiao Junlin lying motionless on the ground. Senior brother, Chen Xian and Nangong Jin immediately helped him up. Xiao Junlin glanced at Chen Xian. This destined child, slender in build, handsome in appearance, with sharply defined features like a chiseled face, radiated an emperor's aura at a young age. Indeed very handsome. Damn, why do I care about the looks of this fantasy protagonist? Am I not also charming and imposing? Xiao Junlin's gaze fell on Nangong Jin. This woman had long silver hair down to her ankles, with a 3-petal ice crystal pattern on her forehead, wearing a light blue gauze dress, tightly cinched at the waist, accentuating her voluptuous figure. Despite appearing to be only 16 or 17, her bosom had reached a level that one hand couldn't grasp, and if she looked down, Nangong Jin would probably be unable to see her feet due to it. Xiao Junlin came back to his senses and coughed. Chen Xian immediately grabbed Xiao Junlin's hand. Senior brother, how did you roll off the bed? It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have taken the risk to refine the dragon-nurturing golden pill. And if you hadn't refined it, you wouldn't have ended up like this. As Chen Xian spoke, he didn't wait for Xiao Junlin to respond, scanning around Xiao Junlin's body. Senior brother, where is the dragon-nurturing golden pill? Xiao Junlin kicked the brocade box, and Chen Xian saw that the box was empty. What's going on? Where's the golden pill? Chen Xian's tone immediately became solemn. But what welcomed him was a slap from Xiao Junlin. Slap. It landed suddenly on his face that a palm print appeared on Chen Xian's handsome face, and he was stunned. Nangong Jin was also stunned. Chen Xian's eyes flashed with anger. When had he ever been slapped? But Xiao Junlin's next words made him too busy to pursue this matter. What are you still dazed for? Someone just stole the golden pill. I couldn't move, and to protect the pill, I fell off the bed. Hurry up and chase after them. It was stolen. How dare someone steal from Longtime Mountain? They're seeking death. Chen Xian rushed out in a hurry, completely ignoring Xiao Junlin's injuries. Nangong Jin also prepared to chase after him, but she was grabbed by Xiao Junlin's foot. Where do you think you're going? Of course, you're staying here to help me strategize. When Nangong Jin was pulled back by Xiao Junlin, she originally wanted to chase after Chen Xian, but her footsteps stopped. Seeing Xiao Junlin coughing as if he were about to die, Nangong Jin gently pursed her lips and felt soft-hearted. Senior brother, let me help you up first. At least you have a bit of conscience. And among these sickly junior sisters, you might be the one with the most conscience, because Nangong Jin has a secret that could lead her to her death. The villain's counterattack, starting with seducing the protagonist girl, begins with you. Senior brother, I will go help the junior brother retrieve the golden core first. After helping Xiao Junlin onto the bed, Nangong Jin was eager to leave, but Xiao Junlin grabbed her hand. Junior sister, there's something you wouldn't want the junior brother to know, right? Chapter 2. Mine is mine. Nangong Jin was taken aback, not knowing what he was referring to. She didn't care what it was. Let's talk about it later. He'll go help the junior brother first. Xiao Junlin was momentarily stunned. Hey, wow, he really cares, huh? Seeing Nangong Jin already at the door, Xiao Junlin decided to go all out, as there was still some stagnant blood in his body that hadn't been cleared. He punched his chest, and with a puff, blood splattered. Much more comfortable. Xiao Junlin sighed in relief. Hearing the commotion, Nangong Jin turned around, saw the blood on the floor, and finally showed concern. Senior brother. Although the junior brother was much more important than the senior brother. But she couldn't just watch Xiao Junlin die in front of her, could she? Xiao Junlin immediately acted generously. I'm fine, but the junior brother's golden core, I'm afraid we won't be able to retrieve it. Since the person could act on my dragon platform mountain, they must have already planned to retreat safely. The urgent matter now is to refine a new nurturing dragon golden core. Nangong Jin frowned, handing a handkerchief to Xiao Junlin to wipe his blood while asking, but refining one has already consumed so many materials, plus with your current condition, can you still refine a new one? Xiao Junlin deliberately remained motionless. Nangong Jin, feeling a bit obsessive-compulsive, took the initiative to wipe the blood from his mouth. With a gentle touch, Xiao Junlin smiled inwardly and then said, actually, there's a quick way. If we can find the blood of the Tianhu clan, we can quickly refine a new golden core. The Tianhu clan? Upon hearing these 4 words, Nangong Jin's petite body visibly trembled. Xiao Junlin nodded in affirmation, because he remembered that this girl had the bloodline of the Tianhu clan. Her mother was a 9-tailed Tianhu, and Nangong Jin had now evolved to 6 tails. But because of this, she had always felt inferior. Human cultivators and demon clans are irreconcilable, and Nangong Jin wanted to serve as a bridge for both clans to coexist peacefully. That's why she secretly came to Dragon Platform Mountain, hiding her Tianhu lineage. But if someone discovered she had half-demon blood, it would definitely cause the people of Dragon Platform Mountain to resent her and even kill her. The blood of the Tianhu clan has a natural healing and strengthening effect for humans. If I have Tianhu blood, I'm confident I can refine a new golden core. Unfortunately, Tianhu blood is only effective when voluntarily extracted by the Tianhu clan. We humans cannot force it. So let's forget it. Worried that he wasn't persuasive enough, Xiao Junlin added, it's a pity for the junior brother, he probably won't have the chance to consume the nurturing dragon golden core. And perfect as foundation, as he spoke, Xiao Junlin pretended to faint. Seeing that Xiao Junlin seemed to be unresponsive, Nangong Jin bit her lip, went to the corner, gently bit her fingertip, and let a drop of blood fall. For the junior brother, 1 drop of blood is nothing. Over the past year, if it weren't for the junior brother lending her the spirit-nurturing pool for her cultivation, she would have long suppressed her Tianhu bloodline and exposed herself. Now, it was just returning a favor to the junior brother. Thinking this, Nangong Jin took out a transparent vial from her storage ring, placed the essence blood inside, and immediately went to wake up Xiao Junlin. Senior brother, I just happen to have Tianhu blood. Xiao Junlin was shaken by her excitement, feeling dizzy. This girl only wants to help her Chun Xian and doesn't care about me, the injured one. Forget it, just take the bait. The Tianhu clan is the most loyal and also the most susceptible to Stockholm Syndrome. Xiao Junlin planned to use this tactic to seduce Nangong Jin. Xiao Junlin opened his eyes, feigning surprise as he examined the Tianhu blood, then suddenly changed the subject. 6th junior sister, how did you get this? I obtained it by chance. Senior brother, let's quickly refine the pill for the junior brother. Nangong Jin initially wanted to brush it off, but Xiao Junlin's words became sharper. By chance? Junior sister, I just saw you drop this Tianhu blood. You are from the Tianhu clan, aren't you? Nangong Jin's heart trembled, wanted to shake her head to explain, but was quickly grabbed by Xiao Junlin's wrist, staring at her finger. The wound is still there, and you still dare to deny it. Demonis, what do you want to do in my Dragon Platform Mountain? Nangong Jin was so scared that her legs went weak, and she knelt down. Senior brother, I never thought of harming Dragon Platform Mountain. She didn't know how to explain. However, Xiao Junlin didn't care. He certainly knew Nangong Jin's background, and that she wouldn't harm anyone. She would only loyally help Chun Xian grow stronger. But now, Xiao Junlin hoped she would help him instead. You want me to help you keep it a secret? Fine, but I need you to do something for me. Xiao Junlin said straightforwardly, I want you to write my name as the first on this month's elite roster. Dragon Platform Mountain selects 1 elite disciple every month and allocates a large amount of cultivation resources. This roster is managed by Nangong Jin, who ranks each disciple based on their monthly contributions to select the top spot. But for the past 3 months, Nangong Jin had been helping Chun Xian cheat, allowing him to lead just slightly over the second place, resulting in Chun Xian receiving the major resources 3 times in a row. This senior brother, that's Nangong Jin, clearly felt troubled. The first position was defaulted to Chun Xian. He was the first for this month and was about to receive the major resources. Moreover, the junior brother was talented, and it was reasonable for him to receive the major resources, which everyone would agree with. Why does the senior brother suddenly want the resources? He doesn't have the talent like the junior brother. What? Disagree? Think I want to make good use of the resources? Xiao Junlin said coldly that he knew this group of people saw him as just a stepping stone for Chun Xian. A sacrifice, surely the benefits would go to Chun Xian while he did all the hard work. So this nurturing dragon golden core, the original Xiao Junlin had spent 3 years refining, also wasting 3 years of cultivation. Yet no one had ever felt sorry for him. Now Chun Xian's cultivation level was already in the late blood manipulation stage, which was significantly higher than his. The martial arts realm, starting from ordinary people inhaling and exhaling spiritual energy for cultivation, is divided into spirit perception realm, spirit refining realm, blood manipulation realm, triad realm, 10,000 spirits master realm, star supreme realm, mortal immortal, immortal king realm, heavenly emperor realm. The gap between each realm is like a chasm, extremely vast. If one doesn't advance, they will regress. The strongest on Dragon Platform Mountain are the 2 in the 10,000 Spirits Master realm, the Sect Master Dongwang Qingyuan and his adopted father Xiaofo. And reaching the Triad realm is already elder-level combat power. According to the original plot's progress, Chun Xian would soon step into the Triad realm. Meanwhile, the original Xiao Junlin had sacrificed many years refining pills for Chun Xian and was on the verge of falling back to the spirit refining realm. Now he was just taking back some interest. What's wrong with that? Senior brother, you weren't like this before. Didn't we agree to fully support the junior brother, helping him to glorify Dragon Platform Mountain in the future? Does glorifying Dragon Platform Mountain need Chun Xian? Xiao Junlin sneered inwardly. Chun Xian was merely using Dragon Platform Mountain as a stepping stone. He is the current royal family, the 6th prince of the Tianyun dynasty. He only hid his identity in Dragon Platform Mountain after his mother was killed and he fell from power. After the previous emperor passed away, Chun Xian's stepmother, the imperial concubine, took the throne. Chun Xian escaped to Longtime Mountain, intending to hide there and develop his strength, planning to later overthrow the empress and reclaim his rightful throne. In the original story, Chun Xian did indeed regain his throne step by step with the help of those at Longtime Mountain. However, Chun Xian's personal grudges were no concern to him. What mattered was reclaiming the resources that belonged to him. Xiao Junlin Xiao Junlin, can also bring glory to Longtime Mountain. Since you disagree, let me have the law elder speak with you, Xiao Junlin said. When he was reading, he had seen the follow-up plot involving Nangong Jin. From a psychological perspective, Nangong Jin was a typical case of Stockholm Syndrome. The worse someone treated her, the more she relied on them. Sure enough, under Xiao Junlin's fierce gaze, Nangong Jin's eyes grew increasingly helpless, and she moved a little closer to him. Don't, senior brother. I'll use the dragon nurturing golden pill to increase your merits and help you become this elite disciple. I beg you, please don't report me to the elder. Xiao Junlin nodded in satisfaction. All right, go. And fetch it for me. Me go by myself? Otherwise, do I look convenient like this? Xiao Junlin pointed at his bandages. Nangong Jin bit her lip and lowered her head, obediently leaving. Once she was gone, Xiao Junlin sat up, circulating his internal energy and confirming that the dragon-nurturing golden pill had already healed all his injuries. In fact, there was a layer of subtle golden light flowing on the surface of his body. The blood-moving third realm consists of the initial stage of copper skin, the middle stage of bone separation, and the late stage of blood melting. I've been stuck in the initial stage of blood moving for 3 years, and I was even close to falling back due to refining the dragon-nurturing golden pill. Luckily now, as Xiao Junlin felt the golden light flowing through him, it was evident that his bones had reached an extreme, breaking through to the middle stage of bone separation. Not enough. That Gai Chun Xian within his body is quite a troublesome thing. Plus, the entire sect favors him. I must at least be promoted to an elder to have a chance to compete with him at Longtime Mountain. First, refine the flesh for copper skin, then refine the bones for iron bones, and the next step is blood melting, pushing the power of the blood to its limit, achieving a boiling. State that I remember that for blood melting, it's best to use beast blood for stimulation, and the higher the level, the better. Xiao Junlin looked at the bottle of Tianhu blood, which Nangong Jin had hurriedly forgotten to take. He licked the Tianhu blood inside, and in an instant, the scorching blood mixed with the dragon-nurturing golden pill that he had not fully absorbed. Signs of breaking through to blood melting. Xiao Junlin immediately sat cross-legged to meditate. At the same time, the moment Xiao Junlin absorbed the Tianhu blood, Nangong Jin, who had just arrived at the material distribution department, suddenly felt her heartbeat slow for a moment. It was as if something in her blood had changed, affecting her. Senior brother is so bad, pretending to sleep to trick me into exposing myself. Nangong Jin murmured softly, but suddenly felt that she didn't dislike Xiao Junlin as much anymore. After all, he is the senior brother. If he wants resources, it's reasonable he doesn't necessarily have to give them to the junior brother. Sister Nangong, you're here? Is this month's major resource still for senior brother Chun Xian? The disciple responsible for distributing materials, upon seeing Nangong Jin, looked as if he had seen a stunning scenery, his eyes widening. He immediately took out a storage ring filled with resources to inquire. However, Nangong Jin shook her head, saying, "Senior brother uses life to refine the dragon-nurturing golden pill, working hard and deserving credit according to sect rules. This month's major resources are for him." With that, she took away the major resource storage ring. The disciple was stunned. On the other side, unable to find the golden pill, Chun Xian returned to his room in disappointment. Dragon Master, without the golden pill, my plan to break through to the blood-moving realm and advance to the three-phase realm is likely to be delayed. Chun Xian spoke to the air, but soon a thumb-sized phantom emerged between his brows. It was an elderly man, though white-haired and somewhat ethereal. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, as if he were a sealed sword. The golden pill was eaten by Xiao Junlin. Dragon Master, is that true? Chun Xian was taken aback. Xiao Junlin had always been his beloved senior brother. Willing to share all good things with him, it was unlikely he would secretly consume the golden pill. But the Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor was the remnant soul of the Sword Dao Emperor from 10,000 years ago, knowledgeable and unlikely to be mistaken. He must have swallowed it to survive at the brink of death. Xiao Junlin. Chun Xian quietly clenched his fist. He believed he was not unreasonable. If the golden pill did not belong to him, he would not be angry. But all 7 senior sisters had said that the dragon-nurturing golden pill was refined for him. Even if Xiao Junlin was gravely injured to the point of death, that pill should have been given to him. Chun Xian. I'm going to settle this with him. But that golden pill should have been his, used to perfect his foundation. The voice of the Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor's remnant soul came again. After all, Xiao Junlin is the senior brother of Longtai Mountain. Although the whole Longtai Mountain values you, openly opposing him requires careful consideration. Chun Xian knew he had to act calmly and steadily to reach the highest point step by step. He paused, realizing he had no evidence regarding this matter, and even if Xiao Junlin had swallowed it, given his status, it would be normal. I was impulsive. As long as there are green mountains left, one need not fear a lack of firewood. It would not be too late to subtly inform the senior sisters when there was evidence. This month's major resources can be claimed. I should go and claim them first. At least for now, among the disciples of Longtai Mountain, the majority of resources were still allocated to him. As long as he worked hard in his cultivation, coupled with the Dragon Master's guidance, entering the three-phase realm would not be a problem. Once he entered the three-phase realm, he would no longer be at the disciple level and would have the opportunity to be promoted to an elder of Longtai Mountain. At that time, he could force Xiao Junlin to spit out the golden pill. Even those 7 senior sisters could be accelerated to join his ranks. Thinking of this, Chun Xian felt pleased, and the phantom between his brows dissipated, but the remnant soul was very appreciative of Chun Xian's mindset. With this mentality, achieving dominance will not be difficult for you. Chun Xian arrived at the material distribution department, initially planning to directly take the major resources and leave. But he was told that he could only take the resources for ordinary disciples. What nonsense are you talking about? I take them every month. Are you new here? Senior brother Chun Xian, this month's outstanding contribution disciple is not you. Chapter 3. Taking down Nangong Jin. Who else could it be but me? Senior sister Nangong has already greeted him, and this month is still his. It's master brother Xiao Junlin, and besides, senior sister Nangong has already given him the major resources. What? Xiao Junlin? Again? The anger that Chen Xian had just suppressed surged back up. He even remembered that Xiao Junlin had slapped him in the morning. And now it seemed as if it was intentional. You said senior sister Nangong went to master brother's place? Yes. The disciple was sweating, feeling the heavy killing intent from Chen Xian. It was as if he was facing a future emperor of slaughter, terrifying him to death. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian turned and quickly walked towards Xiao Junlin's residence. At Xiao Junlin's residence, 10 blood pills, 10 chi pills, 3,000 spirit stones, and 20 spirit herbs. Watching Xiao Junlin carefully count the major resources before putting them into the storage ring, Nangong Jin rolled her eyes at him, thinking, does he need to be so cautious? Is he afraid I'll embezzle them, or what? Master brother, I've already helped you. Are you satisfied now? After saying this, Nangong Jin turned around somewhat angrily, preparing to leave. But how could Xiao Junlin let her go? The heavenly fox blood earlier had given him a glimpse into the blood dissolution stage. If he had more heavenly fox blood, breaking through to the late blood-moving realm in a short time would not be a problem. Wait, what now? Nangong Jin asked impatiently. This made Xiao Junlin feel that his humiliation of her was not enough. Otherwise, her personality wouldn't be so unruly. He needed to be a bit worse. Help me to the spirit nurturing pool. I need to heal, Xiao Junlin said lightly, but it seemed like he'd stepped on Nangong Jin's foxtail. Don't go too far. The spirit nurturing pool was lent to me by junior brother for cultivation. How can I let you use it? The spirit nurturing pool, created by Elder Xiao Feng, was originally intended for Xiao Junlin's exclusive use for marrow cleansing and cultivation. Later, when Xiao Feng was no longer at Longtime Mountain, and Xiao Junlin neglected his cultivation for 3 years to refine the Dragon Gold Pill, the pool was lent to Chen Xian during that time. The spirit nurturing pool had miraculous effects in quickly recovering injuries and accelerating cultivation. Xiao Junlin intended to break through to the blood dissolution stage there. I can't use it? Nonsense. That spirit nurturing pool was made by my father. I merely lent it to Chen Xian, and now it has become his? Although this matter was mentioned in the original text, when Xiao Junlin truly immersed himself in it, he couldn't help but scold Chen Xian in his heart. Using my spirit nurturing pool to chase girls. How shameless. You. Nangong Jin knew she was somewhat in the wrong, but remained resolute. In any case, no. She always felt that doing so would betray junior brother. But Xiao Junlin didn't care about her. The more she resisted, the more she would like him. The spirit nurturing pool was right behind his residence, and it didn't take long to arrive. Master brother, this really won't do. If junior brother finds out, he will definitely be angry with me, Nangong Jin pleaded. The more she said, the more Xiao Junlin lost his temper, and he simply pushed Nangong Jin into the spirit nurturing pool. With a splash, she fell in. The water in the spirit nurturing pool rippled gently. Nangong Jin's clothes instantly soaked through, her fiery figure faintly visible beneath the thin fabric. Water droplets clung to her skin, shimmering, but at the same time, a wave of body tempering and marrow cleansing power was invading Nangong Jin's bones and veins. Master brother, you've gone too far. Nangong Jin was furious and wanted to turn against him, but she saw Xiao Junlin's gaze fixated on her body. She looked down and saw her prominent curves, now half translucent. Ah, don't look. Nangong Jin covered her chest with both hands, submerging herself in the water to prevent Xiao Junlin from taking advantage of her. Master brother, you mustn't look. Turn around. Xiao Junlin chuckled to himself. He had already seen everything clearly. This girl truly had no complaints about her figure. He couldn't tell if it was because of the heavenly fox bloodline, but her development was significantly greater than that of ordinary women. Yet her waist was extremely slender, forming a deadly curve. I not only want to look, but I also want to bathe with you, Xiao Junlin said as he had already removed his belt and jumped in. With a splash, water splashed onto Nangong Jin's face, creating milky white spots. Ah, master brother. Nangong Jin screamed and quickly stepped back, her anger growing. What is wrong with you? You weren't like this before. I was too easy to bully before, which allowed you to step all over me. But the next moment, his eyes widened because Nangong Jin was so startled by his jump that she forgot to cover herself. Such a beautiful sight made him feel his nostrils heat up instantly. I didn't expect this woman to have such ambition at such a young age. Xiao Junlin was stunned. But Nangong Jin was also shocked. Master brother, your nose. Xiao Junlin wiped the blood from his nose. It was just an internal injury flaring up. Junior sister, my injury is too severe. If I don't heal here, I might never recover my cultivation. Upon hearing this, Nangong Jin realized that Xiao Junlin was still a patient. Then you shouldn't have jumped in directly. I'm still here. Nangong Jin was a very conservative woman and had never bathed with a man. You turn around. I'll go out, and you can wash slowly by yourself. But just as she was about to leave, a voice came from outside the spirit-nurturing pool. Chen Xian had gone to find Xiao Junlin, but couldn't locate him. Feeling frustrated, he suddenly thought of the spirit-nurturing pool and Nangong Jin. Having borrowed the spirit-nurturing pool for so long, she must have seen how miserable he was today and would comfort him, right? It would be great if they could bathe together. While imagining this, Chen Xian happened to hear the sound of water. Senior sister, are you inside? The spirit-nurturing pool had such strong nutrients that tall weeds grew around it, making it impossible to see without getting close. Hearing Chen Xian's voice, Nangong Jin trembled in fear. She quickly gestured for Xiao Junlin to be quiet. I'm here. I'm not wearing clothes. Junior brother, don't come in. Chen Xian had been excited to hear the first half of her sentence and was already raising his foot to enter. But now Nangong Jin was stopping him. Senior sister, actually, I'm feeling really down today. I've lost the Dragon Gold pill, and I don't even have the title of outstanding contributor anymore. Why did you give that spot to Master Brother? The more Chen Xian spoke, the more bitter he felt. Senior sister clearly knew that Master Brother's talent was not as good as his. What use would it be for him to have the resources? But Chen Xian didn't know that upon hearing this, Xiao Junlin was venting his anger on Nangong Jin. He directly wrapped his arms around her waist. The two soaked bodies quickly pressed together. Nangong Jin tried hard to push him away. But Xiao Junlin simply pinned her against the edge of the spirit-nurturing pool while threatening her softly in her ear. Junior sister, if you're smart, just keep quiet. You wouldn't want him to find out, would you? Nangong Jin, scared, dared not speak and looked at Xiao Junlin with pleading eyes. But even though Nangong Jin tightly grasped Xiao Junlin's arm, she couldn't stop him, nor did she dare to make a sound. 2 zhang away, Chen Xian was still probing. Senior sister, why aren't you talking? Or should I come in and talk to you? I also want to use this spirit-nurturing pool. This startled Nangong Jin. No, don't come in, Nangong Jin hurriedly said. Chen Xian's face showed some disappointment, but he didn't give up. Senior sister, actually, among so many senior brothers and sisters in Longtime Mountain, my relationship with you is the best. I've always regarded you as my most respected senior sister. Sometimes, I even fantasize about how wonderful it would be if you weren't my senior sister, but my Dao partner. Chen Xian thought that since Nangong Jin cared for him so much, she should not resist him. Senior sister, if you don't speak, I'll take it as your agreement. I'm coming in, okay? But just as he took a step forward, Nangong Jin's warning came from inside. Don't. If you come in, I won't talk to you anymore. Chapter 4. The First Blood of the Heavenly Fox, advancing to the blood dissolution stage. The moonlight fell on the spirit-nurturing pool like silver frost. Nangong Jin's fingers dug deeply into the blue stone by the pool, her knuckles turning pale from excessive force. And glistening beads of sweat dripped from her chin into the water. Her pearly teeth nearly bit in her lower lip, and her damp silver hair clung to her snow-white back, with droplets sliding down to her waist. Just moments ago, Nangong Jin's voice had been laced with a sobbing tone, accidentally heard by Chen Xian. Chen Xian frowned immediately, sensing something was wrong, and stepped closer. Junior sister, is there something wrong with the spirit pool that's making you uncomfortable? I'll come in and help you right away. Hearing footsteps approaching, Nangong Jin was startled and scared. No, don't come in. This is a command from your senior sister. Her voice carried a hint of pleading, but the footsteps grew more urgent. Chen Xian instinctively felt that if he didn't see his senior sister now, he would regret it for a lifetime. But in the next moment, a stone suddenly fell from above the spirit pool with the knight, hitting him in the face. Chen Xian was too focused on taking advantage of his senior sister in the spirit pool to be on guard, and it was night, so he couldn't see clearly. Senior sister, why did you throw a stone at me? Chen Xian covered his face. If it weren't for his solid foundation in the blood-moving realm and his strong physique, he might have been seriously injured. In the misty water, Nangong Jin glared fiercely at Xiao Junlin as that stone had been thrown by him. However, her side profile was exquisitely beautiful, and the water from the spirit pool clung to her eyelashes, with droplets sliding down her rosy eye corners, making it hard to distinguish between pool water and tears. A few strands of silver hair also stuck to her flushed cheeks, making her look even more enchanting. I just didn't want him to disturb us. You wouldn't want that either, would you? Xiao Junlin said with a smile, sounding more like a threat than an explanation. Nangong Jin's face turned red, wanting to scold him, but an impulse to cry out made her immediately cover her mouth with her hand. Senior sister? I hit you because you weren't obedient. If you dare come closer again, I will never forgive you for life. Although Nangong Jin was reluctant to treat her junior brother this way, she had no choice now. Chen Xian was not intimidated by her words. Instead, he was even more suspicious. He lowered his head, his thoughts turning. Dragon Master, help me see what's going on. He intended to have the Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor check what Nangong Jin was doing and why she was acting so strangely today. But just as the phantom of the Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor flickered at his brow, a sudden beam of light erupted from the third peak of Longtime Mountain, transforming into a danger sign in the night sky, illuminating the dark horizon. Chen Xian's attention was drawn away, and the phantom immediately concealed itself, because that was the signal from Longtime Mountain to inform the entire sect. Looking in that direction, it was from one of the 5 great halls. Elder Lin Shihua of the Intelligence Hall. Sure enough, from within the light beam, a solemn female voice soon emerged. Disciple Yi Hongling of the Second Peak, leading a team of 8 disciples from the Demon Subduing Squad, was ambushed by the Floating Life Demon Sect while capturing demon beasts in the illusory forest. The situation is dangerous. All disciples on external missions immediately halt and return to the sect to form a formation. Chen Xian frowned. Second sister is in trouble. Sixth sister, hurry, come with me to help second sister. But Nangong Jin couldn't spare herself at that moment. She needed to separate Xiao Junlin from herself first. However, Xiao Junlin at this moment was already too preoccupied as he felt the pure blood of the celestial fox, hundreds of times more refined than before, merging with him. To step into the final stage of the blood-moving realm, the blood-melting stage, he needed the blood of a demon beast to guide the breakthrough. The better the quality of the demon beast's blood, the better. And this celestial fox blood was an ancient species among demon beasts, possessing the strongest restorative and strengthening power among demon beasts, perfectly suited for his blood-melting stage. Xiao Junlin remembered that in the original story, although Chen Xian had also stepped into the blood-melting stage at this time, he had only used the blood of a pseudo-ancient species demon beast. Although it was already a rare opportunity, it was still quite inferior compared to the true ancient species like the celestial fox. Almost there, break. Xiao Junlin increased his movements, his bones cracking as if he had reached his limit. As the celestial fox blood fully merged with his blood, his iron bone stage also completely broke through, stepping into the blood-melting stage. He didn't even linger long at the early stage of the blood-melting stage. His aura surged directly to the late stage. Strong. So strong. No wonder this is the only drop of special celestial fox blood in Nangong Jin's life. Xiao Junlin felt ecstatic inside. Indeed, being ruthless was the way to go. If he hadn't directly taken Nangong Jin's blood and secretly consumed the dragon-nurturing golden pill, he wouldn't know how long it would take to advance to the late stage of the blood-melting realm. Now he was just one step away from the 3-phase realm. Once he reached the 3-phase realm, he would become the 6th elder of Longtime Mountain. Of course, he also knew that Chen Xian was striving towards this goal. In the original story, today Chen Xian would take the dragon-nurturing golden pill and step into the 3-phase realm, becoming the youngest in the history of Longtime Mountain, shining like a star. But now it was different, because Xiao Junlin was unwilling to be the stepping stone for that protagonist. As Xiao Junlin broke through, although the spirit pool was still stable due to the formation wrapping it, the surface of the pool still emitted bubbling sounds. This made Nangong Jin even more terrified. and she pushed away the already finished Xiao Junlin. But at the same time, she saw a hand reaching through the bushes between her and Chen Xian. In the next second, the bushes would be pushed aside. She and Xiao Junlin, in their disheveled state, would have to face Chen Xian directly. Nangong Jin's heart leaped to her throat. Junior brother, don't look. Nangong Jin thought in her heart, feeling wronged and wanting to cry. Xiao Junlin also frowned, realizing the situation had escalated and become troublesome. Now, he would probably be seen as a thorn in Chen Xian's side, and in the future, he would have to confront the entire destined protagonist, which wasn't just about dealing with Chen Xian alone, but also the remnants of the Heavenly Emperor in his brow, and the women on Longtime Mountain who were willing to fawn over him. Should I just kill him? Xiao Junlin was preparing to go all out, but the risk was too great. In the same realm, he had just broken through and might not be able to defeat Chen Xian. Even if he could, the Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor's remnant soul would definitely save him. Xiao Junlin clenched his fists, thinking of whether to say, actually I am. Chapter 5. The Weakness of the Nine Phoenixes' Rising Sun's Sacred Body. Junior brother, actually I am. So it is quite reasonable for me to be bathing here with Nangong Jin. We are just sisters. Xiao Junlin had prepared his excuse. But then he felt the risk was too high. If Chen Xian believed him, and if that destined protagonist became perverted, making him serve him to prove that he was. Wouldn't that be even more disgusting? There was a better way. No need for martial ethics. Just as Chen Xian was about to part the bushes, a palm force came toward his face. Before Chen Xian could see the scene in the spirit pool, he was already pushed back by this palm. The Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor in his body reacted even faster, forcibly urging Chen Xian's power to resist the palm force. Boom! Chen Xian was knocked back several meters, his blood surging, and a mouthful of blood spilled for the corner of his mouth. Senior sister. You. Chen Xian couldn't believe it. That senior sister who favored him suddenly attacked him. Inside the spirit pool, Nangong Jin was stunned by this scene, because that palm, just now, was struck by Xiao Junlin. But Xiao Junlin, wasn't he injured? Hadn't he not cultivated for 3 years? The Xiao Junlin in her memory was a waste of a senior brother whose realm had regressed. When did he become so strong? Senior sister. Hearing Chen Xian still shouting, Nangong Jin was even a bit annoyed this time. Why did you insist on coming in? I told you not to come in. When she said this, Nangong Jin was also surprised. This was the first time she had been so fierce with her junior brother. Only Xiao Junlin was smiling, knowing that Nangong Jin no longer had any infatuation with Chen Xian. Because the Nine Phoenixes' rising sun sacred body, this male, charm demon physique, had the flaw of only being effective against women who were pure. So as long as he took the bodies of these women, the influence of the Nine Phoenixes' rising sun's sacred body would disappear. Chen Xian was equally shocked. Senior sister, you never used to be this fierce with me. Just when Chen Xian was in distress, a voice transmitted from afar to his ear. Disciple Chen Xian of the Sixth Peak, immediately gather at the executive hall. I have important tasks to arrange. Chen Xian's expression became serious. The voice came from Elder Qin Yin of the executive hall. The executive hall is responsible for the external duties and task arrangements of the disciples of Longtime Mountain, and regular tasks are usually posted on the bulletin board. This is the first time a message has been directly transmitted. This shows how serious the situation is. Moreover, since the sect leader Dong Huang Qin Yuan went into seclusion, Qin Yin has been managing everything in Longtime Mountain on his behalf. Therefore, Chen Xian dared not be negligent. Senior sister, I'll make a trip to the executive hall first. He hurriedly left. Upon hearing the footsteps fading away, Nangong Jin finally relaxed her tense body. But then, an unprecedented, enchanting feeling came over her, like an electric shock spreading throughout her body. She felt hot all over and wanted to break free from Xiao Junlin, but she had no strength. Senior brother, if you don't let go of me, I will tell the elder. Her stubborn resistance made Xiao Junlin even more excited. Sure, go tell. Xiao Junlin smirked, exerting more strength with his legs. Junior sister, you wouldn't want everyone in the sect to know about this, would you? I'll be gentle. Nangong Jin cried out. Then she heard Xiao Junlin laugh, saying, besides, you ran into my spirit pool to complain. I should tell the elders and the sect leader that you came to spy on me and did even more indecent things. This flipping of the truth made Nangong Jin tremble all over. Of course, Xiao Junlin didn't know whether she was angry or too pleased. He only knew that later. Nangong Jin stopped resisting and became more and more engaged. An hour later, as Xiao Junlin separated from her, Nangong Jin had a face full of grievance, her arms crossed, covering her upper body, her own innocence. Now she had been tarnished by senior brother. Xiao Junlin, you bastard. You bullied me. Xiao Junlin sneered. Junior sister, it's not just me enjoying this. Didn't you come here several times as well? You. Nangong Jin initially wanted to scold Xiao Junlin, but for some reason, she suddenly found him exceptionally handsome. Under the moonlight, the silver-white muscular curves outlined Xiao Junlin's figure. He seemed quite charming. How strange. Why do I find this bastard good-looking? Nangong Jin shook her head. I don't want to see you. Hurry up and leave. Xiao Junlin said coldly. This is my home. You. Then I'll leave. Water splashed as Nangong Jin's graceful body floated to the surface. She suddenly realized that her clothes had been ruined when Xiao Junlin bullied her. Nangong Jin could only awkwardly hide back in the water. Not leaving? Humph. Nangong Jin turned her face away proudly, her expression conflicted, neither leaving nor staying. Xiao Junlin knew her predicament and could see that her attitude towards him had improved significantly. It seemed that the effect of that 9 Phoenix Morning Sun sacred body was indeed wearing off. However, Nangong Jin was just one of 7 junior sisters, and great ambitions had yet to be fulfilled. Seeing that Nangong Jin was still angry, Xiao Junlin's attitude softened a bit. After all, he still had his designs on her. After a while, I'll accompany you to the Tianhu clan. I don't want to. What do you want to do? I have something to discuss with your aunt. Nangong Jin was stunned. Could it be that Xiao Junlin intended to propose to her family? How do you know my aunt? Don't worry about it. Xiao Junlin noticed her fantasizing that he would take responsibility. She was delusional. However, according to the original text, Nangong Jin's aunt should be the current clan leader of the Tianhu clan, a top female powerhouse with good looks, figure, and strength, and currently the only 9-tailed fox. Xiao Junlin planned to use her for a significant leap in strength, but that was a matter for later. Now, watching the light pillar that dissipated into the night sky calling for him, recalling the original text, Chun Xian was currently under Qin Yin's orders to rescue second senior sister Yi Hongling. Subsequently, his prestige in Longtime Mountain would rise significantly, and he would win Yi Hongling's heart. She was an exceptionally beautiful sword cultivator, the first combat power among the younger generation of Longtime Mountain. It would be one thing to conquer a great beauty. The main point was that a young royal beast was about to be born there, one of a higher grade than the protective divine beast of Longtime Mountain, a legendary ancient species. How could such a good thing be given to Chun Xian? If he got it cheaply, how could I, as the villain, still hold my head high in this book? Xiao Junlin immediately jumped out of the spirit pool, preparing to head to the executive hall, leaving Nangong Jin alone, watching Xiao Junlin's back, thinking that he seemed not so bad if he wanted to propose to my aunt. At the 5th peak of Longtime Mountain, executive hall, a tall and stunningly beautiful woman was leaning in front of an ancient zither. Her dark blue, long hair flowed down to her waist, and her fiery figure was enveloped in a light purple satin gown. The 2 large peaks on her chest rose and fell slowly with her breathing, her bright eyes coldly staring at the door. Chun Xian, you're here. Chun Xian quickly walked in. Upon seeing Elder Qin Yin of the executive hall, his gaze couldn't help but fall on her exceptionally noble face. The 5 elders of Longtime Mountain, in addition to their powerful cultivation, all reaching the 3-phase realm, excelled in zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, and wine. Qin Yin was a master of the zither, spending her days accompanied by musical instruments, thus possessing an ethereal temperament. Chun Xian instinctively swallowed. Lowering his head, he reminded himself not to show too much desire. After all, with his 9 Phoenix Morning Sun sacred body, this stunning elder would eventually belong to him, so there was no need to rush. Disciple pays respects to Elder Qin. As he spoke, a cheerful voice like silver bells came from behind. Junior brother, you're so fast. Chun Xian turned around and saw another stunning figure, dressed in a yellow sheer gauze. She exuded a faint scent of medicine. Although she didn't have the dominant aura of an elder like Qin Yin, she had a touch of the neighborly little sister's approachability, especially with an ancient book of medicinal pills hanging at her waist, making her appear more scholarly. Chun Xian's eyes brightened, and he quickly clasped his hands. I have met third senior sister. Chapter 6, The Innate Medicinal Cauldron Sacred Body. Third senior sister Bai Li. Third senior sister Bai Li's alchemy skills are not inferior to Xiao Junlin's, and she possesses the innate medicinal cauldron sacred body, giving her hundreds of times the potential in alchemy compared to Xiao Junlin. However, Bai Li does not yet know about her sacred body. It was the Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor who noticed it and reminded Chun Xian. With Bai Li's excellent appearance, Chun Xian had no objection to building a good relationship with her. It had been a few days since they last met, and third senior sister's alchemy skills must have improved a lot. Hearing Chun Xian's praise, Bai Li smiled playfully, her tone smooth. However, despite her words, Bai Li's expression was not at all unpleasant. On the contrary, she often felt that this little junior brother, Chun Xian, was very charming and quite likable. When my medicinal pills are ready, I'll give you a few. I heard that senior brother lost your dragon raising golden pill. That's just too hateful. Hearing the words senior brother, Chun Xian became angry. How dare he steal his dragon raising golden pill? It might not be lost. Perhaps someone was guarding it. Chun Xian really wanted to expose this matter, but before he could finish, a light hum came from the seat above. The situation is urgent. There's no time for you to reminisce. Chun Xian, Bai Li, I command you both to rescue the demon-subduing team and assist Hongling. Saying this, Qin Yin's gaze specifically landed on Chun Xian. The more she looked at this little disciple, the more she liked him, always wanting to give him the best things. Chun Xian, be sure to be careful. This is your trial. If necessary, crush the rescue jade. I will personally go to the illusory and treacherous forest to assist. Qin Yin waved her finger, and a stream of light fell into Chun Xian's hand, which turned out to be a jade token. This jade token is extremely precious and is a rescue order that only elders of Longtime Mountain possess. As long as it is crushed, even if Qin Yin is 1,000 miles away, she can arrive in an instant. Chun Xian, being exceptionally intelligent, immediately recognized Qin Yin's regard for him. Thank you. Elder Qin, I will not disappoint you. Bai Li, you must also protect Chun Xian well. Qin Yin reminded again. Bai Li did not resent Qin Yin's favoritism towards Chun Xian and clasped her hands, saying, I will definitely protect junior brother with my life. This was an emergency, so the two of them immediately prepared to head to the illusory forest. At that moment, a figure wrapped in bandages stumbled in at the door. Damn it. There wasn't enough time to tie them properly. Xiao Junlin complained while binding the bandages and shouted towards the hall. Elder, let me go too. Senior brother? Senior brother? Chun Xian and Bai Li were both taken aback at Xiao Junlin's near-death appearance. Qin Yin, sitting above, frowned and said, Junlin, I heard you were reckless in alchemy and got seriously injured. Why are you here instead of resting? Xiao Junlin chuckled inwardly. Reckless? If it weren't for helping Chun Xian, would the original owner be in such a miserable state? In your words, it became reckless, deservedly so? Xiao Junlin suppressed his anger and smiled. I also want to go to the illusory forest. Before Qin Yin could respond, Chun Xian stepped forward to block Xiao Junlin's path, saying, Senior brother, the illusory forest is fraught with danger. You're still injured. You shouldn't go in this condition. This was his trial, which was already difficult enough. And Chun Xian didn't want Xiao Junlin to create more chaos. Bai Li also wore a look of disgust and said, Senior brother, you lost the dragon-nourishing golden pill, and now you're injured. You should rest well on the 7th peak. The elixirs were the creations of alchemists, and since Xiao Junlin couldn't even protect them, Bai Li thought he was a complete failure among alchemists. Little did she know, Xiao Junlin was also sizing her up. Chun Xian's third senior sister, Bai Li, the #1 fan of Chun Xian in the book, a naturally gifted sacred body of the alchemical cauldron, a future 9th-rank alchemist. The only one in the world. Well, her figure was a bit lacking. Her development in comparison to Nangong Jin Wazti is good, but it was acceptable. Senior brother, what are you looking at? Bai Li suddenly crossed her arms to cover her chest, her ears turning red. She snorted coldly and turned to Chun Xian. Let's go. Second senior sister is still waiting for us. Yes, senior sister. Going? Want to pick up that young royal beast? Dream on. Xiao Junlin immediately fell to the ground, crying and wailing, I want to go. I must go. If you don't let me protect junior brother, I would rather die. Chun Xian, Bai Li, Qin Yin. Silence was deafening, and it remained silent for a whole cup of tea's worth of time. Xiao Junlin was still pondering if he had overacted, if the traces of his performance were too heavy. Should he do it again? Just as he was about to shout again, Qin Yin waved her hand. You two wait outside, Junlin, stay. Chun Xian and Bai Li wanted to say something, but seeing that Qin Yin had already given the order, they had to go out first. Qin Yin frowned. She had clearly seen that Xiao Junlin wanted to annoy her one more time, so she stopped him immediately. Junlin, are you sure you want to do this? After all, you are the son of the head of the Xiao Peak. If anything happens to you, I won't be able to explain. Xiao Junlin nodded seriously, his expression sincere. Protecting junior brother is my mission, I must go. But deep down, he felt a rare warmth in his heart. Elder Qin Yin. Could it be that she still cares about him? Could it be that even as a stepping stone for the protagonist, someone cares for him? Forget it. Since that's the case, Qin Yin sighed helplessly. You must protect Chun Xian well and ensure he doesn't get hurt. Hee. Xiao Junlin couldn't help but curse inwardly. Let a wounded person protect him? Sure enough, if I act as a villain, I shouldn't show any mercy. I almost became a simp again. Xiao Junlin put on a fearless expression. I will definitely protect him, but I'm afraid I might not be capable enough. Can you give me the rescue jade? Qin Yin appreciated his determination to protect Chun Xian, saying, no problem, the rescue jade has already been given to Chun Xian. He will crush it if he is in danger. Since you want to go, you can set off immediately. Take the flying shuttle Golden Lotus. It will take half an hour to reach the illusory forest. Seemingly not wanting to see Xiao Junlin like this any longer, Qin Yin urged him on. Xiao Junlin smiled and nodded as he left the main hall. As soon as he stepped outside, his expression turned cold. The Nine Phoenix Morning Sun's sacred body was indeed as formidable as described in the original text, affecting even Qin Yin deeply. Outside the door, Chun Xian and Bai Li saw Xiao Junlin come out and wanted to persuade him not to go and be a hindrance. But Xiao Junlin didn't give them a chance to argue, saying, no time to waste, let us go. Saying this, he whistled, and a golden lotus flower, 3 zhong wide, flew into the night sky. That was the flying shuttle Golden Lotus, a flying treasure exclusive to Longtime Mountain. Xiao Junlin stepped onto the flying shuttle Golden Lotus with a cold expression. Bai Li and Chun Xian followed suit. The three of them turned into a streak of light in the night sky, heading straight for the illusory forest. On the way, Bai Li and Chun Xian exchanged glances several times, their expressions carrying a hint of emotion, a bit ambiguous. Although Xiao Junlin stood at the front with his back to them, he could still smell the scent of their budding romance. How vulgar! Xiao Junlin snorted coldly in his heart and suddenly reached out to Chun Xian, saying, Elder Qin Yin said that I will lead this trip, so hand over the rescue jade to me. Upon hearing this, Chun Xian was momentarily taken aback. In his life, he had never given up any treasures he had obtained. Just as he was about to speak, Bai Li spoke up for him first. Senior brother, the rescue jade was given to junior brother by Elder Qin Yin for his protection. Elder Qin Yin has changed her mind. As long as you follow me closely, there won't be any danger. She let me decide whether to use the rescue jade. Bai Li frowned. She felt that the current Xiao Junlin seemed a bit different. The previous senior brother was honest and straightforward, always stuffing good things to junior brother. This was the first time he asked junior brother to give him something. What's wrong? Are you not listening to Elder Qin Yin's words? Or do you doubt that I, as senior brother, am falsely transmitting the elder's orders? Xiao Junlin's tone became even more forceful. Junior brother doesn't he dare. Chun Xian handed over the rescue jade, thinking that Xiao Junlin wouldn't he dare to lie. Otherwise, Elder Qin Yin would surely punish him severely when they returned. However, he still felt quite displeased about handing over this life-saving item to Xiao Junlin. Forget it. Perhaps Elder Qin Yin has other plans. Xiao Junlin took the rescue jade and looked at Bai Li, saying, Third senior sister, your 7-turn soul-returning pill has yet to be refined perfectly. I might know the reason, but Bai Li didn't want to talk much with Xiao Junlin. If junior brother asked her such questions, it would be different. Senior brother, You need not worry about that. When we arrive at the illusory forest later, please stay close to us. With your injured body, you might affect our rescue progress." As she spoke, Bai Li shot Xiao Junlin a glare, as if disapproving of his interference and wondering why Elder Qin would send a wounded person to rescue someone. Xiao Junlin, who specialized in psychology, could see her disdain for him. But actually, the original Xiao Junlin hadn't done anything to make Bai Li dislike him. The root of her hostility was ultimately because Chun Xian was present. His 9 Phoenix Morning Sun sacred body would make women favor him, which naturally affected their judgment of other men. A good woman's heart is often small and can only hold one person. With Chun Xian's position, there would be no room for Xiao Junlin. I still need to draw Chun Xian away and spend time alone with you to successfully court you." Just as Xiao Junlin was thinking this, he suddenly felt a sharp killing intent coming from behind. It was from Chun Xian. He didn't know that at that moment. Chun Xian's mind was communicating with the Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor. "Dragon Master, are you sure the water on his clothes is from the spirit pool?" "Absolutely, just now. He must have been in the spirit pool." As the Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor's certain words echoed, Chun Xian's teeth clenched, his hands tightening into fists, making cracking sounds in his sleeves. That means the virgin Tianhu blood of the 6th senior sister was taken by him. "Dragon Master, activate the Dragon Blood resonance and merge with me. I want to slay this scoundrel." Chapter 7. Xiao Junlin. "You shameless. Xiao Junlin, how dare you lay a hand on 6th senior sister? She's the woman he's always wanted to touch. Don't act impulsively. He may not be able to win over Nangong Jin. You possess the destiny and fate, along with the 9 Phoenix's rising sun sacred body. In matters of love, he is definitely not your match. The women of Longtime Mountain carry the aura of the heavenly Tao. It is a natural breeding ground for strong warriors, and it will only belong to you." After hearing this, Chun Xian briefly relaxed his fists, but the anger in his heart still lingered. Even if 6th senior sister wasn't won by Xiao Junlin, he still couldn't allow him to covet her. This senior brother, even if he doesn't kill him on the spot, must find a way to make him die in the illusory, bewitching forest. "Junior brother, what are you thinking?" Xiao Junlin suddenly cast a warm smile at him, causing Chun Xian to suppress his anger, but his expression remained indifferent. "It's nothing." However, to his surprise, Xiao Junlin held his hand more enthusiastically. "How can it be nothing?" He became emotional as he spoke, insisting that he came to the illusory, bewitching forest to find new medicinal materials to make him a new dragon raising golden pill. He felt guilty about the last one being lost. Xiao Junlin's eyes suddenly turned red, his expression sincere and warm. But inside he was cursing. Just now, he clearly felt that the protagonist of this novel had murderous intent towards him. If the other party really let the Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor possess him to kill him, it would be over. Alas, he could only use a policy of conciliation. Chun Xian began to feel conflicted about whether what senior brother said was true. Could it be that he was truly hanging by a thread, forced to steal the golden pill, yet still treating him well as before, even feeling guilty? "I will definitely refine another one for you, believe me." Xiao Junlin held his hand tightly. "He treated me this way, and I just wanted to kill him. That would indeed be a bit unkind and unjust." Chun Xian eased his hostility towards Xiao Junlin a little. "Then, I will trouble you, senior brother." Only Bai Li snorted in her heart. Refining a dragon-raising golden pill had already consumed a large amount of medicinal materials from their 9 chief disciples. To refine another one, how easy could it be? However, although senior brother was overestimating his capabilities, he was sincere in treating junior brother, so he wasn't that annoying. Bai Li looked down at the empty space. Below was a dark, dense forest, boundless, with a large amount of miasma spreading in the air. And it seemed there was some kind of restriction preventing the flying shuttle Golden Lotus from flying. The 3 had no choice but to land. While Xiao Junlin was thinking about how to find an opportunity to be alone with Bai Li, suddenly, behind the 3, a large stone about 10 feet exploded, and a fist larger than a person came crashing through the stone towards them. Chun Xian moved quickly. His blood realm melting stage cultivation erupted in an instant. His blood energy boiling on the surface of his body, forming white steam that blasted towards that furry fist. although there was a huge size difference. Chun Xian's punch surprisingly matched its power, and the pressure generated by the two punches caused the ground around them to crack. Chun Xian narrowed his eyes, staring at the enormous creature before him, which gradually revealed a larger outline in the nightlight. A three-stage demon beast, an eight-armed white ape. Senior brother, third senior sister. Let's work together. He looked toward Xiao Junlin and Bai Li. However, during the chaotic battle, Xiao Junlin was faster, but instead of counterattacking, he was holding Bai Li and retreating. Bai Li, who intended to help, suddenly lost her balance as Xiao Junlin hugged her and was pinned down. Bai Li glared angrily at her two tails of wind and moon, seeing two large hands tugging at her. Flames of anger shot from her eyes. Xiao Junlin, you scoundrel! At this moment, Chun Xian was also cursing internally. I'm fighting a demon beast, and you're taking advantage of my senior sister. Bai Li slapped out, but Xiao Junlin had already anticipated it and dodged, saying seriously, just now the situation was urgent. I was afraid you would get hurt. Don't misunderstand. Misunderstand what? You hugging me to run is fine. Why did you knock me down? And then grope me? Before Bai Li could continue questioning, Xiao Junlin had already turned his back, saying, Junior sister, hide behind me. I can deal with this beast together with junior brother. Saying this, he charged directly towards the eight-armed white ape. Seeing Xiao Junlin protecting himself with bandages, Bai Li felt a bit puzzled for a moment. Junior brother, I will feign an attack. You look for an opportunity to defeat him. Seeing Xiao Junlin fighting desperately, Chun Xian also joined in, and Bai Li patted her chest and rushed up. A three-stage demon beast probably had the combat power of a human cultivator at the Blood Realm Ironbone stage, and soon could not withstand the three-person siege. However, although Xiao Junlin appeared to be in the lead, he did not confront the eight-armed white ape head-on. All the heavy lifting was done by Chun Xian and Bai Li. As a result, when it came time to take the demon core, Xiao Junlin was the fastest among the three. Chun Xian's gaze narrowed slightly, according to past experience. This demon core should belong to him. Senior brother would take the initiative to yield, and third senior sister wouldn't compete with him. But Xiao Junlin wiped the blood off the core and put it into his storage ring, as if sensing Bai Li and Chun Xian's gazes. Xiao Junlin said righteously, I hope more demon beasts come, so I can collect more demon cores and refine the dragon-raising golden pill for you sooner. Now that he said this, Chun Xian had nothing more to say. Xiao Junlin also didn't give them the chance to continue asking, what can you do if I swallow this demon core? Second junior sister is probably nearby. With demon beasts running rampant here and people from the floating life demon sect around, be careful and don't scatter. Xiao Junlin looked around, his expression serious as he spoke. While saying this, he stood between Bai Li and Chun Xian, intentionally getting closer to Bai Li. Since second junior sister sent out a distress signal, she must have left a dragon-shaped mark from Longtime Mountain. Let us look for it along the way. Junior brother makes a good point, Bai Li said with admiration, and the two began to search for marks on the surrounding trees and stones. Xiao Junlin recalled the plot of the original work. Yi Hongling indeed left a mark, and Chun Xian and Bai Li followed the mark and caught up with her, confronting the floating life demon sect head-on. The three cooperated with the demon-slaying team disciples, repelled the floating life demon sect, and even snatched a young royal beast. It seemed they discovered the mark by a creek. Xiao Junlin thought about the details described in the original work, but this thing was a bit vague. Who reads a novel so carefully? However, soon, he saw Chun Xian walking toward the creek. The direction he was going was definitely correct. Junior brother, Xiao Junlin suddenly shouted, and Chun Xian stopped, asking, what's wrong, senior brother? You look for it over there. I just searched this side. Chun Xian trusted him and changed his searching direction. Taking advantage of his inattention, Xiao Junlin carefully searched by the creek and indeed saw a dragon-shaped mark on a stone with an arrow pointing down. Southeast direction. After confirming, Xiao Junlin gently moved the stone and shouted, the mark is here. They went in a northwest direction. Chun Xian and Bai Li hurried over. Bai Li frowned and said, northwest? ISNT, that the heart of the illusory, bewitching forest? What are they doing there? The demon beasts, there are probably not just 3 stages. Saving people is a priority. Let us hurry. Xiao Junlin rushed towards the northwest direction in a hurry. In his sudden burst of speed, left by Li and Chen Xian unable to catch up, watching Xiao Junlin's figure being swallowed by the darkness. Senior brother. Seeing him so impulsive, Chen Xian also rushed up without thinking, and Bai Li, seeing this, had a puzzled expression but followed as well. Chen Xian ran ahead and chased for a long time, but couldn't catch up with Xiao Junlin, because Xiao Junlin had only flown a few dozen feet forward before quietly hiding, watching Chen Xian and Bai Li fly past. He then turned to fly in the opposite direction, southeast direction. The young royal beast should be there too. Xiao Junlin smiled lightly, but hadn't he flown far when a voice suddenly came from behind. Senior brother, why are you chasing in the opposite direction? Xiao Junlin was startled and turned to see that it was Bai Li catching up. Damn, how did she find out? Very surprised? I sprinkled some powder on you and junior brother. The intention was to prevent us from getting separated. But I didn't expect it would let me discover your ulterior motives. Bai Li accelerated and blocked in front of Xiao Junlin, staring at him and saying, Why did you deceive us? Xiao Junlin frowned, underestimating this woman. Is she not just a character from a novel, lacking in intelligence? As Xiao Junlin was pondering how to spin a lie, he suddenly noticed that Bai Li was not accompanied by Chen Xian. Just her alone? Without Chen Xian, it would not be so easy for her to be influenced by the 9 Phoenixes' Chaoyang sacred body. Isn't this the solitary environment I wanted? Xiao Junlin's lips curled into a smirk, with a hint of wickedness. The junior sister was right. I indeed have ulterior motives towards you. Chapter 8. Co-ed situations will lead to trouble. Upon hearing Xiao Junlin's words, Bai Li immediately became alert, and a purple golden gourd appeared in her hand. It was her specialized fire-spouting spiritual weapon for alchemy, capable of shooting out high-temperature flames. It was also a weapon for combat. Xiao Junlin chuckled, looking at this spicy girl, and did not want to stoop to her level. Junior sister, you misunderstood. My ulterior motives mean I don't want you and the junior brother to risk danger with me. What do you mean? Bai Li asked, not lowering the purple golden gourd. Xiao Junlin sincerely explained, to be honest, the direction indicated by the mark was this way. I deliberately led you and the junior brother in the opposite direction to keep you temporarily away from the battle circle while I go to rescue the second junior sister. Bai Li, however, did not believe his words at all. Such careless remarks could not possibly come from a man who had just assaulted her. The junior brother was more like a gentleman. How can you rescue anyone in your current state? I see you clearly have other intentions. Bai Li's hostility towards Xiao Junlin intensified. Xiao Junlin felt speechless. If Nangong Jin was an innocent flower bud, then Bai Li was a thorny rose, perhaps even somewhat toxic. But it didn't matter. There was no woman that Xiao Junlin couldn't handle mentally. Forget it, Xiao Junlin. Act with a clear conscience, and do not need to explain myself to you. His expression turned cold, and while speaking, he took out a pill from his storage ring and swallowed it quickly. While Bai Li was still wondering what he was up to, she suddenly saw Xiao Junlin's blood energy surge dramatically, and the bandages on him began to rapidly disintegrate, revealing a strong physique. This shocked Bai Li. In her impression, Xiao Junlin should have been severely injured. After all, the explosion when the dragon-raising golden pill was being refined was terrifying even to her, let alone Xiao Junlin, who had been struck head-on. She thought it was already a miracle that he could stand and move. How could he be fully healed now? Moreover, judging by his aura, even she, at the initial stage of the melting blood realm, felt a pressure from him. He seemed much stronger than before he was injured. How could your body? Xiao Junlin purposely remained silent and turned his back. He casually covered his storage ring. Bai Li immediately noticed this small action and recalled that Xiao Junlin had just taken a pill. Coupled with the fact that Xiao Junlin had previously mentioned her method of refining the 7-turn soul returning pill had problems. Could it be that you refined the 7-turn soul returning pill? Bai Li immediately became interested in Xiao Junlin. Alchemy was her greatest interest, second only to Chen Xian. Little did she know that all of Xiao Junlin's previous actions and details were deliberately put on a show for her. As for the pill he swallowed, it was just an ordinary body-replenishing pill, not very useful. His current robust physical state was merely a restoration of his true form that had been hidden by the bandages. Yes, it is indeed the 7-turn soul returning pill. This thing allows me to temporarily recover from injuries, even stronger than before. You know the effects. Upon hearing this, Bai Li's eyes lit up. Senior brother, could you teach me how to refine pills? Previously, she thought Xiao Junlin's alchemy skills were about the same as hers, or even slightly inferior. But this 7-turn soul-returning pill was the highest-level pill recipe of Longtime Mountain, and it was somewhat incomplete, which had caused her to struggle for half a year without successfully refining one. She didn't expect Xiao Junlin to succeed, so Bai Li immediately asked without shame. Given her senior brother's character, he would surely be generous with his teachings. Who would have thought? No, this pill has not been successfully refined by anyone at Longtime Mountain for many years. It is my trump card for advancing to elder status in the future. Although I am generous, I cannot tell you. Moreover, I initially wanted to share it with you, but you ignored me. Saying this, without giving Bai Li a chance to respond, Xiao Junlin's figure burst forth, rushing ahead. Senior brother, wait. It was precisely because of Xiao Junlin's sudden departure that Bai Li felt an unexpected sense of loss. She turned to look back at the direction Qin Xian had left. Since it wasn't the battlefield, the junior brother should be fine. Bai Li immediately used her movement technique to chase after Xiao Junlin. I must make the senior brother teach me the refining method for the 7-turn soul returning pill. Noticing Bai Li pursuing him from behind, Xiao Junlin smiled and quickened his pace. Yesterday, you were indifferent to me. Today, I will make you feel unattainable. The faster Xiao Junlin went, the more difficult it became for Bai Li, as her cultivation was not on par with the current Xiao Junlin. This 7-turn soul-returning pill is indeed powerful. It's simply a life-giving elixir, probably even stronger than the dragon-raising golden pill. Bai Li thought. The more fiercely Xiao Junlin moved, the more interested she became in his alchemy skills. Soon, she was sweating profusely while chasing after him. The beads of sweat slid down her delicate cheeks. As she flew at high speed, they didn't drip but slid down her face, past her collarbone, into the deep crevice. Bai Li lowered her head to wipe off the fragrant sweat, but when she looked up again, she suddenly saw darkness in front of her. With a bang, she crashed directly into Xiao Junlin's back. Bai Li's entire body pressed against Xiao Junlin. Soft, so soft. Xiao Junlin chuckled inwardly. Although not as ample as Nangong Jin's, she seemed to have better elasticity. Junior sister, why are you suddenly sticking to your senior brother? Xiao Junlin turned to wrap an arm around Bai Li's slender waist, smiling. Bai Li steadied herself and realized she was being held by Xiao Junlin, hurriedly pushing him away. It was you who suddenly stopped, just as she was about to complain. A massive demon beast corpse, at least 10 zhang wide, suddenly appeared before them, with 8 long hairy legs sprawling to the sides and countless eyes staring directly at them. Bai Li was startled by this enormous creature and instinctively hid behind Xiao Junlin. Could this be a Kuei spider? Bai Li asked in a low voice, preparing to flee. The Kuei spider was a 5th-grade demon beast, its combat power at least 4 times stronger than the previous 8-armed white ape, far beyond what they could handle. Don't be afraid, it's already dead, Xiao Junlin said calmly, confirming that the Kuei spider was motionless and its demon eyes hollow, before examining the surroundings. There were numerous signs of fight, the aura of Longtime Mountain's techniques, and the sword energy from the demon slaying sword. Xiao Junlin observed while analyzing. Bai Li followed closely beside him. The demon-slaying sword was used by the 2nd junior sister here. Xiao Junlin nodded. It seemed they had fought desperately. His gaze fell on a shattered old tree. Xiao Junlin sniffed the air. Beast blood. Bai Li frowned. But the Kuei spider doesn't have beast blood, right? Recalling the original text, Xiao Junlin speculated. The Kuei spider indeed doesn't have beast blood, but it loves to devour the beast blood of other demon beasts. This should be the floating life demon cult using this beast blood to attract the Kuei spider to attack us. Bai Li suddenly understood, but there was also a hint of admiration in her eyes. To analyze this result in such a short time, her senior brother seemed much smarter than before. They should be ahead. Saving people is urgent. Senior brother, let's hurry. Just as Bai Li was about to pursue, she saw Xiao Junlin leap onto the center of the Kuei spider's corpse. Senior brother, what are you doing? 5th-grade demon beasts have already reached the half-step 3 aspect realm. The demon core inside will condense into a beast essence. If they are in a hurry to fight, perhaps the beast essence is still there. Beast essence? It's a higher-grade alchemy material than the demon core. Xiao Junlin was about to advance to the three-aspect realm. But to successfully enter the three-aspect realm, he must split open a chamber within his body to convert spiritual energy into aspect power. Aspect power is the hallmark of the three-aspect realm and is the key to the embodiment of spiritual energy in combat. The strength of the corresponding power is related to different attributes, physical constitution, and the intensity when breaking through the blood-moving realm. So he wants to improve the success rate and quality as much as possible. The Dragon Cultivation Golden Elixir is a good breakthrough elixir, which Qin Xian had previously taken a liking to. However, that thing is time-consuming and labor-intensive, and more of its medicinal power is focused on building a foundation. There is, however, a type of pill called the In-Extreme Barrier Breaking Pill, which is refined by fusing 3 types of beast essences and 3 types of demon pills, making it more suitable for breaking through the 3-phase realm. The only problem is that the medicinal materials are extremely demanding. But that's fine. Collecting one is better than none. Xiao Junlin concentrated his fist, and the blood-moving stage vitality formed a steam-like fluctuation on his fist, crashing into the head of the giant spider. Sure enough, a crack opened in its head, and a palm-sized multicolored stone floated out. That was the beast essence, unique to beasts of the 5th realm and above. Xiao Junlin clawed with his fingers and grabbed the beast essence. However, he quickly noticed something was off, because on it, there were still remnants of the giant spider's demonic aura, which could be harmful to humans. It needed to be cleaned. Xiao Junlin intended to handle it, but he saw Bai Li running over too. Senior brother, how do you want to handle this beast essence? Should we save it for the junior brother? Qin Xian's old habit of being a lickspittle just can't be changed, right? Xiao Junlin mocked inwardly and said, of course, but I'll keep it for now. However, before he could store it in his storage ring, Bai Li grabbed his hand. You kept the demon pill before, so let me keep this beast essence, okay? Bai Li snorted internally. Her 6th sense told her that Xiao Junlin wanted to keep the beast essence for himself. In her mind, she thought, I'll keep it for now. If you want to keep it all to yourself, then you have to exchange it for the refining method of the 7-turn resurrection pill. Just as she was thinking of how to trick Xiao Junlin, he generously handed the beast essence to her, saying, if you want it, then it's yours. Before Bai Li could react, the beast essence was already in her hand. Just as she was puzzled, her brows suddenly furrowed, and she let go of the beast essence. Her eyes widened as she stared at a strand of green demonic aura quickly seeping into her palm. Oh no, how could there still be the giant spider's demonic aura on this beast essence? Xiao Junlin looked shocked and quickly took out a piece of cloth to wrap the beast essence and put it into a storage ring. He then grabbed Bai Li's hand, seemingly concerned but unable to suppress a smile. Junior sister, the giant spider's temperament is lewd, and the demonic aura contains a certain influence on human lust. You must hold on. While speaking, he even rubbed Bai Li's little hand and casually scratched her palm with his fingertip. Bai Li was startled and withdrew her hand. You, don't touch me randomly. At that moment, she was having difficulty breathing, and her fair face quickly flushed red. Junior sister, what's wrong? You're being affected by the demonic aura, are you? Xiao Junlin acted concerned and leaned in closer. Bai Li caught a whiff of his masculine scent, and her face turned even redder, her body feeling a bit weak. She stumbled, almost falling to the ground. Xiao Junlin immediately went to support her, wrapping his arms around her waist. Bai Li shamefully turned her face away. You, get away. She tried to push Xiao Junlin away, but had no strength at all. Xiao Junlin smiled and said, don't be afraid, junior sister. I'll help you detoxify. Chapter 9. Don't be afraid, junior sister. I'll help you detoxify. Saying this, Xiao Junlin held Bai Li with one arm and began to roam around her body with the other. No, I don't want your help to detoxify. Bai Li's expression was very resistant, but her body couldn't control itself and instead leaned closer to Xiao Junlin. Seeing this, Xiao Junlin lowered his head to glance at the giant spider's corpse, ruining the mood. He then picked Bai Li up and found a secluded corner, placing her on a large stone. Looking at her constantly writhing body, Xiao Junlin smiled and said, Junior sister, you must be having a hard time, right? Don't be afraid. I'll help you detoxify soon. Saying this, Xiao Junlin started to untie Bai Li's belt. However, he underestimated Bai Li's long-term pill refining. which had given her a certain level of resistance to toxins. Bailey suddenly pushed him away, her eyes revealing a murderous intent. Xiao Junlin, are you trying to take advantage of me? Xiao Junlin looked innocent. What are you talking about, junior sister? If I don't detoxify you, you'll die. I'm sacrificing my purity. You shameless. As a man, where do you get the purity from? Isn't this gender discrimination? My purity refreshes every day, okay? Saying this, Xiao Junlin grabbed her wrists, pressing himself against her. No, senior brother. I have my own detoxification pill. Bailey felt an inexplicable sense of humiliation because she felt Xiao Junlin not only on top of her, but also kissing her neck. Detoxification pill? Right? It's in my storage ring. You help me get it. Bailey tried to push Xiao Junlin away, but had no strength. Xiao Junlin sighed. Why didn't you say so earlier? You almost made me sacrifice my purity. I'll get it for you now. Saying this, Xiao Junlin pressed on Bailey's storage ring, and a pill flew out and landed in his hand. At the same time, a pill also flew out of his storage ring, completing the exchange in his hand. Here, junior sister, the detoxification pill. Without giving Bailey a chance to notice something was off, Xiao Junlin directly stuffed it into her mouth. Bailey forcibly swallowed the pill, thinking that the demonic poison in her body would quickly ease, but unexpectedly, her body felt even hotter. Senior brother, what's happening to me? Bailey not only felt hot, but also a bit dizzy. It might be the effect of the pill. Rest for a moment, close your eyes, and sleep. You'll be fine soon. Xiao Junlin stood up, speaking earnestly. He also tied Bailey's belt and draped her clothing over her. His image appeared very upright. At least before Bailey fainted, it was upright. Meanwhile, in another direction of the illusory forest, Chen Xian crawled up from a pile of beast corpses. In his forehead, a human phantom exuding an astonishing pressure was sitting cross-legged. So many beasts. How strange. Why haven't I seen the second senior sister? Even the third senior sister and the senior brother are missing. Where could they have gone? Chen Xian gritted his teeth. He had chased all the way here. It was one thing not to see anyone, but he also encountered many beasts. Even he was exhausted from the battle. If it weren't for the Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor's help, he would have been eaten by the beasts all over the ground. The miasma here is too thick, and with my considerable consumption, it's hard to detect their traces. However, that mark might have some issues. The Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor murmured. Chen Xian furrowed his brows, looking in the direction he came from. Dragon Master, could it be that Xiao Junlin is up to something again? Or has the mark itself been tampered with? I'm not sure, but I recommend you return the way you came. Ahead, I sense the fluctuations of even stronger beasts. Chen Xian gritted his teeth, extracting all the demon pills from the ground before heading in the direction where Xiao Junlin and Bailey were. At this moment, Xiao Junlin was just getting up from Bailey and had dressed her properly. Chapter 10, taking down Bailey half an hour later. The moonlight poured down like a silk thread onto the girl's creamy skin. Bailey's disheveled clothes revealed half of her snowy shoulder, looking as beautiful as a jade sculpture shattered by wind and rain. The taste of the third junior sister is even more delicious than I imagined. Xiao Junlin smiled as he looked at her, still savoring the experience while helping her dress. Xiao Junlin stuffed the blood-stained silk handkerchief into a crevice. In the sage state, his mind was free of distractions. Women would only affect the speed at which he draws his sword. Xiao Junlin sat cross-legged on the ground, clearly feeling a mass of emerald-colored spiritual power merging with his meridians. That was from Bailey's innate alchemical cauldron holy body. Bailey had previously focused solely on alchemy, not realizing that she herself was a walking top-grade pill. Moreover, it was a pill that could be consumed repeatedly. According to the original setting, men who had enjoyed her could continuously gain medicinal power, enhancing their cultivation and even breaking through. Now, this power was like lava boiling in his dantian, constantly pushing Xiao Junlin's blood-moving stage cultivation to its limits, with a tendency to break through the blood-moving realm and advance to the three-phase realm at any moment. Xiao Junlin suppressed the restlessness, not in a hurry. Once the Inji breaking barrier pill is refined, it won't be too late to break through to the three phases realm. That will be the time when success is guaranteed. If I force a breakthrough now, with my unfortunate character in this novel, there might be unexpected accidents, like going mad and dying in an explosion which would put the plot back on track with my death. To avoid such plot kills, even if there's only a 1 failure rate, it would be no different from seeking death. One must be stable in life. At this moment, Bai Li, who had just woken up, had red eyes and faint purple marks on her neck, and she slapped Xiao Junlin. "Junior sister, you're awake?" Xiao Junlin greeted her like an acquaintance. Bai Li stepped back, clutching her collar, her glass-like eyes misty. "What did you do to me just now?" "Huh? I've already cleaned up the scene of the incident. Can she still feel what I could do to you?" Xiao Junlin said solemnly. "You took the detoxification pill yourself and fell asleep. I also fainted on the spot from the poison of the spider. Fortunately, I endured it with my iron will." Bai Li was stunned upon hearing this. "You were poisoned too?" "Of course, I also came into contact with that beast spirit. Did you forget?" Xiao Junlin said, leaning against the rock wall, looking as if he hadn't fully recovered. "I wanted to borrow a detoxification pill from you, but you fell asleep after taking the pill and didn't care if I lived or died. If it weren't for my good fortune, I might have already been chewed into bones by the blood-fawn wolf that just passed by." As he spoke, Xiao Junlin became more and more agitated, seemingly wanting to vent all his grievances. This made Bai Li forget about the pain in her abdomen. When she had just woken up, she felt the pain and noticed that her belt had shifted an inch to the left. She immediately concluded that Xiao Junlin must have done something inappropriate to her while she was poisoned and unconscious. But now it seemed that Xiao Junlin hadn't done that. Then what were the red marks on her collarbone? Could be poison spots? And the kiss mark on her chest too? Bai Li suddenly sighed in relief, her face showing joy. "It's good that I didn't give the senior brother an advantage." However, Bai Li, being exceptionally clever, thought of what Xiao Junlin had said. "You were also poisoned, but you didn't have a detoxification pill. How did you wake up earlier than me?" Xiao Junlin saw her staring at him intently and thought, if only this woman were as simple as Nangong Jin. Her thoughts are too meticulous. While he was thinking about how to make excuses, a sword aura entwined with dragon roars cut through the mist, and Chun Xian's figure quickly approached. This didn't surprise Xiao Junlin. With the consciousness of the dragon blood heavenly emperor in Chun Xian's body, he wouldn't be misled too far. "Junior brother, we're over here." Bai Li turned around and indeed saw Chun Xian coming. "Junior brother." But at that moment, Bai Li was suddenly astonished. Previously, whenever she saw Chun Xian, she always felt a flutter in her heart. But now, she felt that Chun Xian seemed quite ordinary. Senior brother, senior sister, seeing Bai Li and Xiao Junlin together. Chun Xian's face initially didn't look good. These two had disappeared for so long without him. Were they up to no good? Just as he was thinking this, he saw Xiao Junlin warmly draping an arm over his shoulder. "Junior brother, you finally came. Just now. We were affected by the miasma of this illusory forest and suddenly lost our way. We were just thinking about how to find you." Xiao Junlin took the initiative. Bai Li was also taken aback and quickly noticed Xiao Junlin looking at her. "Right, third junior sister?" Bai Li shivered and could only nod in cooperation. She couldn't say that both she and Xiao Junlin had been poisoned by the spider's gas and had just been lying here for a while, wondering if they had done anything wrong. "Yes, what senior brother said is the truth." Bai Li responded casually, but felt a bit guilty. Her acting skills were not very good, superficial at best. It seemed she would have to teach her about Stanislavski's An Actor Prepares later. Xiao Junlin thought critically about Bai Li's acting. But never mind, the entanglement between men and women often starts with a secret. This also counted as a shared secret between him and Bai Li. Chun Xian was initially suspicious of Xiao Junlin, but hearing Bai Li say this, he believed that third senior sister would not lie to him. "I see. I was still wondering where you went." Just as Chun Xian was speaking, the ground suddenly trembled violently, and a thunderous roar erupted ahead. The three of them looked simultaneously and saw the ink-dyed night sky being torn open with a hideous crack. A purple-gold light suddenly illuminated half the sky. Accompanying this was the roar, the sound wave shattering ancient trees within 100 meters, as if announcing to everyone in the illusory forest that this was its territory. The roar resonated through their organs. It was a 6-realm, or even a 7-realm monster. Chun Xian steadied himself with his sword sheath planted in the ground and also sensed the bloodthirsty aura soaring from the cave. Demon slaying, sword intent, and demonic energy. Second senior sister is there. Chun Xian and Bai Li rushed towards the broken treetops. Xiao Junlin intentionally lagged half a step behind, throwing the bloodstained cloth that symbolized Bai Li's innocence into the stream, erasing the last traces of the crime before following. Is this the aura of a seven-realm monster? The purple-winged golden hound? Compared to the understated text in the original work, the oppressive feeling experienced firsthand was much stronger. Xiao Junlin quickly approached the battlefield, unable to help but feel emotional. In the valley that had been flattened, a stunning woman was leaning on a demon-slaying sword. Her tightly bound red silk battle skirt outlined breathtaking curves, and her snow-white long legs were partially visible. Her black hair was tied up in a high ponytail, the ends cascading down like an ink waterfall to her waist. When her phoenix-like eyes swept across the battlefield, the lingering killing intent made the curves covered by her armor rise and fall violently. The roar of the purple-winged golden hound kept crashing in, causing the straps on her shoulders to slip down half an inch, revealing the winding flame mark beneath her collarbone, which symbolized the chief warrior of Longtime Mountain. And that beautiful battle goddess was none other than Xiao Junlin's second senior sister, Yi Hongling. Chapter 11. The Appearance of Second Senior Sister. Yi Hongling, what are you still dawdling for? Form a formation. Yi Hongling shouted loudly. The 8 disciples of the demon-slaying team behind her immediately snapped back to their senses and formed the 7 stars locking demon formation, with each of them extending magic runes drawn with their own blood beneath their feet. Hold on. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Elder Qin has already sent someone. Reinforcements. Suddenly, the claws of the purple-winged golden hound pierced through the sword formation, cutting her off. Retreat. Yi Hongling's face changed drastically as she led everyone back, but still, 2 disciples died under the claws. Damn it! This purple-winged golden hound has been targeting us. The disciples were terrified. They had gone through several life and death trials. From the initial 30 people, only 7 remain now. Yi Hongling fixed her gaze on a group of 20 figures dressed in black robes, their faces indistinguishable. At this moment, they each cut open their wrists and chanted in unison, with blood continuously flowing to the ground, transforming into blood-colored worms crawling toward Yi Hongling. Sensing the scent, the purple-winged golden hound's eyes shimmered with ferocity, and it howled to the sky, charging toward the people of Longtime Mountain. These lunatics! Yi Hongling gritted her teeth, swung her sword, and the sword energy instantly turned the blood-colored worms on the ground to ashes. So it was them all along using this demonic method to make the purple-winged golden hound attack us. Perhaps the previous spider was also. She felt a wave of self-blame wash over her. If only she had discovered this problem sooner, perhaps so many junior brothers wouldn't have died. Second senior sister. These people from the Floating Life Demon sect are also here for that 7-realm beast spirit. Should we go and snatch it first? Snatch. We can't let the demon sect get the treasure. Yi Hongling bit her fingertip and drew symbols on the sword body. In an instant, the sword energy surged. Just as she was preparing for a desperate battle, the distant sound of Chun Xian's dragon roar sword energy reached her. Second senior sister. How can I miss out on a fight? In the night, the young man merged with the sword energy. His spirited appearance momentarily stunned Yi Hongling. Soon after, her cold, frosty expression melted like spring snow. Excitedly, she called out, "Junior brother." Then she glanced at the slowly approaching Xiao Junlin and said calmly, "Senior brother." Huh? Does he need to change his face so quickly like a Sichuan opera performer? Xiao Junlin felt a bit annoyed inside. In the original setting, Yi Hongling was very different from Nangong Jin's celestial fox bloodline and Bai Li's innate medicinal cauldron same body. Yi Hongling was a woman who proved her path through killing. With a sword that slayed demons, she had challenged the 10,000 demons cave at the age of 17. Later, with just one sword, she had slaughtered the 9 major evil sects until the blood flowed like rivers. She was worthy of being called the strongest among the younger generation of Longtime Mountain. However, such a beautiful and fierce woman was also influenced by the 9 Phoenixes' morning sun saint body and took a liking to Chun Xian, this male enchanter. Damn it! Xiao Junlin secretly scrutinized Yi Hongling. Her figure was good. Her face had bloodstains, tragic yet exquisite, with a sense of competence and ruthlessness. Such beauty shouldn't be wasted on Chun Xian. Elder Qin sent me and senior sister Bai Li here, and senior brother came along, but he's still injured. As he spoke, Chun Xian deliberately turned to expose Xiao Junlin. He originally wanted to use Xiao Junlin's feeble appearance to highlight his own grandeur, but suddenly realized that under Xiao Junlin's tattered clothes, his muscular lines were smooth, and his vitality was shockingly strong. Yi Hongling's heart tightened. It was the first time she noticed how good Xiao Junlin's physique was. But Chun Xian was puzzled. Where are the bandages on Xiao Junlin? Just moments ago, he was in a hurry looking for someone. He was immediately distracted by the battle over here and hadn't noticed Xiao Junlin's transformation, especially since Xiao Junlin had struck a cool pose with his hands in his pockets. Deep in thought, compared to Chun Xian's sickly appearance, Xiao Junlin's true masculine physique was much more pleasing to Yi Hongling's eyes. Is he showing off in front of me? Chun Xian felt a bit displeased, but before he could continue to act cool with Yi Hongling, a mountain-like shadow enveloped the battlefield. Ahead, a gigantic demon beast, 30 zhang tall, with a lion's head and dragon's body, its purple wings causing ripples in space with each flap, was circling in the sky. As the third vertical pupil of the purple-winged golden hound opened and locked onto the ground below, it instantly flapped its wings, unleashing two storms wrapped in thunder, charging towards the two groups of Floating Life Demon Sect and Longtime Mountain. Both Floating Life Demon Sect and Longtime Mountain operated a large amount of spiritual energy to resist, but the storm still enveloped them. Surprisingly, the purple-winged golden hound did not continue to attack, but circled in the air. In the next moment, a purple light shot up from directly below it, accompanied by a powerful life force spreading outward. In the purple light, a palm-sized purple essence was floating in the air. It was nurturing that beast essence, and if it were to swallow it, the purple-winged golden hound might break through to the 8th realm, and then we would all be doomed. Yi Hongling immediately analyzed. Xiao Junlin recalled the original story and knew that the beast essence was not the main focus. The real treasure was in the small cave beneath the beast essence. However, it was hard to get in there, so for now, he needed to use this group of people. Junior sister, hold on a little longer with the others. Third junior sister, junior brother, come with me to break the storm together. Just a small opening will do, and we'll get out first. Xiao Junlin took the lead as the senior brother, intending to seize the beast essence and leave immediately. As he spoke, he didn't forget to brainwash Chun Xian, saying that if they got the beast essence back, he would refine a new dragon-nurturing golden pill for him, which would be even better than the previous one. Chun Xian saw his sincere gaze and felt he wasn't lying. Yi Hongling and Bai Li also agreed with Xiao Junlin's suggestion, mainly because of that last sentence. Everyone was doing it for the junior brother, so they had a common goal. As the three worked together, they indeed broke a small hole in the storm. Xiao Junlin was the first to charge out, followed closely by Chun Xian and Bai Li. Yi Hongling and the others attracted the attention of the purple-winged golden hound and the Floating Life Demon Sect behind. The three of them quickly approached the purple light pillar. They suppressed their breaths, and the purple-winged golden hound in the sky remained unaware. As the fluctuations of the light pillar became more frequent, Xiao Junlin immediately said, "It should be reaching a critical moment. The beast essence is about to mature. I'll create a distraction in another direction to divert its attention. You all go up and grab the beast essence." As he said this, before Chun Xian and Bai Li could react, Xiao Junlin disappeared into the night. Just as he left, Chun Xian's aura suddenly surged. "Dragon Master, lend me a hand to seize the 7th realm beast essence." Dragon Blood Resonance. As the power of the Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor emerged, Chun Xian's combat power surged to the 3-phase realm. Third junior sister stepped back and observed clearly. Bai Li looked at Chun Xian with admiration. "Junior brother, you have such combat power. Did you always hide your trump card?" Chun Xian's long sword bust, and the overwhelming sword energy enveloped the blade. The powerful sword energy attracted the purple-winged golden hound as it charged forward, and the battle was about to erupt. Meanwhile, beneath the purple light pillar, Xiao Junlin saw that the purple-winged golden hound had been lured away and had secretly arrived at the entrance of the small cave beneath the beast essence. He glanced at the floating beast essence in the distance, which was struck down by golden sword energy. It seemed Chun Xian had made his move. Let you show off for now, you'll regret it later. In the original story, after obtaining the beast essence, Chun Xian realized that it was fake, and all its power had been drained, because all the beast essence's power had long been concentrated in a king beast egg. Xiao Junlin entered the cave. A colorful, half-person-tall beast egg was quietly floating inside. Outside, the battle was chaotic, but here it was as calm as water, because the purple-winged golden hound had hidden it well. After all, this egg was where it had concentrated all its energy, wanted to hatch it and swallow it whole as an ancient species. Xiao Junlin waved his hand, storing the ancient species egg in his storage ring, and quickly left the cave. Meanwhile, the purple-winged golden hound in the sky seemed to sense something, and its aura suddenly became violent. Just as Chun Xian obtained the beast essence, he was met head-on by the purple-winged golden hound. He had no time to react and was heavily slammed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, Dragon Master, why did this beast suddenly go berserk? Before the Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor could respond, the beast essence in Chun Xian's hand suddenly shattered, turning into a cloud of powder. The Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor immediately warned, the beast essence is an illusion. The Real treasure has been stolen. Chun Xian's gaze sharpened as he tightened his grip on the sword, and he realized that the purple-winged golden hound was flying in another direction. Junior brother, are you okay? Bai Li and Yi Hongling rushed over. Chun Xian finally understood. They were missing one person. That person had stolen the real treasure of the purple-winged golden hound. He glared into the distance. Xiao Junlin. Chapter 12. Whose egg is it? Yi Hongling and Bai Li saw Chun Xian in such a state of losing control for the first time. But evidently, neither of them knew where Xiao Junlin had gone. Chun Xian immediately guessed some clues. He was just about to chase after him. The purple-winged golden hound must have sensed something and suddenly abandoned this battlefield to pursue Xiao Junlin. If Chun Xian was late, the opportunity would likely slip away to Xiao Junlin. This was something he absolutely could not allow. Ever since he entered Longtime Mountain, he had a feeling that all opportunities, all good things, and all good women should belong solely to him. He wanted to use these things to return to the dynasty, bring down that high and mighty stepmother, make her submit to him, and reclaim his rightful throne. But now, this confidence had been shattered by Xiao Junlin. You help me hold them off. I'll go chase and help senior brother. Chun Xian changed his tone, clearly aware that he had no right to blame Xiao Junlin. As soon as he took a few steps into the air, a group from the Floating Life Demon sect surrounded him, closing in on the people from Longtime Mountain. The leader was the one who had just taken the beast essence. The members of the Floating Life Demon sect had set their sights on Chun Xian. Chun Xian frowned. It seemed that without a clear explanation, they wouldn't let him pass. He pointed to the ground. The beast essence was fake. It had no demonic power at all and had turned to ashes. Why were they still clinging to him? However, the members of the Floating Life Demon sect didn't believe Chun Xian's explanation. Just now, another person from your group yelled for you to take the beast essence. Are you trying to deceive us? The leader stated firmly. That's right. The beast essence of a seventh realm beast is a treasure of the world, indestructible. How could it turn to ashes? The so-called righteous path is just a group of liars. Chun Xian cursed inwardly. You believe what Xiao Junlin said? It was indeed Xiao Junlin who told him to take the beast essence, but it was fake. Chun Xian didn't have time to explain because the Floating Life Demon sect members had already attacked. Brothers, take the pills and get ready for battle. Bai Li tossed out 8 pills to the Longtime Mountain people. Everyone immediately took them, feeling their spiritual energy quickly replenished, and even their injuries improved significantly. Thank you. Third senior sister. Let's fight. This group of demons has killed so many of us. Today we will make them pay in blood. A fierce battle was about to erupt. Chun Xian originally wanted to find a chance to break through the encirclement and chase after Xiao Junlin. Fighting? That was foolish behavior. Obtaining the greatest treasure here was the key. However, he underestimated the Floating Life Demon sect. They were determined that he had taken the beast essence, and all their attention was on him, continuously attacking. Furthermore, since the Blood Dragon Emperor had already teamed up with him once, he was now in a state of slumber. Chun Xian couldn't unleash his strongest combat power to break through. Instead, he found himself trapped, needing by Li and the others to help him. Second senior sister. Go help the senior brother. Make sure to leave the thing he took from me. At this point, Chun Xian could only hope that Yi Hongling would leave first. Seeing Chun Xian clearing a path for her, Yi Hongling, with her decisive character, found the opportunity to dash out and pursue the purple-winged golden hound. On the other side of the illusory forest, Xiao Junlin was continuously moving through the night. Even though he had unleashed his full speed and was deliberately flying lower to use the trees as cover, the purple-winged golden hound seemed to be able to lock onto him, getting closer and closer. Damn it, can this beast smell the Beast King's egg? Xiao Junlin thought frantically. Just as he finished complaining, he felt a sense of crisis behind him. He activated his peak blood transfer realm speed to barely dodge. But the corner of his clothing was already blasted to pieces. Turning his head, he saw the purple-winged golden hound gathering demonic power in its mouth. The previous attack had been sprayed from its mouth, and it seemed like it wanted to come again. A sense of life and death crisis rose in Xiao Junlin's heart. Touching his storage ring, the Beast King's egg inside, in the original story, possessed the power to summon all beasts. At this point, he could only recognize it as his own to protect himself. The purple-winged golden hound locked onto Xiao Junlin's figure and released another demonic power blast straight at his back. At the same time, a red sword energy cut through the night sky, accurately slicing through that demonic power blast. The two forces erupted instantly, lighting up a mushroom cloud in the night sky. Yi Hongling descended gracefully, holding the demon's slaying sword, the sword body glowing red. With a horizontal swing, she unleashed two more sword strikes and pulled Xiao Junlin to fly quickly together. The purple-winged golden hound was hit by those two sword energies, although it didn't sustain injuries. It briefly lost track of Xiao Junlin's position. Behind a hidden rock, Yi Hongling focused on the light emanating from Xiao Junlin's storage ring. Just as Xiao Junlin took out the egg, upon seeing her come to the rescue, he stuffed it back in. His movements were quick, but Yi Hongling saw it clearly. You stole the purple-winged golden hound's egg. No wonder it's been chasing you so desperately. Yi Hongling scoffed at Xiao Junlin's actions, not knowing if it was motherly love or something else, suddenly advising him, "Senior brother, return the beast egg to it. This isn't the behavior of a righteous person." Xiao Junlin chuckled inwardly, most annoyed by people who stand on moral high ground and criticize others without knowing the facts. Who told you that this beast egg belongs to the purple-winged golden hound? Xiao Junlin retorted. Yi Hongling frowned. It was obviously stolen from its den just now. If it's not the purple-winged golden hounds, whose could it be? With the floating life demon sect as our enemy, we don't need to provoke such a major trouble with a seventh realm beast. Just return it. However, Xiao Junlin had no intention of returning the egg. Yi Hongling's pretty face instantly turned cold. Xiao Junlin, you rely on your father's name to be the senior brother, but don't think we all respect you. If you bring us trouble again, I want to be polite. As she spoke, she even swung the demon-slaying sword at Xiao Junlin. Good heavens! It seems that the senior brother, oh no, the stepping stone role, have never caught the eye of your main character harem group. Especially this Yi Hongling, although beautiful and powerful. Her temper was quite fierce. She probably had long been unhappy being second and wanted to be the top disciple of Longtime Mountain. You don't believe me, right? Fine, I'll bet with you. If this egg belongs to the purple-winged golden hound, I'll give you my position as senior brother. Xiao Junlin's words made Yi Hongling's bright eyes tremble. Clearly, these words struck a chord with her. If not, Xiao Junlin thought for a moment. Normally, taking advantage of her would speed up his strategy to win her over. But that was just the thought process of a brainless lecher. As a psychological expert, he could see at a glance that Yi Hongling's character flaw was also a form of Stockholm Syndrome. Only she wasn't as affected as Nangong Jin. She was aggressive, but the more forceful she was, the more she cared about being bullied. If not, dare you slap me? Yi Hongling coldly huffed. Fine, let us gamble. How will you prove it's not? Xiao Junlin had long had a plan. He took out a pile of spirit stones from his storage ring, ground them into powder, and sprinkled them on a stone that was similar in size and shape to the Beast King's egg. Instantly, the light on it shone brightly, just like the Beast King's egg, dazzling under the night sky, making it hard to distinguish with the naked eye. He then threw the fake egg towards the purple-winged golden hound. At the same time, Xiao Junlin shouted, "Beast, your egg is returned." At this moment, Yi Hongling finally understood what Xiao Junlin was doing. However, that fake egg did indeed look similar, and it seemed Xiao Junlin had long thought of using that stone. This usually honest senior brother seemed to have a bit of brains. Yi Hongling looked up. The purple-winged golden hound should carefully catch this egg. But what she didn't expect was that the purple-winged golden hound opened its huge mouth and directly swallowed the fake egg, as if it had seen a top-tier pill. This scene shocked Yi Hongling. How is this possible? Yi Hongling's mind was buzzing. If that Beast King's egg was the child of the purple-winged golden hound, it would at least have some reservations, looking at it a couple more times before realizing it was fake. How could it swallow it in one bite? It was even chewing now. After realizing that it was just a stone in its mouth, the purple-winged golden hound clearly went berserk, charging straight at Xiao Junlin and Yi Hongling. "Run!" Yi Hongling swung her sword, cutting through 7 or 8 trees, which flew towards the purple-winged golden hound with the sword energy. She also retreated, initially wanting to pull Xiao Junlin back with her, but found that he had already retreated 10 or so feet. He runs pretty fast. Yi Hongling sighed inwardly and immediately followed him. She saw Xiao Junlin strolling leisurely as he asked, "So what do you think? Do you still think this egg belongs to it? Where did it come from?" Yi Hongling replied, unconvinced. Xiao Junlin recalled the original text and explained lightly. 10 years ago, a mysterious egg fell from the sky in the illusory forest and was obtained by the purple-winged golden hound. It sensed that the egg contained an ancient species-level demon beast, but it was still in the embryonic development stage. As a 7th-level demon beast, the purple-winged golden hound already possessed intelligence. So it decided to nurture the egg with its own beast essence and would later consume it once its physical form was complete, taking its place. Yi Hongling immediately understood that it wanted to break through the constraints of a demon beast and awaken its ancient bloodline. Xiao Junlin nodded, "Not too foolish after all." "You're the foolish one," Yi Hongling retorted with a scoff, holding the demon-slaying sword, looking at the completely rampaging purple-winged golden hound. "What should we do next?" "Next?" Xiao Junlin suddenly raised his hand and slapped Yi Hongling's face. Smack! The sound echoed around them, making Yi Hongling's head buzz. "You!" Yi Hongling felt like she could kill Xiao Junlin. The hot sting of a slap on her face seemed to trample on her dignity. But Xiao Junlin shrugged. "You gamble. You lose. What's the problem? This slap should be enough. Enough to leave a lifelong mark in this strong woman's heart." Of course, he couldn't let himself be truly killed by Yi Hongling. Just as Yi Hongling swung her sword, ready to strike him, Xiao Junlin quickly called out, "I have a way to fend off this beast." As soon as the words left his mouth, Yi Hongling's sword hesitated. However, the ensuing furious attacks from the purple-winged golden hound bombarded the ground they stood on. If it weren't for Xiao Junlin and Yi Hongling's quick reactions to dodge and advance, they would have likely been blown to pieces. "That scared me," Xiao Junlin complained in a low voice. Yi Hongling, beside him, couldn't care less about the slap anymore and stared at Xiao Junlin fiercely. "What is your plan? Speak quickly. To survive, you just need to listen to me and help me guard the law. As long as the egg is born, we will be safe," Xiao Junlin said quickly. In the original text, after Chen Xian obtained this ancient species king beast egg, he was also pursued by the purple-winged golden hound and the people from the floating life demon sect. Even with Yi Hongling, Bai Li, and others guarding him, they were no match for the opponents. At a critical moment, the Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor taught Chen Xian to infuse his blood into the king beast egg, allowing it to awaken and recognize its master, unleashing its true power. Thinking of this, Xiao Junlin had already cut his finger and found a large stone, releasing the king beast egg from his storage ring. Just as he was about to recognize it as his master, Yi Hongling suggested, "What if we wait for Junior Brother to come?" She remembered Xiao Junlin mentioning that this egg contained an ancient species, the highest tier among demon beasts. Once it was born, its rank would be comparable to a 7th-level demon beast, and its future growth would be limitless. Junior Brother was the future hope of Longtime Mountain and was recognized as the #1 talent among their group of sisters. If Junior Brother recognized this egg as his master, wouldn't it be more beneficial? After she spoke in the distance, Chen Xian and Bai Li, having escaped, also rushed over. Seeing Xiao Junlin using blood to prepare to smear on the king beast egg, Chunxian's blood surged with anxiety. Sure enough, the greatest fortune here has been taken by Xiao Junlin. What is he doing? Is he going to recognize it as his master? Chunxian was about to speak to stop him when Xiao Junlin preemptively said, "Junior brother, third junior sister, you and second junior sister block the purple-winged golden hound. I will soon bring you all away." His words sounded generous and self-sacrificing. Chunxian didn't care about Xiao Junlin's words and didn't want to listen. But in the next second, he watched helplessly as Xiao Junlin slapped his hand onto the Beast King egg. In an instant, a colorful glow erupted from the previously calm eggshell. The glow spun on the surface of the eggshell, getting faster and faster. Accompanying, it was a tremendous life force from inside the egg, the heartbeat sounding like thunder, continuously vibrating. Oh no, damn it. Hearing the strong heartbeat, Chunxian knew the Beast King inside had definitely been activated by Xiao Junlin. Just as he wanted to rush over to stop Xiao Junlin, he was blocked by Yi Hongling, second senior sister. Junior brother, since it has come to this, first help senior brother guard the law. And we can talk about the rest later. Although she felt that such a good opportunity should be given to junior brother. Since Xiao Junlin had already started to recognize it as his master, there was no stopping it, and there was no other way. It was better to unite and help Xiao Junlin by some time. Perhaps he could bring a miracle. The previous Yi Hongling would never have had such high hopes for Xiao Junlin. But now she didn't know why. The hot sting of the slap on her face made her feel that Xiao Junlin was quite manly. At least more so than before. It wouldn't hurt to trust him once, right? Second senior sister. Chunxian was unconvinced. He had just fought desperately to repel the people from the floating life demon sect, rushing to seize the fortune, and now it was given to Xiao Junlin. And he was told to guard the law? Why should he? But seeing the purple-winged golden hound charging over, Bai Li urged, "The attack is coming. Form a formation." The disciples of Longtai Mountain quickly gathered to form a protective formation. Bai Li continuously took out pills from her storage ring for everyone to consume, ensuring their combat power. But the purple-winged golden hound seemed to sense that Xiao Junlin was recognizing the master, its massive body continuously crashing against the protective formation. Bai Li, Yi Hongling, and others were spitting blood, while other disciples began to vomit blood. Chunxian was in a slightly better state. Yi Hongling and Bai Li deliberately blocked in front of him, so he didn't suffer much impact. But he glanced at the formation that was about to shatter and didn't think of helping to reinforce it. Instead, he squinted his eyes and deliberately withdrew his power, causing the protective formation to collapse faster, sending everyone flying. Chunxian had long been prepared and dodged in advance. Watching helplessly as the purple-winged golden hound broke the formation and opened its massive mouth to swallow Xiao Junlin, Bai Li and Yi Hongling were shocked, witnessing Xiao Junlin and the king beast egg being swallowed. Senior brother, the two exclaimed. Beside them, Chunxian coldly laughed inwardly, thinking, "The best opportunity can only belong to me. Senior brother, you can rest assured and go." He didn't even know why he had become this way, but his pride wouldn't allow him to let Xiao Junlin shine before others. Only he, Chunxian, could become the savior. Dragon Master, are you well rested? You and I need to resonate with dragon blood again. But as soon as he finished speaking, suddenly a 9-colored light erupted from the mouth of the purple-winged golden hound, shooting up into the sky. Xiao Junlin's voice echoed throughout, "Break for me." Chapter 14. Xiao Junlin hates show-offs the most. With Xiao Junlin's spirited shout, everyone's gaze turned towards him. Bai Li, Yi Hongling, and the disciples of Longtai Mountain looked on as if a hero had appeared. Senior brother is not dead. Seeing the purple-winged golden hound trembling, ultimately unable to withstand the power in its mouth, it vomited out Xiao Junlin and the Beast King egg. It itself bled from its mouth, painfully collapsing to the ground and howling. They were all excited. Bai Li stared blankly at Xiao Junlin, feeling for the first time that such a senior brother seemed quite handsome. Yi Hongling frowned, feeling conflicted. The slap she received from Xiao Junlin seemed to have awakened her, making her realize that even though she had made great achievements in battle, after all, the senior brother of Longtai Mountain was still Xiao Junlin. Only Chun Xian and the people from the Floating Life Demon sect had gloomy expressions. Elder, it seems we are going to return empty-handed today, a disciple of the Floating Life Demon sect quietly said. The leading man in black robes, with eyes glowing red, looked at Xiao Junlin and thought, the master only told us to be cautious of Yi Hongling and Chun Xian from Longtime Mountain. But didn't he expect this senior brother from Longtime Mountain to have some skills as well? What should we do now? Since we VE acted, how can we return empty-handed? The man in the black robe issued a command, and countless blood-red insects instantly shot out from his hand, moving at incredible speed and burrowing into the rolling body of the purple-winged golden hound on the ground. In an instant, the purple-winged golden hound's eyes glowed fiercely, and its entire body uncontrollably rose, appearing even more terrifying than before. The people of Longtime Mountain, witnessing all of this, were about to prepare themselves when the purple-winged golden hound flapped its wings, unleashing two whirlwinds that blew them away. The members of the Floating Life Demon sect landed on top of the purple-winged golden hound. If it weren't for Xiao Junlin injuring this beast, we wouldn't have been able to completely control it. Now it's time for us, the Floating Life Demon sect, to reap the battlefield. With that, the disciples of the Floating Life Demon sect gradually sank their feet into the head of the purple-winged golden hound, as if merging with it. The body of the purple-winged golden hound continued to expand, growing from 30 zhong to 40 zhong, then 50 zhong. Even as its flesh burst forth with layers of blood plasma, it did not stop. Chun Xian saw this and realized that if he didn't go all out today, he wouldn't be able to escape. He instantly moved in front of Bai Li and Yi Hongling. Sister, step back for now. Yi Hongling immediately replied, Junior brother, don't be impulsive. This purple-winged golden hound is stronger than before. You're no match for it. Chun Xian felt that Yi Hongling's emotions were on point. Although he had an absolute trump card for victory, since his second sister cared for him so much, he didn't mind being a bit more emotional to make the two sisters even more grateful to him. How would I know if I don't try? In my dictionary, the word retreat doesn't exist. Bai Li looked at him with admiration, thinking, yes, this is her junior brother. Just now, she didn't know what happened. She actually thought for a moment that the senior brother was more handsome than the junior brother. Now it seems that the junior brother is indeed more handsome. Junior brother, these pills are for you. Bai Li took out 3 pills from her storage ring. They were the highest grade pills she had refined herself. All right, third sister, I will not disappoint you. I believe you. Bai Li nodded firmly, preparing to hand over the pills. Although her combat power was not strong, fortunately, she had alchemy skills to serve as a strong backing for her junior brother. Chun Xian held the long sword, placing himself in front of everyone from Longtime Mountain. He felt quite handsome and was about to take the pills and call for the Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor to merge and attack. But at that moment, the entire illusory, strange forest suddenly began to shake. Beneath the layers of dark bushes, countless birds and beasts roared, and at almost the same time, waves of demonic energy surged into the sky. What caused this? Is it the purple-winged golden hound? Yi Hongling exclaimed in shock. Bai Li, however, keenly sensed that the demonic energy was rapidly gathering in the same direction. That direction was where Xiao Junlin was located. They then discovered that Xiao Junlin was actually holding a small snake in his arms. The little snake was only the length of a human arm and was even thinner than a finger. They hadn't noticed it before. But now, the little snake was radiating a unique bloodline pressure of a demon beast. That pressure surpassed that of the previous 8-armed white ape and the giant spider. It even exceeded the current purple-winged golden hound. It reached a level that made everyone feel it hard to breathe, especially as all the demonic energy converged on the little snake. The pressure kept increasing. Consequently, the purple-winged golden hound, which had already gone berserk and was about to charge at Xiao Junlin, found itself unable to move even a single step. Only Xiao Junlin remained calm throughout, even stroking the little snake in his arms. With my blood to acknowledge you as the master, my little treasure, it's time for you to protect me. As soon as he finished speaking, the little snake glanced at Xiao Junlin, then followed his gaze to the purple-winged golden hound, seemingly understanding that Xiao Junlin wanted it to deal with the hound. In the next moment, the pressure from the purple-winged golden hound surged 100-fold. And all the demonic energy from the illusory, strange forest transformed into a wall of energy, directly pressing down on the purple-winged golden hound. Boom! The ground shook. The enormous body of the purple-winged golden hound crashed to the ground. Along with the disciples of the floating life demon sect on its head, they all coughed up blood. Their auras diminished to the extreme. How is this possible? What is that thing in his arms that can make a 7th-level demon beast so helpless? Elder, let's retreat. If we don't leave now, we might not be able to. The man in the black robe gritted his teeth, though filled with reluctance. He nodded and distanced himself from the purple-winged golden hound, turning to flee. But before they could escape far from the hound's body, they saw a shadow suddenly blocking their path. The newcomer was none other than Xiao Junlin. The man in the black robe's eyes filled with murderous intent. Daring to block his path was asking for death. He suddenly attacked Xiao Junlin, and only then did Yi Hongling and the others react, rushing over. But they were too late to assist him in time. However, Xiao Junlin merely stroked the little snake. In an instant, an invisible pressure enveloped the area around the man in the black robe, and along with the members of the floating life demon sect. The pressure suddenly descended in their terrified gazes, turning them into a puddle of blood. This scene made the people of Longtai Mountain breathe heavily. What is the thing in the senior brother's arms? It's too powerful. This time, we were saved by the senior brother. Senior brother, you are magnificent at Longtai Mountain. The remaining disciples cheered. Xiao Junlin then said lightly, I am the senior brother of Longtai Mountain. Naturally, I will protect the dignity of Longtai Mountain. After saying that, he flicked his bangs, looking exceptionally handsome in the night. Xiao Junlin secretly glanced at Bai Li and Yi Hongling, who were both staring at him blankly. If it weren't for the influence of the 9 phoenixes and the rising sun's sacred body, they might have been charmed by him long ago. Unfortunately, with Chun Xian as the main character present, Xiao Junlin's path as a villain was still long. Xiao Junlin landed in front of Chun Xian, who was still holding his sword, ready for battle. Junior brother, leave the task of protecting world peace to me. Huh? What's this? He took the 3 pills that Bai Li had just left hanging in the air. Third sister, are these for replenishing my stamina? Thanks. Before Bai Li could react, her 3 most precious pills had already been swallowed by Xiao Junlin. Chapter 15. Second sister, come find me alone tonight. As the 3 pills settled in his stomach, a warm current instantly spread throughout Xiao Junlin's internal organs. The injuries he had sustained in battle visibly improved. His cultivation also reached the peak of the blood-moving realm, ready to step into the 3-phase realm at any moment. If it weren't for the risks of the 3-phase realm being too great, Xiao Junlin wouldn't even have suppressed his cultivation and would have begun to break through right now. But he was cautious, and since he didn't speak much, he chose to proceed steadily. Bai Li watched as her precious pills were consumed by Xiao Junlin, her heart bleeding. Those were meant for her junior brother. Just now, when her junior brother wanted to protect everyone, she had given them to him early, hoping it would give him an extra trump card. But now, they had been eaten by the senior brother. Although the senior brother had also protected everyone, Bai Li still felt a sense of being taken advantage of. What's wrong? Third sister? Xiao Junlin asked gently. By now, the entire illusory strange forest had stopped shaking. All that remained was the corpse of the purple-winged golden hound and a pool of blood. Looking at the now safe environment, Bai Li felt embarrassed to blame Xiao Junlin. It's nothing, senior brother. Thank you for saving us. Seeing his pills once again consumed by Xiao Junlin, Chun Xian felt an urge to kill him. He gripped his sword tightly. Junior brother, why are you still holding the sword? Don't be too nervous. The battle is over. Xiao Junlin smiled warmly, preparing to use the beast in his arms to kill Chun Xian. As a villain, he should never hold back whenever he had the chance to eliminate the protagonist, nor should he waste words. Thus, Xiao Junlin had been stroking the little snake since he had just killed the members of the floating life demon sect. It hinted that it had killed Chun Xian for me. After feeling it for a long time, the little snake showed no signs of movement. Xiao Junlin patted it again and finally squeezed it directly, but the little snake lay in his arms as if it were dead. Xiao Junlin closed his eyes. He and the little snake had already recognized each other as masters and could sense the little snake's thoughts. However, He saw that the little snake had no thoughts at all. It was blank. This could only mean one thing. The little creature was asleep, and it was the kind of deep sleep. Could it be that it had just hatched, its power still unstable, and it had just used too much pressure? Xiao Junlin muttered to himself. His snake was limp and soft. Instead, he noticed the killing intent surging in Chen Xian's eyes. What the hell? Xiao Junlin took 2 steps back, tried to distance himself from Chen Xian, and then said seriously, "This matter is settled. Everyone, let us return to Longtai Mountain." In the eyes of the other disciples, Xiao Junlin's prestige had reached an unparalleled level at this moment. They immediately bowed in unison. Yes, senior brother. Just as Xiao Junlin was about to summon the flying shuttle Golden Lotus, he saw Chen Xian walking towards the corpse of the purple-winged golden hound. Xiao Junlin slapped his forehead. Right? In the original text, the purple-winged golden hound had 2 beast essences, one of which was used to nourish the Beast King egg and had been drained. The other one was inside its body. Seeing that Chen Xian was preparing to dig out the beast essence, Xiao Junlin immediately shouted, "Little junior brother, since you're there, take out the beast essence from the center of the purple-winged golden hound's forehead. I will help you refine pills when we return." His casual words made Chen Xian frown. In his mind, the Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor had reminded him to take the beast essence. And he only then realized that the purple-winged golden hound had 2 beast essences. How did Xiao Junlin know? Did he also have a powerful being possessing him? Chen Xian pondered in his heart, but he was not a fool and immediately smiled. "Senior brother, you have worked hard in this battle, so I can handle the small matter of taking care of the beast essence. When you want to refine pills, I will hand it over to you right away." If he gave it to him, then his trip would truly be in vain, and he would bear injuries. Did he really think he was a fool? Seeing that Chen Xian had already put away the beast essence, the others noticed that there seemed to be a bit of tension between the two, but did not say much. Xiao Junlin also did not tear his face. It was his oversight. He had neglected this small detail in the original text, allowing Chen Xian to find an opportunity. Perhaps it was also because he had taken the initiative too many times in this battle that Chen Xian, or the Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor in his mind, had already become wary. The Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor came from 100,000 years ago, during the peak of the Great Tao, when this world gave birth to 6 Heavenly Emperors. However, later, an unprecedented catastrophe caused all 6 Heavenly Emperors to fall simultaneously. Among them, 5 perished completely, leaving only the Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor with a wisp of remnant soul, wandering in the river of time and space, eventually sensing Chen Xian, the destined person. The Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor promised Chen Xian that he would make him the 7th Heavenly Emperor. It was just that after 10,000 years. No new Heavenly Emperor had been born, as if this world no longer allowed the birth of new Heavenly Emperors. Chen Xian also promised the Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor that once he became the 7th Heavenly Emperor, he would help the Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor return to his peak. Xiao Junlin remembered that in the original text, to give birth to a new Heavenly Emperor, it was necessary to change a certain rule of this world. However, this was still too distant for him at the moment. The most important thing now was that if he was being watched by the Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor, he would have to be more careful in his actions in the future. After reminding himself, Xiao Junlin glanced at everyone and decided to report this matter to Elder Qin Yin in the city. The others followed him onto the flying shuttle Golden Lotus. Xiao Junlin was still thinking about where to find the 2 beast essences he needed for his Yin Extreme Breaking Pill. Suddenly, Chen Xian spoke beside him. "Senior brother once said that after returning, he would help me refine another dragon-raising golden pill. When would it be convenient?" He did not hide his voice, as if he deliberately wanted all the disciples to hear. Bai Li and Yi Hongling also heard this and paid attention, waiting for Xiao Junlin's reply. He trying to use these people to pressure me psychologically. Xiao Junlin sneered in his heart. It seems that this destined protagonist is not a fool after all. I have consumed a lot in this battle, and I'm afraid it will take some time. Mainly, I still need 3 beast essences as materials, counting 1 from your storage ring, and the other 2. Could you help me find them and hand them to me as soon as possible? Chen Xian gritted his teeth upon hearing this. What a clever counterattack. Xiao Junlin then looked at Bai Li and Yi Hongling at the same time. You two can also help. Bai Li was puzzled. Didn't Xiao Junlin already obtain a beast essence from the Kuei spider? Didn't he want to tell little junior brother? Bali would have thought Xiao Junlin was selfish in the past. But now she only felt that maybe Xiao Junlin wanted to test little junior brother, so he deliberately concealed it to increase the difficulty. Thinking of this, Bali nodded. Little junior brother, senior brother is testing you. You should search well, she said sincerely. However, in Chen Xian's view, it was even more unpleasant than scolding him. At least a 5-realm monster could condense a beast essence. Where could he find 2 more? Chen Xian couldn't say anything and could only keep his head down the whole time. Little brat, trying to compete with me. Xiao Junlin smiled in his heart. At this moment, Bili couldn't help but ask, senior brother, what was the rank of the monster you just had in your arms? The other disciples also leaned in to listen. They had seen a monster clearly just now. The pressure it released had already killed the purple-winged golden hound and even wiped out the floating life demon sect. It was at least an 8th realm, or even a 9th realm monster. But in the illusory and treacherous forest, there had never been such a high-level monster within the territory of Longtime Mountain. A 7th realm monster was already comparable to a half-step 3-phase realm. An 8th realm monster was equivalent to an elder level. A 9th realm monster was beyond their imagination. That was the realm above the 3-phase realm, the domain of the 10,000 spirits master realm. In the entire Longtime Mountain, only the sect master Dong Huang Qingyuan and Xiao Feng, who had left Longtime Mountain for many years, were in the 10,000 spirits master realm. This realm was already enough to become a local overlord. Seeing that everyone was curious, Xiao Junlin glanced at Chen Xian and Yi Hongling. Although the two had cold expressions, they were clearly also waiting for him to speak. Why should I share good things with others? Xiao Junlin said lightly, sect's secret, no comment. The disciples felt a bit disappointed, and Bai Li even pouted. It was rare for her to want to hear senior brother chat, but he kept her in suspense, making her feel itchy inside. Xiao Junlin couldn't be bothered with her, and instead pulled Yi Hongling aside. Seeing this, everyone thought Xiao Junlin only intended to tell Yi Hongling. Bai Li felt a sense of unfair grievance. Meanwhile, Chen Xian clenched his fists. He hated it when the woman he liked had private contact with other men. However, Xiao Junlin's momentum was too strong at this moment, overshadowing him, and Chen Xian could only endure it. On the other side, when called aside, Yi Hongling, who was usually indifferent to romantic feelings, still felt happy if Xiao Junlin chose to tell her alone. However, she was too early to be happy. Second junior sister, how many beast pills did you obtain during this mission with the beast subduing team? Yi Hongling didn't understand why Xiao Junlin suddenly asked this, but she reported the number truthfully, 300. But they are all vicious monsters, right? You know that good monsters cannot be used to refine pills, Xiao Junlin reminded. This was a rule of Longtime Mountain. Pills could be refined, but innocent monsters should not be killed indiscriminately. As the captain of the beast-subduing team, Yi Hongling naturally knew this rule. But then Xiao Junlin suddenly pressed, but why did the monster in my arms tell me that you indiscriminately killed innocent monsters? Seeking merit without distinguishing between good and evil, slaughtering many benevolent monsters. Xiao Junlin's words were sharp, like thunder striking Yi Hongling's heart. Yi Hongling was astonished but still firmly replied, Senior brother, I did not. Xiao Junlin certainly knew that Yi Hongling was the most clear-cut person among the disciples, as her childhood trauma was also related to good and evil. So she couldn't possibly do such things. But excessive notions of good and evil could make a person extreme and sensitive. Due to sensitivity, it is easy to have mood swings and be manipulated by Xiao Junlin. As for right and wrong, I won't report to the elders for now. You will return to Longtime Mountain shortly, and come to my residence immediately to explain properly. Chapter 16. The world is vast. Yi Hongling did not want to agree to Xiao Junlin. It is inappropriate for a lonely man and woman to be in the same room. However, since Xiao Junlin accused her of being greedy for merit and bloodthirsty, she must clear her name. Understood. Yi Hongling nodded in agreement, but at the same time tightened her grip on the demon-slaying sword, reminding herself to always be wary of Xiao Junlin. After the two parted, Bai Li wanted to ask Yi Hongling if Xiao Junlin had told her about the little snake's origins. Yi Hongling shook her head, unwilling to say more. Chen Xian, who originally wanted to extract some information from her, had to retract his gaze for now. In his mind, he called upon the Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor. Dragon Master, what is the origin of that snake? The colorful little snake just now had an overwhelming pressure, rare in the world. If it weren't for Xiao Junlin's quick action, that terrifying little snake should belong to him. The Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor had actually been pondering this for a long time. The land beneath your feet once gave birth to countless races. The human race is just one of them. But the customs of passing down generations have led to continuous existence. Other ancient races have gradually disappeared in the long history, but the power they possessed is immeasurable. That snake, in my judgment, does not belong to any current lineage of demon beasts. Chun Xian, being exceptionally clever, immediately understood that the snake was an ancient species. Why would an ancient species appear in the illusory enigmatic forest? The illusory enigmatic forest is located within the territory of Longtime Mountain. The territory of Longtime Mountain, besides the 9 main peaks, also includes the Longtai Commercial Street, the illusory enigmatic forest, the Golden Battle Ridge, the Tsaming Abyss, the Melting Fire Realm, the Shirong Desert, and other training grounds. The entire territory covers nearly 3 million square kilometers, making it the largest sect within the territory of the Tianyuan dynasty. When Chun Xian was still the 6th prince of Tianyuan, he had researched the territories of all sects and knew the strongest experts in each territory and their respective realms. He had never heard of any ancient species within Longtime Mountain or even within the Tianyuan dynasty. Chun Xian's heart bled for the ancient species. What he missed out on was actually an ancient species. Ancient species are pure-blooded demon beasts from ancient times that have almost become extinct over the course of time, simply because their powers are too strong, violating the heavenly path. Thus, their ability to reproduce has been stripped away. Powerful and rare. Any one of them could suppress the top demon beasts that exist today, such as the Tianhu clan, which has the power to contend with the human race. Strong enough to dominate its own territory, but in front of ancient species, their combat power will be suppressed by over 90%, and they wouldn't even dare to resist. No wonder. All the demon beasts in the illusory enigmatic forest were controlled by that snake earlier. Unfortunately, this is infuriating. Chun Xian gritted his teeth. This ancient species has now recognized Xiao Junlin as its master. Unless Xiao Junlin is killed, the recognition of the master will never disappear, and that ancient species will only obey Xiao Junlin. The Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor also fell silent for a moment before slowly speaking. Perhaps it comes from beyond the heavens and can help you rise quickly. If you have the chance, you must eliminate Xiao Junlin and make that ancient species recognize you as its master again. Chun Xian was taken aback. This should not be a display of mercy. Success comes at the cost of countless bones. Xiao Junlin's talent and disposition are far inferior to yours. The ancient species is just a waste in his hands. You should consider the Tianyuan dynasty. Sacrificing one Xiao Junlin is nothing. The Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor admonished. Hearing his words, Chun Xian looked at Xiao Junlin's backside and understood. An innocent person bears the blame for the guilty. The one at fault is Xiao Junlin, not him, Chun Xian. The illusory enigmatic forest is very close to the Longtime Mountain range. With a flash of golden light, everyone returned to Longtime Mountain. As soon as they landed, Xiao Junlin was thinking about how to settle the little snake and then collect enough beast essence to help himself concoct the extreme breaking barrier pill to break through to the 3-phase realm as soon as possible. However, Chun Xian suddenly called out to him, "Senior brother, when we set out, Elder Qinin entrusted me with a jade talisman for rescue, which you kept. Now that the matter is settled, may I return it to Elder Qinin?" Xiao Junlin would never return it to him. In the original text, Chun Xian did not use this item in the illusory enigmatic forest, but in a subsequent major plot. He relied on the jade talisman to call for Elder Qinin to save him at a critical moment. That battle also caused Elder Qinin to suffer significant injuries, and later, under Chun Xian's careful care, the dignified elder secretly developed feelings for her disciple and eventually included Chun Xian in her harem. Despicable. Such good fortune should have been reserved for me. Xiao Junlin cleared his throat and said solemnly, I will personally hand it over to Elder Qinin and report this matter to her. Given that the floating life demon sect suddenly appeared there and precisely ambushed our demon-subduing team, there must be hidden circumstances. Chun Xian didn't care about any hidden circumstances. That jade talisman was a unique treasure of the Elder, and each of the 5 great elders had one. Qinin gave it to him because she favored him. How could it just be given to Xiao Junlin, senior brother? Seeing that Xiao Junlin was not planning to return it, Qin Xian became anxious. But Xiao Junlin's attitude was even more resolute. Junior brother, focus your attention on cultivation. Everyone in Longtime Mountain has high hopes for you. However, to be honest, I'm not satisfied with your performance in this mission. Xiao Junlin spoke earnestly, shifting everyone's attention to Chun Xian's performance. Who cares about the Jade Talisman now? What's wrong with me? Chun Xian was unconvinced and felt even more that the Dragon Master was right. Xiao Junlin was just a stepping stone blocking his way and should be crushed underfoot. First, you went in the wrong direction. Then you couldn't stop the floating life demon sect during the rescue, and later, you couldn't stop the purple-winged golden hound, nearly causing me to lose my life. What do you have to say for yourself? Forget it. You must be tired from this trip. Go back and rest. Starting tomorrow, focus on your cultivation, and I will personally supervise your progress. The hopes of Longtime Mountain cannot afford any slack. A series of words made Xiao Junlin's tone heavier, with a hint of sternness. Bai Li and Yi Hongling exchanged glances. If it were in the past, they would have spoken up to help the junior brother against Xiao Junlin's bullying. But at this moment, they could tell that Xiao Junlin had an expression of frustration for not being able to forge steel. Chun Xian clenched his fists. Although Xiao Junlin seemed to be doing this for his own good, in reality, it made his proud heart feel humiliated. Just as he wanted to say something more, Yi Hongling suddenly spoke. Junior brother, senior brother is right. Let's go back first. Bai Li also nodded. Chun Xian could only reluctantly swallow the rebuttal he had in his mouth, quietly clenching his fists, recalling his grand ambitions. Was a little forbearance at this moment. Endure. Finding an opportunity to deal with Xiao Junlin and making the ancient species recognize him as its master is the most important thing. Senior brother is right. I have learned my lesson. After bowing, Chun Xian had a look of reflection. How well he can endure. To truly become the protagonist, one must first learn to be like a turtle. Xiao Junlin thought to himself, feeling a bit impressed by Chun Xian. At such a young age, he could have such temperament. No wonder the Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor took a liking to him. Just as Chun Xian finished speaking, a voice came from the Hall of Affairs. Young man, self-reflection and standing firm are valuable. It seems your journey has been quite fruitful. Qinin walked in gracefully, her feet like pure white jade, each step creating ripples in the air. She was not wearing shoes, and her entire image seemed to be beyond that of an ordinary woman. What feet? That would only harm me. Xiao Junlin took it as a warning and withdrew his gaze after looking a bit longer. Chun Xian clasped his hands and said, "Thank you for the kind praise." Elder Qinin, he felt distressed. Apart from a beast essence, what other gains did he have? Compared to the ancient species obtained with Xiao Junlin, the beast essence wasn't even worth a scale. Xiao Junlin was preparing to report on the situation of this trip and conveniently brush off the matter of the Jade Talisman to keep it for himself. However, he saw Qinin raise her hand and said, "We will discuss the matter of the illusory, enigmatic forest later. I have something that concerns the honor of Longtime Mountain, and I need you all to do it." Chapter 17. Elder Qinin, surrounded by men. As soon as this was said, Yi Hongling, Chun Xian, and Bai Li looked at each other in surprise. Xiao Junlin lowered his head, wondering if the plot was related to the matter of Huaizong. Sure enough, Qinin continued. Huaizong and our Longtime Mountain have always had ongoing conflicts. Cultivators of the Tianyan dynasty are spreading the word that Longtai is the largest and Huaizong is the strongest. But the strongest and largest are both top sects of the Tianyan dynasty. Yi Hongling was filled with fighting spirit. One mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. Huaizong may not necessarily be the strongest. Elder Qinin, what tricks has Huaizong played? Qinin took out a golden invitation. This is Huaizong's mountain invitation. Tomorrow, Huaizong's young master, Zhao Wujing, will personally come to challenge the younger generation of our Longtime Mountain. Challenge? Bai Li was taken aback and immediately looked at the strongest disciple, Yi Hongling. Second senior sister, teach them a good lesson. Qin Yi nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Hongling was indeed the most suitable candidate. However, Zhao Wujing had stated that he would bring a newly discovered young genius from Huaizong, so another person needed to be selected. When Qin Yi said this, her gaze fell directly on Chen Xian. Chen Xian knew his opportunity had come. A great man should not hesitate. He was about to volunteer when Xiao Junlin suddenly stood in front of him and said to Qin Yi with a commanding demeanor, "If Zhao Wujing dares to come here to make trouble, I, Xiao Junlin, will make him crawl back." Qin Yi was momentarily speechless. She had actually wanted Chen Xian to team up with Yi Hongling for the battle. This was also a chance for Chen Xian to hone his skills against his peers. But she hadn't expected Xiao Junlin to interject. His attitude put her in a difficult position. "Junlin, your injuries are not fully healed." Qin Yi wanted to persuade him to back down, at least to understand that this was inappropriate. But Xiao Junlin was unabashed. "Elder, don't worry. I swear to protect the dignity of Longtime Mountain and will definitely defeat Zhao Wujing." Saying this, he ripped the corner of his garment, declaring that if he didn't win, he would do so in this manner. Chen Xian, Bai Li, and Yi Hongling were all taken aback. Qin Yi thought to herself that opportunities must be fought for. "I've already fought for this much. If you don't give me a chance, wouldn't that be too biased?" Xiao Junlin thought angrily. This battle, according to the original text, contained a great opportunity. It was not as simple as Huaizong coming to provoke and Longtai Mountain responding. Therefore, Xiao Junlin had to seize this chance. Chen Xian clenched his fists. "Senior brother, I didn't perform well in the illusory forest. For tomorrow's battle, let me take the lead, and I will give my all." He also realized Xiao Junlin's ambition. If he remained silent, Qin Yi might really give the opportunity to Xiao Junlin. Thinking this, Chen Xian felt he hadn't expressed his determination enough. So he imitated Xiao Junlin and tore his sleeve in oath. Xiao Junlin exclaimed, "What a guy, are you copying me?" He was somewhat speechless. The chosen one was just like this, so unrefined. But even more speechless was Qin Yi. What she had decided beforehand had unexpectedly turned into this. If she directly rejected Xiao Junlin, wouldn't that hurt this senior brother's pride? If she refused Chen Xian, it wasn't what she wanted either. Qin Yi quickly thought of Yi Hongling. Yi Hongling had a very good relationship with Chen Xian, having praised him multiple times in front of her and helped Chen Xian secure cultivation resources. If she handed the decision-making power to Yi Hongling, she would definitely choose Chen Xian, and it wouldn't put Xiao Junlin in an awkward position, as she was still wary of Xiao Feng behind him. Xiao Feng's status was above the 5 elders of Longtime Mountain. Even the Secmaster had to give him face. After all, Xiao Feng was the hero representing Longtime Mountain in battles against the dark forbidden zones. If one day Xiao Feng returned and Xiao Junlin complained about grievances, it would be difficult for her, the executive elder, to explain. "Hongling, you decide this matter. Whether to choose Chen Xian or Xiao Junlin, you make the judgment." As this is a battle between the disciples of Longtime Mountain and Huaizong. After saying this, Qin Yi initially wanted to ask Chen Xian to return the rescue jade. But thinking that staying here might lead her into a dilemma again, she decided to leave it for another day. Qin Yi headed straight back to the executive hall, leaving Xiao Junlin and the other 3 in a state of confusion. The most confused was Yi Hongling. She felt that Qin Yi was somewhat shirking responsibility, but she had no evidence. What should she do? "Second senior sister, let me fight alongside you tomorrow." Chen Xian directly approached Yi Hongling with a proposal. If it were before, Yi Hongling would have agreed without hesitation, not caring about Xiao Junlin's opinion at all. But now it was different. Xiao Junlin had just said she was indiscriminately killing the innocent and asked her to prove herself. If she offended Xiao Junlin now, wouldn't he try to frame her even more? But Yi Hongling also thought to herself, when had she ever been the type to be afraid of being targeted? She was the first female war god among the disciples of Longtime Mountain. "Junior brother, since that's the case, tomorrow you." Yi Hongling was about to agree to Chen Xian when Xiao Junlin suddenly coughed lightly. "Second junior sister, I still have a trump card. You have seen the power I displayed in the illusory forest. If I take action, I can ensure the honor of Longtime Mountain. If you choose the wrong person and Longtime Mountain loses, then all the blame will fall on you." As soon as these words were spoken, they indeed struck a chord with Yi Hongling. From her subtle expression, Xiao Junlin knew he had hit the mark. Yi Hongling was the kind of person who had a strong sense of collective honor and always distinguished between good and evil, although she was capable and strong in battle. Once faced with such a matter that could harm the sect, she would become very hesitant. Yi Hongling showed a troubled expression. Chen Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. Wanted to say more, but he heard Yi Hongling say, "Let me think about it, and I will give you an answer tomorrow." With that, Yi Hongling dared not look at Chen Xian and turned to leave like a fleeing soldier. Bai Li, seeing this, was puzzled. Why consider? Wouldn't it be best to give it to junior brother? Second junior sister, wait for me. Bai Li chased after her. Seeing that Yi Hongling did not immediately agree, Chen Xian felt very displeased and glanced sideways at Xiao Junlin. Why was he opposing him in everything now? Senior brother, you used to let me have my way. Why not let me fight tomorrow? Chen Xian played the emotional card. Xiao Junlin smiled. You're still young and don't know the dangers of tomorrow. Go back and practice more. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Leave tomorrow's battle to your senior brother. After saying this, Xiao Junlin walked towards his residence. Chen Xian squinted his eyes. Master, you're right. Xiao Junlin, I need to find a way to eliminate you. Returning to his room, Xiao Junlin took out the little snake from his pocket. The little snake was still asleep. The legendary ancient breed, so ugly. The little snake seemed to hear Xiao Junlin's words and wagged its tail as if to say it wasn't ugly. Xiao Junlin smiled and gently stroked the sides of the little snake's head where there were actually bumps, indicating that horns were about to grow. Because this was not a snake at all. This was a dragon. I need to give you a name, preferably one that fits my identity. Just as Xiao Junlin was thinking, a knock at the door suddenly sounded. Who is it? Senior brother. It's me, Yi Hongling. Chapter 18. Junior sister, don't look back. I'll pull the snake out right now. Yi Hongling? All right. I had an appointment with her. Xiao Junlin opened the door and saw Yi Hongling had changed out of her armor and battle skirt and put on her daily training outfit. Although it lacked some of the femininity compared to other junior sisters, it was compensated by a sense of purity, untainted by the mundane world, and a capable demeanor. She reminded Xiao Junlin of school beauty he knew in high school, with a high ponytail, wearing sportswear, running under the sun. He wondered if she had married by now, and if she missed the 1,001 joys they had shared. Second junior sister, please come in. Xiao Junlin gentlemanly extended his hand, inviting Yi Hongling into the room to sit down. Yi Hongling was visiting Xiao Junlin's residence for the first time, and especially at this late hour, she felt quite uneasy. Therefore, she did not sit down, but went straight to the point. Senior brother, I have led the demon-subduing team for many years, always killing only evil demons and never crossing this iron rule. Why do you say I kill the innocent? Knowing she was anxious and feeling the same, Xiao Junlin could not afford to rush. He slowly poured her a cup of tea and then said, of course, I believe you, junior sister. However, you also saw the beast that recognized me as its master from that egg. It can communicate with the demons in the entire illusory forest, and it says you kill the innocent. I don't. Yi Hongling's face gradually showed grievance. She had dedicated herself to Longtime Mountain for so many years, so why should she be slandered? You know it recognizes me as its master, so it cannot lie. Do you believe your snake, or do you believe me? Seeing that Yi Hongling did not take the teacup, Xiao Junlin drank it himself. Yi Hongling slammed her hand on the table. Where is your snake? I want to confront it. Xiao Junlin looked around and pointed to his abdomen. My snake is here. Yi Hongling's delicate features showed a hint of anger. Senior brother, don't say such vulgar things, or I will leave immediately. Junior sister, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm a proper person. Xiao Junlin reached in and directly pulled out the ancient species. I told you it's here. What are you thinking? Junior sister? At this moment, Yi Hongling went from being excited to speechless. She was excited because she thought Xiao Junlin would pull out something she had never seen before. Speechless because this snake really lived on him. What a bold fellow, not afraid of being bitten. This little thing just hatched. It's curious about everything and loves to run around, Xiao Junlin said, handing the little snake to Yi Hongling. Since you want to confront it, then confront it. Yi Hongling was stunned, staring at the gradually enlarging snake head, uncertain of what to say. It can't understand what I say. Yi Hongling felt like a mute eating bitter herbs. Xiao Junlin chuckled. Although it doesn't understand you, it can sense danger. Ah, with Xiao Junlin's call, the little snake darted towards Yi Hongling, and before she could react, it had already burrowed into her clothes. Ah, get out! Yi Hongling screamed. And Xiao Junlin said seriously, it must be that you're holding the Demon Slayer sword, and your aura is too heavy. It thinks you want to cut it. Junior sister, don't move. If you move, it might hurt you. Seeing Yi Hongling's terrified expression, she really froze. Xiao Junlin couldn't help but laugh internally. Even the female war god of the sect was afraid of snakes. Not many women weren't afraid of snakes. Beast, this is my junior sister. Don't mess around. Xiao Junlin said with a serious face, but inside he was controlling the little snake. Keep burrowing, just don't hurt her. The faster you can go, the better. Feeling the little snake moving wildly in her clothes, Yi Hongling circulated her spiritual energy, and the blood energy at the peak of the blood transformation realm surged to the surface of her skin, but it was of no use at all. Junior sister, don't forget, this snake-esque pressure can crush the purple-winged golden hound. How can you deal with it? Listen to me. I'll make it obedient. It's behind you. Just lie down, and I'll pull it out for you. As Xiao Junlin spoke, he pressed Yi Hongling down onto the table. Yi Hongling felt displeased. When did the proud female war god of Longtime Mountain start listening to a man? But the ancient species indeed made her wary. Plus, Xiao Junlin was her senior brother, and when he spoke, his tone was more like a command than a discussion, especially when Xiao Junlin, while speaking, swept everything from the large round table to the ground with one slap. The sound echoed, as if hinting to Yi Hongling, I'm helping you. And I even broke my tea set. Can't you cooperate? All right. Yi Hongling obediently lay down on the large round table. Xiao Junlin stood behind her, admiring her perfect figure. Not bad at all. Junior sister, don't move. This creature is fierce and domineering. If it wants to kill you, the purple-winged golden hound and the floating life demon sect will be your fate. Hearing this, Yi Hongling felt both scared and embarrassed, not daring to move at all. But the next moment, Yi Hongling's gaze sharpened. She felt Xiao Junlin's hand becoming increasingly inappropriate. Yi Hongling quickly exclaimed, Senior brother, damn beast, actually running around on my junior sister. Once I catch you, I'll make you into snake soup. Xiao Junlin, with righteous indignation, said, Junior sister, don't turn around. I'll catch it right now. Half an hour later, after Xiao Junlin finished, he patted Yi Hongling, Junior sister. The ancient species has been pulled out. Junior sister? He chuckled internally. From now on, you are mine. In the original work, only the one who obtains Yi Hongling can inherit the supreme swordsmanship of the 9 generations Sword Immortal in the future. This was the most crucial step for Chen Xian before stepping into the Heavenly Emperor realm. But now, both Yi Hongling's body and swordsmanship belonged to Xiao Junlin. Nangong Jin, Bai Li, Yi Hongling, 3 out of the 7 women had already been obtained. Chen Xian, when you learn the truth, your heart will surely collapse, right? Moreover, the reason he took such a risk to obtain Yi Hongling was that he wanted to activate something that would only awaken early if Yi Hongling's innocence was damaged. At this moment, as Xiao Junlin was feeling pleased, he saw the fallen Demon Slayer sword automatically returning to Yi Hongling's palm. Around Yi Hongling, a sword aura that seemed not to belong to her erupted, rampaging and shooting wildly. Very good. This is the power. It finally awakened. Appreciating the violent sword aura, Xiao Junlin quickly formed a defensive formation around the room, concealing the commotion inside. In the original work, Yi Hongling was the 9th reincarnation of the innate Sword Immortal, accumulating through 9 lifetimes, only to break through to the unparalleled Heavenly Emperor realm. Junior sister, can you control this power? According to the original timeline, Yi Hongling would need at least a few more years to gradually unseal the power of her past life. But Xiao Junlin didn't want to wait that long. His current trump cards were insufficient. He needed the swordsmanship to enhance his combat power. Yi Hongling was a treasure trove of swordsmanship. However, as the sword aura on Yi Hongling grew increasingly sharp, she turned around, her eyes blood red as she stared at Xiao Junlin. You destroyed my innocence. Seeking death. A different woman's voice suddenly emerged from Yi Hongling's mouth, carrying an overwhelming pressure and dominance, completely different from Yi Hongling's somewhat immature tone. Xiao Junlin knew that this was the consciousness of her past life as a sword immortal. The female sword immortal of a generation, decisive throughout the ages, created the burial sword dynasty, known as the Moon Soul Empress. It was a pity that the Empress was ultimately only at the Immortal King realm and could not reach the Heavenly Emperor. As Xiao Junlin finished speaking, a red phantom, identical to Yi Hongling but 3 times her height, rose from behind her. The Demon Slayer's sword in her hand was already swung out, and the phantom also swung its sword at the same time, the sword aura fierce and the speed far surpassing that of Yi Hongling before. Xiao Junlin quickly grabbed the little snake and held it up. The little snake sensed the killing intent, its tiny mouth opened wide, and a terrifying pressure from the ancient species simultaneously surged out, colliding with the sword aura. Boom! The hidden aura defense formation set up by Xiao Junlin also collapsed, turning the entire palace into ruins. Fortunately, the 7th peak was an independent peak of Longtime Mountain, hundreds of feet away from the other peaks. Plus, the formation had isolated most of the noise from the battle. Otherwise, those elders would probably have already heard the commotion and rushed over. Xiao Junlin was knocked back, and while the little snake was fine, his arm already felt painful. What a 9th-generation sword immortal, a queen of the dynasty. With the current peak of the blood transformation realm, she could actually unleash combat power that could clash head-on with the ancient species. Good thing I'm not that kind of foolish little villain. Otherwise, I would have been killed in an instant, Xiao Junlin thought, still feeling a lingering fear. At this moment, a hint of surprise flashed across the face of the Moon Spirit Empress. If the ancient species allows you to grow, you will become my great enemy. Hey. If you make a move again, it will be murder against your husband. What great enemy? I am currently your man in this life. Now that the Burial Sword Dynasty has been destroyed, if you cannot reach the Heavenly Emperor in this life, there may not be a next life for you. You dare to threaten me. What if I threaten you? Xiao Junlin exuded overwhelming dominance, leaving you with no choice. I possess the ancient species, and your current body cannot withstand your own power, so you cannot kill me. If you are willing, I am willing to support you in regaining your peak. But if you are unwilling, once your consciousness dissipates and you revert to my junior sister, I will kill you. He knew that ordinary communication would not work with this former empress. What was needed was to be more domineering and ruthless than her, to subdue her. You dare. Try me and see if I dare. Xiao Junlin maintained his momentum, while Yi Hongling fell silent. The shadow behind her seemed to be unable to sustain itself, visibly dissipating at a rapid pace. Only a sentence remained. If you dare to betray me, when I wake up next time, it will be your death day. After that, Yi Hongling's demon-slaying sword fell from her hand, and she fainted. Xiao Junlin instinctively caught her. He felt speechless inside. What a decisive empress. But before you fell asleep, you should have at least let your main body find a bed to lie down on. Fainting while standing is truly reckless. He was indeed more of a gentleman. He held the fallen Yi Hongling in his arms. Looking at the stunning girl in his embrace, the dominance and killing intent on his face dissipated, replaced by confusion. Junior sister, you're awake? Yi Hongling's eyes gradually regained clarity, only to realize she was lying in Xiao Junlin's arms. She immediately pushed him away and stood up. Seeing the once grand bedroom now in ruins, she exclaimed, "Did I do this? Huh? Could it be that the Empress had no memory when she awakened? You just had a snake venom attack. I exhausted myself to help you detoxify, but alas, you were too deeply poisoned and suddenly went berserk, almost killing me. Junior sister, it seems you have a violent nature. You should come to me more often for dates, so I can cultivate some true goodness and beauty in you." Xiao Junlin's words made Yi Hongling feel guilty. I didn't know. Senior brother, I'm sorry, I don't know what happened. Not knowing is best. If Yi Hongling were to regain her previous life's power, perhaps that sword just now could have split Dragon Platform Mountain in half. Although my little snake is an ancient species, it is still in its baby stage and cannot protect my life in front of powerful beings at the Immortal King realm. Senior brother, I will compensate for your residence. Although I don't have many spirit stones, I have strength and can help you rebuild, but I absolutely will not kill innocent demon beasts. Seeing Yi Hongling's guilty expression, Xiao Junlin calmly said, "There's no need to rebuild. You just need to promise me one thing." "What is it?" Xiao Junlin knew the timing was right and stated directly, "Tomorrow's battle against the Huaizong. I want you to choose me to fight alongside you." Chapter 20. Refining the extreme breaking barrier pill. Upon hearing this, Yi Hongling was shocked. "You really want to represent Dragon Platform Mountain in battle?" But little junior brother Chen Xian has expressed a desire to fight. The person Yi Hongling originally wanted to choose was also Chen Xian. Xiao Junlin, of course, understood her and Qin Yin's thoughts. In the original story, it was Chen Xian who fought and won, shaking Dragon Platform Mountain. But now, with him, Xiao Junlin, how could he give Chen Xian the chance to show off? "Junior sister, the Huaizong is provoking us. This battle, Dragon Platform Mountain must win, or how can we stand in the Tianyan dynasty in the future?" You saw how little junior brother performed in the illusory deceptive forest today. It was very average. If I hadn't recognized the little snake and defeated the purple-winged golden hound, we would have all fallen in the illusory deceptive forest. Moreover, you know how it is. I've seen your berserk state, but little junior brother has not. If there's a mistake in your coordination with him, the reputation of Dragon Platform Mountain could be ruined forever. Every word hit Yi Hongling's heart. She hesitated. Xiao Junlin continued to press. "Junior sister, this bedroom is left by my father. It holds his memories and is unique. Now that you've ruined it, how will you compensate me? Can't you even agree to this small request?" "Senior brother, I also want to fight for Dragon Platform Mountain." Yi Hongling frowned and looked outside the bedroom. In fact, the seventh peak has 3 other bedrooms. How could it be unique? However, since Xiao Junlin said so, perhaps this bedroom is often used by Elder Xiao Feng and has special significance. Yi Hongling took a deep breath. How should I explain this to little junior brother? Xiao Junlin smiled slightly, stepped forward, and patted Yi Hongling on the shoulder. "Like you, I consider little junior brother as my own son. I'm sure he will understand you." Yi Hongling was still hesitating. Xiao Junlin's attitude suddenly became firm. "Today, I came to rescue you, and you have indeed destroyed my bedroom and almost went berserk and killed me. Do you want to make me do something trivial?" Yi Hongling had a strong sense of pride. She didn't like owing others, but every word Xiao Junlin spoke hinted that she owed him. "Senior brother, whatever compensation you want, as long as I can do it, I will agree." "Junior sister, you've been in charge of the demon-slaying squad for so many years. You should have beast essences, right?" Although he took advantage of Yi Hongling's body, he hadn't taken any treasures yet. Taking everything was Xiao Junlin style. Upon hearing this, Yi Hongling immediately shook her head. Beast essences are top-tier alchemy materials, and they must be collected from demon beasts above the 5th realm right after they die. Otherwise, they will dissipate on their own. The difficulty of obtaining them is extremely high, so each one is incredibly precious. A normal demon pill costs only 10,000 spirit stones, but a beast essence costs 300,000 spirit stones. I don't have any. Oh, Xiao Junlin was shocked upon hearing this. "You've been the captain of the demon-slaying squad for so long, and haven't embezzled even one?" Yi Hongling immediately retorted. "I've always been clear about public and private matters. Everything the demon-slaying squad obtained was handed over to Elder Nye. Elder Nye Huanqi manages the resource hall of Dragon Platform Mountain, responsible for distributing pills, techniques, spiritual weapons, etc. It would be somewhat difficult for Xiao Junlin to ask her for a beast essence. She definitely wouldn't be as easy to fool as Yi Hongling, a little girl. Yi Hongling did have one. It was written in the original story that Xiao Junlin pretended to be profound. "Unfortunately, if you choose me for tomorrow's battle, it would be a betrayal of little junior brother. Although it is for the good of the sect, he still needs some compensation. I originally wanted to refine a new golden pill for him sooner, but alas." These words almost touched Yi Hongling's heart. How could she not feel a bit guilty towards Chen Xian? Thinking of this, Yi Hongling lightly bit her lip, her determined face softening with a hint of pain, and she took out a beast essence from her storage ring. "This was given to me by the elders previously for my achievements in slaying demons." Her voice was weak when she said this, as if this beast essence was her most significant or even only savings. Xiao Junlin took in her expression and teased. "This, could it be your dowry, junior sister?" Yi Hongling's face turned red at Xiao Junlin's words. She reproached, If you say any more nonsense, I want to give it to you. No, it's not for me. Everything is for little junior brother. Saying this, Xiao Junlin accepted the beast essence. Yi Hongling acted decisively. Since she had given it, she no longer held on to it. Tomorrow, you must go all out and fight alongside me for the glory of Dragon Platform Mountain. And I will refine that beast essence for little junior brother as soon as possible. Of course, everything is for little junior brother. Xiao Junlin originally wanted to linger a bit longer with Yi Hongling, but unfortunately, she had already left. She truly was a decisive woman. Looking down at the beast essence, he realized he needed one more, and he could refine the Yin Extreme Breaking Barrier Pill overnight and step into the three-phase realm. Yi Hongling's berserk state earlier also gave Xiao Junlin a sense of pressure. In the original story, Longtime Mountain's senior sisters each have extraordinary settings, and Chun Xian's rise to become the Xiantian Emperor is heavily supported by them. Even Yi Hongling almost managed to kill him, not to mention the others. He needs to get stronger quickly. If only someone could send me a beast essence. Xiao Junlin muttered to himself, and then let out a self-deprecating smile. He wasn't the protagonist destined by heaven, just like countless others, unable to receive divine favor. So how could he expect his wishes to come true? But at that moment, a graceful figure approached outside his dilapidated dormitory, her face showing some anger. Senior brother, I have something I want to ask you clearly. Xiao Junlin raised his eyes, thinking how timely her arrival was. He smiled and said, Third junior sister, come in. Just as Xiao Junlin was about to invite Bai Li inside, he suddenly realized that there was no door anymore. Senior brother, what happened to your door? It exploded, Sai. Xiao Junlin sighed lightly. What brings you here, junior sister? Bai Li's eyes were filled with a desire for alchemy. Exploded? What elixir is senior brother refining? I'm here to ask you to teach me the refining method for the 7-turn soul returning pill. Coming to find me at night, just for an elixir, indeed. Using alchemy to dangle this pill enthusiast is the most effective. Xiao Junlin intentionally did not answer and instead focused on Bai Li's dowry. He remembered that in the original story, Bai Li also had a beast essence. Junior sister, let us talk about the 7-turn soul returning pill later. Right now, I need to refine the breakthrough elixir, the Yin Extreme Breaking Barrier Pill. After saying that, Xiao Junlin ignored her and abruptly walked toward the alchemy room. Upon hearing about the Yin Extreme Breaking Barrier Pill, Bai Li's eyes brightened. That was a top-tier elixir that could guarantee a 100 breakthrough to the 3-phase realm. The difficulty was no less than that of the dragon-raising golden pill. The main issue was finding the ingredients, which required 3 beast essences. Even she had only saved up one over the years. However, looking at senior brother, it seemed he had enough beast essences, right? Bai Li followed him to the alchemy room and reminded Xiao Junlin, Senior brother, have you gathered enough beast essences? Of course not. That's why I want to con you. Xiao Junlin thought to himself. Bai Li had a perfectionist attitude toward alchemy, not allowing any flaws to appear. This almost obsessive-compulsive disorder was also a fatal weakness. Xiao Junlin deliberately started refining the Yin Extreme Breaking Barrier Pill in front of her. As the flames in the cauldron soared, several monster pills were thrown in, along with plenty of herbs. Finally, the most important ingredient, the beast essence. Bai Li carefully counted the number of beast essences, and Xiao Junlin had only put in 2. Senior brother, you're 1 short. But Xiao Junlin ignored her, his expression almost frenzied, continuing to urge spiritual energy into the cauldron. Senior brother, you're 1 short. Senior brother, stop. Xiao Junlin pretended not to hear. Bai Li's breathing quickened. No, senior brother, you can't. Bai Li knew that being 1 beast essence short would not only lead to the failure of the Yin Extreme Breaking Barrier Pill, but could also cause the power in the cauldron to become unbalanced. It would explode. Thinking of this, Bai Li gritted her teeth and painfully took out one of her own beast essences, throwing it into the alchemy furnace. Soon, the 3 beast essences fused rapidly. The fragrance of the elixir wafted through the alchemy room. A pill glowing with purple, blue, and golden 3-colored luster floated up. Xiao Junlin extinguished the furnace fire, and then with his fingers claw-like, the Yin Extreme Breaking Barrier Pill fell into his hand. Congratulations, senior brother. Bai Li was terrified in her heart, immediately stepping forward, and upon seeing the Yin Extreme Breaking Barrier Pill, her face filled with relief. She also reminded him, "Senior brother, you just put in one less beast essence. You need to return the one you forgot to put in." Xiao Junlin immediately feigned ignorance. Beast essence? What beast essence? Bali became anxious. I just gave you a beast essence. Xiao Junlin looked serious. "Junior sister, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm a serious person." You. Bai Li's face flushed. That was something she had painstakingly saved up. But Xiao Junlin ignored her and suddenly swallowed the pill. A violent medicinal power spread directly from his stomach, impacting his internal organs. It was as if another space was being forcibly opened up within Xiao Junlin's body, opening the inner palace, entering the three-phase realm. Bai Li's breathing quickened, knowing this was a sign of about to break through to the three-phase realm. Senior brother had dropped in cultivation to refine the dragon-raising golden pill, so why was he stepping into the peak of the blood transmutation realm so quickly? Xiao Junlin's clothes flew up with the medicinal power. "Junior sister, let's see how effective this extreme breaking barrier pill is." "I don't want to know." Bali pouted, only wanting him to return her beast essence. But Xiao Junlin was now in a critical period of breakthrough. Bai Li's obsessive-compulsive disorder would not allow Xiao Junlin to fail in front of her. After all, this extreme breaking barrier pill was also something she helped refine. She felt it was like a child share between her and Xiao Junlin. At this moment, Xiao Junlin was drenched in hot sweat. The heat formed steam rising. His entire abdomen felt as hot as an alchemy furnace. As the extreme breaking barrier pill was completely digested, a gaping tear suddenly began to rip open in Xiao Junlin's abdomen. The accumulated blood transmutation realm spiritual energy surged into that tear in an instant. This inner palace was responsible for transforming spiritual energy into phase power, which is characteristic of the three-phase realm. The three-phase realm is a critical stage where practitioners convert the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into phase power. A cultivator's spiritual energy will awaken the attribute phase. Attributes are divided from common to rare: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, collectively known as the 5 elemental phases. Wind, thunder, light, and darkness, collectively known as the 4 symbolic phases. Sword intent, knife intent, spear intent, club intent, pill intent, formation intent, refining intent, collectively referred to as intent level phases. The rarest attributes are the 2 rule-based attributes, space and time. In the original story, Chun Xian awakened the space phase. I wonder what attribute I can awaken? Xiao Junlin thought with anticipation. According to the original plot, he should have died by now, with no chance of awakening. If heaven is unjust and only allows me to awaken the 5 elements, I will curse the heavens. Xiao Junlin prepared for the worst. Feeling that the inner palace had been opened, the absorption of spiritual energy had reached its limit. Next, it was time to awaken. Open. Chapter 21. Mastering Time. Divine Intent, 3-phase realm. Meanwhile, outside Yi Hongling's residence. "Second sister, for tomorrow's battle, you'll choose me, right?" Chun Xian clasped his fists outside the door, but received no response from inside. He came to find Yi Hongling, originally to confirm the quota for tomorrow. After all, Chun Xian was a steady character and did not want any surprises. The person was not inside. A reminder from the Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor echoed in his mind. Chun Xian was puzzled. Where could second sister have gone at this late hour? Perhaps she went to report the battle candidates to Elder Qinin? With this thought, Chun Xian quickly headed to the administrative hall. He wasn't like Xiao Junlin, who was a fool only knowing to work in isolation. Now that an opportunity was in front of him, Chun Xian would take the initiative. As long as he got confirmation from Qinin, he would be the one representing Longtime Mountain in the battle tomorrow, earning fame and fortune. Just after Chun Xian left, a dejected young woman walked in and headed straight to the room. Yi Hongling sighed deeply. "Junior brother, I'm really sorry, but I can't refuse senior brother." She always felt that this choice was harder than battling demon beasts outside. Administrative hall. Back hall. Elder's dormitory. In the jade pool shrouded in mist, rose petals floated slowly, landing on a piece of crystal-clear skin. A pair of long jade legs lifted, the petals clinging tightly to the skin due to the surface tension of the water, then flowing down the sides of the legs. As Qinin's breathing rose and fell, the water on her collarbone dripped down, tracing over the raised curves before disappearing into the pool. The rising steam turned Qinin's cold white skin into a light pink. She slowly stretched, then lay by the pool, deep in thought. The Floating Life Demon sect learned of the movements of the Demon Suppression Squad and ambushed them halfway. There must be another hidden agenda behind this. Perhaps Longtime Mountain has infiltrated the demon sect with an undercover agent, leaking Hongling's whereabouts. She seemed to be talking to the air, her lazy movements creating an alluring curve with her jade-like back, long hair sticking to her smooth skin and the small of her back, with a few strands hanging at the position of her perky hips, breathtakingly beautiful. The sudden visit from the Huaizong made Zhao Wujing, the young lord, a half-step into the three realms, and he also brought along a young prodigy who had just joined the Huaizong a month ago. Such a blatant challenge made me feel that there was another conspiracy at play. Sigh. Ever since the Empress ascended the throne, the Tianyan dynasty has been in a tumultuous time. She sighed deeply. Tomorrow would be a hard battle. Within the sect, among the elite second-generation disciples, only Nangong Jin, Bai Li, Chen Xian, Xiao Junlin, and Yi Hongling were present at Longtime Mountain. The others were still out training. Naturally, Yi Hongling was the best candidate for battle. But the other person she favored was Chen Xian. She had witnessed Chen Xian's progress and talent. He had consistently been the most accomplished disciple, receiving the most resources and advancing the fastest. From her previous observations of Chen Xian's cultivation, he was likely already at the blood-moving stage, just one step away from stepping into the three realms. If Chen Xian advanced to the three realms with his talent, he would surely awaken attributes at the four-symbol level, or even the three-intent level. Therefore, every opportunity and chance to establish authority she tried to give to Chen Xian. After all, Chen Xian was equivalent to the hope for Longtime Mountain's future. However, today, Xiao Junlin's two proactive attempts to fight for a spot created some variables that made her feel troubled. The void deceptive forest once. The Huaizong battle again. When did Junlin become so aggressive? That was a bit strange. The sound of the zither broke the surface of the water, the pool water flowing over her body, creating proud curves as she walked barefoot in the sleeping chamber, still thinking about how to explain to Xiao Junlin. It was a good thing for disciples to strive for progress, but both she and Yi Hongling favored Chen Xian, and Xiao Junlin was probably being overly proactive. Should she give Junlin some compensation to avoid dampening his enthusiasm? At that moment, a voice came from outside the sleeping chamber. Disciple Chen Xian requests to see Elder Qin. Upon hearing this, Qinin quickly dried herself with her spiritual power, changed into the solemn robes of an elder, and walked out. Chen Xian, upon seeing her stunning appearance, couldn't help but swallow hard. Although the senior sisters were youthful and beautiful, the elders at Longtime Mountain showed no signs of aging on their faces and bodies, instead possessing a charm that surpassed the younger sisters. Especially with their long-standing positions of authority, that proud demeanor made it a man's dream to conquer them someday. Sensing Chen Xian's aggressive gaze, Qinin coldly reminded him, "Young man, you should focus on cultivating and expanding the sect. Do you understand?" Disciple understands. Chen Xian immediately retracted his gaze and cupped his hands, saying, "Disciple wishes to fight for Longtime Mountain tomorrow. Please grant me this, elder. I was already planning for you to fight. Why come at this late hour?" Qin sat sideways on the bronze chair in the executive hall and said, "The Huaizong does not come to the Sanbao Hall for no reason. It is certainly not as simple as a disciple sparring. You must have noticed that although Zhao Wujing is only half a step into the three realms, his combat power is not to be underestimated. If you and Hongling cooperate fully, you can indeed have battle." Chen Xian understood Qin Yin's implication. No matter what conspiracy was at play, he would protect Longtime Mountain. "Thank you, elder, for your support. However, regarding second senior sister, based on his understanding of Hongling, she would definitely choose you. There is no need for me to say this. Junlin is also trying to vie for it, and I'm not in a position to refuse him face to face, especially since I need to consider Elder Xiaofeng." Upon hearing Xiao Feng's name, Chen Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. This person was Xiao Junlin's greatest reliance. Without him, Xiao Junlin would be nothing, unable to even secure the position of the eldest senior brother. There's a saying, and I must speak my mind. Elder Xiao Feng has long been in the dark forbidden zone and may have been contaminated by demonic energy, possibly even turning into a demon. The elders and the sect master may need to prepare early. Although Qin Yin appreciated Chen Xian, she did not like to speak such rebellious words. Do not speak ill of the sect's heroes. Prepare well for tomorrow's battle. There is no need to think too much about other matters for now. After saying this, she waved her hand, clearly dismissing him. Chen Xian knew he had spoken out of turn, but seeing Qin Yin's reaction, it was evidently a bit extreme. It seemed that Long Shi was right. The demonic energy in the dark forbidden zone was insidious. Although Xiao Feng went to suppress it for the sake of Longtime Mountain, if he truly became contaminated by demonic energy, even turning into a demon, a righteous person would certainly not hesitate to eliminate Qin for the greater good. At that time, Xiao Feng's death would also be Xiao Junlin's death. Returning to his residence, Chen Xian felt good. At least tomorrow, he would have a great opportunity to make a name for himself between Longtime Mountain and the Huaizong. Long Shi, how confident are we for tomorrow? The voice of the Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor echoed in his mind. With our fusion, we can battle at the mid-level of the three realms. That Zhao Wujing, if he is only half a step into the three realms, is not to be feared. However, I am more concerned about another matter. Oh, Chen Xian was curious. Earlier within Longtime Mountain, a force of sword immortals appeared. Although it was just the tip of the iceberg, I suspect it came from Yi Hongling. Could second senior sister really be the sword immortal reincarnated that you mentioned before? That should be the case. 1,000 years ago, there was a woman with unparalleled sword talent who emerged, using the sword as her path and stepping into the Immortal King realm. But she could not reach the Heavenly Emperor realm. In this life, once she awakens, she will have the opportunity to enter the Heavenly Emperor realm. You need to connect with her. I am just puzzled. Given her current realm, it is impossible for there to be any signs of awakening so early. Could there be some change in her body? Chen Xian thought calmly. After fighting side by side tomorrow, I will win second senior sister's heart, and then I can investigate further. The Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor reminded him. Yi Hongling is obsessed with the sword. The best way to win her over is to first obtain the Moonlight Phoenix sword she left behind during her sword immortal period, forming a sword contract with the sword. Then, whenever Yi Hongling wields the sword, her heart will resonate with yours. Chen Xian's eyes lit up. Where is the Moonlight Phoenix sword? The Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor's phantom appeared on Chen Xian's forehead, revealing the image of an elder with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, who was currently sitting cross-legged with closed eyes, forming hand seals. A mysterious light enveloped the phantom. Soon, that light transformed into a red line, swiftly locking onto a position. As the red line dissipated, the Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor slowly opened his eyes at Frostmoon Mirror Lake. Chen Xian frowned. Frostmoon Mirror Lake is within the territory of the Huaizong. I'll go find it after tomorrow's battle. Yes, the Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor's phantom became even more transparent. Tracking thousands of miles of causality consumes a lot of energy given my current state. I need to sleep for a few hours. What Xiao Junlin said about helping you refine pills is definitely a lie. There is no need to wait for him. You can refine the beast essence in your hands first, along with the pills you saved before. When I awaken, I will help you enter the three realms. Chen Xian nodded, seeing that the Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor had already fallen asleep. He took out the beast essence and began his final cultivation. According to Long Shi's judgment, he must possess talent above the four symbols, but he did not know the specific attribute. However, no matter what it was, once he entered the three realms, it would be enough to trample Xiao Junlin underfoot. Chen Xian was full of ambition. Tomorrow would be the time for the grand performance. Meanwhile, in Xiao Junlin's sleeping chamber, a violent force nearly engulfed Bai Li. She retreated several steps, feeling heartache. Just now, Xiao Junlin had entered the three realms, but had made many mistakes, constantly calling for her to give him pills to save his life. A breakthrough was a life-and-death matter, and she could not just watch Xiao Junlin die. So she had to give him everything he needed. As for the authenticity, of course, it was fake. Xiao Junlin smiled inwardly, even suppressing laughter. It was not just because he had received a lot of Li's pills for free, but more because of his attribute in the three realms. It did not belong to the five elements or the five symbols. Instead, it was a strange ability, a peculiar power that slowed down time within half a zhang around him whenever he raised his hand. Xiao Junlin found it hard not to believe that he had awakened the divine intent of the three realms, mastering the laws of time. Chapter 22. Distorted Space. Another divine intent of the three realms. Mastering time. Unexpectedly, I have awakened the divine intent attribute of the three-phase realm. Xiao Junlin himself was puzzled. Did he really have such high talent? The divine intent attribute, even in the Tianyan dynasty, was rare among individuals. Even someone like Yi Hongling, a reincarnated sword immortal, could only reach the weapon intent and awaken the sword intent. However, the rarity and power of the divine intent far surpassed that of weapon intent. But Xiao Junlin, after all, was just a character designed to be bullied. Even if he was starting to stand up for himself now, it shouldn't be enough to awaken the top-level attribute, right? Perhaps in the original story, he should have died long ago, and the author didn't set his law phase, so it was assumed to be maxed out. It could also be due to his soul being from Earth. But it didn't matter. Such unexpected good fortune was something to be gladly accepted. So why bother getting tangled up in it? Xiao Junlin felt that the initial stage of the three-phase realm in his body had stabilized. So he looked at Bai Li and smiled. Third junior sister, I still need some pills to stabilize the three-phase realm. Do you have any left? Bai Li pouted. They had come this far, and she couldn't let it all go to waste. Big brother, you have to compensate me later. After saying that, she threw out a few pills from her bosom. At the same time, in the direction where Chen Xian was located, when he suddenly opened his eyes, the aura within him directly broke through from the blood-moving realm to the three-phase realm. The Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor also awakened, looking at the vast thunder tribulation gathering in the sky, feeling puzzled, even though it was the intent level of the three-phase realm. The momentum of this thunder tribulation was too great. However, he didn't have time to think more. Upon sensing that there were experts on Longtime Mountain resisting the thunder tribulation, he put all his effort into assisting Chen Xian, officially condensing divine intent. At this moment, Chen Xian was sitting cross-legged in the air, and the surrounding space began to distort as the 3-meter law phase behind him emerged. The spatial law phase, a divine intent level law phase, was second only to the time law phase. The Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor felt gratified. Being able to condense the spatial law phase indicated that Chen Xian's talent was unparalleled throughout the ages. It also proved that he had not chosen the wrong person. As for the time law phase, it controlled the flow of time, and at the peak of cultivation, could even slay an enemy's past during combat, thus erasing their present. It was extremely terrifying, comparable to a taboo. Even the Heavenly Emperor of that time could not condense it when he was young. Even he had once doubted whether the time law phase truly existed. Perhaps the essence of divine intent attribute law phases only consisted of the spatial law phase, with no time law phase at all. So he never expected Chen Xian to awaken the time law phase. The spatial law phase alone was enough to give Chen Xian the opportunity to become the future Heavenly Emperor. Thinking of this, the Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor felt that he was one step closer to true revival. Even though he had just been weak, he now exerted all his strength to help stabilize Chen Xian in the initial stage of the three-phase realm. As the auras of Xiao Junlin and Chen Xian converged, the thousands of feet of thunder swirling above Longtai Mountain gradually dissipated. Xiao Junlin and Chen Xian were unaware of this. It wasn't until now that the three elders of Longtai Mountain simultaneously dissipated their law phases. Just now, Nia Huanqi, Qi Nin, and Lin Shihua had sensed the law phase thunder tribulation simultaneously. The thunder's movement was too great for them to lock onto an exact position. They only knew that a disciple from Longtime Mountain had stepped into the three-phase realm. This was a momentous occasion. Longtime Mountain only had 5 elders, and the Supreme Elder Xiao Feng, as well as the Sect Master, were above the three-phase realm. The other disciples, at most, only reached the peak of the blood-moving realm. Now that a disciple was about to enter the three-phase realm as elders of Longtime Mountain, they had the obligation to help the disciple resist the thunder tribulation. However, the range of this thunder was much more powerful than when they had stepped into the three-phase realm before. This thunder tribulation was so significant that it must be related to the law phase of the three intents. Perhaps Longtime Mountain was about to rise because of this disciple. In the resource hall of Longtime Mountain, Nie Huanqi spoke excitedly, sending a voice transmission over 1,000 miles. Is the three intents the weapon intent, the path intent, or the strongest divine intent? If it is divine intent, which disciple possesses such talent that we didn't discover before? In the intelligence hall, Lin Shihua asked excitedly as well, her tone filled with joy. Meanwhile, in the executive hall, Qin Yin dissipated her law phase, breathing heavily, her chest rising and falling continuously. Which disciple has attracted such a powerful thunder tribulation? Lin Shihua's guess was too conservative. This level of thunder tribulation might indeed be related to the awakening of the legendary divine intent law phase. But who could it be? A figure appeared in her mind, Chen Xian. Due to Yi Hongling's strength, she was clear that although Yi Hongling had already reached the peak of the blood-moving realm, it would still take at least 3 months to truly enter the three-phase realm. As for Nangong Jin and Bai Li, they were still far from stepping into the three-phase realm. Regarding Xiao Junlin, after 3 years of neglecting cultivation, she didn't bother to check his cultivation. So he was not considered. Only Chen Xian was somewhat inscrutable to her. She always felt there was another powerful force within him that made even her, as an elder, unable to see through him at a glance. But since Chen Xian didn't take the initiative to speak about it, Qin Yin wouldn't ask either. After all, everyone had their secrets. As long as Chen Xian remained loyal to Longtime Mountain, and that force seemed to only be protecting him, she would tacitly accept it. Now it seemed that perhaps after she had inspired Chen Xian, he entered the three-phase realm early for tomorrow's battle. She did not misjudge him. The 2 disciples who entered the three-phase realm might be Chen Xian. Hearing Qin Yin's words, Nie Huanqi and Lin Shihua nodded in succession. Like Qin Yin, they knew that Chen Xian's talent was extraordinary, making him the best among all the disciples of Longtime Mountain. They were also pleasantly surprised that Chen Xian had entered the three-phase realm at such a young age. Since he had entered the three-phase realm, he had reached the level of an elder. Even if he couldn't be directly promoted to elder, he could no longer continue to receive only disciple-level resources. Elder Nie was right. Give Chen Xian enhanced resources and let him directly enjoy elder-level resources. The 2 elders were not in a hurry. Qin Yin had other ideas. For tomorrow's battle, Chen Xian will fight alongside Hongling against Huaizong. That will be the time for him to establish his prestige in front of all the disciples. At that time, we can announce this matter, and it will be more convincing. Elder Qin's suggestion was excellent. Let's proceed with that. The resource matter will be arranged by my resource hall. Once the sect master exits seclusion, I will report back. My intelligence hall will also look for more good things for the disciples to collect and send to the resource hall for distribution to Chen Xian. After the 3 reached a consensus, they dissipated their voice transmissions over 1,000 miles. Qin Yin looked towards Chen Xian's residence. Chen Xian, tomorrow, let everyone remember your name. As the thunder dissipated, the disciples who had come out to watch also returned to their residences. The night on Longtime Mountain seemed to be calm as if nothing had happened. Only Yi Hongling, looking at the blood on her pants, curled up in her blanket and cried. She hated that snake so much, yet tomorrow, for various reasons, she would have to choose her elder brother and betray her junior brother. Chapter 23. Meeting Nangong Jin again the next day, the number of disciples on Longtime Mountain, excluding those who had left for external training, reached over 3,000. At this time, with a bell signaling the gathering echoing through the mountain gate, all the disciples came flying in, either riding swords, riding golden lotuses, or using spiritual energy to walk in the air. Xiao Junlin chose to be low-key. He walked there. After all, the eyes of the sect master were still watching him. In the original story, Dong Huang Qingyuan had hostility towards their father and son, convinced that Xiao Feng would be infected by the dark demonic energy, so he had long been prepared to suppress Xiao Feng. As for him, Xiao Feng's son, If he displayed too much brilliance, he would undoubtedly attract Dong Huang Qingyuan's targeting. Before my cheap old dad returns, I have to hide my strength. Xiao Junlin had refined a pill to hide his cultivation overnight. However, the disciples passing by couldn't help but show disdain. I heard that the big brother's cultivation is about to drop to the blood-moving realm. I don't know if it's true. It can't be that ridiculous, right? 9 elite disciples, all at the blood-moving realm. If he falls out, how can he still be the senior brother? How can he still be the senior brother? He probably won't even be able to be an elite disciple. If it weren't for his father being Elder Xiaofeng, what is he worth? Speak quietly, or he might hear you and make things difficult for you. Xiao Junlin moved his ears, smiled slightly, and wore a warm expression, like a sunny youth. He wasn't that petty. He just silently noted the names of those disciples, thinking to himself that if they fell into his hands later, they should just forget about it and wait for a night to sneak over to their residence and give him a beating. Longtime Mountain, the Mountain Gate. The disciples were all geared up, feeling a sense of impending danger. When Xiao Junlin arrived, Qin Yin, Nie Huanqi, and Lin Shihua were already standing in front. The three stood with their hands behind their backs. Nie Huanqi wore a light green long dress, the sheer fabric wrapped around her slender waist, and the silver thread embroidered phoenix on her chest rose and fell with a breath. A gust of wind blew, revealing half of her snowy thigh. Lin Shihua had her hands behind her back, playing with an ink brush, her hair carrying the fragrance of soot as it brushed against her willow-like waist. Her purple skirt also swayed with the wind, but her upper body was slightly more revealing than Nie Huanqi's, with her jade belt tightening, making her bosom appear prominent. Qin Yin exuded a decisive aura, being the most senior and powerful among the three, thus standing in the middle, her long legs complementing her stunning figure. The three elders formed a beautiful sight. Behind them stood Chen Xian, Yi Hongling, and Bai Li. Yi Hongling was dressed in red today, wearing a battle skirt with armor. A skirt underneath and armor on the outside, fluttering during combat, looking valiant. Bai Li, standing behind, seemed to be waiting for Xiao Junlin to come and compensate her with pills. Seeing her demeanor, Chen Xian adjusted his attire. He was dressed in luxurious robes today, as it was his time to save the sect, so he specifically wore the most expensive outfit. Although Longshire often reminded him that men should focus on improving their strength, Chen Xian, being young and reckless, couldn't help but dress up once. Noticing Bai Li's distracted expression, Chen Xian recalled the time they got separated in the illusory forest, which was about 3 tea times. Senior sister. Last night, in the illusory forest. He hadn't finished speaking when Bai Li's anger surged. How dare you say that? You're taking advantage of others. Utterly despicable. Bai Li recalled Xiao Junlin's words, not to bring up this matter with Chen Xian, as he would never admit it. But now that Chen Xian brought it up, it made Bai Li feel even more disgusted. She took a few steps back, trying to distance herself from Chen Xian. This scene puzzled Chen Xian, who wanted to step forward and talk to Bai Li, but due to the serious atmosphere, he gave up. Xiao Junlin noticed the distance between the two from afar and couldn't help but smile. After advancing to the 3-phase realm yesterday, he had used 37 psychological tricks to brainwash Bai Li for a long time, making her impression of Chen Xian extremely negative. Although he didn't know if it could counterbalance Chen Xian's 9 Phoenix Rising Sun sacred body, it would at least have some effect. However, today he didn't plan to find Bai Li. His goal was to fight alongside Yi Hongling. Just as Xiao Junlin was about to step forward, a small hand tugged at the corner of his clothes. Turning around, he saw a graceful figure with a charming presence, silver hair flowing, an elegant figure. Yet her face bore a youthful innocence, even carrying a hint of fox-like allure. Senior Sister Nangong, long time no see. Remembering the day before with Nangong Jin at the spirit pool, Xiao Junlin couldn't help but reminisce. Especially Nangong Jin's celestial fox bloodline, which made her incredibly seductive during intimate moments. And which man would refuse a woman with a foxtail? Nangong Jin lowered her head, feeling shy to look at Xiao Junlin, but still wanted to ask, Senior brother, when can I completely turn into a human? Xiao Junlin patted his head, remembering he had previously tricked her into thinking that becoming pregnant could turn her into a human. Nangong Jin wanted to fully transform into a human to show the sincerity of their celestial fox clan to the human race. However, ever since Xiao Junlin took advantage of her, It seemed he had forgotten about it. And what do you mean, long time no see? We just did that yesterday. Junior's sister, you know that isn't something that can happen overnight. It requires multiple efforts from me, but this is physical work, so I have to take it easy. Xiao Junlin acted as if he had been wronged, making Nangong Jin feel even more embarrassed. Well then, she turned around, slightly disappointed. Hey, I'm not saying I can't do it. I just wanted to retreat to advance. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Xiao Junlin shouted in his heart, honestly catching up with Nangong Jin. Tonight I am free. Xiao Junlin didn't beat around the bush. Upon hearing this, Nangong Jin felt a bit shy, but she thought that since she had already invested once, if she gave up now, all her previous efforts would be in vain. She nodded. Though she was too shy to verbally agree, it was still a tacit acceptance. Seeing Nangong Jin head towards Bai Li, Xiao Junlin also walked to the front of the elite disciples, taking his position among them. Chun Xian was closest to the three elders, but Xiao Junlin intentionally stepped in front of him, clasping his hands. Elders, Junlin pays his respects. Nia Huanqi and Lin Shihua casually nodded. Although Xiao Junlin's talent and cultivation were average, he had Elder Xiao Feng backing him, so they still gave him some face. Only Qin Yin, besides nodding, had a hint of pity in her eyes. Xiao Junlin also wanted to represent Longtime Mountain in the battle, and he would probably feel quite disappointed if he found out that Yi Hongling chose Chun Xian over him. But sometimes, short pain is better than long pain. So Qin Yin looked at Yi Hongling and suddenly spoke. Hongling, which disciple do you choose to fight alongside today? Yi Hongling had a difficult expression, lightly pursing her lips before speaking. Chapter 24. The Empress's Holy Envoy, Qing Wan Chun Xian and Xiao Junlin both looked at Yi Hongling. Yi Hongling also looked at the two, just as she was about to speak. Above the mountain gate of Longtime Mountain, a surge of black mist fell, covering dozens of feet, instantly blocking out a large amount of sunlight, causing everyone to feel a shadow overhead. Yi Hongling was interrupted and looked up at the sky. There, dozens of members of the Huaizong stepped onto the black mist. Leading them was Zhao Wujing, the young sub-leader of the Huaizong, dressed in a purple-gold dragon-patterned robe, which fluttered in the wind high above, making a rustling sound. His sword-like brows slanted into his temples, and his gaze looked down on the disciples of Longtime Mountain. Arrogant, contemptuous. This was the immediate impression that the people of Longtime Mountain received from him. Beside Zhao Wujing stood a young man who seemed to be only 17 or 18 years old, but his aura was not inferior to Zhao Wujing. He stood slightly behind Zhao Wujing, clearly following his lead. He also looked down at the disciples of Longtime Mountain, his silver armor wrapped around bulging muscles, and the chest plate had cracks from which energy seeped out. Qin Yin narrowed her eyes, noticing that the young man's energy was clearly being released intentionally. Young, yet already at the three-phase realm? When did Huaizong recruit such a powerful disciple? Originally thinking that Chun Xian and Yi Hongling would suppress the Huaizong's momentum today, seeing this young man made Qin Yin visibly worried. Lin Shihua whispered, "This person is named Lei Ji, a disciple taken in by Huaizong 3 months ago. However, Huaizong's training of him has been extremely secretive. He has never left the main hall, so the intelligence hall hasn't been able to gather much information." There was a hint of helplessness in her words. Clearly, she had not been able to find out about Lei Ji's combat power, putting Longtime Mountain at a disadvantage in today's battle. She glanced back at Chun Xian, thinking he would feel pressured, but saw that he still wore a confident expression, which reassured Lin Shihua a bit. Perhaps the divine will of the three realms really has the legendary ability to challenge beyond levels, allowing Longtime Mountain to gain a foothold. Everything relies on Chun Xian now. You can tone it down, Lei Ji. Zhao Wujing smiled and raised his hand. The display of power is enough. Don't scare this bunch of useless people from Longtime Mountain, otherwise it won't be fun later. Below, Xiao Junlin's gaze secretly glanced at the disciples behind him, resting on one of the younger disciples. This young disciple had a delicate appearance. Although dressed as a male disciple, he was soft-skinned and tender, lacking a bit of heroism and having a lot of beauty, resembling a woman disguised as a man. "It's her." Xiao Junlin's mouth curled up, targeting this little sheep. The people from Huaizong fell into a parallel position with the people from Longtime Mountain. Zhao Wujing waved the paper fan in his hand and smiled, Huaizong Zhao Wujing, here to pay respects. As he spoke, the power of the three realms emanated from him, more advanced than ordinary spiritual energy. Many disciples of Longtime Mountain felt a buzzing shock in their heads upon hearing this. Qinyin waved her hand to disperse the shock. Her expression was cold as she looked at Zhao Wujing. Huaizong and Longtime Mountain have always had conflicting ideologies. You have no need to pay respects. Behind, Xiao Junlin watched the two confrontational. He didn't care. What was the point of verbal sparring? In the original work, today's opportunity mainly came from the little disciple behind Zhao Wujing. He was looking for a chance to meet her first. Just as he thought of this, he saw that little disciple quietly retreating behind the crowd, secretly heading to another place in Longtime Mountain. Xiao Junlin also took a few steps back, preparing to leave, but was glared at by Yi Hongling, as if saying, "If you leave now, will I still choose you later?" Xiao Junlin shot her a look. "I'll be back soon. Remember to choose me," and left. Yi Hongling was so exasperated she was speechless, looking ahead. The three elders and the people from Huaizong were still confronting each other. Zhao Wujing heard Qinin's words and just smiled. "You and I are both sects of the Tianyan dynasty. We are here today merely to spar between the two sects, so that we may better protect the Tianyan dynasty in the future. There is no ideological conflict." As he spoke, he looked at Qinin and the others with a sarcastic expression. Could it be that the elders of Longtime Mountain do not wish to be loyal to the court? Qinin frowned and coldly snorted. If it weren't for the Empress and the court always protecting the territory, how could our sects have the opportunity to develop? How could Longtime Mountain have any disloyalty towards the court? Lin Shihua also added, "Longtime Mountain's loyalty does not require you, the young sect master of Huaizong, to worry about. Let's get straight to the point about today's purpose." Meanwhile, on the side of Longtime Mountain's gate, because everyone was focused on the confrontation at the gate, there was no one here. Only one person dressed in Huaizong disciple clothes sneaked in. They were looking around, feeling a bit like an undercover official inspecting an enterprise. The territory of Longtime Mountain was indeed vast. Even these few peaks were much larger than Huaizong. It was a pity that the disciples seemed to have uneven strengths. He wondered if there were one or two who could catch his eye with their stunning talents. The little disciple muttered to herself, looking towards the main hall. She hadn't seen her sister in many years and wondered how she was doing. Just as she was pondering, suddenly, a sinister palm force came from behind her. This palm force was so fast and precise that by the time the little disciple noticed, it was already only 3 feet away. When she raised her hand, she was shocked to find that the speed of the attack seemed to distort time. She felt she had time to react, but in reality, the palm force had already hit her. Bang! The disciple was sent flying, rolling on the ground 7 or 8 times before stopping. In front of her, a tall figure of a man slowly landed, speaking with righteous indignation. "Bold disciple of Huaizong, trespassing in my Longtime Mountain's core. Do you think I, Xiao Junlin, am dead?" Xiao Junlin felt pleased. With this, his name would surely leave an indelible impression in this woman's heart. This person was pretending to be a Huaizong disciple. However, in the original work, she was actually one of the 3 holy envoys under the Empress of the Tianyan dynasty, Di Wushuang, the Qinghuan, stunningly beautiful in the original work. Her looks were top-notch, not inferior to those of the senior sisters from Longtime Mountain. But the key was she held power. If he could win her over, there would be many benefits. However, dealing with a woman who had long been in power, ordinary flattery would only make her look down on him. The best approach was an exciting encounter. So Xiao Junlin plotted against her. Yet, Xiao Junlin waited for 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, and still didn't see Qinghuan move. What the hell, could I have killed her? Xiao Junlin had just entered the 3 realms and hadn't tested his current strength. He didn't know how much strength he had put into that palm. According to the original work, Qinghuan was extremely powerful. It shouldn't be this way, right? "Hey, are you awake?" Xiao Junlin stepped forward and kicked her a couple of times on the butt, but saw that she still had no reaction. Xiao Junlin squatted down, looking at Qinghuan lying on the ground, preparing to turn her over. But just as he touched her, Qinghuan suddenly struck out like lightning, pointing a finger at Xiao Junlin's face with a killing intent. What a sinister woman! Xiao Junlin sneered in his heart. As a master of psychology, How could he not understand the principle of a cautious ship sails for 1,000 years, and had already activated his power in advance? With the influence of the time power, the time around Xiao Junlin suddenly slowed down. Qingluan's finger strength also seemed to move in slow motion, allowing Xiao Junlin to dodge to the side. However, Xiao Junlin overlooked inertia. As he dodged the finger strength, Qingluan, due to the inertia of her strike, couldn't stop her momentum and directly lunged at him. Qingluan's phoenix eyes widened in surprise. 1. Because Xiao Junlin was able to dodge her attack. 2. Because her face was rapidly approaching Xiao Junlin's face. 3 feet, 2 feet, 1 inch. She wanted to dodge, but seeing such a good chance for an encounter, Xiao Junlin would not let it go. He immediately leaned forward. Smack! Their lips met. Qingluan's eyes widened. What the hell? My first kiss. Just like that, it's gone. Who is this man? Chapter 25. Second Sister. Why didn't you choose me? Whether it was Qingluan or Xiao Junlin. At this moment their eyes were wide open. Xiao Junlin's lips felt the softness of Qingluan's lips and also caught a whiff of her fragrant breath. This was one of the 3 holy envoys under the Empress, Qingluan. She had a secret. She was actually the younger sister of the sect master, Dongwang Qingyuan. Qingluan had come this time for the selection of the emperor's son. All the princes of the former emperor of Tianyun had died, and the court officials and the 5 great clans simultaneously advised the empress to establish a crown prince first. In reality, it was because the empress lacked the auspiciousness of the purple star. The 5 great clans still believed that Chen Xian was the legitimate royal bloodline. They had an obsession with the legitimacy of bloodlines. The reason for the insufficiency was that the fortune was on Chen Xian. Although the empress was said to be the most beautiful and powerful in Tianyun, suppressing the officials and the 5 great clans was not difficult. But the empress had a cooperation with the former emperor to assist Chen Xian in becoming the new emperor. Thus, the empress arranged for the 3 Dragon Guardian envoys, Qingluan, Huafeng, and Ziyuan, to hold the emperor's son selection, choosing the elite among the elite from the major sects and powers of the dynasty. These nationwide elites will be selected into the court to find someone to inherit the position of crown prince. Of course, it was said this way, but how could the selection be fair? In fact, the empress had already internally decided with the former emperor that Chen Xian would be the new crown prince. The test of the emperor's son selection could only be truly passed by Chen Xian, who was supported by the 5 great clans. Xiao Junlin remembered that in the original work, Chen Xian had developed in Longtime Mountain and then returned to the royal city, uniting the clans and the eldest princess to successfully ascend to the position of crown prince. In the end, with the abdication of the empress, Chen Xian regained the throne. A dark plot. Disgusting. As long as he, Xiao Junlin, was around, all benefits and opportunities would not fall to Chen Xian. Let go. Qingluan pushed forward with a slap. But Xiao Junlin had already stepped back and avoided her attack. This left Qingluan quite displeased. She quickly wiped her mouth and glared at Xiao Junlin. She was even more puzzled as to why her 2 attempts to strike seemed to have turned into slow motion, allowing him to dodge. It seemed that when she got close to him, time itself altered. But that couldn't be possible. Qingluan preferred to believe it was just an illusion. The bold Qingluan was about to reprimand him. You, bold disciple of Huaizong, why are you sneaking into Longtime Mountain instead of staying obediently at the mountain gate? You. Qingluan was silenced by his words. She immediately remembered that she was currently disguised, and perhaps he mistook her for an ordinary disciple. However, she had heard of Xiao Junlin, the least talented senior brother of Longtime Mountain, who didn't even qualify as an elite disciple. But Qingluan didn't expect that he could actually injure her. Thinking of this, she felt pain in her shoulder. Seeing Xiao Junlin looking at her seriously, Qingluan suppressed her anger and explained, I took a wrong turn. I'm going back. After saying that, she turned and headed back to the mountain gate. Yet along the way, Qingluan kept wiping her mouth. What a loss. Not only did her secret visit to Longtime Mountain fail, but she also lost her first kiss. Moreover, the marks on her lips were easily wiped away. But the feeling of kissing Xiao Junlin would not be easily forgotten. How infuriating. Disgusting. After returning to the area outside the mountain gate, Qingluan silently stood back among the Huaizong disciples. When Zhao Wujing saw her return, He immediately got to the point. No need for small talk. Today, I, along with Lei Ji, challenge the younger generation of longtime mountain to determine our strengths and settle life and death. Zhao Wujing's momentum surged, and a law manifestation rose behind him. Towering 3 meters high, flames blazed around him. Xiao Junlin had just returned and chuckled upon seeing this scene, especially hearing Zhao Wujing's foolish lines. It was exactly like in the original story. When he saw Xiao Junlin return, Yi Hongling's anxious heart eased a bit. She had just been thinking that if Xiao Junlin didn't return, she would have to let Chen Xian take his place. At this moment, seeing the law manifestation Zhao Wujing exhibited, the disciples of Longtime Mountain also felt a strong sense of pressure. 5 elements law manifestation. Fire attribute in the 3-phase realm. Our 9 elite disciples haven't even reached the 3-phase realm yet, but the younger generation of Huaizong has stepped in first. I heard that Zhao Wujing's talent is average, but after all, he is the young master of Huaizong. He must have consumed countless pills to reach his current level. This 3-phase realm is probably the weakest among them. Even the weakest 5 elements is still in the 3-phase realm, which cannot be resisted by those in the blood transformation realm. I wonder how those senior brothers and sisters will withstand it. The crowd looked at Yi Hongling and the others. Their gaze fell on Yi Hongling. This battle can only rely on senior sister Hongling. I heard Elder Qin Yin ordered her to select another partner for the fight, but I wonder who she will choose. Isn't it obvious? Of course. It's 9th senior brother, Chen Xian. I went on a mission with him before. His combat power is so strong that he easily killed the 5-realm monster. His current strength is probably not much worse than senior sister Hongling. Why does it have to be Chen Xian? Maybe the senior brother will go into battle? Suddenly, a voice came from his side. Hearing this, the disciples hadn't even looked to see who said it before they immediately rebutted. Xiao Junlin? How could that waste possibly do it? Unless senior sister Hongling is blind. Exactly. Xiao Junlin is about to fall out of the blood transformation realm. If it weren't for his alchemy skills and his father being Elder Xiao Feng, would he even be among the elite disciples? That's right. Having him fight is worse than having me fight. Who asked such a stupid question? Can't you pick a side? The crowd turned around and saw Xiao Junlin looking at them coldly. The disciples broke out in a cold sweat and quickly cupped their hands. Greetings, senior brother. Nuts? How come we're standing back here and Xiao Junlin came to our back? Shouldn't he be in front? The disciples lowered their heads, their expressions awkward. Xiao Junlin smiled. Junior brothers, you're too polite. Don't be afraid. Your evaluations of me are quite fair, and I gladly accept them. As he spoke, Xiao Junlin patted the shoulders of those few disciples who had just spoken ill of him. After patting, he turned and left. After he walked away, those disciples raised their heads and breathed a sigh of relief. That scared me. I thought he would take revenge on us. Without his father here. This senior brother is probably just a toothless tiger. Just as that disciple hadn't finished speaking, a metallic taste surged in his mouth, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The other disciples did the same, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. The injuries were not obvious, and they didn't even feel much pain, but they clearly felt that the spiritual energy they had cultivated for many years was evaporating in that instant. It was as if a higher-level force had dispersed this energy. They looked at each other in horror, not understanding why, and then immediately thought of something, looking towards the already distant figure of Xiao Junlin. Back in front, Xiao Junlin felt very good. He didn't like to hold grudges. It was better to retaliate on the spot. At this moment, in the Thousand-Zhang martial arts arena behind the mountain gate of Longtime Mountain, with Zhao Wujing making his move, Yi Hongling also stepped up, but Lei Ji also landed on the martial arts arena. Although he didn't unleash his combat power, he had already intimidated everyone at the beginning. Everyone knew he was also in the 3-phase realm, and his combat power was not weaker than Zhao Wujing's. Chen Xian, are you ready? Qin Yin spoke softly. Her eyes filled with expectation. Not just her, but also elders Nia Huanqi and Lin Shihua looked at Chen Xian at the same time. They all knew that Chen Xian had entered the 3-phase realm last night, and what he awakened was the 3 intent level attribute of the 3-phase realm, which was much stronger than Zhao Wujing's 5 elements. Chen Xian knew he bore a heavy responsibility, and immediately cupped his hands. The youthful vigor and assertiveness on his face were vividly displayed at this moment. The disciple will definitely fight with all his strength for Longtime Mountain. The three elders nodded simultaneously. Just as they were about to let him go up, they saw a figure climbing up beside the martial arts arena. It was Xiao Junlin. Seeing this, Qin Yin immediately said, "Junlin, stop messing around and come down." Xiao Junlin blinked. "Why should I come down?" "You." Qin Yin was so angry that her cold face flushed. "Your strength is low. What are you going up for?" But Xiao Junlin innocently looked at Yi Hongling. "Jun, your sister, heir, chose me to go up. Didn't you tell her to choose me?" As soon as these words came out, Qin Yin's mind buzzed. She immediately looked at Yi Hongling on the stage. Yi Hongling's face was conflicted, but she still nodded in acknowledgement. Upon seeing this, Qin Yin's face turned pale. Chun Xian was even more enraged. "Senior sister, you chose Xiao Junlin over me?" Chapter 26. The battle begins. Chun Xian felt like crying. Didn't Elder Qin Yin say that senior sister would definitely choose him? Didn't she remind senior sister to choose him? Why now? Senior sister chose Xiao Junlin. Why? Why? Chun Xian couldn't understand and looked at Qin Yin for help. Qin Yin frowned, originally thinking Yi Hongling was a steady disciple. How did she end up messing around with Xiao Junlin? "Junlin, come down, that is an order." But Qin Yin's words were heard by Zhao Wujing. He smiled, having also heard the discussions among the other disciples of Longtime Mountain. "It's over. How did that waste get up there? Can he even fight against the three-phase realm? Didn't he hear he's about to fall out of the blood transformation realm? I'm speechless. My Longtime Mountain has been targeted everywhere by Huaizong, and today someone even came to my door. As a result, Xiao Junlin is still messing around here. Isn't this ruining the reputation of Longtime Mountain? How am I supposed to flirt with the girls from Huaizong in the future? How can I hold my head high?" These disciples' words made Zhao Wujing realize that the Xiao Junlin who climbed up is a useless person. As for why he came up, Zhao Wujing didn't care. As long as he was here, that was enough. Since he has already taken the stage, he represents Longtime Mountain. Elder Qin Yin as a dominant force. You wouldn't hesitate over this trivial matter, would you? Upon hearing this, Elder Qin Yin, as an elder and senior, couldn't let her pride down, waved her hand. Unwilling but silent. "Ah, this is settled? Elder, if Xiao Junlin tarnishes the reputation of Longtime Mountain today, Chun Xian still wanted to fight for it. But Elder Qin Yin could only sigh, "Well, since he has already gone up, whatever the outcome, I accept it." "Elder." Chun Xian was unwilling and even lost his composure. Seeing this, Qin Yin's mood also rose, and she irritably said, "Enough, with a great enemy before us, since Xiao Junlin has gone up, just encourage him well. Don't let others gain strength at the expense of your own." With this said, Chun Xian couldn't say anything more. He could only cast a resentful glance at Xiao Junlin, who was picking his nose on the stage, his face filled with bitterness. "Xiao Junlin, you'd better perform well. Otherwise, after today, your position as the senior brother will also be in jeopardy." Chun Xian thought coldly. On the side of Huaizong, the disciples were overjoyed to hear that a useless person had come up. They had come well prepared this time, selecting the two strongest individuals to fight. But unexpectedly, it seemed there was infighting on Longtime Mountain, creating a mess. It truly seemed like heaven wanted to bring down Longtime Mountain. Only Qingwan, among the disciples, kept her gaze fixed on Xiao Junlin on the stage. She had just exchanged a few moves with Xiao Junlin and had been at a disadvantage. So Qingwan understood Xiao Junlin's strength and didn't think he was as weak as others from Longtime Mountain said. She just couldn't understand how Xiao Junlin made her movements slow. Qingwan was here for the Empress, to find elites from various sects for the selection of the Imperial Sun. She had first visited Huaizong, already confirming that Lei Ji and Zhao Wujing would participate. This time, Qingwan wanted to use the two from Huaizong to test whether there was a young generation in Longtime Mountain that could contend with them. If there were, she would take them back to the imperial capital for the final selection. If not, then the other disciples from Longtime Mountain wouldn't need to go. In simple terms, this battle was essentially a kind of elimination match. Qingwan's initial thought process was quite normal, but after glancing at Xiao Junlin a few more times, she recalled being kissed by him just moments ago. That feeling was something she couldn't shake off in her mind, and thinking of this, Qing Luan let out a soft snort. It's best if you don't get selected, or else I'll have to remember the time I was taken advantage of every day. On the stage, Yi Hongling looked troubled upon hearing the surrounding discussions about Xiao Junlin. She felt wronged, but knew it wasn't the time to dwell on that. The personality of the female war god made her immediately start formulating a plan. Lei Ji's strength is greater. I'll fight Lei Ji, and you deal with Zhao Wujing. Drag it out for as long as you can, and if necessary, you can escape. As Yi Hongling spoke, she saw Xiao Junlin walking directly towards Lei Ji. Hey you! But just as she wanted to stop him, Zhao Wujing had already attacked her. To be able to fight against the legendary female war god of Longtime Mountain. And such a beautiful woman at that. Zhao Wujing licked his lips, even imagining that after taking down Yi Hongling, he might gain some advantage. Your opponent is me. Zhao Wujing's combat power erupted, and the flame avatar behind him synchronized with his movements, raising a palm and striking towards Yi Hongling's location. The ground instantly ignited with high temperatures, and the entire training ground was illuminated by flames. On the other side, things were relatively calm. Xiao Junlin slowly walked up to Lei Ji. Lei Ji was not very old, a few years younger than Xiao Junlin, but seemed more composed. Seeing that Zhao Wujing had already started fighting, Lei Ji looked at Xiao Junlin and said, "Your teammate will face a tough battle. I can hold back for now and allow you to deal with him together." Xiao Junlin smiled. "And then? Then if you lose, you lose. If we win, then I will fight you both alone and can still win." Arrogant, truly arrogant, just like the description in the original text. Xiao Junlin recalled the plot. Lei Ji's character was the second strongest among the younger generation, second only to Chun Xian in the early stages. In other words, he was the author's tool for Chun Xian to sharpen himself. With his pursuit, Chun Xian's progress will be faster. Moreover, Lei Ji's character was somewhat similar to Xiao Junlin. He was merely an upgraded version of Xiao Junlin, a more talented stepping stone. Therefore, Xiao Junlin had no significant hostility towards Lei Ji, if possible. He could even take him as a subordinate. When it came down to it, their common enemy was Chun Xian. Xiao Junlin shrugged. "Are you that confident?" Lei Ji didn't speak, but his defiant expression said it all. He didn't rush to attack. Instead, his attention was drawn to the battle between Yi Hongling and Zhao Wujing. Being this distracted indicated that he didn't regard Xiao Junlin as a threat, which was typical arrogance of top-tier prodigies. On Yi Hongling's side, a scarlet sword energy shot through the air, actually cutting off Zhao Wujing's avatar, forcing him to retreat several steps, his expression one of shock. Amidst the raging flames, a graceful figure of the female war god strode through, holding the demon-slaying sword. Her expression serious, filled with confidence and battle intent. "Sister Yi, well done. Let Huaizong know that our young generation of Longtime Mountain is not to be trifled with. Sister Hongling, defeat that kid." The disciples of Longtime Mountain, seeing Yi Hongling gain the upper hand, became excited and shouted. Zhao Wujing's face turned ugly. His avatar had actually been severed. How could this be possible? The opponent was merely in the blood-moving realm. He was in the 3-avatar realm, albeit boosted by drugs, but still in the 3-avatar realm. Little did he know, Yi Hongling was not some pretty vase, but a true female war god who had grown stronger through battle. Having experienced 700 battles, including countless fights against beasts, she possessed today's combat strength. Although she was only at the peak of the blood-moving realm, when it came to a real fight, an ordinary beginner in the 3-avatar realm was simply not enough. Qi Nin and the others also felt a bit of relief. If Xiao Junlin could hold out a little longer, perhaps Hongling could deal with Zhao Wujing and then provide support. At that time, Longtime Mountain might still have some hope in this battle. Chun Xian, however, had a gloomy expression. If they really won this battle, wouldn't that mean he had been overshadowed by Xiao Junlin? Perhaps there would even be some short-sighted individuals who would think this battle had something to do with Xiao Junlin. Clearly, it was the credit of Sister Hongling alone. He looked towards Xiao Junlin and Lei Ji, puzzled that the two had yet to make a move. Your teammate is not bad. Perhaps the young master is not her opponent. Lei Ji slowly spoke, still with an amused look. Xiao Junlin also withdrew his gaze, his indifferent reaction causing Lei Ji to regard him a little higher. He heard Xiao Junlin casually say. Then do you want to help your young master? I'm afraid he might get beaten to death by my junior sister. No worries. If necessary, I will intervene. That woman is not my opponent. Lei Ji confidently said, finally looking at Xiao Junlin with a serious gaze. You have something hidden in your cultivation. How does your strength compare to your teammate? Although Lei Ji couldn't directly see through Xiao Junlin's cultivation, but he was confident that he wasn't weaker than any of the younger generation of the Tianyan dynasty, as stated by the master of Huaizong. Me? Xiao Junlin thought for a moment and seriously said, I should be able to take on 2 of her. As soon as those words were spoken, Reggie, who had been confident throughout, finally showed a serious expression for the first time. His gaze fell on Xiao Junlin, wanting to discern his depth. But due to the effects of the medicinal pill that concealed Xiao Junlin's cultivation, he still couldn't see through it. However, Xiao Junlin's words made him very displeased, because even he, Reggie, wouldn't dare to arrogantly claim he could defeat Yi Hongling. Yi Hongling's combat power was at least 90% of his own. Suddenly, he moved. 1 foot landed, and the ground where Reggie stood erupted as stones flew up, quickly approaching Xiao Junlin. The onlookers finally focused on the fight that was about to begin. Qin Yin and the others felt their hearts tighten. They sensed that Reggie's attack was not a simple probe, but used a portion of his power. Moreover, that power was even wrapped in some thunder, causing the stones to move at an incredible speed, almost leaving only afterimages to the naked eye. The others from Longtime Mountain were also sweating for Xiao Junlin. They didn't expect Xiao Junlin to win. They just hoped he wouldn't delay Yi Hongling for too long. But now that Reggie had gone all out, it made them feel anxious. As the stones approached Xiao Junlin, a sound of breaking air was heard. Even before they got close, the corners of Xiao Junlin's clothes began to flutter and rustle. Xiao Junlin simply dodged lightly, and all the stones brushed past him. Others immediately looked on in surprise. He dodged so easily. Reggie's attack was so fast. I couldn't even see it just now. Reggie also frowned, thinking it impossible. In fact, he had just launched 2 stones simultaneously, but they had overlapped, so from Xiao Junlin's perspective, he could only see one, making it easy to dodge one, but be hit by the second. However, Xiao Junlin had seemingly transformed into an afterimage, shifting left and right continuously, dodging both. Is it all you've got? Xiao Junlin smiled, which made Reggie very displeased. The next moment, Reggie's figure vanished from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already above Xiao Junlin, raising a foot, his body surrounded by lightning, resembling a thunder axe, striking down toward Xiao Junlin's head. The speed was fast, and the power was not weak. Xiao Junlin slowly raised his head. To others, Reggie's attack was fast, but to him, it felt slow. He didn't know why. Perhaps it was his own 3-phase realm divine sense attribute that altered his perception of time. Thus, he found others' attacks to be very slow. However, Xiao Junlin could also see that this Reggie had awakened a 3-phase realm attribute, likely one of the 4 symbols, thunder, much higher than Zhao Wujing. And from the strength of the attack, his combat power was also higher than Zhao Wujing's. Clearly, he wasn't just a drug-enhanced fighter, but a genuine 3-phase realm expert. Yet even so, this expert speed was still too slow. Slash! Reggie snorted coldly, his figure descending as his thunder war axe sliced through the training ground, instantly splitting the solid ground in half. The noise drew everyone's attention. It's over. The senior brother is taking this move. Will he die? It's certain death. This move is too fast. I can't react at all. Not only the disciples thought so, but even Qin Yin and the others felt their hearts in their throats. Chapter 27. What are you hitting? Sneak attack. In the distance, Yi Hongling, who was embroiled in battle with Zhao Wujing, also noticed the battlefield here. She immediately felt a cold sweat for Xiao Junlin. Reggie's thunderous axe strike was powerful, comparable to her sword energy, and since Reggie's cultivation level was above hers, this move, infused with the power of the Thunder Dharma form, enhanced the original strength several times. Take care of yourself. Fighting with the young sect master. How could she still have the mind to look at another man? Zhao Wujing's fire Dharma form descended, forcing Yi Hongling to shift her focus entirely to the battle. Xiao Junlin, you'd better not die so quickly. I chose you after abandoning my junior brother. If you die just like that, everyone will think I, Yi Hongling, made the wrong choice. Yi Hongling cursed inwardly. The ground of the training ground exploded, and debris flew everywhere. Qinin, Nia Huanqi, and Lin Shihua all showed concern. Chun Xian's eyes darkened, hiding his true thoughts, but at that moment, he felt a bit of schadenfreude. Xiao Junlin had taken his place to shine, and if he ended up dying at Reggie's hands, it was his own fault. He was preparing to find an opportunity to take over Xiao Junlin's ancient seed. Qinin, if Xiao Junlin dies, we won't be able to explain to Elder Xiao Feng. Nia Huanqi spoke up, suggesting to the other two elders to discuss whether to intervene. But if they intervened, it would be a huge loss of face for Longtime Mountain. However, if they didn't intervene, Xiao Junlin might already be on the brink of death. They just didn't know that amidst the swirling dust, the speed was decent, but unfortunately, Xiao Junlin chuckled softly in his heart, flicking his fingers. Just as Reggie's attack approached him, it had already slowed down considerably. Xiao Junlin was using Reggie's battle to adapt to his own time Dharma form. However, he had hidden himself too well. No one in the audience could see him make a move. Even Reggie only realized at this moment that he had just missed hitting Xiao Junlin. What just happened? Reggie's pupils constricted, based on his combat experience. The speed of the attack, just now, should have been able to hit Xiao Junlin. But Xiao Junlin had suddenly become incredibly fast, causing him to miss. He wanted to see what was going on, so he waved his hand, releasing a surge of power that blew away the dust around Xiao Junlin. But the next moment, Reggie shouted, "Young Sect Master, be careful," because Xiao Junlin had already transformed into an afterimage, heading straight for another part of the training ground. It was at a critical moment when Yi Hongling and Zhao Wujing were exchanging blows. Zhao Wujing had not realized that a punch was coming at him with strange speed from behind. By the time Zhao Wujing tried to dodge, it was already too late. Bang! The punch struck Zhao Wujing's back. His fire Dharma form twisted abruptly, and he crashed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Second senior sister, I'm here to help you. Xiao Junlin shouted, standing in the air with a serious expression, looking down at Zhao Wujing. Zhao Wujing felt pain all over his body, as if being pricked by needles, staggering to his knees as he slowly got up, spitting out another mouthful of blood. Despicable. How dare you sneak attack? Yi Hongling was still stunned by this scene. After all, her previous combat experience had always been face-to-face combat, and other disciples rarely had the strength to turn the tide for her. This was the first time she had been helped in the midst of a fierce battle and directly won. Seeing Zhao Wujing fall, the disciples of Huaizong looked lifeless, while the disciples of Longtai Mountain shouted excitedly. Senior brother is still alive. Of course, senior brother is wise and powerful. How could he die? That little Reggie, can he really kill senior brother? This amazing move from senior brother has made that Huaizong Young Sect Master suffer. Perhaps today, Longtime Mountain really has a chance to win. On the battlefield, all is fair in war. How can there be such a thing as a sneak attack? Xiao Junlin stood with his hands behind his back, turning to raise an eyebrow at Yi Hongling. Junior sister, I've dealt with Zhao Wujing. That Reggie is yours. As he spoke, Xiao Junlin moved, landing behind Yi Hongling. It felt as if he was asking her to protect him. Seeing Reggie charge over angrily, Yi Hongling's hand trembled on her sword, a flash of shame and anger in her eyes. You shameless. But Xiao Junlin was unapologetic. In a fight, if you can save your strength, why go all out every time? Reggie, if you don't kill them, I'll have my father deal with you. Zhao Wujing shouted angrily, utterly frustrated. Yet he had little strength left to fight again. Xiao Junlin glanced at him. In the original story, he was just a useless waste dealt with by Chun Xian. Taking advantage of the situation, he kicked Zhao Wujing in the chest, sending Zhao Wujing flying again. Although Xiao Junlin's sneak attack and taking advantage of the situation made Yi Hongling feel somewhat ashamed, Qinin nodded from the high platform, saying, adapting to the situation, brave and resourceful. I underestimated Junlin before. The other elders also nodded in agreement. They all understood the rules of this world. Winning is what matters. The process is not important. Moreover, it was a chaotic battle above. It was not a one-on-one duel. Only Chun Xian's expression darkened further. He He did not expect that not only was Xiao Junlin alive, but he also successfully ambushed Zhao Wujing. Calmly observe. Even if you cannot make a move in this battle, these few are the outstanding young talents of the two major sections. Observing their battle will greatly benefit you in the future. The Dragon Blood Celestial Emperor reminded him in his mind. Chun Xian nodded and settled his mind. On the martial arts field, Reggie was blocked by Yi Hongling's move, and in a fit of anger, he laughed mockingly. What a Xiao Junlin! He actually had a woman block me. At first, he thought the Dragon Platform Mountain crowd viewed Xiao Junlin as a waste. He did not expect that Xiao Junlin would dodge his attacks twice and even ambush the young master. This was happening right under his nose. Although it was despicable, it still slapped Reggie's face. Xiao Junlin couldn't be bothered with his thoughts and only whispered behind Yi Hongling, Junior sister. He looks down on women. What's wrong with women? Yi Hongling was also provoked by his words. A cold light surged in her eyes, and the Demon Slayer sword vibrated with a hum. The sword energy around her suddenly surged. A blood-red sword pattern appeared on her forehead, reaching the peak of the blood transformation realm. It seemed that this realm could no longer bear Yi Hongling's power, and in the next moment, a Three-Zhong Dharma form faintly appeared behind her, holding an illusory Demon Slayer sword. It looked exactly like Yi Hongling. However, that Dharma form was unstable, seemingly not a complete three-phase realm. Half-step, three-phase. And it was a sword-intent Dharma form. Qin Yin and the other elder-level figures immediately recognized the clues of Yi Hongling's Dharma form. Last night, Chun Xian had already condensed a top-tier attribute Dharma form. Today, Yi Hongling had actually condensed sword intent. It seemed that the younger generation of Dragon Platform Mountain was awakening together, ready to completely overturn the future. Seeing this, Reggie also felt a life-and-death crisis. Although the intent level was just a half-step three-phase, you have not entered the complete three-phase, which just gives me the opportunity to crush you in the cradle. Chapter 28. Exposing the Qingwan before coming, Reggie was instructed by the Huaizong sect master. As long as there were potential young experts from Dragon Platform Mountain, he should find opportunities to kill them to prevent them from growing into great enemies of Huaizong in the future. Yi Hongling was undoubtedly a future great enemy. Killing intent surged, and the Thunder Dharma form behind Reggie condensed again. As a pill appeared in his hand, he swallowed it. Reggie's aura surged once more. His Thunder Dharma form changed from 3 zhang to 6 zhang. At this moment, he stepped forward, and where the thunder passed, the ground cracked like a spider web. Cracks seeped with lightning, rapidly attacking Yi Hongling. Everyone saw this and immediately focused all their attention. Even Qin Yin and the others began to feel uneasy. They originally thought Reggie was at most at the initial stage of the three-phase realm, but it seemed that Reggie had used some trump card to elevate his combat power to the intermediate stage. Even if Yi Hongling's combat experience was rich enough to barely challenge the initial stage of the three-phase realm, facing an intermediate stage opponent was far too difficult. At this moment, Qin Yin actually had the thought of placing hope on Xiao Junlin. She immediately dismissed this idea. Xiao Junlin's cultivation was unstable, although he had just dodged Reggie's attack. In her view, Xiao Junlin was still weaker than Yi Hongling, and it was impossible for him to defeat Reggie. Thinking this, Qin Yin glanced at Xiao Junlin, only to be surprised to find he was gone. On the battlefield, Reggie's Thunder Dharma form quickly condensed a palm force, and the intense lightning power enveloped the surrounding spiritual energy. Yi Hongling looked at this scene, knowing that Reggie wanted to unleash a big move to end the battle. The illusory Dharma form behind her was something she had just comprehended after her outburst with Xiao Junlin last night. She had not yet used it, and Yi Hongling did not know its power. She only knew that she could not control it well, and that Dharma form could dissipate at any moment. But there was no choice now. The honor of Dragon Platform Mountain rested on her shoulders. Yi Hongling quickly gathered all her strength onto the sword intent Dharma form. That Dharma form seemed unable to bear too strong power, and cracks appeared on its surface. Seeing this, Reggie smirked coldly. You are unstable. Managing to maintain this Dharma form is already impressive. How can you fight me? He shouted, and the Thunder Dharma form was about to unleash a palm strike. Yi Hongling could not care too much either. She also fully activated the sword intent Dharma form and swung out a sword. The two forces quickly collided. Boom! On the martial arts field of Dragon Platform Mountain, the spiritual energy surged like a tidal wave, radiating outward from the center, causing many disciples watching nearby to be affected. And they could not defend in time, spitting out blood. Disciples further away immediately operated their energy to defend against being affected by the battle. Is this the full power sword of the second senior sister? Outside the arena, Chun Xian's eyes were heavy. The Dragon Master was right, even if he could not fight. Observing Yi Hongling's move made him feel an even stronger desire to become stronger. He had originally thought that by hiding his strength, he was already the strongest among the younger generation of Dragon Platform Mountain. But it seemed now, if he had not broken through last night, his chances of winning against Yi Hongling before last night would not exceed 40%. The second senior sister truly is the reincarnation of a sword immortal. If only I could become her companion sooner. Chun Xian thought this way, but at the same time, he was also sweating for Yi Hongling, because Reggie's power was beyond his imagination. Although Reggie's palm was blocked by Yi Hongling, the surrounding unleashed thunder still leaned more towards Yi Hongling's position. Clearly, in their confrontation, Reggie had the upper hand. Moreover, Yi Hongling was holding the Demon Slayer's sword, and her aura was already weak. Although she still stood tall, exuding the spirit of a female warrior, the already immature Dharma form behind her had dissipated. You have reached your limit. It's my turn now, Reggie said coldly, making another move as his Thunder Dharma form merged with his intent, ready to charge at Yi Hongling. But the next moment, bastard! A palm force coming from behind made Reggie's mouth bleed, and his aura suddenly became unstable. The Dharma form behind him began to flicker. He gritted his teeth tightly, turning around to see Xiao Junlin had appeared behind him like a ghost without him noticing. You ambushed me. Poof! Reggie's protective aura shattered. His back was a bloody mess, and he turned to angrily shout, Xiao Junlin, do you only know how to stab in the back? This is called efficiency. Xiao Junlin grinned, raising his foot to kick Reggie out of the martial arts field. This scene happened so quickly that everyone had no time to react. Just moments ago, everyone thought Reggie was about to win and crush Yi Hongling, but in the next second, Reggie was spitting blood in and out of the game. By the time they reacted, on the battlefield, only Xiao Junlin remained, still standing effortlessly. On the other side was a barely standing Yi Hongling and a down Zhao Wujing. The great senior brother won? He ambushed again, but he won with the ambush. Who cares how he won? Now, Dragon Platform Mountain has won. Great senior brother is mighty. Long live Dragon Platform Mountain. The disciples of Dragon Platform Mountain erupted in a loud cheer. On the field, Yi Hongling finally confirmed that they had won. She initially thought she would lose, but Xiao Junlin shone like a ray of light, illuminating her dark path ahead. Big brother, Yi Hongling sighed in relief. But at that moment, Zhao Wujian, who had fallen behind her, took the opportunity to attack, gathering fiery energy in his palm and transforming it into a crimson spear, stabbing towards Yi Hongling's back. Die. This scene happened too quickly. Even though Qi Nin and the others rushed forward with all their strength, they were still too late. Blood splattered. The crowd stood frozen in place. Yi Hongling's breath quickened as she stared at the blood around her, and simultaneously felt a strong arm wrapping around her waist, pulling her back. I knew you would make a sneak attack, you shameless scoundrel. Xiao Junlin held Yi Hongling while pinching the crimson spear with 2 fingers, the sharp tip now reversed, piercing through Zhao Wujian's shoulder blade. That blood was Zhao Wujian's. I, Xiao Junlin, detest sneak attackers the most. Get lost. Xiao Junlin raised his foot and kicked directly towards Zhao Wujian's face. Zhao Wujian was sent flying, crashing into the disciples of Huaizong, a scene of woe. Victory at Longtime Mountain. Qi Nin's clear voice resounded throughout the area. The disciples of Huaizong hung their heads in despair, supporting Zhao Wujian and Lei Ji as they prepared to leave Longtime Mountain. Among the crowd, Qinhuan's gaze fell on Xiao Junlin. Pretty impressive. She was supposed to announce that Xiao Junlin and Yi Hongling should head to the court to compete for the position of crown prince. But then she thought about her own lips, which had just been kissed by Xiao Junlin. If she revealed her identity, Wouldn't Xiao Junlin know that the person he just kissed was her, Qingwan? Forget it. I'll just play dead. I'll have Fire Phoenix come to Longtime Mountain to recruit people later. With this thought, Qingwan was about to leave with Huaizong, silently slipping away. Qi Nin and the others approached Xiao Junlin. Junlin, you performed quite well this time. Hongling, how are you? Yi Hongling said she was fine and looked at Xiao Junlin. Thanks to Big Brother. But Xiao Junlin had no time to pay attention to her. Instead, his gaze drifted towards Qingwan among the crowd of Huaizong, a smirk appearing on his lips. Welcome, holy envoy Qingwan. The Dragon Guard under the Empress has come to observe the battle. Longtime Mountain is truly honored. The entire place was in an uproar. Qingwan, who had already turned her back to Longtime Mountain, instantly turned pale. She paused, suddenly realizing that Xiao Junlin might have known her identity all along. What a huge embarrassment. Chapter 29. How to repay a life-saving grace as Xiao Junlin's voice echoed. The expressions of the Huaizong crowd darkened, especially Zhao Wujian and Lei Ji. They knew Qingwan's identity, which was why they had deliberately suggested that she hide among the disciples to witness how they suppressed the younger generation of Longtime Mountain. But now they had been slapped in the face by Xiao Junlin and Yi Hongling. Holy envoy Qingwan, Qingwan nodded, her expression cold and clearly disappointed. You may return to Huaizong on your own. I have something to say to the people of Longtime Mountain. Zhao Wujian, suppressing his injuries, still wanted to argue. Today was a trick by Longtime Mountain. Holy envoy, I will. Qingwan immediately frowned. Get lost. She had intended to politely send off Huaizong, but unexpectedly, this little sect could not accept losing. Thus, she no longer gave him a good face. Yes, yes. Zhao Wujian lowered his head to leave, but before departing, he glared fiercely at Xiao Junlin. What a master brother from Longtime Mountain, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, even injuring me and Lei Ji. Next time we meet, don't fall into my hands, or else I, the little sect leader, will make you wish you were dead. Lei Ji, let's go. As the people of Huaizong silently left, only Qingwan remained at the scene. She sighed, her disciple robes quickly dissipating, transforming into a purple-gold phoenix-patterned robe. Her black hair gradually changing, eventually cascading into a stunning long blue hair that swayed gently in the wind. From a plain and delicate disciple, she instantly transformed into a striking and commanding figure. The people of Longtime Mountain gasped in rapid succession. Qingwan, one of the Dragon Guards under the current emperor. The emperor's confidant, holy envoy Qingwan. At first, Qi Nin and the others didn't understand Xiao Junlin's words. But as Qingwan revealed her true beauty, that stunning face combined with a cold demeanor from being in a high position, along with the purple-gold phoenix-patterned robe, which was a symbol of the emperor's envoy, Qi Nin and the others immediately stepped forward to bow. We pay our respects to holy envoy Qingwan. The other disciples of Longtime Mountain also bowed in respect one after another. After all, Longtime Mountain belonged to the Tianyun dynasty. Under heaven, all lands belonged to the king. The holy envoy Qingwan, in a sense, represented the current empress. However, among the crowd, Chen Xian lowered his head slightly, deliberately hiding his face. A glimmer flickered in his eyes, as if he was pondering something. No need for formalities. Qingwan waved her hand to signal everyone, her gaze lingering a bit longer on Xiao Junlin. Seeing that Xiao Junlin not only did not bow, but was also smiling. This smile made Qingwan deeply feel that Xiao Junlin was teasing her. Moreover, she had already been about to leave, but it was Xiao Junlin who exposed her identity. All right, Xiao Junlin, you are something. You kissed me, and now want to expose me. Qingwan coldly snorted in her heart, already holding a grudge. Qi Nin proactively stepped forward. Holy envoy, your visit to Longtime Mountain, what is it for? The sect master is currently in seclusion, and the matters of the sect are being temporarily managed by me. Elder Nya Huanqi and Elder Lin Shihua. Qingwan sighed internally. Forget it, let us announce it directly. Qingwan flicked her sleeve and threw out a golden scroll. 3 months later, the Empress will hold a grand banquet in Tiandu City, inviting the young talents of all sects to attend. Upon hearing this, Qi Nin and the others exchanged glances. The grand banquet, personally hosted by the Empress, inviting the young talents of all sections. The implications behind this made people ponder. So which disciple from Longtime Mountain can go? Qi Ning asked. Although Qingwan didn't want to admit it, her gaze still fell on Xiao Junlin and Yi Hongling. Today, Huaizong challenged the strongest young generation of Longtime Mountain, and these two performed excellently, making them the best candidates. After saying this, she waved her hand again. This is the invitation and a meeting gift. A storage ring flew towards Yi Hongling, but was intercepted midair by Xiao Junlin. My junior sister is modest. I will collect it on her behalf. As Xiao Junlin spoke, his divine sense swept across the storage ring. What the heck? Inside were a million spirit stones, countless pills, and spiritual herbs. His heart raced. Although the original text had mentioned that Chun Xian and Yi Hongling obtained quite a bit of good stuff from this battle, when Xiao Junlin personally held it, he was still thrilled. Qi Ning and the others finally understood. So it turns out that Huaizong's sudden visit to spar with the disciples of Longtime Mountain had this deeper meaning behind it. If Longtime Mountain had lost today, it would just be a simple embarrassment in front of Huaizong. Qingwan, who had been observing secretly, would certainly report this matter to the court. At that time, the Tianyan dynasty would know that the younger generation of Longtime Mountain was inferior to Huaizong. The resources that the court would allocate to various sects in the future might also show bias. Because of this, fortunately, Longtime Mountain did not lose this battle. Qi Ning looked at Yi Hongling and Xiao Junlin with gratitude. These two, unintentionally, had safeguarded the future of Longtime Mountain. Since the Empress has commanded, these two disciples will go to Tiandu City 3 months later. Qi Ning replied to Qingwan. Qingwan glanced at Xiao Junlin, remembering her lost first kiss. She did not linger, and under the respectful send-off of the people of Longtime Mountain, she summoned a huge flying demon beast, boarded it, and left. After she left, Yi Hongling snatched back the storage ring from Xiao Junlin's hand, coldly saying, "Big brother, this is also mine." Nonsense. If I hadn't saved you, you would have been killed by Zhao Wujian and Lei Ji long ago. Xiao Junlin spoke confidently. You saved my life, so you can repay me with your share. Isn't that too much to ask? Yi Hongling gritted her teeth, momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal. Honest people are just honest. Xiao Junlin smiled as he patted Yi Hongling's head. Junior sister, we're even now. There's really nothing valuable inside, but I won't hold it against you. However, Yi Hongling didn't believe him at all. The holy envoy acted on the orders of the Empress. How could the rewards in the storage ring be meager? My senior brother must be trying to keep it for himself. She rushed forward, wanting to snatch the storage ring again, but Xiao Junlin was already on guard, and the two became entangled. Qi Ning cleared her throat. Hongling, Junlin, mind your manners. Yi Hongling had no choice but to relent and let go of Xiao Junlin. In the crowd, Chan Xian clenched his fists in his sleeves until they turned white. Not only had Xiao Junlin regained his prestige, but he had also received a reward from Qingwan. Now he was entangled with Yi Hongling. The two were openly flirting, not to mention what shameless dealings they might have had privately. The Dragon Blood Celestial Emperor's voice echoed in his mind. This boy is well hidden. He has already reached the 3-phase realm, but never shows his strength. Even I misjudged him. Shinner, you may have gained another formidable enemy. Knowing that the Dragon Master was praising Xiao Junlin only fueled Chun Xian's dark thoughts. One day, I will crush him with my own hands. A disciple beside him reminded. 9 senior brother, why are you still dazed? Go congratulate senior brother. Chun Xian's face twitched. Seeing everyone crowding around, he had no choice but to smile and congratulations. Senior brother, for raising the prestige of our sect. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles outside Longtime Mountain, the people of Huaizong were on their way back when they were ambushed by a black-robed expert. The black-robed expert acted decisively, catching the Huaizong members off guard. Aside from Lei Ji, who managed to escape covered in blood, the rest of the disciples perished. Why leave a survivor? Behind the black robe, a similarly masked woman asked in confusion, "If they're all dead, who will relay our message?" The black-robed expert chuckled lightly. The news of the ambush on Huaizong's young sect master at Longtime Mountain will be lively enough. Chapter 30. The one owes money is the master Longtime Mountain. After the battle, calm returned. Although the disciples wanted to celebrate Xiao Junlin's achievements and asked him how he had suddenly become so powerful, he refused them all. Such ineffective socializing was of no use. It was more important to enhance his strength, especially since he noticed Yi Hongling was still watching him closely. Xiao Junlin feared she might not be able to resist taking action to snatch from him again, especially since Yi Hongling's beast essence had also been taken by him before. Now that he had monopolized the resources given by Qing Wan, if Yi Hongling went berserk, Xiao Junlin would find it reasonable. Thus, he decided to be cautious and avoid trouble. After returning to his residence alone and confirming that Yi Hongling wasn't following him, he began to tally the resources inside. The more he counted, the more pleased he felt. It was dozens of times more than the rewards for elite disciples at Longtime Mountain. It seemed that in the future, he shouldn't waste too much energy on minor rewards from the sect. A man should venture out more. Xiao Junlin thought to himself, but soon he realized his thinking was wrong. Even the smallest mosquito is meat. He should take the sect's rewards and the rewards from outside. Yes, this was a right approach. Now that he was in the initial stage of the three-phase realm, perhaps he could seek some resources from the sect master. Xiao Junlin recalled that in the original story, Chun Xian had immediately applied for elder resources after entering the three-phase realm. There were only a few elders at Longtime Mountain, and since they were rare, the resources they enjoyed were much better than those of disciples. After a simple tally of his current resources, Xiao Junlin found himself in a dilemma. The medicinal materials from Qing Wan, along with the various materials he had gathered, if he were to use them for alchemy, would require at least several months of effort, hard work with little reward. But if he didn't use them for alchemy, the medicinal materials were ultimately not good for direct consumption, and leaving them idle would be wasteful. Xiao Junlin had never been one to waste anything. Even a single grain of rice in his bowl had to be eaten clean. If only he could find an honest person to help him with alchemy. Where could he find one? Just as Xiao Junlin was deep in thought, someone knocked on the door. When he opened it, he was surprised to see Bai Li, dressed in a white gauze dress, looking a bit shy and wafting with the fragrance of medicinal herbs. Bai Li lowered her head, feeling somewhat awkward. This was her first time doing such a thing, and she had no experience. But today, she had seen with her own eyes that Xiao Junlin received a reward from Qing Wan. Surely she could ask him to settle her debts now? Senior brother, I've already given you the beast essence and those medicinal pills you said you wanted. Can you return them now? Hearing her tone, Xiao Junlin blinked. Clearly, he was the one in debt, yet Bai Li seemed as if she had done something wrong. It was obvious that this girl had a typical personality, easy to lend money but hard to collect. What's the rush? Xiao Junlin countered directly, adopting the demeanor of a master who was owed money. Bai Li was momentarily stunned. If it's inconvenient for senior brother. Bai Li knew she was being a bit abrupt, but the medicinal pill she had given to Xiao Junlin had left her own resources insufficient. She had initially wanted to trade some pills for other materials to refine, but found herself with empty pockets, having not a single pill left. Just as Bai Li was about to turn and leave, Xiao Junlin stopped her. Wait, junior sister, don't rush to go. Bai Li halted her steps, and, feeling Xiao Junlin's touch, pulled her hand back with some annoyance. Since senior brother can't return the pills, I shouldn't stay longer. Xiao Junlin was worried about not finding someone to help him with alchemy. He couldn't let this opportunity slip away. He directly pulled out a stack of alchemy prescriptions, and several streams of light flashed from his storage ring, landing on the table behind him, transforming into a plethora of medicinal materials. Seeing so many valuable items, some of which were so precious that even Longtime Mountain didn't have them, Bai Li's breath quickened, and she naturally no longer felt the urge to leave. Although I don't have ready-made pills, these materials, along with several prescriptions left by my father, Xiao Junlin said. Bai Li interjected, senior brother wants to use these to settle debts? That's fine. You can, but I can't. These items are of great value, far superior to the beast essence and those pills. However, I lack someone to help me with alchemy. Xiao Junlin continued, adopting a tone of an elder valuing a junior. Junior sister, among all the disciples in the sect who can refine pills, I admire you the most. So I think it's only fitting to entrust this great task to you. Bai Li wanted to find materials to refine pills, but she couldn't shake the feeling that Xiao Junlin was trying to take advantage of her. Knowing Bai Li wasn't foolish and wouldn't be easily swayed by a few words, Xiao Junlin added, once they're refined, I will allocate them accordingly. You won't miss out on your share. How about that? Bai Li stared at the materials on the table. Since Xiao Junlin didn't have any pills to return now, perhaps if he refined these materials well, he could share a bit more with her. All right then. Although Bai Li agreed, Xiao Junlin still felt it wasn't very secure. Last time in the illusory forest, although he had taken advantage of Bai Li once, he needed a more substantial relationship with her to bind their interests. Junior sister, Xiao Junlin suddenly leaned closer. Has your palace cold condition worsened? Have you recently broken your Yuan? Bai Li's ears turned red. What nonsense are you talking about? Chapter 31. Two junior sisters together. Bai Li took a few steps back, looking a bit guilty. Xiao Junlin smiled. Am I talking nonsense? To be honest, my father, Xiao Feng, left me quite a few secret recipes for understanding women's ailments. I can tell at a glance that you are no longer a maiden. Bai Li's hand in her jade sleeve tightened quietly. Xiao Junlin continued. You can deny it, but I could report this to Elder Qin Yin, and she would surely investigate thoroughly. By then, I hope you can reveal the identity of the person who broke your body, as this matter is of great significance for the female disciples of the sect. Bai Li's face turned extremely red, and she couldn't say a word. Xiao Junlin stepped closer, deliberately using a tone of sudden realization. Oh, I understand now. You wanted to ask what the junior brother did to you in the illusory and deceptive forest. Could it be this matter? What a good Qin Xian, that beast. I'm going to settle the score with him right now. Upon hearing this, Bai Li had already seen Xiao Junlin preparing to rush out. She immediately grabbed Xiao Junlin's hand, her face full of pleading. Senior brother, please don't. If you say it out loud, how will I face anyone on Longtime Mountain in the future? Bai Li had only wanted Xiao Junlin to indirectly probe Qin Xian, and Han Ti told him exactly what had happened. She was worried that if Xiao Junlin knew about this embarrassing matter, she wouldn't be able to hold her head up high. But now, her worries had come true. Xiao Junlin looked into Bai Li's eyes and saw the tears welling up in her eyes, gently stroking her, and Bai Li felt a warmth. Although she had resisted Xiao Junlin before, at this moment, it seemed like the softest part of her heart had been touched by him. Junior sister, you don't need to worry. I can restore your purity. A sudden remark from Xiao Junlin was like a light illuminating Bai Li. She seemed to think she had heard wrong and instinctively gasped. Xiao Junlin said seriously, if you really want to restore it, then take off your clothes and lie on the bed so I can check and see if I can prescribe the right remedy. However, this method is something my father left behind, and you must not speak of it to anyone. Bai Li thought to herself, how could I possibly say that? How would Elder Xiao Feng know about treating women's bodies? Although he is highly respected, this is too strange. Bai Li did not immediately believe Xiao Junlin. No need. Senior brother, as long as you promise to keep it a secret, I will ask the junior brother about it myself. If he really is that despicable, I will handle him myself. Going to Qin Xian won't do. What if you get infected by the Nine Phoenixes' holy body? Xiao Junlin still wanted to trick Bai Li again. But just as Bai Li reached the door, she heard a soft, sticky voice calling from outside. Senior brother, I'm here to find you. The voice startled Bai Li, and she quickly hid behind the door. Her eyes widened as she immediately recognized it was the voice of sixth junior sister, Nangong Jin. As the sky darkened, it was already getting late outside. Why was sixth junior sister, not in her own dormitory, here to find senior brother, especially since they were alone together? Seeing her astonished expression, Xiao Junlin smiled inwardly. It was better for her to come at the right time. Sixth junior sister, this little fox, came at just the right moment. He went straight to open the door. Bai Li wanted to stop him, thinking, what if sixth junior sister saw me here and misunderstood? Seeing Xiao Junlin open the door, Bai Li instinctively had to hide behind the screen and peek through the gap, where she saw Nangong Jin walking in with her head down. Nangong Jin was wearing a purple long dress, her silver hair swaying gracefully in the moonlight. Xiao Junlin knew Bai Li was peeking and deliberately said, Sixth junior sister, why are you here looking for me so late? Upon hearing this, Nangong Jin's face turned red, and she turned her head away, unable to look at Xiao Junlin. Senior brother, didn't Tiwi agree to meet during the day? Agree on what? Xiao Junlin asked, feigning surprise, with a mischievous smile. Nangong Jin realized Xiao Junlin was intentionally teasing her, stamped her foot. If you don't want to, then I. She wanted to say something angry, but then thought, what if Xiao Junlin really wouldn't help her transform? Wouldn't that make her previous effort a waste? Her most precious thing was already gone. She wanted to have a human child as proof that the Tianhu clan was willing to befriend humanity for generations. Perhaps that way, she could save many beasts of her Tianhu clan. Senior brother and I agreed to have a child together, Nangong Jin said, lowering her head, her exquisitely beautiful face already blushing furiously. Seeing this, Xiao Junlin picked her up effortlessly, kicked the door shut, and turned to place Nangong Jin on the bed. This scene left Bai Li, who was hiding behind the screen, dumbfounded. Bai Li's mind was buzzing. She even thought she hadn't woken up properly to witness such an outrageous scene. Sixth junior sister and senior brother actually had an affair, and sixth junior sister wanted to have a child for senior brother. Senior brother, please be gentle. It hurt a bit last time, Nangong Jin said with charming eyes. The moonlight spilling through the window onto her face, which was already pale and seemed to be glowing. And when her shoulder was exposed, her delicate collarbone looked like a piece of art in the moonlight. Xiao Junlin, serious, whispered in Nangong Jin's ear, for the sake of the Tianhu clan, junior sister. Bear with it. Chapter 32. The Saint of Gynecology, Xiao Junlin. The moonlight poured like a waterfall, illuminating the intimate room. Bai Li, hiding behind the screen, saw everything clearly. At first, she closed her eyes, but as her curiosity grew, she peered more and more, until she couldn't look away for half an hour. After Nangong Jin left, Xiao Junlin smiled as he closed the door. Just as he shut the door, Bai Li suddenly rushed out from behind the screen, trembling as she questioned, "What is going on between you and sixth junior sister?" As you can see, what else is there to ask, third junior sister? You. Bai Li gritted her teeth in anger. Her good sister was just ruined by Xiao Junlin like this? Despicable. Lowly. Xiao Junlin chuckled. Are you angry that I bullied Nangong Jin, or that the person I bullied isn't you? He understood women's thoughts very well. If she truly cared for Nangong Jin, she would have come out to stop him and persuade him. But Bai Li hadn't. Instead, she watched the whole thing. After watching, she came out to scold Xiao Junlin. What is this? This is hypocritical. I didn't. Bai Li argued back. Xiao Junlin purposely asked, actually, third junior sister, you don't have to pretend. You probably saw everything clearly just now, right? Bai Li bit her lip lightly. What nonsense are you talking about? I didn't see anything. Really didn't? No. Third junior sister, dare you swear? You answer my question first. Bai Li, anxious, grabbed Xiao Junlin's collar. Sixth junior sister is pure-hearted, and aside from cultivating, she cares for little animals. Did you trick her with some scheme? Xiao Junlin's expression instantly turned serious. Sixth junior sister came to me for treatment. You can slander me, but my benevolence as a healer cannot be so tarnished by you. Treatment? Bai Li was stunned. Of course, didn't I mention before that my father left behind a manual for treating women's ailments? That day, I saw sixth junior sister holding her abdomen, and after asking, I learned she had been suffering from coldness in her palace. Xiao Junlin spoke with righteous indignation. The so-called coldness in women's palace is caused by excessive energy in the body. The simplest method is to use a male's pure yang body along with some medicinal herbs as assistance. Did you see how proactive she was in seeking treatment just now? Bai Li was momentarily taken aback by his words. Although she was also skilled in alchemy, pills were ultimately not the same as treating ailments, especially women's issues. So, I didn't bully Nangong Jin. We were engaging in legitimate behavior. Xiao Junlin reached out and patted Bai Li's shoulder, speaking as if explaining. Bai Li blinked, thinking, why is he explaining this to me? Forget it. I don't care. As she spoke, her gaze darted away, not daring to look Xiao Junlin in the eyes. However, Bai Li thought of what Xiao Junlin had said earlier about being able to help her restore her purity. She pursed her lips, thinking, since Xiao Junlin and Nangong Jin were treating ailments legitimately, could she also seek legitimate treatment? Senior brother, can my body be repaired? It can be, but you just scolded me, so why should I help you? Xiao Junlin replied coldly with a sneer, deliberately aiming to undermine her questioning behavior. The prouder he was, the more Bai Li would beg and flatter him. As boys, don't we want the girls to have the right attitude? Seeing this, Bai Li immediately bowed to him. I was blind. If senior brother can help me heal, Bai Li is willing to pay any price. Oh, I just asked you to do something, and you agreed? Bai Li knew that Xiao Junlin was referring to the full body examination. If this was necessary for treatment, Bai Li thought she could endure it. She agreed, but she glanced at the bed that Xiao Junlin and Nangong Jin had just used, feeling a bit resistant inside. She had to say, "Why not let you treat me at my place, senior brother? Changing the battlefield? That's fine too." Xiao Junlin nodded, telling her to go back and clean herself up and to call him when she was ready. Bai Li bowed and said, "Bai Li will wait for senior brother." After she left, Xiao Junlin originally planned to take a few pills to recover his strength before heading straight over. After all, he was eager for Bai Li to help him refine pills, so they needed some substantial relationship binding benefits. It was definitely not just because he was lecherous. But just as he stepped out, the call of Qin Yin rang out at the right moment. "Junlin, come to the administrative hall to find me." Xiao Junlin felt helpless. Qin Yin probably wanted to ask about the battle during the day. Maybe she would give him some benefits. Being summoned by the elder was something he had to attend to, so Xiao Junlin could only go to the administrative hall first. Inside the administrative hall, Qin Yin had her long, white legs crossed and leaned lazily against the couch. Upon seeing Xiao Junlin arrive, she slowly spoke. "Junlin, you made great contributions in today's battle. What reward do you want?" Xiao Junlin's gaze swept over her collarbone, which was rising and falling, still glistening with water droplets. In the original text, Qin Yin was very fond of bathing, probably just having come out of one. Xiao Junlin assessed Qin Yin's stunning figure and chuckled lightly. "What I seek may be beyond what Elder Qin can offer." Chapter 33. Want to empty Qin Yin's family assets? Xiao Junlin's words carried a hint of provocation. Qin Yin's expression immediately turned solemn, her cold face becoming extremely frosty. "Junlin, mind your words." Xiao Junlin feigned innocence. "What does the elder mean? I am quite serious." Could it be that the elder misunderstood my intention? Qin Yin frowned. Perhaps it was due to the aggressive gazes she received from Chun Xian that made her have the illusion that for just a moment, Xiao Junlin's gaze towards her was similar to Chun Xian's. However, upon deeper thought, she realized that Xiao Junlin was the most honest disciple in the sect. Maybe she was overthinking it. "Then what you just mentioned, something that I cannot provide, what is it?" Xiao Junlin smiled gently. With a respectful expression, the disciple wishes to borrow Elder's life spirit tool, the Yaowang Qin. The Yaowang Qin, a peak-level spirit tool, was also Qin Yin's strongest spirit tool. Qin Yin had previously used the Yaowang Qin to defeat 3 opponents of the same level. And because of the Yaowang Qin's existence, her overall combat power could even exceed her level. Qin Yin frowned, her expression stiffening at that moment. "What do you need the Yaowang Qin for?" Xiao Junlin replied earnestly. "The disciple wants to go to the Frost Moon Mirror Lake to retrieve something, but the Frost Moon Mirror Lake is the territory of the Huaizong, and the disciple is cautious of dangers, so I seek a guarantee." Qin Yin knew Xiao Junlin's character. He was usually quite steady and even a bit timid. If it weren't for this time representing Longtime Mountain and defeating Zhao Wujing and others, she might have already given up on Xiao Junlin. "Since the Frost Moon Mirror Lake is fraught with danger, I advise you not to go." Qin Yin's stance was still to minimize Xiao Junlin's risks. After all, if he died, it might lead Elder Xiao Feng to vent his anger on Longtime Mountain. But Xiao Junlin insisted, "There is something very important in the Frost Moon Mirror Lake that I must retrieve. I asked the elder to grant this and regarding other rewards. I can forego them all. After all, the only rewards Xiao Junlin cares about are those of elder-level resources. However, the distribution of elder-level resources is solely in the hands of the sect leader. Qin Yin is currently only managing Longtime Mountain on behalf of the leader. With her authority, it would be useless to discuss this with her. What important thing? I thought your most important thing was Chun Xian." Qin Yin asked curiously. Xiao Junlin sneered inwardly. What is so great about Chun Xian? In the past, it was just a moral coercion imposed by you all on the original host, always saying that as the senior brother, he should treat the junior brother this way, and continuously praising Chun Xian's talent while belittling Xiao Junlin. Clearly, he was the hero of Longtime Mountain, the son of the Grand Elder, yet he lived extremely humbly on Longtime Mountain, always being looked at with eyes that conveyed a sense of moral inadequacy. This led Xiao Junlin to gradually develop a pleasing personality. He thought that by helping Chun Xian, he could please those who cared about Chun Xian. Those few junior sisters and those elders would accept him more. That is why the previous Xiao Junlin was good to Chun Xian. But the current Xiao Junlin only wanted a chuckle. The junior brother is important, and the second junior sister is equally important. I believe the elder has also noticed today that the second junior sister has an extremely strong swordsmanship talent. And the awakened Dharma image, although she has not truly stepped into the three-phase realm, has already confirmed to be a sword-intent Dharma image. Qin Yi nodded. Your insight is indeed sharp, but what does the thing from the Frost Moon Mirror Lake have to do with Hong Ling? To be honest, my father told me a secret before. There is a sword hidden in the Frost Moon Mirror Lake, and that sword very likely belongs to the second junior sister. If the second junior sister can obtain that sword, she will be able to step into the three-phase realm. Qin Yi was somewhat puzzled by what Elder Xiao Feng said. When Elder Xiao Feng left Longtime Mountain, Xiao Junlin was probably still just a child, right? Yes, it was said when I was young, but I remember it vividly because my father spoke very seriously, telling me that once I had certain strength, I should go to the Frost Moon Mirror Lake. When Xiao Junlin brought up Elder Xiao Feng, Qin Yi's face clearly showed some pressure. Only after Xiao Junlin finished speaking did he smile to himself. There's indeed the Yuepa Ni Huang's sword hidden in the Frost Moon Mirror Lake, which is Yi Hong Ling's innate sword. As long as one recognizes the master of that sword first, even if that sword only follows Yi Hong Ling in the future, the feelings of the master will indirectly influence the swordsmanship of a generation of sword immortals. In short, it is a strong binding relationship. Moreover, in the Frost Moon Mirror Lake, there is not only the Yuepa Ni Huang sword. There is also a sword embryo that Chun Xian can use until the end of the original story. That sword embryo was also left behind by a former sword immortal. But the sword embryo has not yet truly taken shape, so the sword immortal has always hidden it within the Yuepa Ni Huang sword, using the sword to nurture the sword. That sword embryo is the biggest treasure. Upon hearing Xiao Junlin's words, Qin Yi looked at his sincere gaze. Feeling somewhat gratified, you can consider your junior sister like this. I appreciate you. However, the Yaoguang Qin has immense power, and with your ability, you may not be able to control it. Are you confident? Xiao Junlin knew that Qin Yi had a method of training using the Qin. In the original text, the moment Chun Xian became an elder, he also used that method to teach Chun Xian to comprehend the Tao. The disciple has no confidence. So I hope the elder can help the disciple familiarize himself with it using the Tianfu Fanyin. Upon hearing the four characters Tianfu Fanyin, Qin Yi's expression immediately turned cold. How do you know about my cultivation secret? This secret method is known only to her and a few elders. Could it be that Elder Xiao Feng told you? Indeed, it was my father who told me. He also said that Elder Qin is selfless and would teach me if I wanted to learn. Xiao Junlin knew that when one becomes despicable, they become invincible. He wanted to test how great Elder Xiao Feng's influence on Longtime Mountain was, and whether it was as significant as described in the original text. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Qin Yi's face showed a conflicted expression. We will talk about this matter after you step into the three-phase realm. The Tianfu Fanyin has immense power. You may not be able to adapt. As she spoke, she already wanted Xiao Junlin to leave. After all, in her view, the Tianfu Fanyin was her ultimate skill, and she wanted to reserve it for the most outstanding disciples. If she taught it to too many people, she worried it would leak out, and then she would no longer have the capital to stand at the highest position among the elders. Moreover, Xiao Junlin wanted both the Tianfu Fanyin and the Yaoguang Qin. It felt like he was trying to empty her family assets. Did Xiao Feng send Xiao Junlin to do this? Although Xiao Feng is a grand elder, he's been away from Longtime Mountain for over a decade, and her Qin Yi has grown up now, so she may not necessarily need to listen to him as before. Therefore, compared to Xiao Junlin, she still prefers to teach Chun Xian. If you want to go to the Frost Moon Mirror Lake, I can have Hong Ling lead the demon suppression team to accompany you for your safety. But the Yaoguang Qin and Tianfu Fanyin will be discussed later. Qin Yi issued an eviction order. However, since Xiao Junlin had spoken, how could he easily give up? The disciple has a question that I'm not sure if I should say. Elder Qin has been stuck at the late stage of the three aspects for a long time and has not been able to advance. Perhaps you are also anxious about this? This touched on a most sensitive issue for Qin Yin, and she said coldly, "This matter has nothing to do with you." Xiao Junlin smiled. "Disciple just has a way to help the elder, but if the elder thinks it has nothing to do with me, then forget it." After saying that, he turned and walked towards the Hall of Affairs. Qin Yin was taken aback, reflecting on the meaning of Xiao Junlin's words, and immediately called out, "Wait." Chapter 34. The deal with Qin Yin. Xiao Junlin stopped. "Does the elder have any further instructions? I am in a hurry to go to the Frost Moon Mirror Lake." Qin Yin's face darkened. She felt like she was being toyed with by Xiao Junlin. "You said you have a way to help me? What is that way?" When Qin Yin asked this question, she realized she was a bit desperate. Although she really wanted to break through, what could a disciple of Xiao Junlin's caliber do to help her? Thinking of this, she had little hope. Unexpectedly, Xiao Junlin said, "The Tianfu Fanyin cultivated by the elder is indeed exquisite, but it is merely an auxiliary technique. The elder's main source technique is the Taishang Jin Ju, which is one of the foundational techniques of Longtime Mountain, suitable for female cultivators, extremely cold and powerful." He paused, observing Qin Yin's expression, confirming that she looked quite surprised. Xiao Junlin was then sure he had not misremembered the plot of the original work. In the original story, the Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor also saw the flaw in Qin Yin's technique and taught Qin Xian to help her, making Qin Yin repay him continuously. This led to Qin Yin standing by Chen Xian even when he wanted to gather all the sect's strength to kill the demonic Xiaofeng later. It can be said that Qin Yin was the elder who could help Chen Xian the most. As long as she was removed, it would be equivalent to cutting off Chen Xian's 3 points of confidence in Longtime Mountain. "Keep talking, don't stop," Qin Yin urged, although she was shocked by how Xiao Junlin knew this. After all, elder-level techniques were confidential to disciples. Perhaps Xiaofeng had told him. However, the more one cultivates the Taishang Jin Ju, the stronger the cold energy in their body becomes. Once the cold energy goes out of control, it will erode the internal organs, and the higher the realm, the greater the chance of the cold energy rampaging. Xiao Junlin stared at Qin Yin, his gaze unwavering. Instead, Qin Yin's eyes flickered, as if Xiao Junlin had seen through her thoughts. Elder Qin had been suppressing the cold energy with most of her cultivation. How could she break through to a higher realm? If I'm not mistaken, not only can you not break through, but you could also fall in realm at any time. Xiao Junlin's tone grew stronger. Even as he spoke, he stepped closer, causing Qin Yin to be surprised and continuously step back. Until she bumped into the elder chair behind her, she sat down in a daze. Just as she was catching her breath, Xiao Junlin actually became even more arrogant, directly supporting himself on the elder chair and looking down at her from a close distance. "Elder Qin, I haven't said anything wrong, have I?" This was the first time Qin Yin was so close to a male disciple. Her breath caught for a moment. But being in a high position, she quickly regained her composure and said sternly, "Step back a bit." After Xiao Junlin took 2 steps back, Qin Yin straightened her clothing and said, "You are not wrong. I don't care how you know this. I just want to know if you really have a solution." "I do. My father anticipated this long ago. So he told me the solution." "What is the solution? Speak quickly. I want to say." Qin Yin became anxious, slapping the armrest of chair. "How dare you? I command you to speak." Xiao Junlin shrugged, with Xiaofeng as his backing. Qin Yin couldn't really do anything to him. "What do I have to fear? Just now, I asked to borrow the Yaoguang Qin and Tianfu Fanyin from the elder for today's merit, and you didn't give it to me. Now I don't want to tell you anymore." Saying this, Xiao Junlin acted indifferent and prepared to leave. Qin Yin could tell that Xiao Junlin was indirectly blaming her. "That was for your cultivation, Junlin. You don't think I was deliberately withholding it from you, do you? How wasn't it? Wasn't it meant to be left for Chen Xian?" Xiao Junlin sneered inwardly, saying, "The elder has her own considerations, and so do I, farewell." Qin Yin clenched her fists, recalling that when Chen Xian came before, he had told her something. Xiao Junlin, was the theft of the dragon raising golden pill true or not? Qin Yin wanted to use this matter to pressure Xiao Junlin into revealing the method to solve her technique. Xiao Junlin raised an eyebrow. "Of course, it's true. Why does the elder ask this?" Qin Yin waved her hand coldly. "I have investigated the entire sect. On that day, no one entered your dormitory. You were alone inside healing. That dragon-raising golden pill disappeared for no reason, and I suspect me? Xiao Junlin interrupted her. The techniques of the floating life demon sect are mysterious and unpredictable. Who knows how they stole it? However, if the elder suspects that I stole it, that's fine too. Qinin didn't expect Xiao Junlin to be so casual about it. Wasn't that golden pill meant for Qin Xian? It can be, or it can't be. Xiao Junlin's attitude became firm, but after all, the golden pill was made by him, belonging to Xiao Junlin. If I wanted to steal it, what wrong would I be committing in your eyes? Are you trying to morally bind me? Xiao Junlin? Laughable. Where do I get the morality to be bound by you? For a moment, Qin Yin was speechless. What Xiao Junlin said was indeed reasonable. Previously, she could use her senior brother's responsibilities to make Xiao Junlin consider Qin Xian more. But now, Xiao Junlin gave her the impression that he didn't care about Qin Xian as much as before. Xiao Junlin continued, moreover, since I promised to give it to Qin Xian, how could I steal it? Am I mentally ill? You guessed right. I really am mentally ill. Qini nodded. Although she had been somewhat suspicious when Qin Xian reported this to her before, what Xiao Junlin said also made sense. Seeing that Qin Yin still had a strong attitude, Xiao Junlin directly turned to leave, only leaving behind a sentence. If the elder has made up her mind, just bring the Yaoguang Qin and Tianfu Fanyin to find me. I will be waiting. Saying this, Xiao Junlin left the Hall of Affairs. Qin Yin wanted to call him back, seeking other means to get Xiao Junlin to reveal that method, but Xiao Junlin did not give her the opportunity. This kid, when did he become so capable? Qin Yin's expression was dissatisfied, but she quickly noticed that the cold energy within her was showing signs of going berserk again. She circulated her cultivation, suppressing the cold energy with a large amount of psychic power, and it finally calmed down. How long will it take for me to safely break through like this? She looked outside the hall, at Xiao Junlin's departing figure. If he really had a way to get the Yaoguang Qin and Tianfu Fanyin, it would be worth it. But if she gave it to him, she couldn't give it to Qin Xian. On the other side, Xiao Junlin did not return to his residence, but went to Bai Li's place. When he stood outside Bai Li's dormitory, he found that the door was not closed tightly. Junior sister, I'm here to give you a physical checkup. Senior brother, come in. A gentle and shy voice came from the dark room. Chapter 35. Who do you prefer, me or the little junior brother? When Xiao Junlin pushed the door in, he saw Bai Li lying on the bed. He slowly approached, and the scene before him became clearer. That was a stunning face. Under the moonlight, the delicate features appeared even whiter and more translucent, like a pearl. And below that face, surprisingly, there was nothing covering the snow-white skin. Xiao Junlin's eyes lit up. Wow, not wearing anything? Bai Li also saw Xiao Junlin's expression, turned her face away, and said with a pout, Elder brother, why don't you cover your eyes and help me with the treatment? Since you've seen it, why cover your eyes? Xiao Junlin coughed lightly and said, Junior sister San, senior brother is a serious person. If you even guard against a gentleman, isn't that a bit uninteresting? Bai Li lightly pursed her lips and covered her eyes with her hands, seemingly unwilling to face the situation. At this moment, Xiao Junlin had already sat down beside her bed. Looking at her body, which was as beautiful as a work of art, he couldn't help but swallow. Last time in the illusory forest, he had taken advantage of the situation, so he didn't have much time to appreciate it slowly. Now Xiao Junlin realized that he had been superficial. A true beauty should be savored patiently, bit by bit, to truly appreciate its depth. Eating greedily and roughly was a foolish act. So this time, Xiao Junlin reminded himself to take it slow. Big brother, how do we treat that thing you mentioned? Bai Li then asked. Previously, Xiao Junlin only mentioned that she couldn't wear clothes, but didn't say anything else. Xiao Junlin smiled and said, My father taught me a method to push blood through the palace. This method can reshape the missing part of your abdomen. In simple terms, it means that it involves the opposite sex. Xiao Junlin paused for a moment and continued. It means using my hands to accelerate the circulation of blood in your body, while also making your meridians more active. Plus, with my unique technique, I can help you return to your original state. Bai Li was a master alchemist, but she couldn't understand what Xiao Junlin was saying at all. She only vaguely understood that Xiao Junlin was going to touch her next. Master brother, I'm shy. Bai Li lightly pursed her lips never having imagined that she would have such an interaction with Xiao Junlin. Ultimately, it was all the fault of the junior brother for his improper behavior. Otherwise, she wouldn't have to be like this. She really didn't like it. Seeing Bai Li unable to let go, even needing to put on clothes, Xiao Junlin immediately said, "Don't worry when this method is used. I will cover my eyes, as you said, so I can't see anything at all. It's just that I can touch everything." Xiao Junlin sneered inwardly. Saying this, he pulled out a long cloth from somewhere and covered his eyes. Upon seeing this, Bai Li's sense of shame eased a little. Since the third junior sister is ready, then Master Brother will begin. Hearing a soft from Bai Li, Xiao Junlin's hand slowly descended to her abdomen. The warmth of his palm instantly penetrated Bai Li's skin and seeped into her body, allowing her to clearly feel Xiao Junlin's temperature. "Master Brother, your hand is so hot." "That's natural. I'm a real man." Upon hearing Xiao Junlin's words, Bai Li immediately blushed again. She had just thought of treating Xiao Junlin as a close male friend, even as a woman. Only in that way would she not feel so embarrassed. Unexpectedly, Xiao Junlin reminded her of the difference between men and women. "Master Brother, can you be my good girlfriend? That way I won't be so shy," Bai Li said sincerely. Xiao Junlin was also taken aback by her request. "Wow, isn't that the way Earth girls do it? Do women in your fantasy world also raise male best friends?" The so-called male best friend is just a backup. Of course, Master Brother has always been your good brother and can naturally be your best friend. Xiao Junlin looked sincere, and even though there was a piece of cloth between them, Bai Li could hear his sincerity. She just didn't expect that Xiao Junlin would continue to ask her, third junior sister, "Who do you prefer more as my male best friend compared to junior brother?" Chapter 36. To love someone, you must hide it well between my male best friend and the junior brother. Who do you like more? Upon hearing this question from Xiao Junlin, Bai Li pursed her lips and fell silent for a few seconds. But soon, she answered honestly, "I won't hide it from you, senior brother. I've actually always liked the junior brother." Xiao Junlin chuckled inwardly. He of course knew, as the original story was that glitch. Hearing this, Xiao Junlin felt a bit displeased. "You're already my woman, yet you're still thinking about him?" However, Bai Li suddenly changed the subject. But that was in the past. His actions in the illusory forest were something I am very ashamed of, which is why I now despise him and want you to help me restore my body, so that this incident never happened. Bai Li seemed to be explaining something, but deep down, she was a bit surprised. Why was she explaining this to Xiao Junlin? In her subconscious, it seemed that Xiao Junlin was very important, but this was absolutely impossible before. Forget it. Just now, Xiao Junlin also explained to her his innocent relationship with Nan Gongjin. Now, if she explains it to him once, it would be even. It's just the transformation of Bai Li. Xiao Junlin, who is well-versed in psychology, of course sees everything. Explanation is often the beginning of emotional entanglement. It seems that Bai Li is also starting to deviate from the original plot. After all, while the Nine Phoenix Morning Sun sacred body can turn Shen Xian into a male version of a succubus, its biggest weakness is that it only works on virgins. And Bai Li is already his. Naturally, the effect of the Nine Phoenix Morning Sun sacred body is gone. The current Bai Li is a real person who has escaped the original setting. Once Bai Li's heart truly belongs to herself, Xiao Junlin will be able to freely use her innate medicinal cauldron sacred body to replenish himself. "Oh, so you're saying that you don't like the junior anymore?" Xiao Junlin asked intentionally. Bai Li nodded lightly, indicating she didn't like it anymore. But she didn't know that Xiao Junlin was playing her. "Oh, then who do you like now?" This remark seemed to touch a weakness deep in the girl's heart. Bai Li turned her face away, falling silent. Seeing this, Xiao Junlin stopped his hand, realizing that his junior sister was not being honest. "If you really feel sorry for the little junior brother, should I just leave?" Bai Li felt nervous. "If the senior brother leaves now, wouldn't I be showing you for nothing?" Xiao Junlin smiled and said, "What you're saying. Back when I was with the sixth junior sister, didn't you see enough? We're just even out at most." Hearing this, Bai Li felt even more wronged. Can men and women be the same? You men showing yourselves to women won't cost you anything. But when we women are looked at, we lose our purity. However, Bai Li didn't want Xiao Junlin to know her true thoughts, so she still advised, "Senior brother, please help me restore my body first. I really don't like the junior anymore." After saying that, she hesitated and added, "The person I like is someone else." with Xiao Junlin's insight. He certainly wouldn't be so naive as to miss a woman's thoughts. Bai Li's words were clearly hinting at him. However, Xiao Junlin didn't want to expose it. If he exposed it, then they would have to talk about feelings. Talking about feelings would harm his career. He was still eager to deal with Chen Xian and rise above the masses. He had no time for romantic entanglements. So Xiao Junlin pretended to be clueless and said, "Another person? Oh, all right, but you must not tell him about what we are doing now." Bai Li nodded slightly, appearing to agree on the surface. However, she was secretly cursing, "This idiot! What is there to hide? You were clearly on the scene." Xiao Junlin, in order to avoid responsibility, is still talking nonsense. Junior sister. Actually, when you love someone, you need to hide it well. Xiao Junlin continues. Bai Li feels as if she has opened a new world. Previously, Bai Li didn't understand love. But after listening to Xiao Junlin's words, she feels that this is a very sacred, pure emotion, untainted by the mundane and carnal desires. "Senior brother, how do you know so much?" Bai Li looked at Xiao Junlin with admiration for the first time. Xiao Junlin casually said, "You all used to pay too much attention to the little junior brother. In fact, I, the big junior brother, am the real treasure boy." Xiao Junlin originally wanted to continue, making Bai Li unable to extricate herself. After all, Bai Li's face was already flushed, and her body was unconsciously moving back and forth. Soon, her willpower would weaken, and she would act according to her body's impulses. But just at that moment, a light and lively voice came from outside the door. "Sister Bai Li, I'm back. I'm here to find you. Hurry and open the door." This voice clearly belonged to a young woman, even carrying a hint of playfulness. Upon hearing the voice, Bai Li's body stiffened, and she quickly jumped up from the bed. While putting on her clothes, she whispered to Xiao Junlin, "Senior brother, hide behind the door and leave quickly later. Fourth junior sister is back." Xiao Junlin raised an eyebrow, knowing who was coming. It was Feng Shi, the fourth elite disciple of Longtime Mountain. With her green hair in twin ponytails, the playful girl was a genius in array techniques. Chapter 37. Fourth Junior Sister. Feng Shi. Xiao Junlin remembered that Bai Li and fourth junior sister Feng Shi lived together, in the same palace but different beds. So, it was reasonable for Feng Shi to come looking for Bai Li. However, Feng Shi had been out training outside Longtime Mountain, and he didn't expect her to return suddenly tonight. He thought for a moment and remembered that in the original story, Feng Shi came back this time to help Chen Xian. Moreover, Feng Shi was not only proficient in array techniques, but also skilled in divination, astrology, and fate calculation. She had predicted Chen Xian's fate, determining that he possessed the Ziwei fate and was destined to be an emperor, the hope of Longtime Mountain. This accelerated the affection of the entire sect towards Chen Xian. It could be said that apart from the influence of the 9 phoenixes' rising sun sacred body, Feng Shi's presence was the second major factor in Chen Xian becoming the center of attention. If I could use Feng Shi to my advantage, perhaps I could change my unfortunate fate as a stepping stone. Thinking of this, Xiao Junlin immediately distanced himself from Bai Li and discreetly hid behind the door. At least for now, he couldn't let Feng Shi discover that he and Bai Li had been engaged in inappropriate behavior. Once Bai Li finished dressing, Feng Shi just happened to come in. Bai Li, startled and still panting, forced herself to calm down and said, "You little girl, why did you suddenly come back without saying a word? You scared me to death in the middle of the night." Bai Li spoke with a tone of reproach, but Feng Shi looked at her suspiciously. Noticing the fluctuations in Bai Li's aura, Feng Shi shook her head and said, "Something's not right. Third junior sister, you're not acting normally." "What do you mean something's not right? You're talking nonsense." Bai Li felt a little guilty. She knew that Feng Shi had been practicing array techniques and astrology since she was young, but her greatest skill was reading people. Judging a person's fate by their complexion and the space between their eyebrows was Feng Shi's basic skill, so it was easy for Feng Shi to see through her. The more worried she became, the worse Bai Li's performance was. Feng Shi remained silent, deliberately staring at Bai Li, clearly noticing that something was off. She immediately looked around and said, "Third junior sister, you have the scent of a man on you. You aren't hiding a man in your room, are you?" As she searched around, she snorted, "We agreed to take care of the little junior brother for a lifetime. You better not betray him." As she spoke, Feng Shi suddenly turned towards the door, continuing, "You aren't secretly meeting the little junior brother in the middle of the night, right? But when she turned around, the surprise and gossiping expression on her face instantly disappeared, replaced by shock. In her astonishment, Xiao Junlin could also see a hint of disdain in her eyes. Senior brother, what are you doing here? Xiao Junlin stood with his hands behind his back, looking like a gentleman. Why can't I be here? Didn't you say I was having a midnight rendezvous with third junior sister? Bai Li's heart trembled. She thought to herself, what nonsense is senior brother saying? Isn't he just giving himself away? Seeing Bai Li's panicked expression, Xiao Junlin blinked to signal her to stay calm. In Xiao Junlin's eyes, Bai Li, who didn't understand psychology, was just like a rookie. In such an awkward situation, the more one denied it, the more it made the onlookers believe there was something fishy going on. On the contrary, if you admitted it and even boasted a little, it would make people think nothing was happening, especially for someone like Feng Shi, who had always looked down on Xiao Junlin. Sure enough, after hearing Xiao Junlin's words, Feng Shi chuckled. Senior brother is joking. What reason would you have to have a rendezvous with third junior sister? Come on, what are you doing here? Feng Shi asked calmly, her earlier surprise completely gone. It could be said that Xiao Junlin failed to spark her interest. Xiao Junlin glanced at Feng Shi. She wore a light yellow gauzy dress, her figure curvy and tall. But her face was extremely youthful, even a bit chubby, creating a stark contrast with her tall stature, especially with her long boots exposing a bit of thigh skin. She had a touch of sexiness amidst her cuteness. But what stood out the most was Feng Shi's shiny emerald green hair, tied into twin ponytails that swayed playfully behind her as she walked. Unfortunately, in the original story, this woman was one of the most disdainful of Xiao Junlin, because she had long calculated Xiao Junlin's fate, believing he not only had no luck with women, but also lacked power and influence, destined for an early demise. The only highlight was that his fate had some degree of assisting the Ziwei Emperor Star significance, indicating that Chun Xian relied on Xiao Junlin's support. Of course, there were alchemy matters to discuss with third junior sister, but they had already discussed most of it. Xiao Junlin casually provided an excuse. Feng Shi, however, looked reproachful and said, since you've discussed it, senior brother should leave now. It wouldn't be good for our reputation as girls. This was clearly a dismissal. Bai Li pursed her lips, feeling a bit guilty towards Xiao Junlin, but didn't say anything. Xiao Junlin nodded, understanding the hint, and turned to leave. However, he didn't go far, but instead moved to another part of the palace, where Feng Shi's sleeping quarters were. Logically, after Feng Shi caught up with Bai Li, she would pass by here to enter her bedroom. Once Xiao Junlin left, a hint of disdain appeared on Feng Shi's face. Third junior sister, you should have less contact with senior brother. His fate is bad. He's light and fickle, not comparable to Chun Xian. The more you interact with him, the more it will affect your fortune, Feng Shi advised Bai Li. But Bai Li only felt a bit sorry for Xiao Junlin, thinking that he was actually quite nice. However, Feng Shi didn't want to discuss Xiao Junlin any further and immediately changed the topic. I heard about the provocation from Huaizong. In the end, they returned in defeat. Did the little junior brother slay everyone? Chapter 38. Suppressing Feng Shi. Bai Li was filled with emotion. The little junior brother slaying everyone? She would also like to see that scene. But the reality was that the little junior brother didn't even have a chance to participate. Elder Qin Yin ordered second junior sister to select disciples to fight together. Second junior sister. Bai Li hadn't finished her sentence when Feng Shi interjected. Second junior sister definitely chose the little junior brother. Who doesn't know she's the most fond of him? Bai Li shook her head. Second junior sister chose senior brother. Of course, senior brother did not disappoint and truly defeated Huaizong's Zhao Wujing and Lei Ji, helping us regain our dignity at Longtime Mountain. Hearing this, Feng Shi's head buzzed. Second junior sister chose senior brother and not the little junior brother? How could that be possible? Feng Shi was astonished. Bai Li replied, why is it impossible? Senior brother really defeated Huaizong's people. Feng Shi, however, wasn't referring to that. She meant how could second junior sister not choose the little junior brother? She clearly valued him the most, and we all know that the little junior brother is the strongest among the elite disciples. Senior brother is not his match. Based on her understanding of Yi Hongling, she would never joke with Longtime Mountain's honor. For both public and private reasons, she should have chosen Chun Xian to fight. Bai Li helplessly said, several elders and I are also puzzled, but the fact is as it is. The outcome proves that second junior sister's choice was not wrong. If she had chosen wrong, Elder Qin might have punished her for it. Fengxi knew that Bai Li wouldn't joke about such matters. But it was just too unbelievable. Wait for me to ask second senior sister tomorrow. This matter, junior brother, must be very sad, right? Fengxi's face showed a pained expression. Bai Li's importance in Chan Xian's heart seemed to have decreased a lot because she had just had a bit of skinship with Xiao Junlin. It was only then that she realized this point. Perhaps she should be sad, right? Bai Li hesitated a bit. Fengxi immediately grabbed her hand. You didn't go to comfort him, did you? Fengxi's tone sounded like she was blaming Bai Li. Bai Li lowered her head slightly, also with a guilty face. Fengxi released her hand in annoyance. How can you treat junior brother like this? He has no parents. We are his only family. At this time, you actually prefer to discuss alchemy with Xiao Junlin rather than comfort him. Bai Li was momentarily at a loss for words. Mainly, she was still a bit angry with junior brother. Although he is junior brother, he took advantage of my situation. Bai Li felt wrong too. But Fengxi didn't notice her expression and had already turned to leave the room. Where are you going? Bai Li shouted. Fengxi briskly walked away without looking back. To find junior brother. Outside the dormitory of the fifth peak, Fengxi came out, still murmuring. I was gone for just a few days. And junior brother has suffered so much. Bai Li is really something. And what about second senior sister? What on earth is going on? Just thinking about how she had seen Xiao Junlin in Bai Li's room a moment ago made Fengxi feel a bit nauseous. She glanced at the stars in the sky. The Ziwei star overlapped with junior brother's fate star, both still shining brightly. Hopefully, junior brother won't be affected by this. She was about to head to the sixth peak to find Chan Xian when suddenly a voice came from around the corner ahead. Junior sister, you are skilled in astrology and fate. Why not help me take a look at my fate? The speaker was none other than Xiao Junlin. Fengxi glared at him and directly brushed past him, showing no respect for the senior brother. Sensing the fragrance of the green twin ponytails passing by, Xiao Junlin shrugged and looked sideways at Fengxi. What's wrong? Is it because my fate is too good that you don't dare to calculate it? Upon hearing this, Fengxi stopped and stared at Xiao Junlin with disdain. To be honest, I have calculated it for you. Your lifespan is short, with no power or influence. You may not be able to hold the position of this senior brother for long, so stop mentioning it in front of me. Damn, this dead girl has quite a temper. Xiao Junlin cursed inwardly. In the original story, Fengxi was portrayed as someone who believed strongly in fate. She had long concluded that Xiao Junlin was doomed. She looked down on those with bad luck. Xiao Junlin didn't expect such discrimination. It was even more ridiculous than those gold-digging girls from his previous life who looked down on losers. Xiao Junlin rubbed his nose. Well, I'm mainly curious. Recently, I feel that my luck has been good. Maybe my fate has changed. Why don't you calculate again? Calculate what? My Fengxi's astrological predictions have never been wrong. If senior brother doesn't believe me, he can find someone else. Feng, she said as she turned to continue toward the sixth peak, clearly not wanting to deal with Xiao Junlin. Xiao Junlin scoffed internally. I originally wanted to have good talk with you. Since you want to be rude, then I won't hold back. Stop. Xiao Junlin's tone turned cold. As an elite disciple, upon returning to the sect, he had to report the task progress to the elders immediately. You secretly came back, which violates sect rules. Do you know I have the authority to punish you? Xiao Junlin had never used his status as senior brother to pressure others. In fact, he could manage the disciples. Fengxi was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. She couldn't react for a moment. Was this still the Xiao Junlin she remembered? The previous Xiao Junlin was just a simple man with the title of senior brother. He would stutter even when speaking a few words in front of them. How dare he manage her now? Remembering what Bai Li had said earlier. Fengxi understood and sneered. Xiao Junlin, it seems you have gained second senior sister support and are now acting tough. Get out of my way. Don't hinder me from finding junior brother. Fengxi didn't want to show any good face to someone with a short lifespan. It was best if the other party didn't bother her. She didn't want to attract bad luck. But now that Xiao Junlin had come to provoke her, she wouldn't be polite. As your senior brother, do I need to borrow the face of Red Ling to discipline a violating disciple? Xiao Junlin asserted dominantly. Fengxi scoffed. You? With your strength that could fall from the blood transformation realm at any moment, if it weren't for Elder Xiao Feng. Before she could finish, she saw Xiao Junlin suddenly make a move. His figure, which had been in front of Feng Shi, disappeared into thin air and reappeared beside her. Feng Shi was startled and instinctively swung her hand to attack Xiao Junlin. But Xiao Junlin merely raised his hand indifferently and firmly grabbed Feng Shi's arm. Feng Shi was tightly restrained, and when she tried to pull away, she found she couldn't move at all. When did Xiao Junlin's strength become so great? Feng Shi was shocked. With her blood transformation realm S blood melting stage cultivation, how could she be restrained by Xiao Junlin in one move? Her face grew increasingly indignant as she raised her long leg to kick at Xiao Junlin's waist. Her spiritual energy mixed with her blood-melting stage cultivation, and red steam enveloped her long leg. If this kick hit, given Xiao Junlin's previous physical quality, it would directly cripple him. But to the current Xiao Junlin, her movements seemed like slow motion. The power of time and space surged within him as he slowly raised his other hand and easily caught Feng Shi's ankle. A surge of force flowed into her ankle, instantly neutralizing her strength. How was this possible? Feng Shi's beautiful eyes widened in shock, but the next moment, the world around her began to spin. She saw Xiao Junlin forcefully grabbing one of her hands and one of her feet and directly executed a shoulder throw. The immense force did not belong to the blood transformation realm, but was at the level of the three aspects realm. The twin ponytails traced a half arc in the air as Xiao Junlin hurled Feng Shi into the air and slammed her down. Bang! The stone slabs of the mountain steps shattered as Feng Shi sank deep into them. She looked pained. If it weren't for the blood transformation realm's tough body, she would have spat out blood by now. Xiao Junlin, you bastard! Feng Shi immediately struggled to get up and counterattack, but Xiao Junlin's strong body pressed down on her. Chapter 39. Xiao Junlin's new fate. Feng Shi felt as if Xiao Junlin's body was as heavy as a mountain. She kept twisting but couldn't get up at all. Instead, as she struggled, she kept feeling Xiao Junlin's solid and muscular physique. When did his body become so good? Feng Shi was surprised inside. Then she felt she was going crazy. This was not the point at all. Let me go. If you dare to hurt me, the elders and junior brother won't let you go. Feng Shi scolded. Xiao Junlin seemed to find this funny. Sneaking back at night and attacking your senior brother. What's the problem with me taking you down? As for the elders, forget about it. What is Chun Xian? Does he have the qualifications to back you up? Feng Shi's expression was filled with shock. The previous Xiao Junlin had always listened to junior brother, giving him the best things. How come now he seemed to look down on junior brother? You're crazy. Xiao Junlin, have you gone back to your senses? Feng Shi was sure that Xiao Junlin was not normal. The only explanation was that her previous calculation of Xiao Junlin's fate was not wrong. Xiao Junlin should be nearing death within these few days. Now, it might really be a flash of clarity before death. Flash of clarity? Nonsense. I, Xiao Junlin, will live longer than anyone else. As for you, fourth junior sister, you know your own fate. If your Calamity Star's fate isn't resolved, you won't live past 3 years. As soon as these words were spoken, Feng Shi, who was still struggling, suddenly stopped moving. Xiao Junlin lost a bit of fun, but knew his words had worked. In the original story, Feng Shi had a Calamity Star fate that would lead to her demise. The way to resolve this calamity lies with Chun Xian. Chun Xian possesses the Z-Wei fate with the aura of an emperor. As long as Chun Xian marries her, he can use the emperor's purple energy to dissolve her Calamity Star. Therefore, Feng Shi had long been determined to marry Chun Xian, but the time had not yet come. However, this matter was known only to her. How did Xiao Junlin find out? What nonsense are you talking about? Stop spreading rumors and let me go. Feng Shi did not want to admit it. Xiao Junlin sneered. Oh, not admitting? You don't really think that your junior brother can resolve your Calamity Star's fate, do you? If he can't, then fourth junior sister has only 3 years left to live. This statement shocked Feng Shi again. Her light voice became somewhat heavy. How do you know? That's none of your business. Just know that if this matter gets out to the whole sect, how do you think everyone will view you? Xiao Junlin spoke in a threatening tone, pressing Feng Shi's hand that was still pushing against his arm heavily down on the ground. Everyone will think that you are a woman who is desperate to climb into your junior brother's bed to save your life. Since Feng Shi had always looked down on him, Xiao Junlin didn't need to show any mercy to achieve his purpose. Indeed, upon hearing his words, Feng Shi felt humiliated, and her already angry face turned even redder. Xiao Junlin, you better not go out and say anything, or else I'll fight you. Xiao Junlin chuckled. All right, then help me calculate my fate. Only then did Feng Shi realize Xiao Junlin's goal was to change his fate. She found it laughable. I've already calculated for you before. Your fate is to pay for your junior brother. That can't be changed by anyone. Xiao Junlin blinked. That was the previous Xiao Junlin's fate. What does it have to do with me? I just want to know if my current fate has changed. Cough. Maybe your Tiangong star chart has gone wrong. My fate shouldn't be too bad. Why don't you calculate it again? I don't want to. A slap rang out on Feng Shi's face. The bright red marks of 5 fingers stood out against her fair skin in the moonlight. Feng Shi stared fiercely at Xiao Junlin. I'm not discussing with you right now. I'm making a deal with you. Xiao Junlin's attitude was firm, which made Feng Shi's breathing quicken. This Xiao Junlin seemed different from before, almost like a different person. Could it be that my previous calculations really went wrong? Impossible. Feng Shi gritted her teeth. Fine, let me go first. Xiao Junlin stood up, separating from Feng Shi's soft body. Feng Shi regained her freedom, covering her face, and shot a glare at Xiao Junlin. If looks could kill, Xiao Junlin would have been dead by now. But she was puzzled. Xiao Junlin's cultivation had already been lower than hers. Yet after their previous confrontation, she felt that she was not his match at all. She walked to a pavilion on the mountainside and took out a golden scroll from her bosom. I'll tell you, fate is predetermined, unless a miracle occurs. No one can change the outcome. Feng Shi was clearly mocking Xiao Junlin. Your fate is so lowly that struggling is useless. Xiao Junlin couldn't be bothered to argue with her. Hurry up and calculate. You can't possibly not be able to do it, right? You can't do it. Feng Shi gritted her silver teeth and opened the golden scroll, which was not a piece of paper, but a black space resembling the universe. The space was empty, but as Feng Shi gestured with her hands, she began to write down Xiao Junlin's birth date and time. A stream of golden characters flowed into the black space. Heavenly secrets calculation. Star signs reveal fate. Feng Shi murmured. This scroll was her life's spiritual weapon, the heavenly secrets star chart. Although it didn't have much combat capability, it was a professional spiritual tool for calculating fate. As Feng Shi made a few more gestures, a star appeared in the space, rotating. That star was dim and lifeless, as if it would wither at any moment. Xiao Junlin guessed that this must be his fate star. Damn, is it still this bleak? Xiao Junlin thought to himself. Feng Shi also saw the star and coldly smiled. Look, your fate is like this. You just want me to explain it to you again, and you can see it's almost dead. She felt a sense of satisfaction for having vented her anger. Just a moment ago, Xiao Junlin was still boasting and bullying her. Now seeing his fate star on the verge of withering, he probably wished he could die. But Feng Shi hadn't gloat for long when she saw that the originally dim fate star was gradually emitting a purple light. The purple light was initially barely perceptible, but eventually it completely enveloped the entire fate star. Finally, the brilliance illuminated the faces of Feng Shi and Xiao Junlin, revealing their simultaneously shocked expressions. Chapter 40. Feng Shi's and the sudden change left Feng Shi speechless with shock. She stared blankly at the fate star glowing with purple light, clearly sensing the Z-Wave fortune above. The aura of an emperor. How is this possible? Feng Shi's voice was hoarse. Xiao Junlin's fate was clearly on the brink of death. How could it possibly regain vitality, and even the aura of an emperor? Xiao Junlin pushed her. What does this mean? Speak. Only then did Feng Shi come to her senses. Seeing Xiao Junlin's expectant expression and recalling how he had just pressed her down and bullied her, she felt a surge of anger. She waved her hand, and the image of the fate star immediately shattered. The heavenly secret star chart was also put away by her. Then she looked at Xiao Junlin coldly and said, It's nothing. Your fate is still the same, just with a slight change. Change? What change? Xiao Junlin was curious. Since he had crossed over, the original character of Xiao Junlin must have changed. He just didn't know whether this change was good or bad. Would it be particularly good? Would he have a chance to turn things around? As if hitting the nail on the head, Feng Shi's delicate body trembled slightly. Then she turned her face away and coldly huffed. Don't get your hopes up. Your fate is about the same as before. You can just live a little longer. Now tell me, How did you change your fate? Is it still as tragic as before? Being a stepping stone for Chun Xian? What is the use of living a few more years if it's still worse than death? Forget it. Since I'm so miserable, there's nothing more to say. Xiao Junlin felt a bit dejected and turned to leave. This time, it was Feng Shi who became anxious, because her fate contained a death calamity. Previously, only Chun Xian's Ziwei fate could resolve it. But now, it turned out that Xiao Junlin's could also resolve it. Although the Ziwei energy on Xiao Junlin's fate star was not much, even a little was enough to dissolve the death calamity. But Feng Shi was even more curious about how Xiao Junlin had gone from death to life. Wait, senior brother, didn't you want to understand the concept of fate? Discuss it with me a bit more before you leave. Feng Shi pulled Xiao Junlin's hand in the opposite direction. This made Xiao Junlin smile inwardly. In fact, he had been pretending earlier. His goal was to extract Feng Shi's true feelings. Although Feng Shi was unwilling to help him analyze his fate from her current reaction, Xiao Junlin could tell that his fate should be quite good, at least enough to shock Feng Shi. So shocking that she was even unwilling to mention it. That's why she was in such a hurry. Junior sister, it should be you who tells me. What can I say? I don't understand. Or are you trying to extract some method of defying fate from me? Xiao Junlin's words struck Feng Shi's heart like a needle. She lowered her head, trying to hide her thoughts, but still cursed inwardly. How did this guy guess so accurately? Could he be a parasite in my stomach? I don't need to extract anything. There's no one in the entire Longtime Mountain who understands fate better than I do. Feng Shi was confident about this. But Xiao Junlin didn't like overly confident women because they were hard to control. So the best way is to shatter her confidence. Oh, then good luck with changing your calamity. I'm going home to sleep first. Wait. Seeing Xiao Junlin about to leave, Feng Shi immediately grabbed his hand. Her previously arrogant expression softened considerably. Senior brother, just tell me what you've been up to lately. Why is it that your fate has changed so much? Feng Shi hesitated a bit, but still admitted, why has your fate become so good? Xiao Junlin smiled inwardly. Sure enough, his psychology studies weren't in vain. He guessed correctly. Feng Shi indeed figured out that his fate was different now, and it was very good. Want to learn? Fine. If you can calculate that little junior brother's fate poorly someday, I'll teach you. Xiao Junlin casually said, as if joking. In fact, he was very serious, but didn't want his intentions to be too obvious. He just wanted to create problems for Chun Xian's fate, preferably causing a collapse of his heavenly destiny, so that he, the villain, could stage a comeback. But Feng Shi immediately became displeased. Impossible. Little junior brother's fate is as solid as a rock, destined to possess the aura of the purple star, a future emperor's demeanor. This is what I personally calculated in front of several elite disciples. It cannot be wrong. Feng Shi coldly snorted again. No one can change little junior brother's fate. Let me be honest with you. Even the current emperor and that empress cannot stop little junior brother in the future. Feng Shi's words were very straightforward. In the future, Chun Xian will replace Emperor Wu Shuang and become the new emperor of the Tianyan dynasty. Of course, Xiao Junlin knew that was also written in the original text. But now that he had time traveled here, how could it be Chun Xian's turn to be emperor? Can't change it. No one can change it. Xiao Junlin probed. Seeing Feng Shi nodding firmly, he even suspiciously asked him, Senior brother, little junior brother has always been the hope of our Longtime Mountain. Why do you want to make his fate worse? What are your intentions? Could it be Feng Shi's heart had already demonized Xiao Junlin at this moment? Xiao Junlin merely smiled calmly, actually having already thought of a response. I, Xiao Junlin, am still doing this for Longtime Mountain, he said indignantly. Feng Shi was taken aback. What do you mean? Xiao Junlin stood with his hands behind his back, looking up at the moonlight, and sighed coldly. Today, the Huaizong caused trouble, actually under the orders of the Qingwan Holy Envoy. You should know who the Qingwan Holy Envoy is, right? Feng Shi's breath caught. One of the three great holy envoys of the current emperor. Acting only under the emperor's command. Every move represents the emperor's will. Why did she send the Huaizong to cause trouble? When it came to major sect matters, Feng Shi's attitude was very serious. This was also why Xiao Junlin did not directly eliminate them. Finding an opportunity to kill them would also sever Chun Xian's left and right arms. But it would similarly destroy Longtime Mountain making him rootless water. Although these junior sisters were Chen Xian's devoted followers, they were also the true loyal ministers of Longtime Mountain. Plus, each of them had different abilities and unparalleled beauty, which made Xiao Junlin choose to pursue rather than kill. Hearing Xiao Junlin's words, Fengxi was eager to know the true intentions of Qingwan. To be precise, it was the emperor's true intention. Because of you, Xiao Junlin suddenly looked at her, his face filled with a sense of anger at wasted potential. These four powerful words left Fengxi stunned in place. Because of me? Yes, precisely because you're convinced that Chen Xian possesses the demeanor of an emperor. There's no wall that doesn't let the wind through. This matter has already been known by the current emperor. Guess what will happen to Longtime Mountain next? Xiao Junlin's tone grew heavier, and as he spoke, he stepped closer to Fengxi, creating visual pressure on her. Fengxi's breath indeed quickened, and she swallowed hard, unable to guess the problem at hand. If the emperor knows that Longtime Mountain has someone influencing her imperial power, she will definitely eradicate Longtime Mountain. This will bring disaster to Longtime Mountain. Senior brother, my heart is completely flustered. I've only told you a few of you about this matter. No one else will know. How could the Emperor? Chapter 41. Initial stage of the 3 phases. Great perfection. Xiao Junlin sighed, shaking his head. You're all too young, unaware of the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth, and even more unaware that walls have ears. The current Emperor's cultivation is unprecedented. It is said that she has surpassed the ultimate of martial arts. Her abilities are beyond your comprehension. In short, she already knows about this matter. She was on the verge of tears. If Longtime Mountain faces extermination because of her fortune-telling, then I, Fengxi, will be the eternal sinner of Longtime Mountain. What should I do? What else can I do but let you change Chen Xian's fate? As long as his fate is not good, Longtime Mountain will still have a glimmer of hope. Fengxi bit her lower lip tightly, thinking about how to make Chen Xian's fate worse. What to do? How could it be bad? That is the demeanor of an emperor. Fengxi's mind buzzed, unable to think of any solution for a moment. Think carefully, otherwise, Longtime Mountain will fall because of you. Fortune-telling, deduction. As a result, Longtime Mountain's fate has been calculated to its death. Xiao Junlin left with a mocking remark. He was not in a hurry to continue suppressing Fengxi. He wanted the guilt of this sinner to echo continuously in Fengxi's mind, spreading relentlessly, until Fengxi thought of how to ruin Chen Xian's fate. Xiao Junlin judged that Fengxi had this ability. Even if the effect wasn't too strong, it was still possible for Chen Xian to have some bad luck a few times. It all depended on whether she could be persuaded by him. Back at his residence, Xiao Junlin finally had the time to sit cross-legged and absorb the Tianhu power he received from Nangong Jin tonight. Nangong Jin's half-human, half-fox physique has a strong effect on accelerating cultivation and can also purify the impurities within the body. Xiao Junlin operated his cultivation, the initial stage of the 3 phases power flowing continuously throughout his body. Spiritual energy gathered from the surroundings, but the spiritual energy in the air was extremely thin. So, Xiao Junlin took out many spirit stones from his storage ring, smashed them with a palm, and a large amount of spiritual energy spread throughout the room, which he quickly absorbed. These were all rewards from Qingwan in the morning. Since he no longer intended to share with Yi Hongling, Xiao Junlin generously used them for his own cultivation. As the spiritual energy transformed into power, it quickly filled his inner palace. Meanwhile, the Tianhu power absorbed from Nangong Jin was also coming into play, continuously purifying Xiao Junlin's internal organs and power, making that power even more refined. After purification, Xiao Junlin noticed that his power had decreased quite a bit, but the combat power he could exert remained unchanged. To be precise, his inner palace had gained a lot more space to store more power. This Tianhu blood can compress power, allowing me to have more power reserves than others at the same level. Xiao Junlin smashed quite a few spirit stones again, absorbing without restraint. If Yi Hongling or even Qin Yin were here, they might be bleeding inside, because Xiao Junlin could be said to be unrestrained, absorbing over 1 million spirit stones in one night, some of which still belonged to Yi Hongling's rewards. Until the next day, when dawn broke, Xiao Junlin stopped cultivating. The power within him had reached an extremely pure and full state. Initial stage of the 3 phases, great perfection. The next step is to find a way to break through to the intermediate stage of the 3 phases. According to Xiao Junlin's judgment of the original text at this time, among the 5 elders of Longtime Mountain, 2 were also at the intermediate stage of the 3 phases. Only Qin Yin, Jiu Gu, and Mu Jinshu were at the late stage of the 3 phases, especially Qin Yin, who was at the peak of the 3 phases. Only the sect master Dong Huang Qingyuan and his estranged father were above the 3 phases, at the level of the Wanjing master. Calculating, if he can step into the intermediate stage of the 3 phases, with the power compression ability brought by Tianhu blood, his combat power will definitely be invincible among the same level. As soon as Xiao Junlin had this thought, he slapped his own mouth. The path of cultivation is long and uncertain. How could he become complacent over such a small achievement? He stretched lazily, welcoming the sun of the day, while also giving a pat to the little snake beside him. The little snake had also been cultivating with him all night long. Though it was called cultivation, it was actually just eating, constantly stealing Xiao Junlin's spirit stones. Some medicinal herbs had also been consumed by it. Xiao Junlin selectively gave it some less useful herbs. And the little snake wasn't too picky, eating whatever it got. After consuming those things, the little snake lay down and fell asleep. After patting it, Xiao Junlin saw it didn't respond, so he let it be, putting it into his embrace to let the little snake sleep peacefully. According to the original description, this snake's main diet consisted of spirit stones, and additionally, medicinal herbs and demon beasts, all of which could be transformed into its own power. The stronger the things it absorbed, the more powerful it became. Therefore, Xiao Junlin did not stop its gluttonous behavior. After stepping out of the room, Xiao Junlin initially intended to check on Qin Yin. After discussing collaboration with her yesterday, he was unsure if she had made up her mind about whether she would hand over the Yaoguang Qin and Tianfu Fanning. However, on his way to the executive hall, Xiao Junlin heard the commotion of disciples gathering at the training ground. Hurry! Senior sister Yi Hongling has specially organized a sword heart inquiry. Let us go listen. Senior sister Yi is personally teaching the sword path. I have to go listen well. I heard she sent senior brother Chen Xian ahead. Perhaps this time. She is specifically teaching senior brother Chen about swords. We can also benefit from senior brother Chen's good fortune. Xiao Junlin halted his steps toward the executive hall. Yi Hongling is teaching swords? She already sent Chen Xian ahead? With a smile on his face, Xiao Junlin immediately guessed the reason behind it. It was likely that Yi Hongling felt guilty for not choosing Chen Xian last time, so she wanted to make it up to him this time. I also want to learn from junior sister sword path, but what to do? Xiao Junlin said as he walked toward the training ground. Chapter 42. Happiness is earned by one's own efforts. Longtime Mountain training ground. Hundreds of disciples had gathered here, forming a circle to listen. In the center of the crowd, Yi Hongling held the demon-slaying sword, demonstrating sword techniques. In the area closest to Yi Hongling, Chen Xian focused intently, quickly absorbing her moves. He had initially blamed Yi Hongling for not choosing him to battle. He had inquired about it, but Yi Hongling seemed to have her reasons and did not tell him. Chen Xian was unwilling to hold it against her, especially since Yi Hongling was a stunning beauty. Moreover, Yi Hongling personally taught Chen Xian sword techniques in front of so many disciples. Chen Xian sensed the envious gazes from the surrounding disciples, which sparked a sense of vanity within him. Senior sister, I comprehend this move, Chen Xian said, glancing around at the other disciples, who were still in a state of confusion. They stood too far away to grasp the intricacies of Yi Hongling's sword techniques. But Chen Xian could watch up close, clearly detecting the fluctuations of spiritual energy and breathing patterns when Yi Hongling wielded her sword. This was the essence of learning swordsmanship. Hearing Chen Xian's words, Yi Hongling immediately switched to another sword technique, thinking to herself that her junior brother was indeed extraordinarily talented to learn the first layer of her demon-slaying sword technique so quickly. However, that was not Yi Hongling's main purpose in calling Chen Xian over. The main objective was the sword heart inquiry, aiming to help Chen Xian grasp the key to her sword path, not just the superficial techniques. Yi Hongling stopped her sword dance, letting the demon-slaying sword float in midair. She sat cross-legged and slowly said, "Junior brother, sword techniques are secondary. I want to impart my sword path to you, so observe carefully." Upon hearing this, Chun Xian also sat cross-legged, ready to comprehend. Soon, a phantom of her appeared on the demon-slaying sword, surrounded by countless sword technique illusions that were constantly changing. In Chun Xian's mind, the voice of the Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor also resounded. The sword path of the 9 lives Sword Immortal is exquisite and unparalleled. Not inferior to mine, you may observe it well. Understanding her sword path may allow you to create a brand new sword path, becoming the strongest sword emperor who dominates a realm. Hearing the Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor's words, Chun Xian's spirit soared as he seemed to envision his future. A scene where he wielded a sword that changed the colors of heaven and earth. He immediately focused, preparing to burn all his talent to absorb Yi Hongling's sword path. But just then, a cough from Xiao Junlin came from the crowd. "Make way, make way." Xiao Junlin squeezed through the crowd to the front and smiled. "With such a good opportunity for a sword-hard inquiry, why didn't you call me, your senior brother?" As Xiao Junlin's words rang out, Chun Xian, who was just about to concentrate, suddenly felt a shift in his mood, and his comprehension was instantly interrupted. The Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor sensed Chun Xian's change and sighed deeply. He hadn't expected Xiao Junlin to have such a significant influence on Chun Xian. He could see that recently, due to Xiao Junlin, Chun Xian's cultivation progress had slowed significantly. Chun Xian had faced setbacks in front of Xiao Junlin time and time again, causing his temperament and cultivation to be hindered. The Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor knew that if Chun Xian continued to be influenced by Xiao Junlin, he would only have 2 paths ahead of him. Either kill Xiao Junlin to help Chun Xian, or abandon Chun Xian and support Xiao Junlin. Naturally, Chun Xian was unaware of the Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor's thoughts. Xiao Junlin's arrival had captured all of his attention. "Senior brother, what brings you here?" Chun Xian proactively asked, his tone carrying a hint of rejection and hostility. Xiao Junlin smiled, listening to the surrounding disciples' murmurs. "What is this senior brother doing here? Isn't he just good at alchemy?" "Yeah. What does he know about swordsmanship? And he even pushed me aside. I really dislike people who cut in line." Xiao Junlin chuckled softly, glaring at the disciple who spoke and casually slapped his hand out. The disciple suddenly had a handprint on his face. "I'm here to observe the sword path. Who is in favor or against?" Xiao Junlin's aura was overwhelming. The disciples who had just been talking behind his back all shut their mouths and even took a few steps back, fearing they would be the next target of Xiao Junlin's slap. Seeing that no one was talking back, Xiao Junlin then looked at Chun Xian. "What's wrong? Is it not okay for your senior brother to come observe you learning swordsmanship?" Chun Xian frowned, feeling that Xiao Junlin was exceptionally annoying now. Although he had never looked down on Xiao Junlin before, at least back then, Xiao Junlin had been diligent and compliant, which did not make him dislike him. But the current Xiao Junlin had a vibe of wanting to compete with him for supremacy. Of course not. Senior brother can go wherever he wants, but Chun Xian glanced at Yi Hongling. "Senior sister is specifically imparting sword techniques to me today, so it is indeed not suitable for senior brother to watch." Chun Xian did not give Xiao Junlin any face, implying that he should not be there. He shouldn't even look at Yi Hongling again. Xiao Junlin raised the corner of his mouth, but did not leave directly. Instead, he walked toward Yi Hongling. "Junior sister, yesterday we fought side by side, and today you privately teach sword techniques to junior brother. Isn't that a bit too much?" Hearing Xiao Junlin's teasing words, Yi Hongling frowned. "Senior brother is joking. I'm not teaching privately. Other disciples are also watching." Yi Hongling glanced at the surrounding disciples. Xiao Junlin sneered. Aside from himself squeezing through the crowd to come to the 2 of them, the other disciples were all 10 meters away. How could they see anything from that far? To put it bluntly, the other disciples were merely a cover, a disguise. The more they disguised themselves, the more guilty they felt. Therefore, Xiao Junlin showed no mercy to them. "Since junior sister is teaching openly, then that's good, you continue." Saying that, Xiao Junlin directly sat down next to Yi Hongling, even closer than the distance between Chun Xian and Yi Hongling. After all, happiness is something one must strive for, which is one of Xiao Junlin's guiding principles. However, this scene made Yi Hongling blush, and Chen Xian turned green with envy. They had seen shamelessness before, but never to this extent. Senior brother, Chen Xian gritted his teeth, wanting to curse. But Xiao Junlin smiled and looked up, asking what's wrong. Didn't you hear your senior sister say that everyone can learn? Hurry up and sit down, or you'll waste your second senior sister's insights. Little junior brother, you'll be guilty of 1,000 deaths. Chen Xian was momentarily speechless. He waved his sleeve to express his dissatisfaction, but couldn't say anything. After he sat down, Yi Hongling was still speechless. Then she heard Xiao Junlin's voice again. Second junior sister, start transmitting the sword technique. Little junior brother is waiting. His face was warm and polite. The sunlight shining on him gave him a gentlemanly aura. If one didn't know Xiao Junlin, they might really fall for his charm. But Yi Hongling was no fool. Who was the one closest to me? It's you, right? You're the one who's more anxious than the little junior brother. Yi Hongling had no choice but to go along with Xiao Junlin's antics and continue to release her sword insights. Chapter 43. Xiao Junlin. Chen Xian Xiao Junlin looked at the changes in the Zhan Yao sword. The phantom of Yi Hongling above seemed to represent her sword insights. As Xiao Junlin looked over, his mind was drawn into Yi Hongling's sword realm. Chen Xian saw that Xiao Junlin had entered the state of comprehension so quickly. He immediately sat cross-legged, focusing on competing with Xiao Junlin to see who had stronger comprehension. How could I, Chen Xian, lose to you, even if you're shameless and insist on comprehending with me? So what? The Dragon Master said that my talent is unmatched on Longtime Mountain. What is a Xiao Junlin to me? Chen Xian's emotions surged. However, due to his hostility and rivalry with Xiao Junlin, he couldn't concentrate. The Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor, feeling more disappointed in him, reminded him to focus. Only then did Chen Xian settle down. He looked at Xiao Junlin, who had already entered the state of comprehension, eyes closed, the surrounding aura fluctuating steadily and progressively. In comparison, he was much more composed than Chen Xian. The Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor was puzzled. Could it be that he misjudged? He had originally deduced that a future Heavenly Emperor would be born in the Tianyun dynasty, which is why he had ambushed here, waiting for Chen Xian. He wanted to use the favor of cultivating Chen Xian into a Heavenly Emperor to restore his own physical body and even return to his peak. But if he was wrong, and the future Heavenly Emperor was Xiao Junlin instead of Chen Xian, then he would have bet on the wrong horse. At this moment, Yi Hongling had her eyes closed, concentrating on refining her sword insights. She also sensed two consciousnesses entering her sword realm. This place was not a real world, but a small illusion created by her sword path. However, Yi Hongling could clearly know what was happening inside. At this moment, Yi Hongling's eyes widened, because she saw Xiao Junlin was the first to enter her illusion and had even started taking off his clothes. Shameless, pervert. Yi Hongling kept cursing in her heart. Xiao Junlin, what on earth are you doing? Yi Hongling wanted to look away, but once her consciousness detached, the illusion would immediately dissipate, interrupting the entire comprehension. With her current cultivation, initiating comprehension once consumed a large amount of mental energy, and it was impossible to start again. If it was interrupted, then the little junior brother wouldn't be able to comprehend her sword path. Thinking of this, Yi Hongling gritted her teeth and could only look at Xiao Junlin. But Xiao Junlin's behavior became more outrageous. Not only did he strip completely, but he was also in his sword consciousness illusion. Yi Hongling's heart gasped. Fortunately, Xiao Junlin's outrageous behavior didn't last long before he put his clothes back on, because another consciousness also transformed into a phantom and entered Yi Hongling's illusion. It was none other than Chen Xian. When Chen Xian saw Xiao Junlin arrive, the hostility in his eyes didn't diminish at all. Senior brother, how about we comprehend together without disturbing each other? Chen Xian took the initiative to speak. Although he was a bit slower to enter than Xiao Junlin, he could tell that Xiao Junlin had not yet begun to comprehend in the illusion. After hearing his suggestion, Xiao Junlin smiled and nodded. The two clasped their hands in a gesture of peace, as if to shake hands. But in the next moment, Xiao Junlin's gaze sharpened, and his fighting spirit suddenly erupted as he pointed a finger at Chen Xian. The fingertip transformed into sword energy, aimed at Chen Xian's face. But Xiao Junlin didn't expect that Chen Xian would also strike at the same time, not anticipating that he would have the intent to kill him. Bang! The two's finger energies clashed in midair. The sword energy shot out from their fingers canceled each other out, causing both of them to step back a few paces. Good heavens! Junior brother, are you trying to kill me? Xiao Junlin laughed coldly. His thought was that outside, Chen Xian had the Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor protecting him, and he couldn't kill him. But in this illusion, although they were only consciousnesses, if this consciousness died, even if the illusion disappeared, the damage to their real bodies would still be immense. He wanted to incapacitate Chen Xian in the illusion, making him a cripple once he exited. But unexpectedly, Chen Xian also had the intent to kill him. Seeing that Xiao Junlin took the initiative to speak, Chen Xian shrugged. Isn't senior brother also being ruthless? His eyes narrowed slightly. It turned out that his previous suspicions were correct. This Xiao Junlin had always been against him. He even wanted to kill him. But it didn't matter. Chen Xian was not someone to be bullied. Since Xiao Junlin wanted to seek death, he didn't mind killing him once here. Even if he couldn't truly kill Xiao Junlin, the destruction of consciousness would at least leave Xiao Junlin unconscious for years. In those years, anything could happen, and Chen Xian couldn't guarantee he wouldn't be unable to resist and end up killing Xiao Junlin. Chen Xian chuckled. His fingers began to gather power. By his judgment, this was the sword path consciousness illusion. Therefore, here, other techniques could not be used, only sword techniques. Xiao Junlin, who only knew how to refine pills, understood nothing about sword techniques. But Chen Xian was different. He was proficient in sword techniques, practicing swordsmanship in the royal family since childhood, being the #1 in sword path within the royal family of the Tianyan dynasty. He was confident he could kill Xiao Junlin here. Senior brother, it seems you want to spar, right? Since that's the case, let us have a friendly match. Chen Xian attacked again, sneering, I hope senior brother will not hold back. Your junior brother, will also go all out. The energy from his fingers condensed into a sword of energy, and as Chen Xian slashed down, Xiao Junlin's pupils widened, feeling the threat of death. Good heavens! This destined master was indeed ruthless. But Xiao Junlin was not someone to be easily bullied, since he wanted a challenge early. Let us see. Xiao Junlin also erupted with extreme energy, pointing with both fingers, forming a sword of energy. The emergence of the energy made Chen Xian's eyes narrow. You're also in the 3 aspects realm. When did this happen? Chen Xian's breathing quickened. He had thought that among the elite disciples, only he had stepped into the 3 aspects realm. He was planning to apply for elder-level resources as soon as the sect master finished his seclusion. But now that Xiao Junlin was also in the 3 aspects realm and was the senior brother, how could elder-level resources come to him? Senior brother, it seems today is the day you die. Chen Xian's killing intent surged. Chapter 44. Time energy, space energy, as Chen Xian's voice fell. His figure also disappeared before Xiao Junlin's eyes. Xiao Junlin's eyes widened. He realized that Chen Xian's disappearance was not due to normal speed, but rather a complete disappearance. He immediately recalled that in the original work, Chen Xian awakened the spatial law manifestation. At this moment, Chen Xian's figure appeared behind Xiao Junlin like a ghost, and the qi sword in his hand slashed down at Xiao Junlin. With this sword, he was confident he could kill Xiao Junlin's consciousness. The disappearance of this consciousness would be enough to severely injure Xiao Junlin, even if the elders and his sisters blamed him. Chen Xian believed that with his 9 Phoenix Chaoyang sacred body, those women would not truly be willing to punish him. Then, he would take the opportunity to eliminate Xiao Junlin's physical body, allowing that ancient species to recognize him as its master once again. Thinking of this, Chen Xian's determination to kill Xiao Junlin intensified, and the sword energy in his hand became even sharper. Swish! The sword energy slashed down. But the strike that Chen Xian thought was a sure hit was narrowly avoided by Xiao Junlin with a subtle movement. This movement was not large, but very precisely sidestepped, just enough to evade his sword energy. How is that possible? Chen Xian's mind was filled with horror. He had launched this sword with the mindset of defeating the enemy in one move. The fierce sword energy, combined with the sudden shifting of the spatial law manifestation, had not given Xiao Junlin any chance to dodge. Yet, Xiao Junlin had easily evaded it. What is your law manifestation? Chen Xian's breath quickened, suddenly filled with a bad premonition. He stared hard at Xiao Junlin, only to see Xiao Junlin suddenly directing a sword at him. As the Qi sword attacked Chen Xian, his pupils dilated in shock, because he clearly saw that the Qi sword was not fast, but at the moment it approached him, its speed suddenly increased by dozens of times. It was not that his sword energy was too fast. No, my sense of time is off. Chen Xian immediately realized the problem. The spatial law power operated within his body, and the surrounding space began to ripple rapidly. His figure disappeared once again, and just as he vanished, Xiao Junlin's Qi sword swept past. Missed? Impressive. Xiao Junlin sneered coldly, turning to look to the other side, where Chen Xian's figure emerged from space. Although he appeared light and agile, upon closer inspection, blood was seeping from Chen Xian's right arm. Just now, although he had exerted his spatial shifting to the limit, he had still been grazed by the sword energy. He had underestimated his opponent, thinking it was a crushing situation. Chen Xian never expected to be caught off guard. What shocked him even more was that he had confirmed Xiao Junlin's law power attribute, time law power. There are only two types of rule-based law power, spatial law power and time law power. And since ancient times, no one has truly awakened time law power, because time law power, when cultivated to the extreme, is an unfathomable force, far more terrifying and outrageous than spatial power. Law power is not only used in the three manifestation realm, but is applicable in all subsequent realms, also known as the watershed of potential. Awakening high-quality law power is enough to establish a cultivator's talent ceiling. Yet, Xiao Junlin had actually awakened time law power. Chen Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent. Since that is the case, he absolutely cannot let Xiao Junlin leave here alive. Chen Xian raised his right hand, intending to summon his law manifestation to fight. But he realized that this was Yi Hongling's sword path consciousness space. They had entered here with their consciousness, and being able to exert the weak law power stored in their consciousness was already the limit. They could not truly summon their law manifestations. Chen Xian thought it was a pity, but conversely, Xiao Junlin also could not summon his law manifestation. Even that bizarre time law power might not be easy to use many more times. That's good. Chen Xian's right hand formed a claw with 5 fingers, and a Qi sword suddenly took shape, held tightly in his hand. However, at the same time, this sword path consciousness space began to tremble. Here, although there was no spiritual power to convert into law power, there was another kind of power, sword intent. If he remembered correctly, Yi Hongling's last half-step 3 manifestation was the awakening of the sword intent law manifestation. Even if it wasn't fully formed yet, it was enough for him to borrow a portion of its power. With the thought of I borrow the intent of the primordial heavenly emperor, using the insights of a 9 generations sword immortal to slay this villain, Chen Xian murmured softly in his heart, and within the sword path consciousness space, countless sword intents gathered around him like countless illusory swords. That was the heavenly grade technique primordial heavenly emperor's intent taught to him by the dragon blood heavenly emperor. This technique allows the cultivator to embody the primordial and momentarily borrow all surrounding powers for their own use. Although Chen Xian's realm could not fully utilize the heavenly grade technique yet, it was enough to make him invincible in the same realm. Soon, most of the sword intents in the space gathered in Chen Xian's hand. The Qi sword also rapidly grew larger in Chen Xian's hand, even taking on a substantial form. As it reached a certain peak, Chen Xian made a fierce move and swung the sword again. This sword was different from before, bringing down countless Qi swords like a torrential rain upon Xiao Junlin's position. Xiao Junlin operated the time law power, altering the time around him, causing those Qi swords to slow down, and he quickly dodged the Qi swords. Primordial Heavenly Emperor's intent. Is this all it amounts to? Xiao Junlin sneered, but at the same time felt that his law power was running low. Chen Xian's law power was also mostly exhausted, but Chen Xian had the primordial Heavenly Emperor's intent to borrow strength. Dodge. Next strike, let's see how you dodge. Chen Xian's killing intent was fierce, but at this moment, a deafening voice appeared above the sword path consciousness space. Stop. You must not fight any longer. It was Yi Hongling who intervened forcefully after seeing their battle. Chen Xian squinted his eyes, remembering that last time Yi Hongling had chosen Xiao Junlin. He was filled with rage. This time, he was already on the verge of killing Xiao Junlin. How could he allow Yi Hongling to stop him? Second sister, wait until I kill him, then slowly comprehend your sword path. Chen Xian swung his sword, directly threatening Xiao Junlin. But Xiao Junlin smirked because he had already seen the outside world, where a long jade leg was stepping through the air. Before coming here, he had spent 30 spirit stones to have a junior disciple notify Qin Yin that the senior brother and Chen Xian were battling here. That was why Xiao Junlin had been provoking Chen Xian the whole time. If he could injure Chen Xian, that would be great. But if he couldn't, he still had Qin Yin as a backup. Now is the time to use this card. Qin Yin, save me, Xiao Junlin shouted, his voice loud enough to penetrate the sword path consciousness space. In the sky, Qin Yin witnessed Chen Xian attacking Xiao Junlin in the sword path consciousness space. As soon as she saw Chen Xian swing his sword, Qin Yin had already exited her body and rushed directly into Yi Hongling's sword path consciousness space. She stood in front of Xiao Junlin, waving her sleeve to block the countless qi swords descending from Chen Xian, and a cold air law power seemed capable of freezing space, instantly forming a massive barrier in the air. Bang, bang, bang. The sword rain struck the ice wall, leaving only surface wounds. Only then did Chen Xian realize that it was Qin Yin who had intervened. Gritting his teeth, he immediately dissipated the primordial heavenly emperor's intent, and the sword intent around him also shattered once again, dispersing throughout this space. Qin Elder, luckily you arrived in time. Junior brother is trying to kill me. Xiao Junlin immediately stepped forward, grabbing Qin Yin's hand to report the situation. Chapter 45. Senior brother, you need to stop. You're absorbing too much. Qin Yin frowned. This matter indeed touched her reverse scale. Xiao Junlin was the son of Xiao Feng, who was a hero of Longtime Mountain. If Xiao Junlin were to die at Chen Xian's hands, how would the various sects of the Tianyun dynasty view her Longtime Mountain? Would they just let the son of a hero be slaughtered? There was no need for outside judgment. Once the Eastern Emperor Master emerged from seclusion, he would first come to settle accounts with her. Qin Yin suddenly recalled that Chen Xian had mentioned worrying about Xiao Feng going mad the other day, urging her to prepare early. At that moment, she concluded that Chen Xian held a deep prejudice against the Xiao father and son. Qin Elder, it's senior brother S' fault. Chen Xian also shouted, not expecting Xiao Junlin to be so quick to turn the tables and accuse him first. Seeing Qin Yin dissipate the ice wall and reveal her disappointed bright eyes, Chen Xian knew he had gotten himself into trouble. Come out and talk. With a wave of Qin Yin's hand, a force slammed into Chen Xian. The overwhelming repulsion caused his consciousness to directly withdraw from the sword intent space. The true body, sitting cross-legged nearby, also opened its eyes. Seeing that Qin Yin's consciousness had also returned to her body, the hundreds of disciples around them knelt down in unison. Disciples pay respects to Elder Qin. Disciples pay respects to Elder Qin. Qin Yin raised her hand, and only then did the disciples stand up. Chen Xian immediately cupped his hands towards Qin Yin. Elder Qin, I was just sparring with senior brother and had no other intentions. Qin Yin frowned tightly. Do you know what mistake you just made? If you had killed Xiao Junlin, how would our longtime mountain face Elder Xiao Feng? How would we face the world? This was the first time she spoke to Chen Xian in such a stern tone. Chen Xian felt wronged in his heart. Damn it, Xiao Junlin attacked me first. Why should I be blamed? Elder Qin, senior brother, also attacked me fiercely. Just ask everyone, Chen Xian said to the crowd. But those disciples looked confused. Because their qualifications were too low and they were too far away, they couldn't see what happened in the sword intent space at all. The crowd fell silent, making Chen Xian's expression even worse. Chen Xian, you are still quibbling. Xiao Junlin personally said that you wanted to kill him, and I also saw it with my own eyes. Qin Yin coldly reprimanded. She initially thought Xiao Junlin was incompetent, but didn't expect Chen Xian, whom she entrusted with important tasks, to be so reckless. Chen Xian's face was full of unwillingness. Damn Xiao Junlin. Trying to frame me. making me take the blame alone. You wish. He immediately thought of Yi Hongling. Yes, others couldn't see the whole process, but the second senior sister could see it. Second senior sister. Chun Xian looked at Yi Hongling, only to see her still diligently and focused on maintaining the sword intent space. He was puzzled. Why was she still maintaining it? He had already come out, but when he looked back at the sword intent space, Chun Xian was dumbfounded because Xiao Junlin actually hadn't followed him in Qinin out. Instead, shamelessly, he began to comprehend the sword intent in the space. Elder, please let senior brother come out to confront. Second senior sister can prove that senior brother also attacked me. He pointed to his arm, intending to prove he was injured. But then he remembered that he had just taken a sword strike from Xiao Junlin in the sword intent space. Although he bled there in reality, he only felt a faint pain in his right arm, and his physical body showed no signs of injury. He gritted his teeth and could only give up, wanting Qin Yin to pull Xiao Junlin out. But Qin Yin raised her hand, signaling him and the others not to act rashly. Xiao Junlin has begun to merge with Hongling's sword intent. Interrupting recklessly could injure both of them. Qin Yin's words carried a warning tone. Chun Xian felt a surge of frustration. That was supposed to belong to me. That was the sword intent comprehension that second senior sister specially prepared for me. He wanted Yi Hongling to stop, but he also knew that now, even Yi Hongling couldn't stop herself. Once the sword intent space was opened and allowed Xiao Junlin to enter, it meant permitting him to do anything inside. Now, Yi Hongling could only let Xiao Junlin absorb all the sword intent in her space. They never expected that Xiao Junlin's greed was even more outrageous than they imagined. More. Absorb more. It's all mine. Xiao Junlin continuously formed hand seals, summoning the surrounding sword intent to spiral towards him. His consciousness was like the center of a vortex. The sword intent was an endless tide, forming a huge circular whirlpool centered on Xiao Junlin. Originally, these sword intents were not easy to absorb directly. At least Xiao Junlin would need to spend a lot of time to slowly comprehend them before he could absorb them. But thanks to Chun Xian, who had just unleashed the primordial heavenly emperor's intent, he had tamed all these sword intents. Now, Xiao Junlin didn't care at all. Taking advantage of these sword intents still being in an extremely docile state, he frantically absorbed them. Even Yi Hongling felt her comprehension of the sword rapidly diminishing. Senior brother, you have to stop. You're absorbing too much. Yi Hongling's voice echoed in the space, filled with a pleading tone. But Xiao Junlin didn't care about her at all. You like to compensate Chun Xian, right? Just now, it was your sword intent that was utilized by Chun Xian, almost killing my consciousness. Now, what is wrong with me wanting to take some interest? Seeing that Xiao Junlin had no intention of stopping, Yi Hongling's voice became even more pitiful. I'm begging you. I really can't take it anymore. Senior brother, please stop. Yi Hongling clearly sensed that her cultivation was starting to drop from half-step 3 realms back to peak blood transformation. If this continued, when would she truly step into the 3 realms? Junlin, stop while you still can. Outside, Qin Yin also noticed that Yi Hongling's condition was off and immediately shouted to stop. Xiao Junlin felt that he had already reached his limit. These sword intents were enough to bring him to 90 of Yi Hongling's previous sword prowess. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't absorb anymore, he would have wanted to take all the sword intents in this space for himself. Forget it. I'll let you go. Xiao Junlin's consciousness left the sword intent space and returned to his physical body, slowly opening his eyes. In an instant, a sharp aura radiated from him, as if he were a sword ready to be drawn, incredibly domineering. Is this the feeling of a sword cultivator? Xiao Junlin had never practiced sword techniques before, but now he felt that as long as he had a sword in his hand, he would be a legendary sword immortal. Looking at Yi Hongling again, as the sword intent space dissipated, she also opened her eyes, but her state was the complete opposite of Xiao Junlin. Yi Hongling looked weak, filled with anger and resentment towards Xiao Junlin. Senior brother, who would have thought that Xiao Junlin would apologize to her first, junior sister? Is it that my potential is too great and I drained you dry? Sai, it's all my fault. I only absorbed 1 or 2 parts of it. How did you end up like this? While speaking, Xiao Junlin even burped, clearly looking as if he had overeaten. Seeing this, Yi Hongling was so angry that she spat out a mouthful of old blood. Behind her, Chen Xian, seeing the sword master aura radiating from Xiao Junlin, felt an even stronger urge to stab him to death with the sword. Second senior sister, quickly tell Elder Qin whether senior brother also attacked me. Chen Xian still retained his reason, knowing he couldn't confront him head-on. At least, morally, he needed to take the upper hand. But he underestimated Yi Hongling's injuries. After being provoked by Xiao Junlin, Yi Hongling hadn't had time to respond to him before she fainted. Qin Yin quickly instructed, "Quickly take Hongling back to her quarters to rest, and go to the administrative hall to get 3 blood condensation pills and 3 qi condensation pills for her to take." 2 female disciples immediately cupped their hands to comply. Qin Yin then looked at Xiao Junlin and Chen Xian. "You two, come with me to the administrative hall for a proper explanation." Chapter 46. Qin Yin's Favoritism, 5th Peak of Longtime Mountain. Administrative Hall. Qin Yin's gaze was serious as she stared at the two in front of her. She first looked at Chen Xian, her eyes filled with disappointment. Chen Xian felt unwilling and was about to speak when he saw Qin Yin raise her hand, signaling him to wait. At the same time, Qin Yin looked at Xiao Junlin. "Junlin, your fellow disciple has attacked you. Do you have anything to say?" For what she knew of Xiao Junlin, he was very fond of Chen Xian. Although Xiao Junlin's behavior had been somewhat strange recently, Qin Yin believed that even if Chen Xian wanted to kill Xiao Junlin this time, perhaps Xiao Junlin would still downplay the matter. Even if Chen Xian is at fault, you are his senior brother, and you have the responsibility to guide him. I believe you can make the right decision. The implication was that she was trying to bind Xiao Junlin to a moral high ground. Xiao Junlin smirked inwardly. Good. Still the same old routine. If he were the old Xiao Junlin, he might really have downplayed the matter and forgiven Chen Xian. Then he would have become the tragic protagonist's stepping stone. But the current Xiao Junlin was fully committed to eliminating the protagonist without any morals. Elder Qin is right, Xiao Junlin said seriously. Qin Yin saw his expression and thought he was going to say something to forgive Chen Xian. But unexpectedly, Xiao Junlin suddenly became serious. The disciple is the leader among the disciples. If the junior brother has made a mistake, I must take responsibility to teach him. I suggest we strip the junior brother of 1 major realm as a minor punishment to serve as a warning. As soon as these words were spoken, not only did Qin Yin freeze in surprise, but Chen Xian became even more anxious. 1 major realm. Doesn't that mean he would revert back to the spirit refining realm? In the spirit refining realm, he wouldn't even qualify to be among the elite disciples of Longtime Mountain. What difference was that for being discarded? How ruthless of Xiao Junlin. Elder. Chen Xian wanted to speak, but Qin Yin raised her hand to signal him to calm down, then looked at Xiao Junlin. "Junlin, do you think this punishment is too severe?" What's wrong? Are you feeling sorry for your little disciple?" Xiao Junlin knew that with Chen Xian nearby, his 9 Phoenix Rising Sun sacred body was enough to make Qin Yin always favor him. Therefore, Xiao Junlin didn't have much hope for Qin Yin. It was certain she would protect Chen Xian, but it all depended on how Qin Yin would pass his test. Xiao Junlin clasped his hands and said, "I don't think it's too harsh. With the junior brother's talent, even if he is stripped of 1 major realm, he can still toughen his mind and body. Perhaps he will catch up in a shorter time, which might not be a bad thing for the junior brother. Are you going to roast him on a spit? How do you all feel about my approach?" Xiao Junlin glanced at the two in front of him. Seeing their expressions as if they had lost their parents, he felt quite pleased. Qin Yin fell into deep thought. There was some truth to Xiao Junlin's words. However, she certainly could not agree to this punishment. "Chen Xian, do you have anything to say?" Qin Yin clearly wanted to give Chen Xian a chance. Chen Xian immediately cupped his hands and said, "Elder, senior brother also attacked me in the consciousness space. I want to ask, doesn't senior brother have any fault?" Qin Yin looked at Xiao Junlin, but before she could speak, Xiao Junlin shouted angrily, "Nonsense. I originally wanted to give you a chance to reflect, and only suggested stripping you of 1 major realm. I didn't expect you to wrong me." Xiao Junlin looked innocent. "I entered the second junior sister's consciousness space to help you comprehend her sword intent. When did I ever harm you? But you attacked me, and Elder Qin witnessed it with her own eyes." After saying this, Xiao Junlin acted dramatically, with a hint of a sobbing tone. If Elder Qin hadn't arrived in time, I might have turned into a corpse by now. At that time, wouldn't the position of senior brother of Longtime Mountain have to be taken by you? A few years later, wouldn't Elder Qin's position also be taken by you? Xiao Junlin almost forgot he had crossed over to a male-dominated genre. But it didn't matter. The face-slapping tactics were the same. After he finished speaking, Qin Yin and Chun Xian's expressions indeed became extremely awkward. Xiao Junlin, you're talking nonsense. You dare to do it, but not acknowledge it. Are you still a man? Chun Xian shouted hoarsely. This was the first time he felt powerless in front of Xiao Junlin. He had thought the person in front of him was still the same as before. A soft persimmon that could be easily squeezed. But Chun Xian didn't expect that in terms of verbal skills alone, he was completely crushed by Xiao Junlin. Elder, this matter cannot rely solely on his word. The second junior sister can testify for me. Chun Xian still wanted to argue, but he saw Qin Yin raise her hand, and the palm force instantly landed on Chun Xian's chest. Although both were at the three-phase realm, as long as Qin Yin did not suppress the cold air, she was a solid peak of the three-phase realm and had been an elder for many years, understanding the disciples' techniques. This palm did not alert the Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor because he sensed that Qin Yin's palm force had no killing intent and would not cause Chun Xian significant harm. Bang! Chun Xian flew backward several meters, clutching his chest. Elder. His face was full of unwillingness. But the Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor immediately reminded him. She wants to give you a step down? Your injury is not serious. Just bear with it. Hearing his words, Chun Xian clearly felt that the momentary pain had disappeared. Evidently, Qin Yin's palm was loud, but not harmful. She didn't intend to hurt him. Chun Xian, being exceptionally clever, quickly understood and deliberately pretended to be in pain. Qin Yin coldly snorted, I've hurt you with one palm, and you are to be confined for a month. Reflect well. Seeing Chun Xian acting, she felt relieved. This child was still intelligent and understood her intentions. After Qin Yin finished speaking, she looked at Xiao Junlin. Junlin, I have already punished him. You can go back and rest. Her tone carried a hint of authority, suggesting a dismissal. Xiao Junlin smiled and nodded, bowing before turning to leave the Hall of Affairs. In fact, he was already feeling quite angry inside. What a biased Elder Qin. To protect Chun Xian. She even staged a scene for me to watch. If it were an ordinary disciple, they might have really been fooled. But Xiao Junlin was a PhD in psychology, most adept at judging others' inner thoughts through body language and microexpressions. He had already seen that Chun Xian was not injured at all, and his acting was terrible. After Xiao Junlin turned around and disappeared at the entrance, Qin Yin looked at Chun Xian with a concerned expression. You weren't hurt, were you? Chun Xian felt Qin Yin's favoritism and was warmed in his heart. Thank you, Elder, for being merciful. Xiao Junlin, oh Xiao Junlin, you dared to compete with me. The Elder favors me. My fellow sisters also favor me. Everyone on Longtime Mountain is on my side. How can you compete with me? What will you use to fight? Rely on that mouth of yours? I'll break it sooner or later. Chun Xian sneered inwardly, coming back to his senses and respectfully saying, Elder, am I really to be confined for a month? Qin Yin snorted lightly. This is already the lightest punishment. What if I don't punish you at all? Do you think Xiao Junlin will let it go? But the disciple is innocent, Chun Xian argued. Qin Yin actually believed in Chun Xian. After all, in her eyes, Chun Xian was the future hope of Longtime Mountain, and also her future hope. She was the third person in Longtime Mountain. In terms of status, the only ones above her were the sect master and the supreme elder. Xiao Feng had always been in the dark forbidden zone and would not compete with her. The sect master had been in closed-door cultivation to break through to a higher realm. If successful, perhaps the next step would be to enter the Tianyin dynasty. The position of sect master of Longtime Mountain would then be inherited by her. However, there were also 4 other elders on her level. Lin Shihua and Nie Huanqi's cultivation was inferior to hers, so there was naturally nothing to worry about. But the other 2 had qualifications to compete with Qin Yin. Therefore, Qin Yin needed helpers. Upon learning that Chun Xian had stepped into the 3-phase realm, she became even more determined in this idea. As long as she promoted Chun Xian more, with his future potential, he would be able to secure her position as sect master. Seeing Chun Xian looking at her with expectation, Qining softened her heart and said, "Don't worry. Once Hong Ling wakes up, I will personally investigate and surely clear your name. At that time, I will lift your confinement and perhaps—" Qining looked towards the door and didn't continue. But with Chun Xian's intelligence, he had already understood the implication of the latter half of her sentence. Moreover, he could also punish Xiao Junlin, and it wouldn't be as easy as this time. The disciple thanks Elder Qin. "I have no way to repay you, and I will definitely cultivate diligently to serve Longtime Mountain and Elder Qin." Chun Xian was genuinely grateful. Qin looked at him with admiration. However, she did not know that outside the Hall of Affairs, behind the wall, Xiao Junlin had not left. Hearing the entire conversation between the two, Xiao Junlin's gaze turned cold. "Qining, you really are biased to an outrageous degree." Xiao Junlin clenched his fists. It seemed he needed to find an opportunity to deal with you. "When the day comes that you submit before me, I will make you regret today's favoritism." Chapter 47, Prussian Blue Memory Covering Method. Second peak of Longtime Mountain. Yi Hongling's chamber. When Xiao Junlin arrived, he saw Yi Hongling's maidservant carrying water out. "Refer to the senior brother." The maid bowed in greeting. But her expression clearly showed she shot a glare at Xiao Junlin because she knew that it was because of him that Yi Hongling got hurt. "Don't look at me with those eyes. Do you believe I can send you to the old man at the foot of the mountain to be his wife?" Xiao Junlin's words startled the maid, and she immediately knelt down. "Senior brother, spare me. It's the servant's fault for being blind." She kept bowing her head, but Xiao Junlin couldn't be bothered to argue with her. He was just scaring her. He originally planned to let the maid leave first, but unexpectedly, Yi Hongling woke up first. "Schwanger, you can step back." Yi Hongling's weak voice came through. The maid named Schwanger seemed relieved and hurriedly ran out. Looking at her eyes so unscrupulously, "She won't be spreading rumors about me behind my back, right?" Xiao Junlin was puzzled. "Senior brother, what are you doing here again?" Yi Hongling's voice came, clearly not as gentle as before, but with a hint of anger. If she hadn't been injured, she might have already given Xiao Junlin a beating. Xiao Junlin smiled slightly, sat by Yi Hongling's bed, and casually threw the demon-slaying sword a little farther away, being careful as a ship sailing for 1,000 years. "Why are you being so fierce with me, junior sister? I'm here to tell you some good news. Last time, my pet accused you of killing innocents, but I checked, and you are innocent." Xiao Junlin said casually. Yi Hongling snorted coldly. "I was already innocent. Why would I need verification? It's your pet." Speaking of this, Yi Hongling became angry. "I will chop off that snake of yours sooner or later," Yi Hongling suddenly said through gritted teeth. All right. You can chop it if you want, just don't chop me." You don't protect it at all? How can you be the owner?" After Yi Hongling finished speaking, she seemed too agitated, which seemed to aggravate her injury, and her spirit became even more listless. Xiao Junlin seized the opportunity and suddenly wiggled 5 fingers in front of Yi Hongling. It seemed like an ordinary wiggle, but in reality, it concealed his time power, allowing Yi Hongling to see countless repetitions of the wiggle. Xiao Junlin wanted to conduct an experiment, to see if he could use the time power to enhance another one of his unique skills, allowing him to use hypnosis in this world. Yi Hongling's eyes quickly became hollow, her eyelids drooping, and her pupils became completely still, like a living corpse. Second junior sister? Seeing that Yi Hongling had no reaction, Xiao Junlin smiled slightly. The effect was not bad, so it would be easier. He began to tell Yi Hongling a story about how Chun Xian kills in the Sword Path consciousness space. Regardless of how Yi Hongling tried to stop him, Chun Xian was bloodthirsty and nearly caused a catastrophe, using this story to replace Yi Hongling's real memories, hoping that his Prussian blue memory overlay method would still be effective. After finishing the story, Xiao Junlin repeated it a second time. This psychological technique would be used during the patient's period of nervous weakness, repeatedly using false memories to make the patient mistakenly believe that they were real memories. Soon, Xiao Junlin would become the victim that Yi Hongling most needed to protect. But just as Xiao Junlin was about to repeat it a second time, who would have thought Yi Hongling suddenly woke up, staring at Xiao Junlin in shock. "Senior brother, why did you absorb so much of my sword intent?" Xiao Junlin was taken aback. Could it be that he was negligent in practicing hypnosis techniques and failed to hypnotize her? Xiao Junlin felt a bit disappointed. He immediately cleared his throat. Junior sister, I did that for your own good. Hearing this, Yi Hongling became even angrier. Nonsense. You know very well that the sword is my life. Yet you made me lose my understanding of the sword path. While speaking, Yi Hongling's fingers curled into claws, and the demon-slaying sword flew into her hand. But when she tried to draw the sword, Xiao Junlin was faster, directly slamming his palm down on the demon-slaying sword. He initially wanted to use force against Yi Hongling, but he recalled what Qinyin had just said to Chen Xian. It was likely that Qinyin already knew Yi Hongling had woken up and would come immediately. He didn't have much time left and could only act quickly. Your sword path has defects. I did it for your own good. Do you remember that day when you went berserk in my sleeping chamber and destroyed my chamber? That was also because your sword path had gone astray. I absorbed your sword intent to help you reshape your sword path. As he said this, Yi Hongling's head buzzed, half believing and half doubting. Xiao Junlin knew she wouldn't believe it immediately. If she believed so easily, it would be too foolish. To make Yi Hongling increase her trust, he needed to bring out an authority, the authority of the sword path. According to Milgram's obedience experiment, most people would unconditionally obey authority. Fortunately, the authority in sword path at Longtime Mountain was a cheap old man. My father has seen you practice swordsmanship once. But at that time, he was rushing to the dark forbidden zone and didn't have time to tell you in person, only reminding me to pay more attention to you in the future to avoid you straying into the demonic path. My father, Xiao Feng, is the #1 sword path master of Longtime Mountain and has the most experience in suppressing demonic paths among many orthodox sections. I believe he wouldn't be mistaken. Xiao Junlin said earnestly, and Yi Hongling's previous anger eased a lot. Xiao Junlin's empty words she surely wouldn't believe, but Elder Xiao Feng, the #1 in sword path at Longtime Mountain, his words must be true, and Xiao Junlin didn't dare to spread rumors. The last time she destroyed the sleeping chamber of the 7th peak was also a fact. But what about the sword intent I lost? Yi Hongling asked worriedly, her face full of grievance. The sword was too important to her. But before Xiao Junlin could continue to deceive her, a voice came from the door. Hongling, I have something to ask you. The two looked towards the door, and Xiao Junlin frowned, seeing a long-legged queen-like figure with a stunning face and a cold expression approaching. Qinyin Elder, you came really quickly. Chapter 48 Successful Hypnosis. Yi Hongling originally wanted to ask Xiao Junlin, since he said it was for her good. Then how could she repair her severely damaged sword path now? Did Elder Xiao Feng leave behind any sword path manuals or something? However, Qinyin's arrival interrupted their conversation. Yi Hongling could only bow to Qinyin. Disciple pays respects to Elder Qinyin. You're still injured. There's no need for such formalities. Just lie down properly. Qinyin signaled Yi Hongling to lie down, and seeing Xiao Junlin here, her expression changed slightly. It was a look of confusion, mixed with caution. Junlin, why are you here? Xiao Junlin had already thought of a response. The second junior sister was injured because I absorbed too much, and I felt guilty, so I came to see her. Absorbed too much? Qinyin frowned slightly. Yi Hongling's face was also awkward. Only Xiao Junlin remained serious, even with a hint of innocence. Qinyin didn't want to waste time with him. You go out first. I have something to ask Hongling. Something to ask? Wasn't it just to help Chen Xian seek justice? Xiao Junlin did not leave, but said, isn't this a coincidence? I also want to ask my junior sister about what happened at that time. To be honest, I was scared and can't quite remember. Xiao Junlin wanted to give himself a way out. If Yi Hongling really revealed the truth, Qinyin would definitely seek justice for Chen Xian. At that time, Xiao Junlin could say that he was startled and confused, remembering incorrectly. After all, in the original world, many criminals pretended to be insane to escape legal punishment. Qinyin was speechless. When did this kid become so annoying that he couldn't be shooed away? Forget it. Just don't say anything and wait outside. Qinyin had made a concession. Xiao Junlin shrugged and went outside. Seeing him leave, Qinyin walked to Yi Hongling's bedside and noticed the demon-slaying sword in her hand. I ask you, today Xiao Junlin and Chen Xian both entered your sword path consciousness space, and later they fought. Who struck first? Xiao Junlin stood outside the door, feeling a bit anxious. If his hypnosis technique hadn't worked, Yi Hongling would probably speak up for Chen Xian. But at this moment, Yi Hongling's expression was somewhat dazed, as if different memories were confusing her mind. Qin Yi noticed Yi Hongling's expression and thought she was worried about offending Xiao Junlin, so she supported her, saying, "With me here, just speak the truth, and I will definitely stand up for you. If anyone threatens you, I will punish them." Qin Yin's words carried an unparalleled dominance. She was actually concerned that before she arrived, Xiao Junlin might have already threatened Yi Hongling or even changed her stance. However, based on her understanding of Yi Hongling, this disciple was righteous and would not easily show weakness. If Xiao Junlin really used force, perhaps Yi Hongling would resist even more fiercely, leading to a deadlock. Qin Yin was quite confident in Yi Hongling's resolve. After Qin Yin finished speaking, Yi Hongling's expression also softened. "Go ahead," Qin Yin encouraged. If Yi Hongling said that it was Xiao Junlin who attacked first, she could punish him and also give Chen Xian justice. As for Xiao Feng, she would handle it fairly. Even if he returned and was dissatisfied with her punishing Xiao Junlin, he wouldn't have much to say. Yi Hongling nodded in response. "Elder, it was the junior brother who attacked first, and the senior brother did not retaliate, enduring the whole time." Yi Hongling's words made Qin Yin's expression gradually shift from surprise to a frozen state. "Are you sure?" she confirmed again. After receiving a nod of affirmation from Yi Hongling, Qin Yin's expression turned serious. "I understand. You should rest well. I will leave first." Qin Yin stood up, seeming unwilling to stay any longer, and turned to leave the room. Outside, Xiao Junlin was suppressing a laugh, almost bursting out. It seemed his hypnosis had succeeded. He had thought he had failed when Yi Hongling suddenly woke up. Looking back, it was likely that Yi Hongling had heard words that were extremely sensitive to her nerves, such as swordsmanship, which caused her to regain consciousness early. However, her memory had already been successfully overwritten by Xiao Junlin. "Elder, thank you for seeking the truth from me." Xiao Junlin took the initiative to speak, looking grateful. Qin Yin's expression became even more unpleasant, but Xiao Junlin enjoyed seeing her fail to defend Chen Xian. The more she reacted this way, the more he wondered how she would continue to protect him. "Elder, don't you know that the junior brother has already been grounded? Naturally, I am impartial and will definitely ground him for a month." Xiao Junlin sighed. Although Qin Yin was already unhappy with this punishment, he felt it was still insufficient. Alas, the junior brother harmed a fellow disciple, which is a serious taboo in the sect. Now he is just grounded. But it is also because of the love from everyone in Longtime Mountain, including you, Elder, that I hope he can understand. Xiao Junlin said sarcastically, adding at the end, "When my father returns, I will also inform him of this matter, lest he loses his temper and ends up killing the junior brother, which would not be good." "Xiao Junlin, what do you mean by that?" Qin Yin clenched her fists. The sound of her knuckles cracking echoed from her sleeves. She waved her sleeve and turned, leaving a remark behind. "I will increase Chen Xian's punishment. You don't need to specially bring up Xiao Feng to pressure me. Focus more on your cultivation. Don't let the disciples all think that the senior brother of Longtime Mountain has mediocre skills." Xiao Junlin decided to take shamelessness to the end. If she thought his skills were mediocre, then he would take advantage of that. The disciples know their skills are average. "But I still want to go to Frostmoon Mirror Lake to help my junior sister obtain that sword. I hope the elder can lend me the Yaowang Qin and teach me the Tianfu Fanyin." Qin Yin was infuriated by him. "You just used Xiao Feng to pressure me. Now you still want me to reward you with a treasure. Where in the world is there such a good deal? This matter can be discussed later. Frostmoon Mirror Lake is fraught with danger. You're not suitable to go now. Wait until Hongling's injury improves." After Qin Yin finished speaking, she turned and left. Xiao Junlin raised the corners of his mouth. It was just her reluctance, but it was fine. He had ways to make Qin Yin agreeable. By then, even if she didn't want to give it, she would have to. Xiao Junlin turned and entered Yi Hongling's room. Upon seeing Xiao Junlin come in, Yi Hongling immediately asked, "Senior brother, can my swordsmanship still recover? Did Elder Xiao Feng leave any methods for recovery?" Xiao Junlin touched his nose. "Yes." Upon hearing this, Yi Hongling's eyes lit up. "Please tell me, senior brother. Hongling will be eternally grateful." As she spoke, Yi Hongling, despite her injuries, prepared to bow to Xiao Junlin. But he supported her arm. After all, Yi Hongling's body already belonged to him, and Xiao Junlin naturally didn't want her injuries to be too severe. If her health deteriorated, she wouldn't be able to withstand any more hardships in the future. Junior sister, no need for courtesy. There is definitely a way. But I want to borrow something from you first. Yi Hongling looked puzzled. Xiao Junlin continued, I want your colorless fire. Chapter 49. Elder Qin Yin Strip. Upon hearing this, Yi Hongling immediately showed surprise on her face. How do you know I have colorless fire? Colorless fire is a type of flame without any color, born from the natural nurturing of heaven and earth. She had accidentally obtained it in the molten fire realm within Longtime Mountains territory. Although Yi Hongling didn't yet know the specific uses of colorless fire, it was recorded in Longtime Mountains texts as one of the top 10 treasures. So she knew that this colorless fire must be a treasure. However, Yi Hongling couldn't use it and could only temporarily store it in her storage ring. She hadn't told anyone about this. How did Xiao Junlin know? Senior brother, what do you want the colorless fire for? Yi Hongling inquired, unable to help but add, how do you know I have colorless fire? Xiao Junlin smiled slightly. There aren't many things in Longtime Mountain that can escape my notice. I just didn't reveal my abilities before, which made you junior brothers and sisters underestimate me. As for the colorless fire, when I was refining the dragon-raising golden pill before, my body was invaded by cold, and now that the cold poison has entered my body, I need to use the heat from the colorless fire to dispel it. As he spoke, Xiao Junlin tried to keep his words watertight. Of course, it wasn't just for himself, but also for his junior sister. The place we are going next is called Frostmoon Mirror Lake, which is a place of extreme cold and Yin. I am worried that my injuries might flare up. So before we go, I need the colorless fire to heal myself. Yi Hongling blinked her big eyes, her expression now resembling that of the naive Ningong Jin despite being a female warrior. Why are we going to Frostmoon Mirror Lake? That is the territory of Huaizong. Xiao Junlin smiled and replied, there's a sword there that can reshape your swordsmanship. My father once said that the sword has been waiting for you, so I, as your senior brother, have decided to take you there to help you retrieve the sword. Xiao Junlin spoke with great enthusiasm, almost moving himself. But in reality, he was thinking about the Taishu sword embryo sealed within that sword. If it weren't for the fact that only she could wield that sword, he wouldn't go through so much trouble to use her to unseal the Taishu sword embryo inside. Xiao Junlin's words made Yi Hongling's breathing gradually quicken. Her expression even turned emotional. Thank you, senior brother. She had originally been blaming Xiao Junlin for draining her sword intent. However, after Xiao Junlin's explanation, Yi Hongling realized how good he was to her. Draining her sword intent was to prevent her from going astray. Borrowing the colorless fire to heal was to help her retrieve the sword after she recovered. Such a good senior brother, and she had been blaming him all this time. In fact, she had even looked down on him before. Senior brother, Yi Hongling bit her lip, wanted to say something but hesitating. Seeing her emotional fluctuations and the somewhat ambiguous atmosphere around them, Xiao Junlin immediately took the opportunity to hold Yi Hongling's small hand. With a deeply affectionate expression, he said, doesn't the junior sister understand the feelings of a senior brother towards her? As soon as he said this, Yi Hongling's heart immediately started racing. She noticed that her hand was being held by Xiao Junlin, feeling the warmth of his palm, which made her heart race even faster. Clearly injured, but not yet healed, her face suddenly flushed. Yi Hongling immediately retracted her hand, turning her face away, not daring to look at Xiao Junlin. Senior brother, you must be joking. I only care about seeking the sword. I haven't thought about anything else for now. If Chun Xian were here, you probably wouldn't say that. Xiao Junlin thought to himself with a cold smile. However, upon further reflection, given how he had covered for Yi Hongling, it was possible that his hypnosis technique could also be used to sway Yi Hongling and Chun Xian. Now, Chun Xian's status in Yi Hongling's heart must have been shaken. That's fine. Once I obtain that sword from my junior sister and help you regain your peak, it won't be too late for her to respond to me. Xiao Junlin smiled casually. After hearing this, Yi Hongling immediately took out a transparent glass bottle from her storage ring. The bottle appeared empty to the naked eye, but Xiao Junlin could clearly feel that as soon as the bottle appeared, the surrounding temperature rose significantly. He gently raised his hand, and as he approached the bottle, he sensed a surge of intense heat. This must be the colorless fire. According to the original text, Yi Hongling would later give the colorless fire to Chen Xian. Chen Xian would use it to heal Qin Yin, earning her affection, and the two would even develop a somewhat ambiguous relationship. However, it seemed that in the future, Qin Yin might become ambiguous with himself. Xiao Junlin chuckled to himself, wondering what the proud elder Qin Yin would be like when she submitted before him. Xiao Junlin took the colorless fire from Yi Hongling's hand and quickly placed it into his storage ring. Senior brother, hurry up and heal. I'll wait for you to recover before heading to Frost Moon Mirror Lake, Yi Hongling said. Xiao Junlin nodded, then you take care of yourself. I'll come find you once I'm better. With that, he left her residence, not returning to his own, but heading straight to the administrative hall. The colorless fire was key to curing the side effects of the Supreme Extreme Yin method. He was going to make a deal with Qin Yin. Just as Qin Yin arrived at the administrative hall, she noticed Xiao Junlin following closely behind. What's going on? Qin Yin's expression was cold, clearly not welcoming towards Xiao Junlin. But Xiao Junlin was not about to indulge her. Elder, I mentioned I had a way to help you deal with your cold poison, but since you don't welcome me, I guess I'll take my leave. Hearing this, Qin Yin furrowed her brows and immediately said, wait. I admit my tone was inappropriate. Please, tell me what method you have to cure me. Qin Yin's attitude softened slightly, but Xiao Junlin felt it was still far from enough. He wanted Qin Yin to show genuine goodwill. Noticing this, Qin Yin sighed and said, I just don't want to see any infighting among the disciples while I'm in charge of Longtime Mountain. Your conflict with Chen Xian, while he is at fault, has brought trouble to me. Moreover, I'm curious as to how you were able to hear Hongling's words outside. You seemed so disbelieving at the time. Xiao Junlin thought for a moment. He himself hadn't expected his hypnosis to succeed and cause Yi Hongling to relay the memories he had set to Qin Yin. He hadn't realized that even the slightest expression would be noticed by Qin Yin. It seemed everyone was quite clever, and he needed to be more cautious. He lamented, It's because you all are biased. His strong tone startled Qin Yin. I know you dote on your little junior brother. You're like this. And so is the second junior sister. That's why I'm worried that the second junior sister will lie to harm me for the sake of the little junior brother. Upon hearing this, Qin Yin did not refute him because what Xiao Junlin said was true. Initially, Qin Yin thought that even if Chen Xian were at fault, Yi Hongling might lean towards Chen Xian's side. However, she did not expect Yi Hongling to support Xiao Junlin. To be precise, Yi Hongling supported the truth and the facts. Instead, as an elder, she had made things difficult for Xiao Junlin multiple times, showing less fairness than her own disciples. Qin Yin reflected on herself. Seeing this, Xiao Junlin continued, Forget it, what's done is done. I'm not such an unreasonable person. I will help you cure your cold poison now. As he spoke, he gestured for Qin Yin to enter the inner hall of the administrative building to find a secluded spot. Qin Yin, puzzled, asked, How are you going to help me detoxify? Xiao Junlin smiled brightly. It's simple, elder. Please take off your clothes. Take off my clothes? Xiao Junlin's words made Qin Yin's heart tighten, and anger immediately surged onto her face. Impudent. I am a dignified elder of Longtime Mountain, acting as the proxy sect master. How can I allow male disciples to offend me? Chen Xian is unacceptable, and so are you. Xiao Junlin had anticipated her reaction, but it didn't matter. The more she held on to her dignity, the more contrasting it would be once he succeeded. He smiled. Elder, you've misunderstood. My detoxification method was left by my father. While it can definitely cure your cold poison, it truly cannot be done through clothing. As he spoke, Xiao Junlin adopted a righteous demeanor as a disciple of pure character. I will not look at you, elder. So, I will close my eyes during the treatment. Qin Yin's expression remained serious. Clearly, she could not accept such a thing. While she hesitated, Xiao Junlin suddenly turned to leave, looking as if he was about to walk away. Wait. Qin Yin became anxious. Let me think about it. Qin Yin said helplessly. What was this kid's deal? She was only hesitating for a moment, and he was already about to leave? Xiao Junlin smiled, not pausing his steps, feeling ecstatic inside. People are most prone to making mistakes when they're anxious. The more they are reminded of what they might lose, the more they fear losing it. His act of preparing to leave was meant to make Qin Yin feel flustered. Sure enough, after Xiao Junlin took a few more steps, Qin Yin suddenly commanded, Stop. Come into my chamber. I agree. Hee. I treat your illness, and you want me to agree? Xiao Junlin thought to himself. However, he knew that it was unlikely for the proud beauty Qin Yin to lower her head suddenly. Taking it slow would be more entertaining. Thus, Xiao Junlin was not in a hurry to argue with her about her attitude, simply smiling and nodding as he followed Qin Yin into her chamber. Qin Yin's chamber was very spacious, much larger than the disciples' quarters. Longtime Mountain had a total of 3,000 disciples, with 2,000 outer disciples and 1,000 inner disciples. Among them, only 9 had reached the blood mobilization realm to become elite disciples. Above them were 5 elders, 1 supreme elder, and 1 sect master. Oh, and there was also a guardian beast. Just now, his snake had run off to find the guardian beast. Xiao Junlin couldn't be bothered to stop it. Ancient breeds had bloodline suppression over other beasts, and it might have gone to eat that guardian beast. Qin Yin walked to a place where she usually practiced, which was a white jade circular lotus platform about 5 meters in diameter. Come over here, Qin Yin urged, carrying a hint of command. But when Xiao Junlin looked over, he saw her deliberately turning her face away, not meeting his gaze. When viewed from the side, her fair face had a hint of redness. So the elder could also feel shy. It made sense. According to the original setting, Qin Yin was also a naive flower, with no experience in matters between men and women. As Xiao Junlin stepped onto the white jade lotus platform, he felt an incredible warmth. It was not as cold as he had imagined. He sat in front of Qin Yin, saying nothing, just watching her. What are you waiting for? Start. Qin Yin frowned and reminded him. Yet Xiao Junlin remained motionless, gazing at her meaningfully. Qin Yin lightly pursed her lips, her hands resting on the sides of her sleeves. Gradually, her outer robe slipped down, revealing her slender, snow-white shoulders. What exquisite shoulders! He thought to himself. Indeed, they were incredibly smooth. After Qin Yin took off her outer garment, she stopped her movements, her face filled with entanglement, especially when she saw Xiao Junlin's expression as if he was waiting for her to undress. It made Qin Yin feel even more ashamed inside. Her fingers rested on her belt but did not immediately untie it. Instead, she shot a glare at Xiao Junlin and closed her eyes. Oh! Xiao Junlin obediently closed his eyes. Qin Yin untied her belt, and, as it slid down, she began to take off the second piece. Soon, Qin Yin was left with only a belly band. Elder, your belly band has a pattern. It's quite cute. Xiao Junlin suddenly spoke, startling Qin Yin into immediately covering herself with her arms, glaring at him in anger. Didn't I tell you to close your eyes? But in the next moment, she was at a loss for words, because Xiao Junlin was peeking with one eye open. So infuriating. In her mind, Qin Yin thought, and immediately said, both eyes closed. Oh! Xiao Junlin still had a calm expression. This made Qin Yin feel even more unnatural. Could it be that in his eyes, she had no allure at all? Or is it that this guy was too weak to get excited? Qin Yin leaned towards the ladder. Can we treat it now? No. She had to be completely undressed. This time, Xiao Junlin did not open his eyes. His tone was flat. Although he was very excited inside, he was holding back. If he acted too lewd too soon, he was worried Qin Yin wouldn't undress. Seeing his pure-hearted demeanor, Qin Yin steeled herself. She stared at Xiao Junlin, ready to slap him if he suddenly opened his eyes. Xiao Junlin could hear the sound of the belly band falling to the ground, and his heart itched. Unfortunately, he knew Qin Yin's temper well. If he opened his eyes now, his life would be in danger. Is it enough not to wear a top? But Xiao Junlin still shook his head. There could be no clothing on the body during treatment. None at all. Qin Yin gritted her teeth. Why didn't Xiao Junlin say so earlier? But now that they were halfway through, it was impossible to just stop, right? That made her feel even more wronged. She stood up and removed her last line of defense. Xiao Junlin sniffed, suddenly catching a whiff of a fragrance. Although it was faint, it was indeed fragrant. Elder Qin Yin, you smell so good. Qin Yin said seriously, don't say unnecessary things. Let's start the treatment quickly. At this moment, Xiao Junlin couldn't see her face, which was already close to the color of blood. After hearing this, Xiao Junlin nodded, then please turn around and sit with your back to me. Qin Yin was speechless again. Back to treatment. Why didn't you say so earlier? She gritted her teeth, too lazy to scold Xiao Junlin, and immediately turned around to sit down. Xiao Junlin, If you dare to secretly open your eyes, I will definitely not let you go. Qi warned. Chapter 51. Deep Strategy. Elder, rest assured, I absolutely will not peek at you, Xiao Junlin said, his gaze assessing. Qi shoulders were very slender, her collarbone prominent. Her skin was so tight that no pores could be seen, as if it were flawless jade. Below that was her rapidly narrowing waist. Xiao Junlin opened one hand to measure, feeling that Qi waist was about the width of his palm. Truly delicate and fragile. Qi felt uncomfortable all over. It seemed as if she was being evaluated. She suddenly turned her head, but she saw Xiao Junlin with his eyes closed, looking serious. He didn't peek. Am I hallucinating? Qi half believed, turning her head back. Then she suddenly turned her head again to test, and still saw Xiao Junlin with his eyes closed. Moreover, he was taking something from his storage ring. Xiao Junlin said, while taking out the item, Disciple is about to use the precious item left by my father to treat your cold poison. I hope Elder Qi won't peek. This move left Qi completely bewildered. I'm worried you might peek. She snorted softly through her nose, turned her head, and stopped looking back. Soon, a hot sensation came from her back. It turned out that Xiao Junlin had already taken out the colorless fire. When he took it out of the bottle, the temperature of the colorless fire made Qi feel a wave of comfort. This finally made Qi believe that Xiao Junlin might really have a way to help her treat the cold poison. But soon, the hidden cold air in her body erupted. Two forces clashed around Qi, causing her to frown. Junlin, hurry up. I'm feeling very uncomfortable. Xiao Junlin remembered from the original text that if the colorless fire was completely infused into Qi body, it could thoroughly cure her cold poison and even allow Qi to break through to the third phase, becoming the third top master above the third phase of Longtime Mountain. But Xiao Junlin wasn't foolish. Naturally, he couldn't cure her all at once. A good doctor must learn to treat according to the course of the illness to maximize benefits. If the patient is cured at once, how could he earn money? Although Xiao Junlin despised such doctors, he had no choice now. This was his only way to win over Qi, so he had to make good use of it. Therefore, Xiao Junlin only extracted part of the flames from the colorless fire and then put the rest back into the storage ring. Afterwards, the flame danced in his palm, and Xiao Junlin placed his hand on Qi slim waist. Qi body froze slightly. The proud expression on her face was increasingly filled with a sense of shame. It's okay. It's okay. Xiao Junlin kept his eyes closed. Even so, it was for the sake of treatment. Qi constantly reminded herself to focus on the bigger picture. Once she cured the cold poison, she would have a greater chance of stepping into the realm of all spirits and becoming the next sect leader of Longtime Mountain. At that time, all the grievances would be worth it. But she underestimated Xiao Junlin. At this moment, Xiao Junlin's hand was slowly moving forward. Junlin, Qi immediately spoke to stop him. But Xiao Junlin, with a puzzled tone, said, What's wrong, Elder? Aren't you supposed to be treated from the back? Qi said awkwardly, No, Elder, the heat needs to be dispersed through both of my hands around your body. It can't just stay on the back. The front is also necessary, otherwise the cold poison won't be completely expelled. Xiao Junlin patiently explained. Seeing Xiao Junlin stop, the heat also ceased to permeate. Qi realized she had overreacted. Then you continue. Although he hadn't touched her forbidden area, each approach made Qi breathing quicken. At this moment, her breath was already in chaos. Her body felt a mix of anticipation and rejection. Xiao Junlin was actually deliberately testing her. After all, this colorless fire could directly be infused in her body to expel the cold poison by itself. As for what couldn't be covered by clothing and what needed to be massaged, it was all nonsense from Xiao Junlin. Until the colorless fire in his palm was completely consumed, Xiao Junlin reluctantly stopped. If he continued, he would need more colorless fire, and he was worried that he might really cure Qi. Then how would he continue to win her over? Today's craving for touch was about enough. Xiao Junlin withdrew his hand. Qi knew the treatment had ended, so she waved her hand, and the clothes she had taken off earlier flew back to her body. Qi let out a long breath, but still felt her face was very hot, and her body was hot as well. Junlin, your method is indeed effective. My cold poison seems to have improved a lot. She turned around to speak to Xiao Junlin, but she saw that although Xiao Junlin still had his eyes closed, His nostrils were full of blood. Junlin, what happened to you? Qinin pointed at him in surprise. Xiao Junlin opened his eyes and touched his nose. Damn. It must be because I held back too much just now. It's all because Qinin's figure is too good and too tempting. It's nothing. Elder, rest assured. It's just that I exhausted too much spiritual energy while treating you. I'll just rest for a few days. Hearing his words, Qinin felt guilty. For a moment, she thought it was because Xiao Junlin had peeked at her that he had a nosebleed. She was too shallow and too self-confident. Qinin nodded, feeling relieved. You were injured for me. I will always repay any kindness. She remembered the 2 times Xiao Junlin had asked her for something before. Perhaps it can satisfy a bit of Xiao Junlin. Qinin took out a classic from her storage ring and handed it to Xiao Junlin. When Xiao Junlin received it and looked, the 4 large characters Tian Fu Fan Yin were prominently written on it. This technique is an auxiliary cultivation method that can greatly adjust the state of the cultivator during practice, especially after mastering it. When the internal circulation of the body forms the laws of sound path, repeating endlessly yet orderly. If Xiao Junlin masters this, he is confident that he can step into the mid-stage of the 3 phases realm in a short time. Thank you, Elder. I wonder about the Yaowang Qin. Qinin still felt a bit reluctant, so she said, the Yaowang Qin cannot be given to you for now. Oh, that's fine. Having this is good enough. Xiao Junlin smiled and stood up, preparing to leave. Before leaving, Qinin asked Junlin, you must not tell anyone about today's events. You should forget about it. Although the cold poison was cured, she had also given up Tian Fu Fan Yin, and she did not feel indebted to Xiao Junlin. So she did not want to mention the previous matter. But Xiao Junlin lightly exclaimed, forget? But this treatment still requires at least 9 more times. Does the elder mean I won't need to come in the future? 9 times. Hearing this, Qinin's entire demeanor changed. She had just felt extremely comfortable inside, unprecedentedly so, and thought she was already cured. It turns out it was only 1/10. Wait, was my Tian Fu Fan Yin given too early? Junlin, you must help me cure it as soon as possible. Xiao Junlin smiled. Can't rush it. Oh, right. Elder, give me the Yaowang Qin as well. That way, I can be more efficient. 9 times. Can I get your treasure? Chapter 52, Little Ning hearing that Xiao Junlin wanted the Yaowang Qin, Qinin frowned. She felt like she had been tricked by Xiao Junlin. 9 times. Why didn't he say so earlier? Only after she had given him Tian Fu Fan Yin did he mention it. You tell me when you will treat me for the remaining 9 times. Qinin's attitude was resolute. Seeing this, Xiao Junlin showed a helpless expression. Elder, you saw that I bled from my nose after treating you just now. You can imagine how much this treatment harms my body. I have always been weak. Qinin let out a long breath. I will reward you with 30 qi gathering pills and 30 blood condensing pills. I want the Yaowang Qin. I will add 100,000 spirit stones. I want the Yaowang Qin. Qinin gritted her teeth. The Yaowang Qin is my life spirit tool. If I give it to you, what will I use? Xiao Junlin said lightly, Longtime Mountain has been peaceful for years. The elder probably doesn't need such a powerful weapon for the time being. But I have to go to Frost Moon Mirror Lake, where there's a lot of chaos. Qinin's jade hand or sleeve quietly clenched into a fist. This kid, how is he so unyielding? What did he set his sights on my Yaowang Qin? Xiao Junlin smiled and met her gaze, secretly mocking himself for playing tricks. You should treat me a few more times, and then I'll consider it. Fine, then I won't disturb the elder's thoughts. I'll go busy myself. After saying that, Xiao Junlin turned to leave. Hey, Qinin called out, but couldn't stop him. She stomped her foot in anger. The dignified representative of Longtime Mountain had been outmaneuvered. After leaving the administrative hall, Xiao Junlin understood that it would take some time to catch a fish. If he continued to treat Qinin, it would only take half an hour each time, and 9 times would be less than a day. Would Qinin be able to endure it? A day would pass, and by then, she would be completely cured of the cold poison. Wouldn't that just kick him, Xiao Junlin, away? What would be the point? Therefore, Xiao Junlin must strive for the greatest benefit for himself before curing Qinin. He held the Tian Fu Fan Yin in his hand, quickly memorizing its contents with his consciousness. Looking at the yellowed and ancient-looking manual, it was likely the only copy of Tian Fu Fan Yin. Perhaps Qinin didn't even have a backup. After memorizing all the content, He directly used his palm to unleash energy, turning the manual into powder. He didn't want Qinin to ask for it back one day and then give it to Chun Xian. After returning to practice, he thought about which junior sister to fool around with next. Just as Xiao Junlin was thinking this, he left the fifth peak where the administrative hall was located. Between the 9 peaks of Longtime Mountain, there were various chain bridges connecting them for quick access to other peaks. As Xiao Junlin walked on the chain bridge, he saw a figure slowly approaching. Initially, the distance between them was several zhang on the opposite side of the bridge, but after a moment, the figure was already within 3 meters of Xiao Junlin. Xiao Junlin could see the person clearly. It was a young girl dressed in a light green long dress, with an emerald belt around her waist, but she was not one of the 9 elite disciples. Instead, she was a maid of Elder Jioge from the 4th Peak's Law Enforcement Hall. Little Ning greets Senior Brother. Oh, Senior Brother, did you go to the administrative hall to report to Elder Qinin? Little Ning took the initiative to bow and speak. Xiao Junlin glanced at her figure. Although Little Ning was not one of the 9 elite disciples, he knew from the original work that this girl was not simple, because her surname was Tang, as in Tang Emo. Little Ning, you specially waited here for me. Why ask if you already know? Xiao Junlin's words surprised Little Ning, whose originally relaxed expression turned to one of astonishment. When did Xiao Junlin become so clever? However, this surprise was quickly concealed by Little Ning. Her emotional and facial management were quite good. No wonder she was a capable aide of Jioge. In the future, Xiao Junlin would capture her micro-expressions when she caused trouble in Longtime Mountain. Senior Brother, you have keen insight. Then Little Ning 1T keep you guessing. Elder Jioge requests your presence. Could you please come with me? Little Ning raised her arm, indicating for Xiao Junlin to go to the 4th peak. Since it was Elder Jioge looking for him, he naturally had to go. Please. Xiao Junlin walked towards the 4th peak. Little Ning followed closely beside him, not speaking, but Xiao Junlin took the initiative to say, Little Ning, you grew up beside Elder Jioge. You should be close to entering the blood transformation realm, right? Little Ning's features were not as stunning as Qinin or Bai Li, but had a refreshing, neighborly girl feel. She smiled slightly. Little Ning's talent is mediocre. After many years of cultivation, I am still stuck in the spirit refining realm and need a lot of effort to step into the blood transformation realm. Spirit refining realm? That is strange. Why do I feel a blood transformation aura from you? Senior Brother is joking. If Little Ning were in the blood transformation realm, she would have long been among the elite disciples. Oh, really? As soon as Xiao Junlin finished speaking, he suddenly struck out with a palm, the force quickly pressing towards Little Ning. Sensing the life and death crisis, Little Ning instantly raised both hands to block her chest. The palm force struck down, and Little Ning staggered back several steps, but her stance remained steady. At the moment she steadied herself, the palm force spread out, shaking the chain bridge, causing the entire 100-zhang bridge to sway in the wind. Senior Brother, what are you doing? Little Ning asked angrily. Xiao Junlin smiled, withdrew his hand, and said, I was just feeling a bit itchy. I want to test my junior sister's depth. I didn't expect you to react quite well. Little Ning's expression remained displeased, but she didn't truly blame Xiao Junlin. Since Senior Brother has tested me, let us go. Elder Jioge is still waiting for you. Okay, let us hurry. Xiao Junlin walked ahead, knowing Little Ning was following behind, but her gaze was fixed on him. Xiao Junlin was aware that the palm strike he had just used was at the peak of the blood transformation realm. Didn't he expect her to block it? With that single strike, if it had hit those little disciples in the spirit refining realm, it would have at least broken their arms. But Little Ning was completely unharmed. However, Xiao Junlin did not expose her. The timing was not right. Upon arriving at the law enforcement hall of the 4th peak, Little Ning took the initiative to lead the way. The 4th peak was primarily responsible for the punishments of Longtime Mountain. The biggest difference here from other peaks was that it was entirely a prison. Prisons are designed within the body of the 4th peak mountain, and fierce roars occasionally echo from within. Accompanying the roars is a scent of alcohol that permeates the air. The law enforcement elder, named Jioge, follows the way of alcohol and is a heavy drinker. Xiao Junlin entered the interior of the 4th peak, which consists of layers of circular buildings that spiral inward. There are a total of 18 floors. The entire interior resembles a colander, with the most buildings on the top floor, containing at least 100 rooms. As one descends, the circles become smaller and the number of cells decreases. At the very bottom, there's just one room. The entrance is on the first floor, and as he passed through the small prison rooms on the first floor, Xiao Junlin glanced at the people inside. Most of them were criminals from Longtai Mountain dressed in disciple robes. They were either caught peeping at male disciples while bathing, learning unauthorized techniques, or committing theft, among other offenses. In the outer prison, the crimes committed are generally not too serious, with most serving a few months before being released. However, the deeper one goes, the more serious the crimes become. Along with that, the strength of the inmates also increases. After all, only those with powerful abilities can thrive in this world where strength is paramount. Xiaoning did not take Xiao Junlin too deep inside. Instead, between the third and fourth prison levels, there is a non-cell residence, surrounded by greenery and filled with spiritual energy. It is evidently designed for the disciples of the fourth peak to cultivate, unlike the upper and lower floors. Master, the elder is here, Xiao Ning reported respectfully while standing outside a room. After waiting for a long time, a lazy woman's voice finally came from within, tinged with the mature magnetism unique to women, inviting him in. Xiao Ning opened the door, but did not enter, choosing to wait outside. Xiao Junlin entered the room alone and was immediately greeted by the strong scent of various wines. He quickly saw several empty wine bottles rolling on the ground, and behind them lay an extraordinarily beautiful woman with a hot figure, dressed in disarray, drunkenly sprawled on the bed. It was none other than the law enforcement elder. Jiuge, Chapter 53. The beautiful elder delivered to your door. Xiao Junlin moved a bit closer and got a clearer view of the beauty before him. She appeared to be around the same age as Qin Yin, exuding a mature charm. However, unlike Qin Yin's noble coldness, Jiuge had a more seductive allure. Perhaps because of her intoxication, the fair skin of Jiuge was flushed with a faint red, caused by the expansion of blood vessels beneath the surface. Xiao Junlin was puzzled. This should be Jiu Ji's winemaking area. So why was there a bed? The original text did not mention such details. Could it be that she secretly drank while brewing wine, keeping a bed for hangovers? However, now she lay there in disarray, unguarded, allowing Xiao Junlin to see her. Naturally, Xiao Junlin was not polite. After all, in the original text, this elder Jiuge was not a good person. So, he took advantage of the situation, adjusting his angle to get a better view of her curves. After all, Xiao Junlin was not a good person either. Have you seen enough? Jiu Ji's lazy voice came with a hint of warning. Xiao Junlin returned to a serious expression and cupped his hands, saying, "Disciple pays respects to Elder Jiuge." Jiuge slowly opened her eyes, her bright pupils shimmering with a deep blue hue. Her gaze appraised Xiao Junlin. It's been years since we last met. You've grown quite a bit. Xiao Junlin lowered his head to glance at his pants, wondering if she could see through them. Noticing Xiao Junlin's small movement, Jiuge frowned slightly and continued, "The fourth peak is a prison for the most wicked, filled with resentment. You little disciples tend to keep your distance from me." As she spoke, she got out of bed. Her long legs emerged from beneath a bright red skirt, her delicate feet touching the ground as she walked toward Xiao Junlin. "I thought you wouldn't arrive so soon. I didn't expect you to not mind my law enforcement hall." Xiao Junlin sensed Jiuge drawing closer, and he caught a whiff of the aroma of alcohol on her. It wasn't that overpowering smell. Instead, it carried a refreshing sweetness. "The elder jokes," he replied. "The law enforcement hall is the foundation of Longtai Mountain's rules. With the existence of the law enforcement hall, the entire sect can maintain order and discipline. How could a disciple have the right to complain? You certainly know how to talk. But why have you never set foot on the fourth peak? I heard from Xiao Ning that you go to the duty hall every day." As she spoke, Jiu Ji's fingertips lightly tapped Xiao Junlin's chest, then slowly glided downward, then upward, teasing him to the extreme. At the same time, her lips drew near to Xiao Junlin's ear. "Is it because Qin Yin is prettier than me? So, you all run over there?" Xiao Junlin swallowed hard, internally criticizing, "Qin Yin is nowhere near as seductive as you. If I had to choose between you two, Qin Yin is suited to be a lover, while you would be better as a fling." Xiao Junlin immediately reached a conclusion. He maintained a serious demeanor and replied, Elder Jioge jokes. Elder Qin values junior brother Chen Xian. How could she care about me? I'm merely going to the duty hall to see if there are any daily tasks I can do. Chen Xian? A few days ago, the Huaizong came to provoke Longtime Mountain. I heard that Qin Yin chose you to fight instead of Chen Xian. Jioge questioned. Xiao Junlin raised an eyebrow. Finally, this seductive woman was getting to the point. Junlin, you've done well. Thanks to you, Longtime Mountain has preserved its dignity and prevented Huaizong from succeeding. I'm curious how you defeated Zhao Wujing and Lei Ji. Xiao Junlin smiled. For Longtime Mountain, it's only right that I contribute. As for defeating them, it was actually Elder Qin Yin who lent me a significant amount of her cultivation. Lending cultivation? Jioge frowned, surprised that Qin Yin would sacrifice so much for Xiao Junlin. It seems she had found the right person. Elder Qin treats you well. It appears you haven't disappointed her. However, I want to treat you well too. As she spoke, Jioge leaned against Xiao Junlin, her voluptuous body brushing against him. It was sensual and enticing. Xiao Junlin was not polite either. He immediately wrapped his arms around Jioge's slim waist. Elder, how do you want to treat me well? Jioge was clearly a bit surprised. This Xiao Junlin is bolder than I expected. However, she did not reject it. After all, she couldn't drain her cultivation like Qin Yin to give Xiao Junlin a freebie. But her body could be used. You let go of me first. I called you here to ask for your help with something. But Xiao Junlin did not let her break free. Instead, he pushed Jioge onto the soft couch. While you speak, I'll do what I want. It won't affect anything. Jioge was shocked. Is it this stimulating? This kid seemed to know how to play even better than her. I want you to go to the 18th floor and find someone imprisoned inside to retrieve something. Xiao Junlin's hand had already found its way to Jioge's thigh, slowly roaming. After all, he knew that in the original text, Jioge was not a good person. For her own purposes, she had sacrificed many disciples of Longtime Mountain. She was an undeniable villain, and Xiao Junlin was also a villain. Traveling companions are like enemies. Naturally, we must spar with each other. Xiao Junlin began to untie Jioge's skirt while smiling. Elder, the 18th floor is the place with the strongest restrictions of Longtime Mountain. And the prisoners, there must be the most wicked criminals. If you want me to go get something from such a person, you must serve me well. Jioge looked at Xiao Junlin, who seemed completely immersed in her body. A man like this is best controlled. The prisoners on the 18th floor had a significant connection to Qin Yin. Naturally, Jioge could not invite Qin Yin, since Xiao Junlin was Qin Yin's new favorite. Perhaps he could replace her and go down a try. Thinking of this, Jioge's delicate arms wrapped around Xiao Junlin's neck. Have you heard of the ice fire wine? Xiao Junlin raised an eyebrow. Is it the kind of wine that has both a cooling and a burning sensation upon entering? Jioge smiled, took out a wine jug, bit off the cork, and then took a sip. However, he did not swallow. With clinical experience unmatched by anyone, Xiao Junlin naturally understood what Jioge was about to do next. For a moment, the atmosphere was filled with romance. An hour later, Xiao Junlin opened the door and was startled. What the? You've been out here the whole time? Xiao Junlin gave Tang Ning a disdainful glance. Little Ning blushed and coldly said, Master told me to wait here. Without her command, I dare not leave. Xiao Junlin casually responded with an O and was about to leave. Wait, you're just leaving like that? Little Ning blocked Xiao Junlin's way. Xiao Junlin frowned and asked, what else should I do? Seeing his demeanor as a scumbag who wanted to leave after taking advantage, Little Ning angrily put her hands on her hips and said, what about my master? Huh? You don't expect me to be responsible for a fleeting romance, do you? Oh, I'll deal with what Elder Jioge requested in a few days. Xiao Junlin said seriously. After speaking, he pushed Little Ning aside and left the fourth peak. Little Ning wanted to chase after him, but a voice from inside the room, Jiu told her to go back. However, the voice sounded noticeably tired. Little Ning stood outside the door, not daring to enter, and said, Can you be trusted? With the war between Longtime Mountain and Huaizong imminent, the items from the 18th layer are essential for me. Now, I can only try to trust him. But Little Ning hesitated. Speak, what is it? When I was with him, he suddenly attacked me, claiming he just wanted to test my cultivation. He almost hurt me. Jioge's voice took on a hint of interest. With your cultivation, he could hurt you? Little Ning nodded. Xiao Junlin doesn't seem as simple as he appears. I believe that palm strike had at least the power of a peak blood-moving realm practitioner, and he did it casually, clearly not using his full strength. Zhuge smiled slightly. I see. He deliberately attacked you to show me he has the ability to help retrieve that item. It was worth my efforts to please him earlier. Little Ning continued. A few nights ago, there was a thunder tribulation. Elders Qin, Yin, and the others intervened to resist it. It said that Chun Xian entered the 3 phases and has an extremely high attribute, which attracted the thunder tribulation. But looking at Qin Yin's care for Xiao Junlin, it seems more like Xiao Junlin entered the 3 phases. My disciple also heard that Xiao Junlin dotes on Chun Xian greatly. To refine a dragon-raising golden pill for Chun Xian, he almost lost his life. Perhaps he is supporting Chun Xian to give him the chance to shine. I see. Jiuji's expression was subtle. Having a weakness makes it easier to control him. When necessary, I can threaten him with Chun Xian's life. I'm not afraid of this, Xiao Junlin being difficult to control. As she spoke, she turned around, feeling her backache. This brat really knows how to wear me out. After leaving the 4th peak, Xiao Junlin returned to the 7th peak. That woman Jiuge is quite interesting, but unfortunately not pure enough. I still prefer simplicity, Xiao Junlin muttered. He initially wanted to soak in the spirit pool for a while, but suddenly heard splashing sounds. Could it be that bastard Chun Xian is trying to sneak into my spirit pool again? No, he has been grounded by Qin Yin. As Xiao Junlin approached, he saw a beautifully developed figure faintly visible in the spirit pool. Silver hair drenched, clinging to her curvaceous skin. Sister Nangong, back to soak in my spirit pool again? When Xiao Junlin got closer, Nangong Ji noticed him, hurriedly covering herself with her arms, embarrassedly saying, Senior brother, today I suddenly felt my Tianhu bloodline boiling, so I wanted to use the spirit pool to suppress it. You need the spirit pool to suppress your bloodline? Senior brother can help you with that. Xiao Junlin jumped straight into the spirit pool, grasped Nangong Jin's hand, and forcefully pulled it apart. Which part of your body has senior brother not seen? Sister, why conceal yourself? Saying this, Xiao Junlin pressed Nangong Jin's hands against the edge of the spirit pool, close to her body. As Nangong Jin's face flushed, the water in the spirit pool churned. Chapter 54. 2 people with boundaries 2 hours later, while Nangong Jin was gasping for air at the pool's edge. Xiao Junlin sat cross-legged in the spirit pool. Earlier with Nangong Jin, he absorbed a lot of Tianhu blood energy. This was an extra bonus after every time he took advantage of her. As the Tianhu blood energy surged into Xiao Junlin's inner mansion, the inner mansion, which had already reached its peak, began to expand again. Initial stage of the 3 phases, I have already reached the limit. But if I can enhance my inner mansion strength before breaking through to the intermediate stage, then I will have more power reserves within the same realm. In essence, a cultivator's battle is a battle of power strength. The better the power attribute and the more accumulated power, the stronger the explosive power. Skills and techniques are merely auxiliary. To put it bluntly, as long as the data is extraordinary enough, even a plain attack can rival someone else's ultimate move. Xiao Junlin remembered from the original text that Chun Xian was strong in skills, accumulating countless techniques from Longtime Mountain, the Tianyin dynasty, and the Dragon Blood Celestial Emperor, all thanks to the gifts of numerous beauties and opportunities from countless instances. Comparing skills with Chun Xian was undoubtedly disadvantageous. Last time, in Yi Hongling's Sword Dao Consciousness space, Xiao Junlin had suffered a loss. But Chun Xian also had a weakness. His talent was too strong, and he couldn't suppress his leveling speed. Plus, the Dragon Blood Celestial Emperor was eager for him to break through to the Celestial Emperor realm quickly. Continuously pushing Chun Xian to break through resulted in his foundational values not being high. Unlike other protagonists who cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years and could easily fight above their level, Chun Xian, as a protagonist, tended to level up faster than others and then crush them. Xiao Junlin's bright eyes moved. He thought another path. If he could become a numerical monster, perhaps he could overtake him. He might not catch up to Chun Xian's realm, but his combat power might win against him. At least when Chun Xian faced him, he would underestimate him. Now that his time power had been exposed to Chun Xian, with his nature, he would definitely make the Dragon Blood Celestial Emperor find ways to deal with him. The previous pretense was no longer useful. What he would face next was the entire wrath of the Destined Master. I must become a numerical monster. Xiao Junlin thought of his path. Suddenly his eyes lit up with understanding, and the power within his inner mansion began to operate even more vigorously than before. Could this also be a form of enlightenment? He suddenly realized, when a person has a clear goal, everything around their body will subtly move toward that goal. The ordinary initial stage of the 3 phases has a power limit of 3,000 paths. Xiao Junlin immediately entered serious mode. And I have Tianhu blood refining my power and inner mansion. The purity of my power and the expansion of my inner mansion are now at least equivalent to 5,000 paths of power. I also took 2 top-grade pills. Since entering the 3 phases, the speed of absorbing surrounding spiritual energy and refining spiritual stones is at least double that of ordinary people. Xiao Junlin, after analysis, became more certain that he could walk the path of a numerical monster. He immediately looked at Nangong Jin. Sister, before he could finish, Nangong Jin pleaded, Senior brother, I really can't take it anymore. Please let me go. Next time I'll serve you well. This little beauty was full of charm, like a lazy little fox, lying by the spirit pool without moving. She thought Xiao Junlin wanted to bully her again. But after experiencing 3 hours just now, she was genuinely exhausted. At this moment, Xiao Junlin was in sage mode, completely uninterested in such thoughts. He reached out and grabbed, Sister, lend me some money. Oh no, lend me some spiritual stones. Nangong Jin was taken aback. I don't have any. I don't believe you. Your aunt is the leader of the Tianhu clan. Although you came to Longtime Mountain behind her back, she has long given you the tens of millions of spiritual stones left by your mother, right? Xiao Junlin was too lazy to coax her slowly. No matter whether Nangong Jin admits it or not, that's how it was written in the original. This girl is the first hidden rich woman of Longtime Mountain. Hearing that her background had been exposed, Nangong Jin was full of astonishment. Senior brother, how do you know me? Nangong Jin hesitated, feeling that she had already given her most precious thing to Xiao Junlin. Although Xiao Junlin said it could completely suppress her Tianhu bloodline from going berserk, Nangong Jin felt that the matter was not yet successful. If she gave Xiao Junlin more spirit stones, she felt like she was being taken advantage of and counting someone else's money. How foolish. I want to give you. If you don't give it, tomorrow the entire sect will know you're a little fox spirit. Xiao Junlin was eager to absorb more spiritual power to impact the value monster. He didn't bother with Nangong Jin directly threatening her. Upon hearing this, Nangong Jin bit her small white teeth, her face full of grievance. You, how much do you want? It seemed there was something to negotiate. Xiao Junlin smiled, estimating that he needed at least 800,000 spirit stones to fully cultivate his inner palace to this moment. By then, the reserve of his spiritual power would reach 6,000 paths, equivalent to twice that of an ordinary 3-path realm cultivator. I want 10 million. Xiao Junlin said seriously. Nangong Jin was immediately anxious. Her total assets were only 30 million. If she gave that much, it would be like giving away her dowry. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Nangong Jin was like a cat with its tail stepped on, glaring at Xiao Junlin. I can only give you 300,000. That's already a lot. Elite disciples can only receive 100,000 spirit stones a month. Goodness, I thought you'd honestly give me a few million if I said a higher number. I didn't expect it to drop from 1,000 to 30. Junior sister, you're really stingy. 300,000 is just enough to send a beggar away, right? If the other junior brothers and sisters hear this, they might think I, Xiao Junlin, can't afford you. Xiao Junlin said coldly, putting on his clothes. Forget it. I'll go to the law enforcement hall and ask Elder Jioga what punishment should be given to the demon clan infiltrating Longtime Mountain. Seeing Xiao Junlin preparing to complain, fear surged on a Nangong Jin's pretty face. She quickly grabbed Xiao Junlin's hand. 500,000. That's my bottom line. Xiao Junlin replied coldly. 2 million. That is my bottom line. Nangong Jin gritted her teeth. 80,000. That's my bottom line. Although it was just enough for him to cultivate to his current limit. Xiao Junlin insisted. 150,000. That's my bottom line. Nangong Jin's eyes glimmered with tears. 100,000. That's my bottom line. Deal. Xiao Junlin smiled. Deal, Nangong Jin said weakly. Then, she let out a long breath, seeming to have compromised, and transferred 100,000 spirit stones to Xiao Junlin from her storage ring. This is all I have. I absolutely want to give you more spirit stones, Nangong Jin said, her face full of stubbornness and determination. Stubborn, huh? This little fox, I'll bully you for a lifetime. Xiao Junlin smiled slightly. Thank you, junior sister, for your generosity. Don't worry, I'll want to ask you for more. Once I consume these, I'll come back to you. Fearing that Xiao Junlin would bully her again, Nangong Jin quickly got dressed and left. However, despite being bullied by Xiao Junlin all the time, Nangong Jin didn't know why, but when she left the seventh peak, she couldn't help but look back. In her heart, it felt as if a seed was sprouting. 5 hours later, the spirit pool of the seventh peak erupted. Xiao Junlin finished his cultivation. The 1 million spirit stones he had just acquired were originally piled high around the spirit pool, but now only 20,000 remained. Fortunately, he was now playing the role of the villain and could take advantage of others without a moral bottom line. Thinking of Bai Li, Yi Hongling, and Nangong Jin, he had taken quite a few resources from them. Plus, he had also cultivated Tian Fu Fan Yin to the first layer. When operating his spiritual power, the surrounding spiritual energy continuously gathered with the rhythm, accelerating his refinement. This led to his current battle power of 6,000 paths of spiritual power. Xiao Junlin felt emotional. If he had been honest and slow in his cultivation, it would have taken an eternity to have so many resources invested in him. If he hadn't received that investment, he wouldn't be strong enough to even contend with Chun Xian. Xiao Junlin suddenly realized that to be a value monster, one must accumulate a lot of money. No need to feel sorry. Once I'm strong enough to crush Chun Xian, everything will be worth it. He thought carefully again. After all, it was spending a woman's money. What was there to feel sorry for? Back in his quarters, Xiao Junlin originally wanted to give the remaining 20,000 spirit stones to the little snake. After all, the little snake also needed to grow, as it was his life-saving trump card. But he couldn't find a little snake after half a day. Could it still be with the town's divine beast? Xiao Junlin was a bit puzzled and went to the back of the 9th peak of Longtime Mountain. There was a huge waterfall there. The water flowed rapidly, gathering into a sea area known as the East Sea, the largest sea area of the Tianyin dynasty. At the waterfall, water splashed everywhere. And at the junction of the waterfall and the sea area was where the town's divine beast resided. Xiao Junlin remembered that the original text mentioned the town's divine beast was a sea dragon, with a combat power roughly at the 9th realm. It was several times stronger than the purple-winged golden hound he had encountered in the illusory forest, comparable to the peak combat power of the 3-path realm. Upon arriving at the waterfall, Xiao Junlin looked around and didn't see the sea dragon. Feeling speechless, he closed his eyes to sense the little snake's movements. Suddenly, he noticed that the little snake's blood was almost in a boiling state. Is it fighting? Xiao Junlin was taken aback. Could it be that the little snake went to fight the sea dragon? Oh no, don't let it die. That's the town's divine beast of Longtime Mountain. If it dies, what if Qining goes crazy and forcibly drafts you to be the town's divine beast? Then I would suffer a huge loss. Xiao Junlin wanted to call the little snake back while observing the waterfall with his naked eyes. Suddenly, a sea dragon over 10 zhang long burst out from the waterfall. Its body was silver, like steel, surging in the water. However, the sea dragon was not in an ordinary fear state, but appeared somewhat terrified and submissive. It quickly sensed that the little snake was excited and happy. Xiao Junlin raised an eyebrow. Why does it feel so much like Nangong Jin's excitement? But then he thought again. In the original text, the little snake was female, and the 9th realm sea dragon was also female. How could two females interact? Beast folk aren't as perverse as humans. Soon, Xiao Junlin thought of something. In the eyes of ancient species, other beasts are not much different from pets. This little thing is walking a dog. Oh no, walking a dragon. Seeing Xiao Junlin appear, the little snake immediately flew to him. The ninth realm sea dragon, feeling relieved, whimpered as it dove back into the waterfall. Xiao Junlin could feel that the little snake's aura had grown a bit stronger, seemingly from the ninth realm sea dragon. No wonder that dragon ran away so quickly. If it had slowed down, it would have been drained of demon energy by you. As Xiao Junlin spoke, he saw the little snake return to his shoulder, seemingly tired from playing, and fell into a deep sleep. Eating well, playing happily, and then sleeping, I really envy you. Unlike me, who has to fight for my own fate. Xiao Junlin patted the little snake's head and held it in his arms. Meanwhile, Qin Yin arrived at the sixth peak, outside Chun Xian's residence. Ever since Chun Xian was confined by her, he and Ti left this place. Seeing Qin Yin arrive, Chun Xian thought that he had finally been vindicated from the grievances caused by Xiao Junlin and hurriedly stepped forward, saying, "Elder Qin, has my second senior sister cleared my name? Second senior sister is honorable and would never lie. I hope the elder can discern the truth." Chapter 55, Destiny Remains. The sect master's love seeing Chun Xian so eager. Qin Yin actually felt more disappointment in her heart. She thought Chun Xian believed that Yi Hongling would help him falsify evidence to slander Xiao Junlin, which is why he was so excited. Facts speak louder than words. Even Yi Hongling said that at that time, Chun Xian suddenly attacked Xiao Junlin in order to monopolize the sword intent, and every move was lethal. As the elder of the executive hall and the acting sect master, how could she turn a blind eye? Chun Xian, this matter is settled. Xiao Junlin is right. So I have decided to increase your punishment. Qin Yin's words carried supreme authority. However, these words left Chun Xian's mind buzzing. The plot doesn't seem right. What does the elder mean? Chun Xian asked in confusion. Qin Yin's expression grew even more displeased, meaning you already know. Hongling has detailed the events that occurred in the Sword Path consciousness space to me, and this matter is your fault. Hearing this, Chun Xian looked even more bewildered. No, what did senior sister say? Didn't she clear my name? Qin Yin snorted coldly. It seems you really think that relying on Hongling's affection for you can make her do things against her conscience. Hongling's character is straightforward and pure. How could she be someone who deceives? Impossible. It's Hongling who is deceiving. Chun Xian still wanted to argue for himself, but he saw a flash of anger on Qin Yin's face, and then she raised her hand, striking down towards Chun Xian. Last time in the executive hall, Chun Xian was also hit by this palm, but he was unprepared then. This time he had learned to be smart. Chun Xian quickly raised both hands to block in front of his chest, bracing against Qin Yin's palm force. At the same time, the spatial energy operated, and Qin Yin's palm force was continuously deflected and dissipated, ultimately losing all its power. Qin Yin's eyes narrowed slightly. Seeing this, Chun Xian was very satisfied with his displayed combat power. The elder should have seen it. I have entered the three-phase realm. He thought that with the strength of the three-phase realm, he could contend with Qin Yin and easily crush Xiao Junlin. No matter what Yi Hongling said, Qin Yin should recognize the bigger picture and stand on his side. But what Chun Xian didn't expect was that after he blocked a palm, Qin Yin's anger grew even stronger. The next moment, the temperature around suddenly dropped. From over 20 degrees just a second ago, to now Chun Xian noticed frost forming on his clothes. He immediately retreated repeatedly, but a cold air suddenly attacked him from the ground. After Chun Xian used spatial energy to shatter a lot of the cold air, he finally landed again. Just as he wanted to speak, he saw cold air rising again from beneath his feet, as if it could penetrate anywhere, instantly swallowing him. Chun Xian formed hand seals, activating the primordial heavenly emperor intent within him, trying to absorb this cold air for his own use. But he was stopped by the dragon blood heavenly emperor. This elder just wants to suppress you a bit. She won't really harm you if you truly exert all your strength. While you might have a 30% chance to win against her, afterward on Longtime Mountain, you will have no advantage. Hearing the dragon blood heavenly emperor's words, Chun Xian gritted his teeth and chose to endure. He gave up on activating the primordial heavenly emperor intent and allowed the cold air to surround him, visibly turning him into an ice sculpture, with only his face left exposed. Qin Yin's cold snort followed. She was angry that Chun Xian not only showed no repentance, but also resisted her teachings and fought back against her. Even if you have entered the three-phase realm, It's still only the initial stage, and there's still a significant gap compared to the elder level. Chun Xian, do you think you no longer need the teachings of Longtime Mountain? Or do you believe that having entered the three-phase realm gives you the right to rebel against your teacher and ancestors? Qinin's stern reprimand came. Chun Xian felt bitter inside. He didn't know what bad luck he had been having lately. Why the elders and senior sisters who had always favored him were gradually starting to dislike him. Perhaps it was that Xiao Junlin stirring up trouble behind the scenes. Disciple knows his mistakes and asks the elder for punishment. Chun Xian sincerely spoke. Although he felt unwilling inside, he understood that arguing now was useless. It was more effective to admit his mistakes honestly. Seeing him lower his head, Qinin's expression indeed softened quite a bit. Qinin also didn't know why, but after looking at Chun Xian a few more times, she was not as angry as before. She felt as if there was some magic on Chun Xian that made it hard for her not to forgive him. I value you, so I hope you don't go astray and disappoint me. Qinin sighed deeply, waved her hand, and the cold air dissipated, causing the ice on Chun Xian to quickly melt, restoring his freedom. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Elder, for your mercy." As he spoke, Chun Xian coughed a few times, making it seem as if he had been injured. Although nothing had happened to him, Chun Xian still wanted to use a little trick. After all, no matter how strong Qinin was, she was still a woman and would have moments of softness. Qinin indeed felt a bit distressed for him. She took out a few healing pills from her storage ring, along with an ancient book. Those pills were just ordinary healing pills. Chun Xian didn't care. But when he saw the ancient book, his eyes lit up. The Hidden Dragon in the Abyss. Isn't this the technique that only the lesser sect master of Longtime Mountain can cultivate? Elder, what is this? Chun Xian was overjoyed inside. Sure enough, Qinin had a tough exterior but a soft heart. Qinin sighed deeply and said honestly, "This is what the sect master asked me to give you. She has high hopes for you, no less than mine, and hopes you won't disappoint her." Chun Xian's eyes moved slightly. The sect master of Longtime Mountain, Dongwang Qingyuan, had been in seclusion for a long time, temporarily leaving all matters of the sect to Qinin. To actually have the time to let Qinin give him this hidden dragon in the abyss? Indeed, he was still the uniquely favored Chun Xian. A Chun Xian that Xiao Junlin could never compare to in his lifetime. Disciple thanks the sect master. Please convey my gratitude to the elder. I will definitely practice diligently with this hidden dragon in the abyss. Qinin nodded, glanced around, and waved her hand again, setting up a confinement array. You're not to leave here for 3 months. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain to Hongling and Junlin. After saying this, Qinin left, leaving Chun Xian feeling depressed. Hongling and Junlin, good. Senior sister is indeed standing on Xiao Junlin's side. Although he didn't know the reason, Chun Xian didn't want to just let it go. Dragon Master, when the confinement ends, we must go to Frost Moon Mirror Lake. The voice of the Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor echoed in Chun Xian's mind. If my last calculation is correct, the Moonlight Phoenix sword should reappear in the world within 7 days, and when that happens, the commotion will be significant. Chun Xian knew that the Moonlight Phoenix sword was Yi Hongling's sword from a previous life and would only belong to Yi Hongling. But if he could act on the Moonlight Phoenix sword early, it could make Yi Hongling lean more towards him in the future, gaining the support of a sword immortal level powerhouse. 7 days? Chun Xian thought he had misheard. How could 7 days be enough? This confinement lasts 3 months. By the time he gets out, the Moonlight Phoenix sword and Yi Hongling might already be claimed by someone else. Chapter 56. Afraid of sisters suffering the dragon blood, Heavenly Emperor was also speechless. He didn't expect that Chun Xian would actually be suppressed by Xiao Junlin. Moreover, the Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor witnessed the battle between the two. Although Chun Xian's spatial energy was top-notch in the world, Xiao Junlin actually awakened the time energy. Moreover, Xiao Junlin even injured Chun Xian, which was enough to prove the power of time energy. If Xiao Junlin had the same cultivation speed as Chun Xian, under the same level, the Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor did not believe that Chun Xian was stronger than Xiao Junlin. This made him even more troubled. He wanted to cultivate the most potential person, the one most likely to become a Heavenly Emperor. But now that Chun Xian was being suppressed by Xiao Junlin, did it mean he had misjudged him? Should he consider switching to Xiao Junlin? The Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor watched as Chun Xian was practicing the Hidden Dragon in the Abyss. This Hidden Dragon in the Abyss is one of the top techniques of Longtime Mountain. The techniques are divided into 4 grades: Heaven, Earth, Mystery, and Yellow. Yellow is the worst, and Heaven is the strongest. The Hidden Dragon in the Abyss is actually an Earth grade technique. As for Heaven grade, it is enough to shake the foundation of a sect. The primordial Heavenly Emperor intent he passed on to Chun Xian is a Heaven grade technique. However, the difficulty of cultivating the mixed Yuan Heavenly Emperor's intent is too great for Chun Xian, who is currently just a beginner. But the potential of the Hidden Dragon in the Abyss is more suitable for Chun Xian at this stage. The Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor observed Chun Xian's cultivation progress. In just the short time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Chun Xian has already caught a glimpse of the threshold of the first layer of the Hidden Dragon in the Abyss. There are a total of 3 layers in the Hidden Dragon in the Abyss, and each layer is several times more difficult than the previous one. According to the Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor's analysis, once Chun Xian masters the first layer, he should be able to challenge the mid-level of the 3-phase realm. It's worth noting that Chun Xian has only entered the 3-phase realm for less than a few days. This cultivation speed is truly monstrous. Perhaps I was just momentarily bewitched. He is still my best choice. As for that Xiao Junlin, perhaps he is just a fleeting flower. The Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor gathered his thoughts and focused on guiding Chun Xian's cultivation. On the chain bridge of the 5th peak, Xiao Junlin was urinating against the wind when he suddenly sneezed, splattering himself. Damn, who's cursing me? He quickly shook it off and put on his pants. Xiao Junlin originally intended to find Bai Li. He had previously tricked Bai Li into healing her body, and the treatment wasn't over yet. Moreover, Bai Li's role was not just to satisfy his desires. More importantly, she possessed the innate medicine cauldron sacred body, which made her capable of refining any elixir with better effects and success rates than ordinary people. He wanted to trick Bai Li into refining the Holy Spirit pill. The effect of 1 Holy Spirit pill is equivalent to 5 million Spirit Stones, but the cost is only about 2 million Spirit Stones. Xiao Junlin was worried that his own values and strange thoughts would lead to a terrifying astronomical number of Spirit Stones needed in the future. Although Nganjin had quite a few Spirit Stones, there would eventually come a day when they would be depleted. If he could use the Holy Spirit pill to save Spirit Stones, it would be a good choice. 1 Holy Spirit pill is worth 5 million Spirit Stones. After deducting the cost of 2 million, there would be a profit of 3 million, which is for the alchemist, though the failure rate is high. However, since Bai Li possesses the innate medicine cauldron's sacred body, if he could turn Bai Li into his alchemy workhorse, wouldn't Xiao Junlin hit the jackpot? He could have Bai Li continuously refine Holy Spirit pills, half for himself and half to sell, and then exchange for materials to keep refining. Xiao Junlin was already fantasizing about his path to wealth. But on the way to the 5th peak, he urgently needed to relieve himself first. Someone must be cursing me. Otherwise, I can at least pee 5 meters against the wind. Xiao Junlin stubbornly thought, too lazy to wipe his hands. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the waist of the 5th peak. The summit of the 5th peak houses the executive hall and the Qinin sleeping palace, while the waist is where the disciples reside. The sleeping quarters of Feng Shi and Bai Li are also located here. Xiao Junlin initially planned to go directly to Bai Li's quarters. However, when passing by Feng Shi's door, he encountered her. Stop! Feng! She shook her twin ponytails, hands on her hips, shouting suspiciously at Xiao Junlin. What are you here for again? Xiao Junlin rolled his eyes at her. What does it matter to you? After saying this lightly, he ignored her and prepared to head straight to Bai Li's sleeping quarters. As a result, Feng Shi was relentless, shifting her position to block him. Annoying. Go play elsewhere. Xiao Junlin was speechless. Feng Shi coldly snorted, Don't think that just because you've changed your fate, you can act high and mighty. Maybe your bad luck is still lingering. Don't get too close to my sister. Your sister? How do you know she doesn't want to get close? Xiao Junlin scoffed. Maybe Bai Li is looking forward to me coming in. It's you, the good sister, who's being a nuisance. Oh, I get it. You're afraid of your sister suffering. But you're also afraid of her getting involved with someone. Feng Shi's face suddenly flushed red from what he said. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm just worried that you have ulterior motives. Who knows what you're planning to do to Bai Li? Xiao Junlin took a step closer, getting near Feng Shi. She immediately stepped back, feeling as if she had almost been kissed by him. Last time, this lecherous guy had pressed her down and rubbed against her. Who knows what he would do this time? Fourth junior sister, are you hoping for me to do something to you? Nonsense. Stop being so narcissistic. Then step aside. Not letting. Have you dealt with the mess at Longtime Mountain that the court is watching? Xiao Junlin said coldly. If you have time to obstruct me, you might as well think about how to change Chun Xian's fate and prevent the current emperor from holding a grudge against us. Feng Shi had initially enjoyed the banter with Xiao Junlin, but his words made her shut up immediately. Can't you play along? Why bring that up? Feng Shi rolled her eyes at him. In fact, she had been worrying about this matter for the past few days. She used to not take Xiao Junlin's words seriously. But ever since that night, when she was bullied by him and was shocked by his fate star, Feng Shi had been reflecting on the incident, especially since what Xiao Junlin said was logical. The last visit from Huaizong and the holy envoy Qingwan might have just been an appetizer. What if the Empress has a backup plan for dealing with Longtime Mountain? What should she do? Was there really no other way for senior brother Xiao Junlin besides changing the fate of the younger junior brother? Feng Shi's tones softened considerably, even carrying a hint of pleading. Xiao Junlin sneered inwardly. He knew these women had long been influenced by the Nine Phoenix Chaoyang's sacred body. They had all become Chun Xian's lapdogs. They were unwilling to sacrifice Chun Xian, right? Xiao Junlin shrugged. Then let's sacrifice Longtime Mountain. You. Feng Shi was furious. If you don't honestly explain yourself, don't think about going in to find Bai Li today. Xiao Junlin laughed. While you, a fourth, are starting to manage the third and the first. As soon as he finished speaking, the door to Bai Li's sleeping quarters slowly opened. Seeing Bai Li standing by the door with her snow-white long legs, she wasn't wearing the disciple's outfit but a thin nightgown, with only a simple jade belt tied around her waist. The loose clothing revealed quite a bit of her collarbone and shoulders, and the lower half only covered half of her thigh, exposing the other half and her slender calves. Xiao Junlin swallowed hard. What a stunning beauty! Seeing this, Feng Shi immediately raised her hand to block Xiao Junlin's view. Don't look around. She then turned to Bai Li. Hurry up and go in. Xiao Junlin is here to disturb you. I'll help you block him. However, Bai Li pursed her lips slightly, feeling a bit awkward, avoiding Feng Shi's gaze. She leaned slightly towards Xiao Junlin and said, Senior brother, please come in. Chapter 57. Meddlesome Twin Tails. Bai Li's words shocked Feng Shi immensely. She used to know Bai Li well. Bai Li had always disliked Xiao Junlin, not just because of his weak character, as the eldest brother, but weaker than them and the younger junior brother. More importantly, it was because Xiao Junlin's alchemy skills were inferior to Bai Li's. Bai Li had crushed Xiao Junlin in the professional field, so she looked down on him even more. But now Bai Li's reaction was very strange. Although last time Feng Shi surprised Bai Li late at night and saw Xiao Junlin in her room, she already felt something was off, but that was just a guess. This time was even more outrageous. Bai Li actually took the initiative to invite Xiao Junlin into her room, and she was dressed so seductively. Make way. You're blocking the way, Xiao Junlin said lightly, pushing aside Feng Shi's long ponytail as he walked towards Bai Li's room. Feng Shi stood there dumbfounded for a long time. When she turned her head, she saw the two of them entering the room together. Bai Li didn't even invite her in to sit. What happened to being good sisters for life? Feng Shi gritted her teeth, wanting to sneak in to eavesdrop, but felt it was unethical. Inside Bai Li's dormitory, Xiao Junlin smiled, looking like a gentleman, but inside he was already anticipating what would happen next. This stunning beauty was waiting for him in a nightgown today, clearly prepared to undress. Is senior brother still the same as last time? Bai Li's voice was as soft as a mosquito. When Xiao Junlin looked at her, Bai Li instinctively turned her face away, a faint blush rising on her exquisite profile. Although she understood that showing herself to Xiao Junlin like this was against a woman's modesty. But Bai Li had no choice. Her damaged body needed to be repaired. Otherwise, how could she get married in the future? Bai Li thought of Chun Xian and felt a surge of anger. Although she liked Chun Xian, he should not take advantage of her vulnerability. Bai Li wanted her love to be clear and straightforward. Seeing Xiao Junlin nod, Bai Li lightly pursed her lips and voluntarily sat on the bed. She slowly took off her top, revealing her white, fragrant shoulders on both sides. Below her delicate collarbone, her chest rose and fell rapidly, seemingly on the verge of bursting due to nervousness. She lay on the bed, afraid to move, but her body involuntarily trembled slightly, which Xiao Junlin noticed completely. Xiao Junlin sat down beside the bed. "Junior sister, don't be nervous. This is our second time. It's familiar now." As he spoke, his hands had already started massaging Bai Li's abdomen. Bai Li's trembling body increased. "Senior brother, how much longer will this treatment take?" Xiao Junlin felt there was a bit too much resistance against his hands on Bai Li's abdomen. So he took out a few drops of essential oil from his storage ring and dripped them onto her abdomen. Feeling the cold sensation, Bai Li instinctively contracted her stomach, revealing her delicate abs. Xiao Junlin smiled and said, "This pushing and bloodletting is just the first step. Once the first step is done, we will need a second step. I can do that in a bit." Bai Li worriedly asked, "What is the second step?" Xiao Junlin did not answer, but instead carefully admired Bai Li's abdomen, which was flat and had no excess fat. Such a belly would be a shame not to use for childbirth, Xiao Junlin thought to himself with a smile. Suddenly, he glanced out the window and noticed a fleeting shadow. Although the person hid quickly, the silhouette of a ponytail still exposed her. Clearly, it was Feng Shi who was eavesdropping. Well, if she likes to listen, let her listen more. Xiao Junlin had no intention of hiding anything. Instead, he treated Feng Shi as part of his and Bai Li's interaction. Outside the window, Feng Shi felt her entire worldview collapse. Although she couldn't see clearly what was happening inside, she could confirm that there was a relationship between Bai Li and Xiao Junlin that went beyond that of senior and junior siblings. It was even very likely that they were doing things only a married couple could do, but they had done it early. "I can't look, it's inappropriate." But Feng Shi's heart raced. She wanted to look but felt conflicted, until she heard Xiao Junlin's voice from inside. "By the way, junior sister, it seems like fourth junior sister cares about you a lot. She just wouldn't let me in." Xiao Junlin pretended to chat casually with Bai Li. Bai Li suppressed her shame for a moment before managing to say, "Fourth junior sister and I have lived together since we were young. Our relationship is deeper than that of real sisters. She might be afraid that senior brother you will bully me." Xiao Junlin chuckled. "Oh? How does she think I would bully you? Like this? No, this is my choice." Xiao Junlin smiled and said, "Right, it's your choice. I was just saying that Feng Shi is too meddlesome. What surprises me is that, junior sister, why don't you tell her the truth? Maybe once she knows, she will understand you." Bai Li was too overwhelmed to think about so much. Her mind was blank. Her whole body felt like it was electrified, and she quickly covered her mouth, using up all her strength. But upon hearing this, Feng Shi outside felt quite displeased. "Damn senior brother, isn't he trying to sow discord?" Feng Shi thought to herself. Although she firmly believed her relationship with Bai Li was good, she couldn't help but want to hear Bai Li's response because of this statement. If Bai Li really got together with Xiao Junlin, she should at least tell her good sister. Otherwise, she would be awkwardly stopping Xiao Junlin like just now, fearing that he would bully Bai Li. But it turned out that Bai Li was willing. Wouldn't that make Feng Shi meddlesome? Soon, Feng Shi heard Bai Li's voice. "I don't want her to know. I'm afraid she'll tell junior brother." Chapter 58. Sisterly barriers. Hearing this, both Xiao Junlin and Feng Shi felt somewhat displeased. Xiao Junlin thought, "Goodness, my hands are sore now, and you're still thinking about Chen Xian. It seems the 9 Phoenix Chaoyang sacred body is really hard to cure." Feng Shi outside felt even sadder. After all, Xiao Junlin had half become a villain, and these female characters originally belonged to Chen Xian in the original story. He was the one using underhanded tactics to change the plot and alter his fate. But what made Feng Shi sad was that she considered Bai Li to be a good sister with whom she could share anything. Yet, Bai Li was guarding against her. "What does it matter if I tell junior brother? You were the one who betrayed him first." Feng Shi felt wronged. Back then, she and Bai Li had a common goal: to support junior brother with all their might. And when junior brother reached the pinnacle, they would confess their feelings to him. But now, junior brother hadn't even grown up yet, and Bai Li was secretly with Xiao Junlin. Wasn't that a betrayal of junior brother? Moreover, even if she told herself, would Feng Shi really be so insensitive as to go tell junior brother? As long as Bai Li asked her to keep it a secret, Feng Shi wouldn't reveal a word. Feng Shi's bright eyes glistened with tears. The distrust between sisters made her very sad. Xiao Junlin looked at the swaying ponytail outside the window and smiled faintly, knowing that the foolish woman must have misunderstood Bai Li's words. What Bai Li was worried about was not whether she trusted Feng Shi, but was afraid that if Feng Shi knew Chen Xian had taken advantage of her vulnerability, it would affect Chen Xian's status in Feng Shi's heart. In short, Bai Li was considering Chen Xian and Feng Shi, not herself. However, this misunderstanding was more advantageous for Xiao Junlin. He smiled lightly. Well, even sisters should have their own secrets, let alone you two are not blood-related. Feng Shi's indeed too biased towards Chen Xian, so you should try not to get too close to her. I'm afraid she will notice something. Once these words were spoken, Feng Shi outside felt her heart leap to her throat. She held her breath, desperately hoping Bai Li wouldn't listen to Xiao Junlin. This Xiao Junlin was clearly trying to sow discord, utterly despicable. He had already won Bai Li's affection, but still wanted her to avoid getting too close to Feng Shi, even using junior brother to slander her. But the next words from Bai Li made Feng Shi's heart, which had been suspended, finally die. I understand, senior brother. I won't tell her. The most painful part for Feng Shi was the first half of the sentence. Bai Li was really hiding it from her for Xiao Junlin, hiding it from her good sister. Xiao Junlin, I hate you. Bai Li, I also hate you. Feng Shi was very disappointed in Bai Li, and outside the window, her ponytail quickly swayed away. Xiao Junlin smiled slightly. Half an hour later, Bai Li's face was already red to the point of almost dripping blood. She didn't dare to speak, only lowering her head, waiting for Xiao Junlin to leave. But Xiao Junlin did not leave immediately. Instead, he began to negotiate with Bai Li. Junior sister, didn't I owe you quite a few pills last time? Upon mentioning this, Bai Li's eyes suddenly lit up. Those pills were her savings over the years, including a beast essence worth a fortune. But after Xiao Junlin used them up, he hadn't even mentioned it again. Bai Li could only comfort herself that Xiao Junlin was helping her recover her body, and those pills were just medical fees. But now that Xiao Junlin took the initiative to bring it up, Bai Li felt that the time had come for her to make Xiao Junlin repay his debt. Senior brother, are you planning to pay me back? Pay back. I, Xiao Junlin, have always compensated with women's things with flesh. He nodded sincerely. Having a debt means having to repay it, of course, that's the truth. But I'm currently short on resources, so I want to make a deal with you. What deal? Bai Li looked confused, like a naive newbie who was sold to northern Myanmar and was still helping count money. Xiao Junlin liked this kind of reaction. Can you refine the Holy Spirit pill? There are very few records of the Holy Spirit Dandan score. I remember that in Longtime Mountain. Only the sect leader and Elder Xiao Feng had it. Xiao Junlin smiled slightly. He took out a parchment scroll from his storage ring. This was something he found under Xiao Feng's bed based on the original text. In the original story, there's a plot where Xiao Feng, after being possessed, is killed by Chen Xian, who joined forces with everyone in Longtime Mountain and several experts from the Righteous Path. Afterward, Chen Xian not only absorbed all of Xiao Feng's power, but also ransacked the Seventh Peak, finding many treasured sword scores and pill recipes under Xiao Feng's bed. This was clearly an opportunity that the author forced upon Chen Xian, the destined child. Therefore, before coming here, Xiao Junlin had already emptied the contents inside. Although the items inside were not of high rank, they were all accumulated by Xiao Feng in Longtime Mountain, and the variety was valuable. Among them, the Holy Spirit Dan is not easy to refine for ordinary alchemists, so this pill recipe is not particularly precious. However, the good thing is that Bai Li, with her innate alchemical body, has a very high success rate in refining any pills. Even the grades of the pills she refines are higher than those of ordinary people. Such a special physique would be a waste if not utilized. Senior brother, how do you have this? Bai Li gasped, carefully flipping through the Holy Spirit Dan recipe upon seeing it. She always cherishes things related to pills. Xiao Junlin nodded in satisfaction, saying, Our East Factory, no I. Xiao Junlin, need talents like you. With the Holy Spirit Dan in your hands, it can shine and heat up. At that time, you just need to refine 3 Holy Spirit Dawn for me every month, and that will count as me repaying your debt. Bai Li blinked, not understanding Xiao Junlin's words for a moment. Am I working for you? Is that how you repay your debt? What kind of logic is this? Senior brother, did you say it wrong? Xiao Junlin sighed inwardly. It seemed she was not a fool and was not easily deceived. It's like this. This Holy Spirit Dan recipe is incredibly precious, worth at least a few million spirit stones. If I give it to you, it counts as repaying the previous pill and beast essence money. But since I also treated you, doesn't that mean you owe me now? Xiao Junlin said earnestly. So, if you refine the Holy Spirit Dan for me in the future, it would be equivalent to repaying your debt. If you're unwilling. Xiao Junlin was afraid Bai Li would take time to think, so he quickly reached out to grab the Holy Spirit Dan recipe and pulled it toward himself. Bai Li, obsessed with alchemy, would never miss out on such a pill recipe she had never refined before. She instinctively tightened her grip. Before she could speak, Xiao Junlin said, refusing to repay? Then that means you agree. Bai Li still felt something was off and retorted, Senior brother, the cost of a Holy Spirit Dan is at least 2 million. If I repay you 3 each month, wouldn't that mean I'm losing 6 million spirit stones? Xiao Junlin thought to himself, damn. He saw that Bai Li not only calculated clearly, but also had a clear line of thought. So she voluntarily handed the recipe to Xiao Junlin. Although I really want to refine this Holy Spirit Dan, what you ask for is too much. I can't afford it. Bai Li was not a fool. Losing 6 million spirit stones a month was more than she could bear. But how could Xiao Junlin let a duck he had caught fly away? He shoved the recipe back into Bai Li's hands, saying, you touched this recipe. Your fingerprints are on it. How can I sell it to others now? No way, you have to keep it. Bai Li looked innocent, huh? You have to buy it just because you touched it? And what is up with fingerprints? Who does that kind of foreselling? Bai Li felt speechless. But Xiao Junlin's expression didn't look like he was joking. It seemed he was determined to get his way. But I really can't afford the materials, Bai Li said, looking aggrieved. She was just a small disciple of Longtime Mountain. The Holy Spirit Dan was a high-level pill that even elders might not have a chance to use. Xiao Junlin didn't plan to push her too hard, saying, in a few days, I'll have 6th junior sister bring you the materials. She has plenty of spirit stones. I was con her a bit. Xiao Junlin's words made Bai Li's head buzz. 6th junior sister has a lot of snacks, Connor? What kind of nonsense is that? But Xiao Junlin looked serious as he patted Bai Li's shoulder. It's settled. When the materials arrive, you refine them well. After saying that, Xiao Junlin left Bai Li's room, leaving her standing there in a daze. Outside Fengshi's palace, Xiao Junlin stood smiling. He knocked on the door, but there was no response, only the faint sound of Fengshi crying. Oh dear, my good sister, crying. Xiao Junlin couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Breaking the bond between Qin Xian and these women, and making them useful to him, was one of his main goals. But unexpectedly, he could also break the friendship among the women along the way. It seems your friendship isn't that strong after all. Xiao Junlin knocked on the door again. 4th junior sister, if you don't open the door, I'll leave. After waiting a while with no response, Xiao Junlin turned to leave. After all, there were plenty of women waiting for him. Just one Feng, she was nothing. The ultimate version of a lickspittle is to lick a whole bunch of people. Then you're no longer a lickspittle, but a king of dogs. Xiao Junlin adhered to this philosophy and was already thinking about which woman to visit next. Should he go to Qin Yin to plant some colorless fire? No, last time she refused to give him the Yaoguang Qin, and he probably had to hang around for a few more days. Should he go to Yi Hongling to hypnotize her and then find an opportunity to revisit? That wouldn't work either. He had just awakened her memories of her past life, and that sword immortal empress would definitely kill him. Should he go to Nangong Jin to con some money? But he had just conned her out of $1 million not long ago. But didn't matter? Nangong Jin had a lot of money, so conning her a few more times wouldn't hurt. Especially since he needed spirit stones to buy materials for the Holy Spirit Dan. Just as Xiao Junlin was about to turn and head to Nangong Jin, Fengshi's door suddenly opened. We want, Fengshi said coldly. Seeing her tear-stained face, Xiao Junlin didn't want to deal with her anymore. He wanted to find Nangong Jin, so he coldly replied, nothing, I knocked on the wrong door. After saying that, he turned and walked away. Fengshi was stunned. Ordinary male disciples, upon seeing her, would either drool or be grateful if she spoke to them. But this guy, Xiao Junlin, was acting all high and mighty. Do you think you're so great just because you're the senior brother? Fengshi snorted coldly, but saw that Xiao Junlin was really walking further away. Almost to the chain bridge. Hey, wait. Fengshi couldn't help but shout at him. Xiao Junlin glanced at her. What is it? I already said I knocked the wrong door. Knocked the wrong door, my ass. Feng Shi was speechless, hands on her hips. I have something to ask you. Come in and chat. Xiao Junlin originally didn't like the way women frowned. However, when Feng Shi turned around, her ponytail swayed, and her waist and hips formed a perfect peach shape that twisted, making him smile in a gentlemanly way and change his mind. Forget it. Let us play with this fortune teller for a while. Xiao Junlin entered Feng Shi's room. This was his first time entering Feng Shi's room. The previous Xiao Junlin would never have had such an opportunity. The furnishings in the room were not complicated, but there were many books and tools about fate and divination. Some strange cups, chopsticks, and compasses. Anyway, Xiao Junlin didn't understand and was too lazy to study them. Although the concept of luck had a significant role in the original text, asking Xiao Junlin to study these was equivalent to taking his life. He still preferred to focus on flirting. Once he got Feng Shi, all these fates and fortunes would be his. What is the matter? Hurry up. I'm in a rush. Xiao Junlin casually sat down. Feng Shi glared at Xiao Junlin and asked suspiciously, "What is your relationship with Bai Li?" Xiao Junlin smiled lightly. "What does that have to do with you?" Feng Shi slammed her palm on the table. "Amber, good sister, I won't allow you to be irresponsible towards her." Xiao Junlin shrugged and said, "How about this? Let's play a game, a truth or dare game. You ask me, I answer, I ask you, and you have to answer too." Feng Shi, in a fit of anger, agreed. "Fine. You answer first." Xiao Junlin didn't argue with her and truthfully said, "Bai Li has fallen ill with a woman's disease. I helped her treat it. The reason is similar to Nan Gongxin. Treating her? What did you think of Bai Li just now?" Feng Shi recalled Bai Li's strange voice that sounded both pained and pleasurable. It made her feel hot even now. However, Xiao Junlin didn't answer her and asked, "Your turn. How can I disrupt Chun Xianzi, Wei Emperor fate?" Feng Shi hesitated. She didn't expect Xiao Junlin to ask such a sharp question. Suddenly, she felt that she had been impulsive to agree to play this game with him. She bit her lip, but saw that Xiao Junlin seemed to have noticed her hesitation. It seems fourth junior sister has no credibility. If you don't want to play, that's fine, I'm leaving. You have no credibility. Feng Shi hated it when others said she had no credibility. A person without credibility cannot stand. It would affect their fortune. Take the hair of the junior brother, taint it with black blood, and then use the heavenly star chart to draw out his fate star. Feng Shi hesitated. Xiao Junlin, however, was excited, urging her to continue. Then wrapped that bloodied hair around the fate star and used the 72 evil talismans to pollute the fate star. Feng Shi gritted her teeth. That could have an effect. I don't know, I haven't tried. She seemed to be in extreme inner turmoil. After all, this kind of thing was equivalent to ruining a person's fate. Although it might not be 100% effective, Feng Shi felt it was very unethical. All right, let's do it. Xiao Junlin suddenly clapped his legs and said, "I'll leave this matter to you. When can you ruin his fate? Oh no, I mean disrupt his fate. To protect my longtime mountain from being resented by the court?" Xiao Junlin quickly shifted from excitement to his serious demeanor. Feng Shi couldn't tell if he was genuinely concerned for Longtime Mountain. She felt that Xiao Junlin was targeting Chen Xian, but it didn't seem right. The former Xiao Junlin had been very fond of the junior brother, just like them. He shouldn't be targeting him, right? Why should I do this? I haven't thought it through yet. Feng Shi stubbornly said, quickly changing the topic. Second question, had you ever thought about being responsible for Bai Li? Responsible? Xiao Junlin pondered. Feng Shi's gaze fixed on him, holding her breath, seemingly eager to know Xiao Junlin's answer. Of course, I'm responsible. Xiao Junlin nodded honestly. Feng Shi finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least you have a conscience. I certainly have a conscience. I will be responsible for my patients. After I cure her, I won't care anymore. Xiao Junlin replied without guilt. As for the physical favors, like taking Bai Li's first night, what was there to be responsible for? It's a free love era. I'm not talking about that. I'm saying, after you've done that to her, aren't you still responsible for her? Feng Shi gritted her teeth, feeling very sorry for Bai Li. However, Xiao Junlin didn't respond. That's another matter. Now it's my turn to ask you. What should I do to make my fate star possess more Z Wei Emperor aura? Feng Shi was so angry that her chest heaved. The disciple's robe on her was too tight, and Xiao Junlin was even worried it might tear. Unfortunately, Feng Shi didn't give Xiao Junlin what he wanted. Instead, she sneered and said, You want to possess the Z-Wei Emperor fortune? That's difficult. Although I admit that your fate has changed recently, and you won't be as unlucky as before, the Z-Wei Emperor fortune is different from other luck and blessings. It's a limited resource of a dynasty that won't increase. Simply put, there's only that much. Unless the current Z-Wei Emperor fortune loses its master, then you have a chance to obtain it. Limited. Xiao Junlin narrowed his eyes, still pondering. Feng Shi finally saw that Xiao Junlin didn't have that arrogant expression anymore, feeling a bit pleased. If you want to know, I'll answer your next question. It seems she had regained the initiative, asking smarter questions I won't ask about Bai Li. Tell me, what have you done recently that led to the change of your fate? Xiao Junlin shrugged. How would I know? I just, in an illusory forest, recognized the snake as my master, slapped the Huaizong in the face for Longtime Mountain, and had a half-hearted relationship with the third junior sister while outshining the fourth junior sister. Oh, and you. Stop. Feng Shi couldn't take it anymore. These were all unrelated to fate. How could they change Xiao Junlin's fortune? Could it be that a few junior sisters, would enhance his luck? It was unbelievable. Feng Shi didn't understand. But it was Xiao Junlin's turn to ask questions now. If Chen Xian's fate is ruined by you, won't his Z-Wei Emperor fortune be absorbed by me? As soon as he said this, Feng Shi seemed to see a burning ambition in Xiao Junlin's eyes. She suddenly felt her breath quicken. Just a moment ago, she thought Xiao Junlin wasn't targeting Chen Xian. Now she realized that Xiao Junlin wanted to eliminate Chen Xian and take his place. Answer me, Xiao Junlin urged, his gaze sharp as he grasped Feng Shi's hand, giving her a strong sense of mental pressure. And no, not necessarily, Feng Shi mumbled. Why not? Xiao Junlin asked forcefully. Feng Shi forgot that this was the next question. She froze and answered, those who gain the Tao receive help, while those who lose the Tao receive little help. Even if the Z-Wei Emperor fortune is no longer with Chen Xian, it will seek another possessor of the Z-Wei Emperor fortune. Most likely, it will flow to the current Emperor Di Wushuang, just as I thought. Xiao Junlin's eyes shifted. In the original story, Di Wushuang wanted to kill Chen Xian to obtain the Z-Wei Emperor fortune. Although she had already become the emperor, the court of the Tianyun dynasty was unstable. Even with her unmatched combat power and beauty, gaining the hearts of the people was still extremely difficult due to the numerous officials and clans, amounting to billions. The Z-Wei Emperor fortune could help her achieve this dream quickly. Therefore, Di Wushuang was the major antagonist in the early part of the original story. As for Chen Xian, he wanted to kill Di Wushuang to avenge his parents and reclaim the throne. As for him, Xiao Junlin had no connection to the Z-Wei Emperor fortune. In the original story, he was just a minor character who was quickly eliminated. I understand now. If I can eliminate both Chen Xian and Di Wushuang, I will have the chance to seize the Z-Wei Emperor fortune and become the top person in the Tianyun dynasty. Xiao Junlin's eyes revealed enlightenment. Not only did he need to surpass Chen Xian, but he also had to surpass Di Wushuang. Feng Shi thought he was going crazy. Chen Xian's Z-Wei Emperor fortune was unique. Feng Shi speculated that Chen Xian should be a royal orphan, and this throne might belong to him, which was why he naturally possessed the Z-Wei Emperor fortune. As for Di Wushuang, she was the current emperor, so possessing the Z-Wei Emperor fortune was only natural. But what was Xiao Junlin? When did it become his turn? Xiao Junlin could see that Feng Shi looked down on him, but it didn't matter. He was just a minor antagonist. Sometimes fate is like the protagonist, initially respected by others, but oh no, the minor antagonist will be crushed. And only the protagonist can make a comeback. Fourth junior sister, quickly help me disrupt Chen Xian's fate. The life and death of Longtime Mountain depend on you. Xiao Junlin stood up, preparing to leave. Before he left, he tugged at Feng Shi's twin ponytails. Feng Shi winced in pain and glared at him. Only then did Xiao Junlin let go. Feng Shi puffed her cheeks and said, I won't let your scheme succeed. I want to harm the junior brother. Xiao Junlin scoffed. All right, then I'll go discuss it with the sect master. Coincidentally, my father will be returning to the sect in a few days. If he finds out that Chen Xian has attracted the court's resentment, I wonder how they would deal with him? Feng Shi felt a chill down her back. If the sect leader and the elder were to take action, it wouldn't just be a simple pollution of the life star for the junior apprentice. So, fourth junior sister, you're not harming the junior apprentice. You're actually helping him. All right, I'm leaving. Xiao Junlin patted Feng Shi's shoulder, looking as if he was doing this for their good, and then turned to leave, leaving behind a dejected Feng Shi. Now, not only did she have to worry about Longtime Mountain, but she also had to worry about the junior apprentice and about Bai Li being taken advantage of by Xiao Junlin. Feng Shi stomped her foot in anger, wishing she hadn't let him in. It was so annoying. After leaving Feng Shi's residence, Xiao Junlin was thinking of finding Nangong Jin to extort some spirit stones, but ran into Yi Hongling. Upon seeing him, Yi Hongling stepped forward and cupped her hands, saying, "Senior brother, my injuries have mostly healed. When can we set off for Frost Moon Mirror Lake?" Xiao Junlin glanced at her complexion. Although she had lost a lot of sword intent, he was surprised at how quickly Yi Hongling was recovering. She truly was the 9 lives sword immortal, not someone delicate like those other women. However, since she was here, he could take advantage of it. To be honest, second junior sister, we still need one more thing before heading to Frost Moon Mirror Lake. What thing? I'll go get it. Yi Hongling was eager to go to Frost Moon Mirror Lake to restore her sword path. The Yaowang Qin, Xiao Junlin said casually. My father said we must bring the Yaowang Qin. Yi Hongling frowned. The Yaowang Qin, isn't that Elder Qin's life spirit tool? However, if she want to borrow it, the elder should lend it to her. Senior brother, wait a moment. I'll go find Elder Qin. All right, go quickly. Xiao Junlin smiled. Seeing that Yi Hongling had already gone to the administrative hall, he followed behind. Elder Qin, you've refused me so many times. Let's see if you can refuse this time, with Yi Hongling stepping in. But the two were unaware that at this moment, Elder Qin was not in the administrative hall, but in the ice palace beneath the sect leader's hall on the first peak of Longtime Mountain. She looked worried as she stared at a crystal-clear ice sculpture in front of her. Inside the ice sculpture was a woman, an extraordinarily beautiful woman with white hair. Even though this ice sculpture beauty was frozen, she still exuded a terrifying aura. This aura did not belong to an ordinary 3-phase realm's power, but was of a higher level. Elder Qin had been waiting for a long time. After sensing that the aura had calmed down, she slowly spoke, bowing to the ice sculpture, sect leader. The item has been handed over to Chen Xian. Inside the ice sculpture was none other than the sect leader of Longtime Mountain, Dong Huang Qin Yuan. However, at this moment, Dong Huang Qin Yuan seemed to have an underlying ailment, relying on being frozen to heal herself. Hearing Elder Qin's voice, the stunning beauty inside the ice sculpture slowly opened her phoenix eyes. In her eyes were deep blue pupils. When she opened her eyes, the aura around Dong Huang Qin Yuan suddenly surged, reaching an almost uncontrollable state. Her ethereal voice echoed in the underground palace. We must cultivate Chen Xian well. He has immense potential and an astonishing background. He is the hope for the rise of our Longtime Mountain. Elder Qin nodded, understanding. Dong Huang Qin Yuan continued. A few days ago, did my sister come to Longtime Mountain? Elder Qin responded with an MM. Recalling the Qingluan Saint Envoy they encountered when the Huaizong came to provoke them. She came. Dong Huang Qin Yuan's voice softened a bit. Is she doing well? Elder Qin nodded. The Qingluan is now a revered Saint Envoy under His Majesty, holding great power, so she's certainly doing well. After saying this, she paused. In fact, she had recognized the Qingluan Saint Envoy that day before Xiao Junlin did, and had seen her sneak away from the crowd to the back mountain of Longtime Mountain. But Elder Qin did not stop her, because she knew the relationship between the Qingluan and the sect leader was that of sisters. Dong Huang Qin Yuan. Dong Huang Qin Yuan. The Qingluan Saint Envoy probably wanted to see you, but unfortunately, Elder Qin coughed lightly, feeling a bit helpless. She was stopped by Junlin, and later, when she intended to leave, her identity was exposed by Junlin. I suspect she didn't want to reveal her identity and was testing us through the Huaizong, not wanting Longtime Mountain to get involved in the selection of the Emperor's son. Upon hearing this, Dong Huang Qin Yuan fell silent for a long time. Finally, she sighed, the selection of the Emperor's son, once involved, will inevitably drag us into the turmoil of the court. The path of power is always filled with thorns. Perhaps my sister intends for our Longtime Mountain to fail, preserving a place of tranquility. Elder Qin nodded, feeling a bit angry, mainly because Yi Hongling, against her original intent, had brought Xiao Junlin onto the stage, and they ended up winning. In fact, that battle could have been lost, but it couldn't be helped. The complexities involved could only be understood by those in higher positions. From the perspective of the disciples, they couldn't see too much. They could only rely on their passion to protect the honor of the sect. So she couldn't really blame Yi Hongling and Xiao Junlin. After all, they were working for the sect. But sometimes, putting in effort doesn't necessarily lead to good outcomes. Before she could speak, Dong Huang Qingyuan seemed to already understand the situation. The Dark Forbidden Zone has calmed down considerably. According to the agreement of the righteous sects to take turns guarding, we Longtime Mountain can withdraw. Elder Xiao Feng will return to Longtime Mountain soon. We must prepare early. Dong Huang Qingyuan's words carried a sense of gravity. With her realm, for her to speak so seriously, Elder Qin understood the difficulty involved. Elder Xiao Feng had been in the Dark Forbidden Zone for many years, and in the blink of an eye, Junlin had grown up. It was time for him to return. Saying this, Elder Qin paused and did not continue speaking because she could not make decisions about what came next. After a long while, Dong Huang Qingyuan continued. Elder Xiao Feng has worked hard and is naturally a hero of Longtime Mountain. If he still harbors righteous thoughts, he will always be a hero of Longtime Mountain. But if he is infected by the demonic energy of the Dark Forbidden Zone, even Dong Huang Qingyuan hesitated for a moment. Perhaps when necessary, we must eradicate the roots and uphold the righteous path. This was not a bias from Dong Huang Qingyuan, but rather a problem that every expert who had entered the Dark Forbidden Zone over the centuries had encountered. Being eroded and infected by demonic energy, a once upright leader could ultimately become a demon. Perhaps Elder Xiao Feng had already prepared for that day the moment he entered the Dark Forbidden Zone. But both Elder Qin and Dong Huang Qingyuan hoped that day would never come. I hope Elder Xiao Feng can remain true to his heart and still harbor righteous intentions, Elder Qin said, though her tone lacked much confidence. She thought of Xiao Junlin. That boy had just helped her heal not long ago. If it had been in the past, Elder Qin might not have been too conflicted about his existence. Once Elder Xiao Feng fell into demonic ways, they would definitely eliminate him, perhaps even cutting Xiao Junlin off at the roots as well. But now it was different. Xiao Junlin had helped her, and she felt a sense of debt. Sect leader, when the time comes, could you spare Junlin's life? Elder Qin's words surprised Dong Huang Qingyuan. The Elder Qin she knew was an absolutely rational woman who would never act out of emotion. Why? That boy is not bad, and I've discovered he can cure the cold poison afflicting both you and me. Perhaps he... Dong Huang Qingyuan did not believe her words at all. The cold poison afflicting you and me cannot be cured by Xiao Junlin. And you should understand that if we kill Elder Xiao Feng, then Xiao Junlin, this son, will surely become a future threat. Can you guarantee he will never seek revenge for his father? Elder Qin fell silent. I'm tired. You may leave. Dong Huang Qingyuan dismissed her. Elder Qin nodded and left the underground palace. After exiting the sect leader's hall, she also left the first peak. She felt melancholy inside, unsure of how to face Xiao Junlin. I hope Elder Xiao Feng won't fall into demonic ways. Xiao Junlin, your little life may not be guaranteed by me. Elder Qin murmured to herself. Soon, Elder Qin returned to the administrative hall, but found Xiao Junlin lurking outside the door. She immediately frowned. What are you doing? Subconsciously, Qinin felt a bit of resistance toward Xiao Junlin, but she quickly thought of something and her tone softened considerably. Are you here to heal me? Xiao Junlin was taken aback. Damn it, people can scare people to death. Shouldn't Qinin be inside? He glanced at the interior of the executive hall, and Yi Hongling was also coming out empty-handed. Xiao Junlin helplessly looked at Qinin. Heal you? Dream on. Unless you hand over the Yaoguang Qin. Otherwise, I'll take my time using the remaining 9 chances. It would be best if I could conquer you. Then both the Yaoguang Qin and you would be mine. Thinking of this, a warm smile appeared on Xiao Junlin's face. Yes, the disciple has always been concerned for the elderess' safety. But since the second junior sister is looking for you urgently, let her speak first. Qinin happened to see Yi Hongling walking out. Hongling greets Elder Qinin. Yi Hongling was straightforward and didn't like beating around the bush, so she directly said, Elder, I would like to borrow the Yaoguang Qin. Chapter 62. Obtaining the Yaoguang Qin, but not fully obtaining it. Xiao Junlin secretly glanced at Qinin's expression. As a result, Qinin was also looking at him. Oh no, she wouldn't have guessed that I'm using Yi Hongling to ask for the Yaoguang Qin, right? This kid actually used Yi Hongling to borrow my Yao Guangqin. The two seemed to think of the same thing and simultaneously withdrew their gazes. Xiao Junlin put on a serious expression. Qi Ning then asked Yi Hongling, "Why do you suddenly need the Yao Guangqin?" Yi Hongling was different from Xiao Junlin. The previous Xiao Junlin was just a nominal senior brother at Longtai Mountain. Other than serving Chun Xian and a few junior sisters, he had no other use. If it weren't for having Xiao Feng as a father, Xiao Junlin wouldn't even be able to be the senior brother. But Yi Hongling was different. Her combat power, combined with her status as the captain of the demon subduing team and years of attacking Longtai Mountain, made her undoubtedly the best among the disciples. If it weren't for Chun Xian's appearance, which made Dong Huang Qingyuan specifically instruct Qi Ning to cultivate Chun Xian vigorously, excluding Chun Xian, Yi Hongling would be Qi Ning's most favored disciple. Yi Hongling had no intention of hiding anything and truthfully told her that she planned to go to Frost Moon Mirror Lake to comprehend the sword path and needed the Yao Guangqin's assistance. Qi Ning looked at Xiao Junlin again. "Did your senior brother tell you this?" "Elder, you know your disciple well. I'm an honest person. How could I understand these things?" Xiao Junlin said with a serious face. Qi Ning snorted coldly. "You haven't even spoken, and you've already given yourself away?" Although she said this, there wasn't much blame in her tone. Instead, she felt a bit pleased with Xiao Junlin's foolish behavior. Sigh, such a foolish disciple. What could he possibly be scheming? He might really just want to borrow the Yao Guangqin for self-preservation, or perhaps he just wants to heal me sooner. Qi Ning's fondness for Xiao Junlin gradually increased, unaware that it was all part of Xiao Junlin's intention. Since Qi Ning had already seen through his scheme, continuing to hide it would be hypocritical and would give a bad impression. Sometimes pretending to be a fool is true wisdom. Xiao Junlin scratched his head, looking innocent. "Elder, your insight is sharp. Sigh, Frost Moon Mirror Lake is the territory of Weizong, fraught with danger. My cultivation is low, and the second junior sister has no sword path comprehension. If anything happens to us..." He spoke more and more humbly. Qi Ning touched her forehead. "Fine, just take care of it and bring it back alive." As she spoke, Qi Ning waved her hand, and a flash of light flickered from her storage ring. A 1.5-meter-long ancient zither floated in the air among them. The zither had a total of 7 strings, each shimmering in different colors. Xiao Junlin raised his hand to touch it, but Qi Ning immediately clapped her hands. "Don't move. Once the strings vibrate, the sound waves are enough." Qi Ning started to say, but then thought that Xiao Junlin, such a fool, wouldn't understand. So she aimed the Yao Guangqin at the sky and casually plucked a string. Instantly, a stunning rainbow light erupted from a string, as if a sword energy slashed across the sky. The clouds thousands of miles above were directly cut in half. Hiss! Xiao Junlin and Yi Hongling both gasped in surprise. This strike, if it hit a person, even a Dharma form, would be cleaved in half. No wonder Qi Ning, who possessed the Yao Guangqin, was known as the 3rd strongest in the legendary Longtai Mountain, second only to Dong Huang Qingyuan and Xiao Feng. "Take care of it." Qi Ning pushed the Yao Guangqin to Yi Hongling. Yi Hongling nodded and respectfully stored it in her storage ring. Seeing this scene, Xiao Junlin felt displeased. What else with the taking care of it? Aren't gentlemen always cautious? "Second junior sister, go prepare a bit. We'll set off soon," Xiao Junlin said lightly. Yi Hongling didn't suspect him and left obediently. Only Xiao Junlin and Qi Ning remained, and before Qi Ning could say anything, Xiao Junlin turned and entered the executive hall, heading straight to the inner hall, into Qi Ning's chamber. Qi Ning frowned, feeling as if she was being led by the nose by Xiao Junlin. She thought, "Am I the elder, or are you?" Yet, Xiao Junlin nonchalantly sat down on her white jade lotus platform, crossed his legs, and coldly said, "Undress. It's time for the second treatment." Qi Ning felt that he was giving her a cold shoulder and snorted lightly. "I borrowed your Yao Guangqin. Shouldn't you respect me as an elder?" Xiao Junlin couldn't be bothered to give her face. "The Yao Guangqin wasn't lent to me, was it? If it was lent to me, then why isn't the Yao Guangqin with me?" Qi Ning was amused by his words, her smile blossoming beautifully. But Xiao Junlin only wanted to have a good talk with this biased elder. "I'm worried you might be clumsy, and if you accidentally touch the Yao Guangqin, it will be you who gets hurt." Hongling's character is stable. As Qi Ning explained, she suddenly felt that it was a bit off. Why was she explaining so much to Xiao Junlin? He wasn't her man. But Xiao Junlin didn't seem to want to hear her explanation and simply closed his eyes, looking impatient. Seeing this, Qin suddenly felt a bit aggrieved. I'm a dignified elder, and yet you treat me like this. But she had no other way, so she could only slowly take off her clothes. Then, she turned around, facing away from Xiao Junlin. Hearing her turn, Xiao Junlin had already opened his eyes. Her figure is really good. Even after seeing Qinin's back for the second time, he was still amazed. He extracted a bit of colorless fire, placed it in his palm, and then slapped it towards Qinin. With a loud smack, Qinin's pretty face suddenly flushed red. Why'd you slap my butt? But Xiao Junlin only felt that his heart was bouncing back. Why? Of course, it's to punish you for not directly giving me the Yaoguang Qin. Not only did Xiao Junlin slap, but he also roughly kneaded it. Qinin gritted her teeth, just as she was about to put her clothes back on, thinking it was not worth it. But she heard Xiao Junlin's serious voice coming. The cold poison has spread throughout your body. Naturally, I must use scorching fire to circulate through your body to treat it. Elder, I hope you can be serious and not think of anything else. What a move. Reversing the heavenly gang, Xiao Junlin thought to himself, feeling rather despicable. But it just so happened that when one becomes despicable, they become invincible. This move was the most effective. I hope you don't think of anything else. I am naturally calm and unperturbed, Qinin said coldly. Xiao Junlin secretly laughed wickedly. All right, let us see how you remain calm and unperturbed next. He exerted force in his palm, mercilessly pinching her. The pain, mixed with heat, instantly spread from the prominent part of Qinin. Xiao Junlin, be gentler, Qinin cried out. Elder, please bear with it. It's all for the sake of detoxification. Saying this, Xiao Junlin indeed did not pinch her again. Qinin settled her mood, but soon she felt even more wrong, because Xiao Junlin's hand began to spiral back and forth in a regular pattern. It seems like she's being touched. Chapter 63. Nangong Jin, Master Brother, I love you. With the sensation of warm hands moving back and forth on the Huiyang acupoint, Qinin confirmed that Xiao Junlin was taking advantage of her. Xiao Junlin. Just as Qinin was about to explode, Xiao Junlin timely withdrew his hand and said seriously, Elder Qin, today's session ends here. He looked extremely serious. And when Qinin saw him, she noticed that he had turned away, seemingly unwilling to look at her again. This made it difficult for Qin to question him about whether he had just been inappropriate. Thank you. When is the next time? Seeing Qin's silly expression, Xiao Junlin smiled inwardly. No matter how strong your cultivation is in a psychological battle, anyone in front of me is like a rookie. Let's talk about it later. After I returned from Frost Moon Mirror Lake, having already obtained the Yaoguang Qin and Tianfu Fanyin, Xiao Junlin temporarily had nothing else he wanted to extract from Qinin. Alright, there is still one body, but he needed to wait for a better opportunity. Just now, he had only slightly indulged his hand, and he could already feel Qin's killing intent. If he hadn't withdrawn quickly, he would probably have suffered. Sigh. The character of lust must be fully agile. After leaving the executive hall, Xiao Junlin headed straight for Nangong Jin's residence. At this moment, Nangong Jin was still in cultivation. After being pampered by Xiao Junlin a few times, she felt that her Tianhu bloodline was indeed much easier to control than before. When she slowly opened her eyes, Nangong Jin felt that her aura had reached the blood-dispersing stage. Give her another year or two, and she might step into the three-phase realm. After having that kind of experience with her master brother, it seemed that even her cultivation speed had increased. What her master brother said should be true. Nangong Jin murmured to herself when suddenly there was a knock on the door. When she opened it, she saw Xiao Junlin's face. She immediately blushed, feeling a bit flustered. For some reason, the more Xiao Junlin bullied her, the more she became attached to him, which puzzled her. Clearly, at first, it was Xiao Junlin who forced her. Clearly, later, she only wanted to use Xiao Junlin to suppress her Tianhu bloodline from going berserk. But now, an uncontrollable feeling seemed to be gradually sprouting. Master brother, Nangong Jin spoke softly, her voice carrying a hint of shyness. But what greeted her was Xiao Junlin pinching her little face and kissing her directly. 3 hours later, Xiao Junlin finally let Nangong Jin go. Unlike before, this time it was Xiao Junlin's first time in Nangong Jin's room. Nangong Jin didn't shyly run away afterward like she had before. Instead, she lay on the bed with Xiao Junlin nestled against his chest. "Has Chun Xian come looking for you recently?" Xiao Junlin asked, wanting to confirm whether he had completely won over the Nine Phoenix Morning Sun sacred body. Nangong Jin shook her head. "The little junior brother has been grounded, hasn't he?" Xiao Junlin raised an eyebrow and smiled. "So you haven't actively sought him out? You two used to hang out together often." According to the original text, Nangong Jin should have been the first woman Chun Xian pursued. He entered the three-phase realm with the dragon-rearing golden pill and awakened spatial power. With Nangong Jin's Tianhu bloodline and ancient species, he stepped into the mid-level of the three-phase realm. Now, without the dragon-rearing golden pill and Tianhu bloodline, Chun Xian's cultivation progress was already much slower than in the original text. But Xiao Junlin believed that as long as Chun Xian still had the support of the Nine Phoenix, Morning Sun sacred body, and the Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor, he could still influence many women to help him. After reading the original text, Xiao Junlin had recognized the impressive power of these external aids. Hearing Xiao Junlin's words, Nangong Jin shook her head again. "I haven't looked for him since being with you. I don't know why," Nangong Jin said, with a hint of youthful naivety. Xiao Junlin gave her a firm pat on her perky bottom. "Because you're my woman now, naturally, you won't have thoughts of other men," Xiao Junlin declared domineeringly. But Nangong Jin did not assert herself as she usually would. She clearly accepted it. "Perhaps this is what my mother referred to as love. Although I am half human, half fox, the bloodline of the fox tribe ultimately influences me," Nangong Jin said gently. "My mother said that the Tianhu clan only loves one person in their lifetime. Master brother, I think I might love you." Facing the declaration of love from this stunning little fox, Xiao Junlin felt warmth in his heart. "Junior sister, I love you too." But it was only a moment of warmth before he regained his composure, curling his finger. "Lend me some money, for 100,000 spirit stones will do." Upon hearing the first half of his sentence, Nangong Jin felt elated, but as soon as she heard the latter half, her anger flared up. She pouted and climbed off Xiao Junlin. "You haven't returned what you borrowed before." Xiao Junlin, however, looked deeply affectionate. "The feelings between us often start from mutual debts. The more I owe you, the harder it will be to leave you." Nangong Jin blinked her big eyes, hesitating for a while, as if her mind was engaged in a fierce debate. In the end, love won over reason. She transferred 400,000 spirit stones to Xiao Junlin from her storage ring. "Remember to pay me back. Definitely next time." After receiving the money, Xiao Junlin prepared to get up and leave without hesitation. But Nangong Jin suddenly grabbed him. "What's the matter?" Nangong Jin's expression was stubborn. "I want to collect some interest first. You lie down." 2 more hours passed. Xiao Junlin descended the mountain. After walking for a short while, he already felt back pain and kidney ache. In fact, he had been putting on a brave front all along. The most infatuated man is like the ocean, showing off his strength in the storm. Xiao Junlin felt he was the most infatuated man. Arriving at Longtai Commercial Street, Xiao Junlin's stamina finally recovered a bit. This little fox is truly exhausting. However, both Nangong Jin's body and mind, as well as her money, belonged to him now, which made Xiao Junlin feel quite pleased. He looked at the various shops in Longtai Commercial Street. This is the commercial street at the foot of Longtai Mountain. 3,627 meters long and 159 meters wide, with shops only on the left and right sides, and various vendors selling goods along the street. Their customers are not only disciples of Longtai Mountain, but also many wandering cultivators. Without the resources of a sect to support them, they can only rely on their own labor to earn spirit stones, which they then spend in the commercial street to buy pills, techniques, spirit tools, etc., to increase their combat power and improve their survival capabilities. It is harder this way, but also freer. Xiao Junlin patted the 400,000 spirit stones in his storage ring. Spirit stones are the hard currency here. They can buy everything, including some people's lives. Xiao Junlin remembered that in the original text, there was a business tycoon hidden in Longtai Commercial Street, one of Chun Xian's future supports. Whether in the modern world or in a fantasy world, money is essential. Xiao Junlin sighed, and soon arrived at the last section of Longtai Commercial Street. There weren't many high-end shops here, and it looked increasingly shabby. Near the end of the street, there was a small shop called Mo Ran Chin Tian. Who would have thought that such a rundown place could accommodate such a great Buddha? Xiao Junlin smiled as he stood at the door and, upon entering, saw an old man approaching. What does the customer need? Our shop has everything. I'm looking for your boss. The old man respectfully replied, I am the boss. With a strong sense of purpose in his gaze, Xiao Junlin said, I mean the boss behind you, Tang Yimo. Chapter 64. The Wealthy Man of the Eternal Society. Tang Yimo. Upon hearing Xiao Junlin's words, the old man's expression suddenly changed. He whispered, May I ask who you are? Xiao Junlin stood with his hands behind his back. The heavenly Tao collapses, the eternal is in order. Understand? This password was used by a mysterious organization that spanned various dynasties in the original text, called the Eternal Society. The purpose of the Eternal Society is to believe that the current order is chaotic, with constant fighting between major dynasties and internal decay within the dynasties. In the case of the Tianyin dynasty, the Eternal Society does not recognize the Empress's ascension. The so-called Eternal Society is always stirring things behind the scenes. Otherwise, those elder statesmen wouldn't dare openly let the Empress establish a crown prince. Yet, the Eternal Society does not belong to any dynasty. However, it encompasses members from any dynasty. Each member is a major player from various factions, joining the Eternal Society for their own interests and for greater power. If necessary, sacrificing the interests of their dynasty and sect is not out of the question. They do not know each other and can only recognize each other by code words. Hearing Xiao Junlin's words, the old man immediately lowered his head and respectfully signaled Xiao Junlin to enter. After Xiao Junlin passed through the seemingly dilapidated shop, he saw the old man open a hidden door. Behind the hidden door was an extremely ordinary loft. Please wait a moment. I'll go inform the master, the old man said before hurriedly heading upstairs. The sound of his footsteps on the wooden stairs did not echo back. It was as if he was stepping on stones, even though the surface of the loft looked like wood. Xiao Junlin waited patiently, and soon the old man came back down. With a curved back, he raised his arm to signal Xiao Junlin, the master invites you up. Xiao Junlin went upstairs, while the old man remained at the stairway and did not follow. As Xiao Junlin observed his surroundings, the small loft was filled with spiritual energy, even more than the Jade Lotus Platform's music. Xiao Junlin judged that the entire loft might have been constructed using spirit stones, which accounted for this effect. If that were the case, it would require at least hundreds of millions of spirit stones. What a significant investment! As Xiao Junlin entered the loft, he saw a graceful figure with her back to him. The woman wore an elegant long dress that flowed to the ground, her tall figure complemented by long hair cascading down to her waist. From the back, she was undoubtedly a beauty. However, Xiao Junlin knew this woman was not to be trifled with. In principle, any member of the Eternal Society was a formidable leader in their own right and not to be underestimated. The woman before him, according to the original text, was referred to as the Wealthy Lord, meaning she was the master of the world's wealth. You're not a member of the Eternal Society. How do you know the code? Before Xiao Junlin could speak, Tang Yimo spoke first, not even turning to look at him. Xiao Junlin recognized this as a habit of Tang Yimo or members of the Eternal Society, who rarely reveal their true selves. If Xiao Junlin were to forcefully approach to see her face, he would surely anger Tang Yimo and bring about a life-and-death crisis. Naturally, a true member of the Eternal Society informed me, Xiao Junlin replied casually. Just then, Tang Yimo raised a hand, and in an instant, an oppressive force beyond the third realm appeared out of thin air, enveloping the entire room and converging towards Xiao Junlin. Xiao Junlin instantly felt as if a 1,000-pound stone was crushing his shoulders. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, and his feet trembled uncontrollably. Sensing the hostility from the other party, Xiao Junlin was fortunately prepared and quickly grabbed the small snake in his arms. The power of the ancient species surged into his body, causing a mysterious force to manifest on the surface of Xiao Junlin's body, as if protecting him. The oppressive force released by Tang Yimo was mitigated by about 80 to 90, and Xiao Junlin felt much lighter. However, this action was also noticed by Tang Yimo. You possess a rare treasure. Are you here to trade? Of course, a significant trade. The tone of the woman softened as she spoke about the Eternal Society. Xiao Junlin's expression twitched. Indeed, as described in the original text, the wealthy Lord Tang Yimo was a complete money addict. Unfortunately, she still hadn't turned around, merely raising her hand to say, "Show me what you want to sell." Without hesitation, Xiao Junlin threw the small snake out. The small snake had an innocent look, opening its small mouth as if trying to plead with Xiao Junlin not to sell it. "Don't worry, I'm just using you as bait. I'll take you home soon." Xiao Junlin smiled as the small snake landed in Tang Yimo's hands. Tang Yimo casually glanced at the small snake and then returned it to Xiao Junlin, appearing disinterested. However, her indifferent voice soon followed, "Ordinary goods, 10 million spirit stones." Hee. If it weren't for having read the original text, Xiao Junlin would have been fooled by her deadpan expression. In the original text, Chen Xian relied on the small snake, causing Tang Yimo to keep pestering him to buy the small snake. The more Tang Yimo clung to him, the more Chen Xian kept her hanging. And with the influence of the 9 Phoenix Morning Sun sacred body, this wealthy Lord Tang Yimo ultimately fell for Chen Xian. What was she trying to act like in front of me now? Xiao Junlin directly took the small snake and turned to prepare to go down the stairs. Tang Yimo's back trembled slightly. "I can add another 1,000,000, she said calmly. Xiao Junlin was already stepping on the stairs, heading down. 20 million. Tang Yimo's tone was no longer calm, but the sound of her footsteps on the stairs grew faster. 30 million. Tang Yimo was getting anxious. Seeing Xiao Junlin already had 1 foot down the stairs, Tang Yimo immediately commanded, "Stop." The old man guarding the stairway immediately blocked Xiao Junlin. Xiao Junlin knew he was one of the 2 messengers under Tang Yimo, responsible for attracting wealth. "Please wait, sir. The master is quite sincere about this trade," the old man said respectfully. However, his arm remained across Xiao Junlin's path, clearly indicating that although his words were respectful, his actions were quite domineering. Xiao Junlin smiled. Although he was addressing the old man, he was actually mocking the wealthy lord upstairs. Sincere? This is an ancient species. You won't find another one in the entire Tianyun dynasty. 30 million? Do you really think I'm that short on spirit stones? Although he truly was short on them. But Xiao Junlin's aura didn't reveal any hint of vulnerability. The old man was evidently made somewhat awkward by his words, realizing that Xiao Junlin wasn't speaking to him. He simply chose to remain silent and play dead. After a while, Tang Yimo's voice came from upstairs again. "How much do you want? Come up and discuss it in detail." Xiao Junlin knew the fish was hooked, and it was a big fish. After returning to the loft, he still could only see Tang Yimo's back. "Since you know the value of this item, I won't keep you in suspense any longer. State your price." "He, still showing me your back. Let us see if I don't make you mad." 10 billion. As soon as Xiao Junlin said this, even Tang Yimo, with her temperament, couldn't help but clench her hands in her sleeves. Although the ancient species was worth a fortune, 10 billion could build a city of spirit stones. It turned out that the wealthy Lord Tang Yimo, who was rumored to possess half of the world's wealth, also had things she couldn't afford. Xiao Junlin smiled, his tone filled with unmistakable sarcasm. Tang Yimo caught on to his implication. "It seems you are not sincerely wanting to sell." Xiao Junlin rebutted, "No, it's just that the timing isn't right. When the time comes, this ancient species I could not only sell to you, but even give it to you. 1,000 holes through, but the big pancake doesn't pass through." Regardless of whether Tang Yimo believed it, Xiao Junlin himself put on an appearance of unwavering belief. Tang Yimo remained silent, but having conducted countless transactions, she certainly knew Xiao Junlin was bluffing. She was waiting for him to reveal his true intentions. The 2 fell into silence at the same time. Xiao Junlin cleared his throat to ease the awkwardness before the time comes. "I want to buy materials for the Holy Spirit elixir from you." Tang Yimo wouldn't refuse such a small business. There's a saying in business: many big deals start from small transactions. "Sure, 2 million for 1 portion. How many portions do you want? Several hundred portions?" Xiao Junlin's face twitched, as if to say, "Sorry, I was being shallow." Worrying about losing face, Xiao Junlin didn't explicitly say it, but instead tapped on the door twice. As a result, Tang Yimo misunderstood. 200 portions? "Sure, Zhao Kai." "Wait, no. Xiao Junlin saw her calling Zhao Kai to fetch the materials and immediately shouted, "I meant 2 portions." The awkward Zhao Kai downstairs felt embarrassed. Tang Yimo in front fell silent. It seemed to remind her that if this small business wasn't done, then the business of the ancient species wouldn't be done either. Xiao Junlin was quite confident. So what if it was 4 million? For the shops outside, it was already a huge business. It's just that they didn't have all the materials at hand, and Xiao Junlin was too lazy to slowly gather them. Tang Yimo packing 2 million worth of materials for the Holy Spirit pill was the most cost-effective and labor-saving method. Zhao Kai, go arrange it. Tang Yimo finally spoke up, and Zhao Kai was somewhat surprised that the master would even do this small business. It seemed he really wanted that ancient species. When Zhao Kai brought a storage ring, Xiao Junlin carefully counted the materials inside. It wouldn't do to be short. If Bai Li was halfway through refining the Holy Spirit pill and found materials missing, it would be troublesome. But Xiao Junlin's actions only seemed petty in front of Zhao Kai. Xiao Junlin didn't care about others' opinions. Being meticulous was never a bad thing. He drew out 4 million spirit stones from the storage ring for Zhao Kai and prepared to leave. When would the transaction for the ancient species take place? Tang Yimo's voice came. Xiao Junlin was not afraid of her running away. In the original work, this serpent could hang this world's richest person. Next time for sure. Xiao Junlin waved his hand and left. Seeing him walk away, Zhao Kai asked downstairs, "Master, should we arrange to inspect the next shop?" But Tang Yimo said, "I will wait here for 2 days, find out his background." Zhao Kai nodded. Does the master want to acquire his ancient species? Not just the ancient species. He wanted materials for the Holy Spirit pill. Unless there was a 5th-grade alchemist, the success rate would be extremely low. The master had never heard of a 5th-grade alchemist in Longtime Mountain. If he was an alchemist, it was better to befriend him than to make an enemy. Zhao Kai immediately agreed. Indeed, a Holy Spirit pill was worth 5 million in the market, and a set of materials was 2 million, yielding a profit of 3 million. But the success of refining a Holy Spirit pill was very difficult. It required a large amount of medicinal materials to guide the surrounding spiritual energy. Alchemists below the 5th grade had less than a 20 success rate in refining Holy Spirit pills. Above the 5th grade, the success rate was barely 50. If 2 sets of Holy Spirit pills failed to produce even one, they would lose 4 million, making it a high reward yet higher risk type of pill. He immediately ran off to investigate Xiao Junlin. Meanwhile, in the attic, Tang Yimo watched Xiao Junlin's departing figure. Interesting, your ancient species is destined to belong to me, and your alchemy skills should also be used for me. Behind his glamorous back was a face that Tang Yimo had never seen before, a face that could topple kingdoms. Filled with ambition, at Bai Li's residence, Xiao Junlin rushed over with the materials. He planned to have Bai Li refine a couple of Holy Spirit pills before departing, so he could cultivate on the way. When Bai Li saw the materials, she was initially shocked. These materials couldn't just be gathered in a short time. "Master brother, where did you get these?" Bai Li gasped for breath. For someone who loved alchemy like her, this was undoubtedly a perfect alchemy experience. But Bai Li wanted to know even more. Since Xiao Junlin was so rich, why hadn't he returned the materials to her before? Xiao Junlin had long seen through her thoughts and preemptively said, "I borrowed them from Six Junior Sister. Don't worry about it. Hurry up and refine the pills. I need them urgently." How could Six Junior Sister have so many Holy Spirit pill materials? Bai Li was half convinced. But under Xiao Junlin's urging, she began the alchemy process. Xiao Junlin watched from the side. A large pill furnace ignited with a roaring flame. Bai Li skillfully controlled various medicinal herbs, placing them into the furnace in an orderly manner. Different aromas of pills rapidly evaporated from the furnace. Just one whiff made Xiao Junlin feel his internal energy stirring involuntarily. A single Holy Spirit pill was worth 5 million spirit stones, greatly enhancing spiritual energy. During the refining process, it would absorb a large amount of spiritual energy. Soon, inside the furnace, a mini storm seemed to form, and the lid of the furnace was rapidly bouncing. The fluctuation spread, causing even the large bedroom's tables and chairs to start shaking. Bai Li's forehead was sweating, her whole body drenched in fragrant sweat, soaking through her thin clothes. Her snow-white skin was faintly visible beneath her garments, incredibly tempting. However, she had no time to care about this. It was her first time refining a Holy Spirit pill. She memorized the pill recipe Xiao Junlin had given her. Although some points were still unclear during the refining process, Bai Li felt those points quickly coming together. And the entire method for refining the Holy Spirit pill rapidly became clear in her mind. As she became more adept, the fluctuations in the furnace gradually calmed down. Xiao Junlin watched everything unfold, thinking that if he were the one refining, the furnace would have exploded by now. The innate medicinal cauldron sacred body was indeed remarkable. Once the Holy Spirit pill was successfully refined, it would mark her official entry into the ranks of 5th-grade alchemists. Under 20 and already a 5th-grade alchemist. Probably no one else could be found in the entire Tianyin dynasty. Xiao Junlin sighed inwardly. These senior sister's advantages were originally meant for Chen Xian, but fortunately, he had snatched them away. As the completion of the pill approached, Bai Li was highly focused, and Xiao Junlin knew this was not the time to disturb her. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Outside, Feng Shi came in with her twin ponytails swaying. She had just seen Xiao Junlin looking for Bai Li. He passed by her room without even greeting her. Not long after, she heard banging sounds coming from Bai Li's room. What were these two up to? Didn't they know those things could only be done by Dao partners? Feng Shi had a face full of frustration. Bai Li, open the door. The door opened. But it was Xiao Junlin. Xiao Junlin. Feng Shi immediately wanted to scold him for not knowing to keep a low profile. For not knowing that such things could only be done by Dao partners, for not knowing that if Bai Li got pregnant, her cultivation would be affected in the future. But before she could say all this, Xiao Junlin covered her mouth. Feng Shi wanted to struggle, but quickly saw Xiao Junlin motioning for her to look inside. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Bai Li in front of a pill furnace, her face serious, even somewhat pale. She knew Bai Li's residence always had a pill furnace because Bai Li was passionately devoted to alchemy, so she wasn't surprised to see her refining pills in her room. What surprised her was Bai Li's current state. It looked a bit frightening, as if she might be backfired by the furnace at any moment. Don't speak. She can't be disturbed right now. Xiao Junlin pulled Feng Shi aside and whispered a warning in her ear. Feng Shi nodded, understanding the seriousness of the situation. She couldn't make a sound that would affect Bai Li, or it could cost Bai Li her life. It seemed she had misunderstood. Xiao Junlin wasn't doing anything inappropriate with Bai Li, but was indeed discussing alchemy. However, Feng Shi was still naive. She thought Xiao Junlin would be like her, quietly observing Bai Li from the side, ready to help her at any moment. But ever since Xiao Junlin had covered Feng Shi's mouth with one hand and wrapped his other arm around her waist, he had already been tempted by her twin ponytails. Since this woman had never helped him break Chen Xian's fate, should he try to take her down? As soon as the thought crossed Xiao Junlin's mind, his hand was already gripping Feng Shi. Feng Shi's eyes widened, and she immediately grabbed his wrist to stop him. But Xiao Junlin's warning voice blew in her ear. Fourth junior sister, don't move around. You wouldn't want Bai Li to be affected and die from a furnace explosion, would you? Feng Shi trembled. Chapter 66, Junior Sister. You continue refining pills. I will take care of Feng Shi. Xiao Junlin, you pervert. I will definitely kill you. Feng Shi cursed inwardly, completely not expecting that her once honest and simple senior brother would turn out to be such a lecher. And in front of Bai Li, he dared to make a move on her. Are you dating Bai Li? If Bai Li finds out, will she misunderstand that I'm competing with her for a man? No, I can't just let this scoundrel bully me. Just as Feng Shi was ready to fight Xiao Junlin, he suddenly withdrew his hand. Could it be that he had a change of heart? Feng Shi opened her eyes, only to see Bai Li walking over with a pale face, holding a pill. Xiao Junlin walked up to her seriously from behind. Junior sister, you've worked hard. Is this pill completed? What a despicable person who acts one way in front of others and another behind their backs. Feng Shi cursed in her heart. Then she saw Xiao Junlin suddenly turn to her. Fourth junior sister is here to lend you support as well. I was just discussing you with her. Bai Li nodded at Feng Shi and handed the Holy Spirit pill to Xiao Junlin. Senior brother, can I take a day off before refining the second pill? Bai Li wanted to catch her breath. Feng Shi thought, is Bai Li trying to drive Xiao Junlin away? She remained silent, watching the show, hoping to see Xiao Junlin humiliated to avenge the earlier incident where he took advantage of her. But Xiao Junlin immediately said, how can that be? I'm about to set off for Frost Moon Mirror Lake. This journey is extremely dangerous. What if I die without a pill on me? Saying this, he pulled Bai Li and casually took out a few qi gathering pills from his storage ring for her to take. There's no time to waste. Please work a little harder, and after you finish the second pill, you can rest for a few days. Bai Li felt bitter inside. She had seen people being treated like cattle before, but never like dead cattle. Senior brother, even if I take the qi gathering pill, I still feel weak on my feet. But Xiao Junlin said, to be honest, I originally intended to sell this second pill. I've already arranged a buyer. And as long as you refine the pill, I can receive the spirit stones tomorrow, and then I can repay you. Hearing this, Bai Li pursed her lips and ultimately softened. After reluctantly agreeing, Bai Li returned to the alchemy furnace. Seeing Bai Li so exhausted while still helping Xiao Junlin refine pills, Fengshi was furious. Xiao Junlin, are you even human? Can't you see that third junior sister is very tired? Xiao Junlin replied indifferently. Mind your own business. You. Fengshi was so angry that her twin ponytails shook. Whatever pill you want, I have it here. I'll give it to you directly. Just let Bai Li go rest. Xiao Junlin was shocked, showing her the pill box in his hand. Do you have the Holy Spirit pill? I'll buy it from you for 1. 5 million spirit stones. How about it? Fengshi fell silent. After her silence came immense shock. The Holy Spirit pill. A pill of such grade. Even the elders have very few of them. Bai Li actually managed to refine it. Fengshi's voice trembled. No wonder Bai Li, a genius in alchemy, was so tired earlier. It turned out she was refining such a high-difficulty pill. But Xiao Junlin's finger beckoned her. Why are you in a daze? Didn't you say you'd get me the Holy Spirit pill? What? I don't have it. If you don't have it, then shut up. Xiao Junlin was quite pleased. Looking at Fengshi, he knew she wasn't wealthy enough to have the Holy Spirit pill. Xiao Junlin, don't get too cocky. I haven't settled the score from earlier with you yet. As soon as Fengshi spoke, Xiao Junlin shushed her. Because in front of the alchemy furnace, Bai Li had already organized the necessary materials and started refining the second Holy Spirit pill. This meant she had to be completely focused and couldn't be disturbed by anything. Fengshi understood the seriousness of the situation. With Bai Li refining the second Holy Spirit pill, given her current physical condition, the risk was certainly greater, and she couldn't be affected. Worried that Xiao Junlin would take advantage of her again, Fengshi lifted her foot, preparing to leave. But she underestimated Xiao Junlin's reaction. Xiao Junlin had long blocked the door, and when he saw Fengshi trying to leave, he immediately hugged her. Let go. What are you doing? Fengshi gritted her teeth and shouted softly. Xiao Junlin's lips curled up as he whispered, of course, continuing what we were just doing. Fengshi's pupils dilated. Xiao Junlin, I tell you, if you dare to mess with me, I won't let you off and will immediately report to the elders to punish you. If it were the old Xiao Junlin, he might have truly been frightened. But the current Xiao Junlin knew he was the villain. Moreover, he was the kind of villain who wanted to counterattack against the protagonist. To be this level of villain, one had to be thoroughly bad, not letting go of any opportunity to pursue the female protagonist, even if it was unethical. If one was restrained by morals, they weren't a real villain and would inevitably be defeated by the protagonist. All right, you tell the elders, and I can also tell Bai Li that you're the one seducing me. Xiao Junlin hugged Fengshi from behind, slowly reaching his hand into her clothes. But this time, Xiao Junlin wasn't as gentlemanly as before. Earlier, he intended to do a little warm-up, so he first targeted Fengshi's upper body. He didn't expect Bai Li's Holy Spirit pill to be completed, interrupting his rhythm. This time, Xiao Junlin had learned his lesson and went straight to the point in the lower body. Fengshi cursed softly, "You shameless! Xiao Junlin, you only changed your fate, but you'll never win against the junior brother." Thinking of the heartfelt word game Xiao Junlin had mentioned before, Fengshi knew his true goal was to surpass Chen Xian. The foolish desire for victory in men. Since that's the case, Fengshi prepared to hit Xiao Junlin where it hurt the most. If you continue to bully me, not only will you not be as fortunate as the junior brother in the ZY fortune, but in terms of character, you are also far beneath him. Xiao Junlin's lips curled up. Foolish, my foolish junior sister. Moral coercion doesn't work on me. Provocation doesn't work on me even more. Moreover, Fengshi is foolish because she has no idea that I'm someone who has crossed over and opened a narrative perspective. As long as I subdue you all and turn you into my allies, it's equivalent to having several cheats. Why would I fear Qin Xian? Thinking of this, Xiao Junlin simultaneously grabbed Feng Shi's arms with one hand and used the other to grasp her belt, pulling hard. The belt broke, and Feng Shi, frightened, wanted to unleash her combat power. But she saw Xiao Junlin gripping her chin from behind, forcing her to look at Bai Li in front of her. Third junior sister is currently in a life-and-death crisis. You must not make any movements that would distract her. That could cost her life. Upon hearing this, Feng Shi didn't dare to move. Soon, a pain she had never felt before spread throughout her body. Chapter 67. Bai Li is moving to the seventh peak? Feng Shi's face was full of grievance. Behind her, Xiao Junlin's ruthless humiliation was overwhelming. But she couldn't cry out because Bai Li was now in a life-and-death crisis refining pills. If she caused Bai Li's death, she couldn't bear it. She just never expected that Xiao Junlin would be so cruel now. The old Xiao Junlin was honest and straightforward, though his fate was somewhat lacking, making him suitable only to be Chen Xian's assistant and stepping stone. But at least he was a good person. But what was going on with the current Xiao Junlin? Despicable, vile, filled with the aura of a villain from a demonic cult. Feng Shi not only felt wronged, but also looked down on herself. Because under Xiao Junlin's repeated attacks, she gradually began to enjoy it, a feeling of pain mixed with pleasure. It even made Feng Shi cry out. At the moment she cried out, even Xiao Junlin was startled. Good heavens, you actually started to enjoy it. Xiao Junlin warned softly in her ear, don't distract Bai Li. This is her opportunity to break through to a sixth-tier alchemist. As Xiao Junlin spoke, he covered Feng Shi's mouth, urging her to remain as quiet as possible. According to Xiao Junlin's memories of the original work, Bai Li's innate holy body of the alchemy cauldron was a terrifying sacred body that could unleash her alchemy potential even more the more extreme the pill refining was. Besides allowing for closed-distance communication with him, which helped Xiao Junlin's cultivation progress. The most terrifying aspect of the holy body of the alchemy cauldron was not that it benefited the male counterpart. Rather, it was herself, making her the fastest progressing alchemist. So, Xiao Junlin was actually in a hurry to obtain the Holy Spirit pill just now. The thoughts of the other half are to let Bai Li take this opportunity to break through. As for Feng Shi, she came looking for trouble herself, and even said words that support Qin Xian while stepping on Xiao Junlin. If Xiao Junlin doesn't teach her a lesson, can he still be called a villain? Feng Shi glared at him fiercely, although she didn't shout anymore. But she felt that the more she held it in, the more uncomfortable it became. Until half an hour later, Feng Shi's legs had gone soft, and she hung helplessly on Xiao Junlin's arm. Fortunately, she hadn't made a sound the whole time. On the other side, Bai Li seemed to be entering the final stage of alchemy. Xiao Junlin released Feng Shi. They had been behind Bai Li the whole time. So as long as Bai Li didn't turn around, she wouldn't notice them. And Bai Li was completely focused on alchemy, not paying any attention to them. It was only after Xiao Junlin and Feng Shi separated that Bai Li slapped the alchemy furnace. The unique fragrance of the Holy Spirit pill once again wafted from the furnace, filling the entire room and masking the seafood smell emanating from Xiao Junlin and Feng Shi. Bai Li innocently approached Xiao Junlin, presenting the Holy Spirit pill. At this moment, her complexion had improved significantly compared to before. Master brother, why do I feel more refreshed the more I refine this Holy Spirit pill? Bai Li asked in confusion. Xiao Junlin smiled, knowing that she had broken through. Because what I arranged for you is the best. From now on, you will be the most outstanding alchemist on Longtime Mountain. Work hard. However, he felt regretful in his heart that his current funds couldn't allow him to obtain new materials for the Holy Spirit pill for Bai Li. He was wasting such a good money-making machine. At this moment, Bai Li also noticed the sweat on Xiao Junlin and Feng Shi's foreheads. Why are you both sweating? As soon as these words came out, Feng Shi's heart tightened. She quickly grabbed the hem of her skirt, because besides the sweat all over her body, there's also a bit of blood on the back of her skirt. It's too hot. Your indoor alchemy is not encouraged by the fire department. You should do it outside in the future, Xiao Junlin suddenly said, leaving both Bai Li and Feng Shi puzzled. Fortunately, Bai Li roughly understood his meaning. Okay, I'll build another place later, but there aren't many places that can be used among disciples. Seeing this, Feng Shi also said, "Yes, Master Brother is concerned about you. The reason we are sweating so much is that it's too hot here." Xiao Junlin raised the corner of his mouth, thinking that Feng Shi would complain to Bai Li. He had thought of the follow-up response in advance, just to turn around and accuse Feng Shi of using her acupoint to force him. But now it seemed he had worried too much. Feng Shi probably really thought Bai Li was his partner. She wouldn't dare to admit to stealing her best friend's partner. Xiao Junlin, holding the Holy Spirit pill, smiled. No matter what, the benefit was obtained, and he even got it for free from Feng Shi. The number of senior sisters left for Chun Xian was becoming fewer and fewer. Xiao Junlin originally intended to leave since time had dragged on for too long, and Yi Hongling was probably waiting anxiously. But Bai Li suddenly grabbed his arm. "Master Brother, I have a request." What is it?" Xiao Junlin instinctively covered his storage ring, which contained 2 Holy Spirit pills. He hoped it wasn't about returning the Holy Spirit pills or splitting the profits. But Bai Li clearly had no such intention and awkwardly said, "Master Brother, can I move to the 7th peak?" Xiao Junlin was taken aback. Even Feng Shi was shocked. Moving to the 7th peak. The 7th peak was where only Xiao Junlin lived. Everyone on Longtime Mountain knew this. If Bai Li moved to the 7th peak, wouldn't all the disciples know that they were a man and a woman living together? Bai Li calmed down. Feng Shi immediately advised. But Bai Li wasn't as impure as she thought. She said sincerely, "I know the 7th peak is the most spacious on Longtime Mountain. I want to build a large alchemy field there so that I can refine more and better pills." Clearly, the small dormitory was no longer sufficient for Bai Li's current needs. Her words excited Xiao Junlin a bit. All along, Xiao Junlin had only thought about getting a couple of favors from these junior sisters and never considered actually bringing them under his wing. But it seemed that it wasn't impossible now. At least, Ningong Jin was already completely his. And if Bai Li moved to the 7th peak, not only could she continuously refine pills for him, but he could also occasionally do some small treatments with her. Sooner or later, Bai Li would belong to him. Xiao Junlin don't agree. Before Feng Shi could finish her sentence, she saw Xiao Junlin nodding. "Okay, you can move over right away. When I return from Shuangyuan Mirror Lake, I'll get you more materials for alchemy." Xiao Junlin wouldn't care about Feng Shi and those idle rumors. The closer one is, the easier it is to get what one wants, especially since Bai Li was coming to him willingly. Bai Li didn't think much of it. She just knew she would have a larger space for alchemy in the future. As for the concerns Feng Shi had, in Bai Li's eyes, her body had already been seen by Xiao Junlin, so she thought, "Master Brother won't take advantage of me again, right? You must be tired too. Rest early. I'm leaving." "Thank you, Master Brother." Bai Li expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Xiao Junlin glanced at Feng Shi beside him, fearing she would cause trouble, and then turned to leave. But he still underestimated Feng Shi's clinginess. Feng Shi, enduring the pain in her abdomen, chased after him. "Xiao Junlin." Feng Shi gritted her teeth. "Stop right there." Chapter 68. Feng Shi is moving in too, but Xiao Junlin didn't care about her and walked faster. Feng Shi was furious and suddenly produced a compass. The compass quickly shattered into pieces, transforming into streams of light rushing toward Xiao Junlin. Xiao Junlin didn't dodge because he realized Feng Shi wasn't attacking him. She just wanted to block his path. "Fourth junior sister, what are you doing? Are you planning to fire another shot?" Xiao Junlin glanced at her other hand, which was supporting her waist, feeling that she was already at her limit and should stop pushing herself. Feng Shi pretended to spit. "Who wants to fire another shot with you?" "Xiao Junlin, I will definitely settle this with you." Xiao Junlin looked innocent. "What are you settling? Just now, didn't you say? Did you enjoy it?" "I didn't." Feng Shi said, suddenly pausing, clearly a bit guilty. She knew Xiao Junlin had become very shameless and didn't want to argue with him. She just wanted him to show her his hand. "Look at my hand." "For what?" Xiao Junlin was puzzled, but Feng Shi had already walked up, opened Xiao Junlin's palm, and focused on the lines on his hand. Soon, Feng Shi's expression changed from anger to surprise. She immediately looked at her own palm lines, seemingly confirming something. "My death tribulation has been resolved." Feng Shi looked at Xiao Junlin with joy, seemingly forgetting about being bullied by him earlier. Xiao Junlin frowned. "Right? I almost forgot about this." Feng Shi's fate had a flaw. Only those with the Ziwei Qi life star could help her resolve it. That's why Feng Shi had previously focused on Chun Xian and showered him with affection. But now, Although he had forcibly taken Feng Shi, he had indirectly helped her resolve her death tribulation. All right, you can. Feng Shi had half forgiven Xiao Junlin. But unexpectedly, Xiao Junlin suddenly grabbed her, fourth junior sister. You owe me compensation for this. Feng Shi was stunned. You took my innocence, and I have to compensate you. Xiao Junlin, are you sick? What sickness do I have? You're the one with the problem, and I just cured you. Feng Shi blinked. Well, that was how it was. She had sacrificed too. But my innocence. Junior sister, what you're saying is absurd. Who doesn't have innocence? Am I not pure? Xiao Junlin replied. You are pure as ice, huh? You were talking to Bai Li just now, and it made me so angry that I stomped my foot. Xiao Junlin's keen insight into psychology allowed him to see it at a glance. She was jealous. Wow, that escalated quickly, and it was with her good friend. Thinking of this, Xiao Junlin suddenly became playful. Actually, Bai Li and I haven't reached a conclusion yet. Upon hearing this, Feng Shi was shocked. What? But that night, you clearly. What do you mean clearly? Didn't you sneak a peek? I was just using my fingers, not my life force. Feng Shi's expression became even more subtle. What does that mean? Aren't they partners? Does that mean she became Xiao Junlin's partner before Bai Li? Who is the senior and who is the junior then? As this thought crossed her mind, Feng Shi immediately slapped her forehead. I'm crazy for thinking about this. What's wrong, fourth junior sister? Are you thinking about how to compensate me? Xiao Junlin looked wronged. Like a clingy child, Feng Shi retorted with disgust. That's at most even out. Why should I compensate? Because you enjoyed it. I didn't. Didn't? You broke your death calamity. And you still didn't enjoy it? Feng Shi was momentarily speechless, as it seemed to make sense. At least she didn't have to worry about her life every day anymore. If four junior sister doesn't want to compensate, that's fine. I'll go talk to Bai Li. Xiao Junlin pretended to turn away. Feng Shi immediately grabbed him, saying, What do you want to say? Hee. Xiao Junlin smiled knowingly. Of course, it's about what you did to me. Oh, what a bond of brotherhood, good sisters. Feng Shi gritted her teeth. Obviously, it was you who did that to me. But she knew that no matter how much she argued, it wouldn't matter. If Bai Li found out, it wouldn't matter who initiated it. In the end, Bai Li would distance herself from her. Moreover, Xiao Junlin even said that he and Bai Li hadn't reached a conclusion. That made her seem even more like a sneaky person who got ahead. Feng Shi pouted, feeling wronged, but still said, Just tell me what compensation you want. As long as you don't tell Bai Li, I will agree to anything. Feng Shi felt helpless inside, but after thinking about it, she had already given her body to Xiao Junlin. What was there to be afraid of? Besides, Xiao Junlin had 2 Holy Spirit pills on him, worth at least 10 million spirit stones. With that kind of wealth, what else could she have that he would covet? Feng Shi couldn't think of anything, so she wasn't worried at all. But she underestimated Xiao Junlin's rationality. I want you to agree to destroy Chun Xian's life star. Xiao Junlin's gaze was sharp. His whole aura underwent a tremendous change. It was as if the playful Xiao Junlin who had just bantered with Feng Shi was merely a facade. Now, this decisive and ruthless Xiao Junlin was his true self. Impossible. Feng Shi refused. Bai Li. Xiao Junlin turned around. Wait for me. Feng Shi's chest rose and fell in anger. But she had no way to deal with Xiao Junlin. I will only help you destroy it once. But you can't tell anyone. If you really want to destroy it, use the method you mentioned last time. Xiao Junlin reminded. God, it's so annoying. Feng Shi wanted to cry, but had no tears. Agreeing to Xiao Junlin meant feeling extremely guilty towards Chun Xian, her little junior brother, but she had no other way. She didn't want to face Xiao Junlin anymore and turned to leave. Watching her clutch her stomach and stagger away, Xiao Junlin shrugged. Her physical condition was worse than Nan Gongjin and Bai Li. Nan Gongjin could withstand him for several hours and even counterattack. Bai Li's physique was also strong. She could still fight demon beasts after being in the illusory forest. In contrast, Feng Shi looked like an ordinary woman. Forget it. Maybe every woman has a different constitution. Xiao Junlin couldn't be bothered and turned to head towards the law enforcement hall before going to Frost Moon Mirror Lake. He wanted to make a deal on the 18th floor of the law enforcement hall. However, Xiao Junlin didn't expect that as he turned around. The seemingly weak Feng Shi suddenly quickened her pace, looking nothing like someone with a poor constitution. Xiao Junlin, if you bully me, I will also take revenge on you. Feng Shi walked faster and faster. Meanwhile, outside Xiao Junlin's residence, Xiao Ning had been waiting for a long time. She hadn't seen Xiao Junlin return. She sighed. If it weren't for Elder Jiugu asking her to invite Xiao Junlin, she wouldn't even want to bother with this senior brother from Longtime Mountain. Although Xiao Ning wasn't an elite disciple, it was just that she was hiding her strength and willing to develop quietly. In terms of combat power, she felt she might not lose to those elite disciples, especially Xiao Junlin, who was known for being the weakest among them. However, Jiugu didn't want her to show off. After all, she and Jiugu were destined to leave Longtime Mountain and seek a different path in the future. Where could he have gone? Does he really think he is impressive just because he managed to push me back with one palm last time? Xiao Ning was blowing in the wind on the 7th peak, sneezing while brimming with battle spirit. If given the chance, she would indeed like to have a fair fight with Xiao Junlin again. Who are you? A voice came from behind. Xiao Ning turned around and was surprised to see Bai Li coming, followed by several disciples who seemed to be helping Bai Li move things. Xiao Ning frowned and bowed. Greetings, third senior sister. Bai Li then remembered the other person. Oh, it's the little junior sister from the law enforcement hall. Bai Li's demeanor was cold. It wasn't that she looked down on Xiao Ning, but she was in a hurry to do something else. You all move the stuff inside. The senior brother said that I can use any of the 8 palaces here. Bai Li thought for a moment and found the most suitable hall for alchemy. Let us use this one. Yes, the male disciples behind responded, but in their hearts, they were already murmuring. Their unattainable third senior sister, Bai Li, suddenly summoned them. These few male disciples thought the goddess had some special favor for them. Instead, they were inexplicably asked to help move, and it was moving to the senior brother's place. Who is the senior brother? He's just a good-for-nothing relying on Elder Xiao Feng's support. Last time he defeated Weizong, he also rode on second senior sister's coattails. Although they hadn't seen that battle with their own eyes, they had long held prejudices against Xiao Junlin. Prejudices in people's hearts are like a mountain. Once they are down, they are hard to move. Yet, their goddess, the third senior sister, now wants to move in with this good-for-nothing. Third senior sister, are you really going to move in? Yes, third senior sister. There's only the senior brother here. Bai Li didn't want to pay them any mind. After all, in her eyes, they were just laborers. I don't like chatty men. Get to work. This group of male disciples immediately fell silent. Xiao Ning watched this scene in shock. What the hell? Bai Li wants to move in with Xiao Junlin? Aren't these elite disciples only interested in Chen Xian? Just as she was astonished, several more people arrived from the back. Leading them was Feng Shi, and behind her were several male disciples, just like Bai Li, helping her move things. These items couldn't fit into storage rings. Otherwise, they would scatter, so they had to be moved by hand. Hurry up, I want to pick a good room too. Feng Shi urged, facing the shocked gazes of Bai Li and the others. Chapter 69. The Just Cause of Justice, Xiao Junlin. Xiao Ning stood by, shocked into silence. Thinking, what kind of magic does the 7th peak have? Or what kind of magic does Xiao Junlin possess that attracts 2 stunning disciples to move at the same time? Bai Li obviously didn't expect Feng Shi to move over. What are you doing? Feng Shi shook her twin tails. Of course, I'm here to keep you company. I know you're here for alchemy, but I don't trust that senior brother. Saying this, Feng Shi directed the male disciples to move things in while pulling Bai Li's arm. I'll keep you company. If Xiao Junlin dares to mess with you, I'll protect you and fight him together. But does the senior brother agree? Bai Li was puzzled. Feng Shi nodded repeatedly, of course agreeing. I just told him, and he is in a hurry to go to Frost Moon Mirror Lake. So he won't be back in a few days, whatever. Although she said this, her expression didn't show it at all, making Bai Li feel that Feng Shi was very strange right now. Her thought was correct. At this moment, Feng Shi was secretly laughing in her heart. Xiao Junlin, you haven't really gotten Bai Li yet, have you? With me around, don't even think about getting her. To avoid you taking advantage of me and thinking about other women. As Feng Shi said this, she smiled at Bai Li again, asking, where do you live? I'll go with you. Bai Li felt a bit awkward. Isn't this inappropriate? Feng Shi frowned and said, what's inappropriate? We grew up together on Longtime Mountain. Didn't we sleep together when we were kids? At this point, Feng Shi's tone paused. She thought to herself, sleeping together as children, and now sleeping with men as adults, what a strange fate. But Bai Li felt repulsed. Thinking she wanted to find Xiao Junlin for a massage when she had time to recover her body. It would be inconvenient to be with Feng Shi. However, Feng Shi seemed to insist on it, resolutely moving her things into the same dormitory. On the side, seeing that the two seemed to have reached a consensus. Xiao Ning also heard that Xiao Junlin was about to leave. It seemed that she wouldn't be able to wait for Xiao Junlin to return here. She silently headed to the law enforcement hall. When she arrived at the law enforcement hall, Xiao Ning reported to Jiugu, "Elder, I didn't see that Xiao Junlin. Maybe he was just boasting last time and never intended to help us retrieve anything." But as soon as she finished speaking, she saw Jiugu give her a look. Xiao Ning was puzzled and followed Jiu Ji's gaze, and to her surprise, she saw Xiao Junlin not far away, seemingly talking to a prisoner. Xiao Ning felt embarrassed. While she was thinking of how to ease the situation, Xiao Junlin moved his lips, saying, "It's fine, I can't hear you." Xiao Ning felt even more embarrassed. Xiao Junlin didn't have time to pay attention to her, but focused his gaze on the prisoner in front of him. It was a thin boy, about 12 or 13 years old, not tall, but his muscle lines were clearly visible. He was a cleaning disciple from the Sixth Peak, Li He, who came from a mortal farming family and had been at Longtime Mountain for 2 years, charged with theft of elixirs and peeping at senior sisters, caught red-handed, and was imprisoned in the law enforcement hall for 10 years. A disciple from the law enforcement hall read out, seemingly judging Li He's life. Jiugu noticed that Xiao Junlin seemed to have some thoughts about Li He and walked over to ask, "What's wrong?" Curiously, Xiao Junlin calmly said, squatting in front of Li He, "Is it you?" Li did not speak, seeming to ignore Xiao Junlin's words, keeping his head down the entire time. His messy black hair covered his face, making it impossible to see his expression. However, in this world, there were too many small characters like Li He. Whether they had grievances or injustices, no one would care. After all, those in power were quite busy and couldn't see the people below. Jiugu thought Xiao Junlin was just curious and said, "Since he has admitted it, there's no need to waste words. Just drag him away and lock him up." "Junlin, are you here today to help me go down to the 18th level?" Jiugu valued her own interests. But Xiao Junlin did not directly answer her question. Instead, he looked at Li He, who was being dragged away, and said, "Wait, what's wrong?" Jiugu frowned. Xiao Junlin walked straight to the law enforcement hall disciple, glancing at Li He's crimes. Theft of elixirs, peeping at senior sisters, caught red-handed. "Elder Jiugu, I want to see the witnesses." "Senior brother, this is an internal matter of the law enforcement hall. Please." Xiao Ning hadn't finished speaking when Xiao Junlin raised his hand, saying, "Longtime Mountain does not allow any wrong person. Seeing innocent disciples being punished, I, as this senior brother, cannot stand by." After saying that, Li He, who had been keeping his head down the entire time, slowly raised his head for the first time, revealing a pair of clear eyes looking at Xiao Junlin. His body swayed weakly, but his gaze shone as if he had seen light. Xiao Junlin stepped forward and patted his shoulder, saying, "Don't worry. I will seek justice for you." Li He's throat felt dry. He wanted to say something, but upon seeing the sharp gazes of the law enforcement hall crowd, he chose to remain silent. It seemed that even if Xiao Junlin stood up for him, Li He felt that the other party couldn't help him much. After all, the title of this senior brother was not very favorable among the disciples. Seeing his reaction, Xiao Junlin also felt a bit awkward. This reaction isn't right. Shouldn't he be grateful? In the original work, after Chun Xian saved you, you treated him like an older brother, the born martial god, sacred body brother. This kid, in the original work, was a super strong force under the Xian Tian Emperor. After growing up, he became a killer, and even Chun Xian didn't have absolute confidence in defeating him. So when Xiao Junlin first learned his name, he paid special attention. "Forget it, anyway. I'm the one who knows you first. Let us recruit you under my wing first." Xiao Ning was somewhat surprised that Xiao Junlin would stand up, while Jiugu gestured for her to find someone. Soon, Xiao Ning brought 2 disciples from the Sixth Peak, a boy and a girl. Upon seeing the interior of the law enforcement hall, with dozens of disciples on high alert, along with Elder Jiugu and senior brother Xiao Junlin, they immediately got scared and knelt on the ground. Disciple Pang Fei, Disciple Lu Ruyan, "Greetings, Elder." Senior brother, Jiugu, raised her hand, signaling the 2 to get up, saying, "Junlin wants to re-examine your accusation against Li He. Tell him how Li He stole your elixirs and peeped at you." Jiugu reviewed the case. Although these small matters were usually handled by Xiao Ning, she still paid attention, recognizing that these were her responsibilities. After all, although some were small cases, no matter how small, they could affect someone's entire life. Pang Fei wiped the sweat from his forehead, thinking, why is this slacker senior brother involved in our small disciples' matters? Isn't he a sycophant to those elite disciples? Returning to elder, senior brother, I saw Li He sneaking around outside junior sister Lu Ruyan's door, and when I caught him, I heard junior sister scream. Realizing that Li He was peeping at her bathing. Speaking of which, he also clasped his hands, saying, it was also when we caught Li He that we found he had 3 qi gathering pills in his hand, which was exactly the same amount that went missing the other day. Hearing this, Lu Ruyan also chimed in, saying, I can testify. She then gritted her teeth and glared at Li He, that beast. He peeped at me bathing. However, after Lu Ruyan finished speaking, she lowered her head, a shadow passing over her face. She felt speechless inside. Why would Xiao Junlin help a small character like Li He? This senior brother is really idle. She had privately spoken ill of Xiao Junlin many times before. Although she disliked to show off, it seemed she hadn't wronged Xiao Junlin now. Truly both useless and troublesome. Relying on Elder Xiao Feng as a backing, he obtained so many resources, and she heard he was about to fall from the blood transformation realm. If those resources were given to her, she would also be an elite disciple by now. Just as she was thinking this, her vision suddenly darkened, and when Lu Ruyan raised her head, she saw Xiao Junlin standing right in front of her, extremely close. Xiao Junlin stood like a statue, backlit, his face grim, scaring Lu Ruyan so much that her body trembled. Senior brother. Lu Ruyan's throat felt dry. Just as she was about to speak, Xiao Junlin suddenly slapped his hand and quickly grabbed Lu Ruyan's throat. Chapter 70. Swearing fealty to the martial heaven emperor. The crowd was startled. Xiao Ning immediately shouted, Senior brother, but Xiao Junlin's gaze was sharp, and the killing intent in his eyes quickly poured out towards Lu Ruyan as he spoke. I will only ask once. Do you and Pang Fei have an affair? As soon as these words came out, both Pang Fei and Lu Ruyan felt a chill down their spines. Even Xiao Ning, who had just wanted to come up and persuade him, fell silent for a moment. Lu Ruyan swallowed hard. She realized that Xiao Junlin must know something, otherwise, how could he ask so confidently? She nodded with difficulty, yes. At her feet, Pang Fei trembled in fear. Xiao Junlin did not let go because of Lu Ruyan's answer, but continued to ask. Pang Fei coveted Li He's family heirloom jade pendant. You helped him frame Li He, right? As soon as he finished speaking, Pang Fei's legs went weak. Senior brother, I'm wronged. He shouted. I'm not asking you. Xiao Junlin said, his aura exploding, powerful spiritual energy pressing down on Pang Fei, causing him to sink to the ground and unable to move. Xiao Junlin looked at Lu Ruyan and said, if I hadn't investigated clearly, I wouldn't wrong you. Now, I just want to give you a chance to confess. His words made Lu Ruyan tremble all over, especially since Pang Fei was already suppressed, which left Lu Ruyan feeling completely unsteady. Xiao Junlin sneered, then that means you admit it. The truth is, Li didn't spy on you. Instead, you deliberately let him find you, then had Pang Fei stuff the elixir into his body and call everyone to witness the evidence of your crime, right? Senior brother, it was Pang Fei who forced me. Lu Ruyan shouted harshly for her life. Pang Fei, covered in cold sweat, shouted, bitch. The jade pendant is on you. Why should I take the blame alone? Xiao Junlin smirked, reached into Lu Ruyan's bosom, and pulled out a jade pendant. The pendant was amber-colored and shaped like a fierce beast. Xiao Junlin felt a hidden heat and dominance when he held the pendant. This should be the Taotai battle talisman left by Li He's ancestors in the original work, containing the bloodline power infused by the ancestors of the Li family. Its power was astonishing, allowing cultivators to gain violent Taotai combat power in a short time. Unfortunately, only Li He's blood could activate it. Xiao Junlin tossed the Taotai battle talisman to Li He. At that moment, Li He widened his eyes, breathing heavily as he looked at Xiao Junlin. Xiao Junlin threw Lu Ruyan towards Pang Fei, saying indifferently, wronging fellow disciples, inciting internal strife, deceiving the law enforcement hall, multiple crimes combined. Only one of you can live. As soon as these words came out, Xiao Ning immediately frowned. Xiao Junlin's actions were overstepping, encroaching upon the authority of the law enforcement hall. Moreover, these matters were usually handled by Jiuge. When she wanted to step forward to stop him, she saw Jiuge raise her hand, signaling her not to move. Xiao Ning's expression darkened even more. On the contrary, Xiao Junlin walked to Li He's side, letting the law enforcement hall members release him and helping him up. "Thank you." "Thank you," Li He said, still looking quite terrified. Xiao Junlin found it hard to imagine how this kid would grow up to become the martial emperor in the later stages of this book. Well, perhaps every strong person has come from humble beginnings. Come to the 7th peak with me later, just right at my 7th peak. Oh no, Xiao Junlin, like a sworn brother. Xiao Junlin smiled warmly. Hearing this, Li He's breath quickened, and he knelt down in shock. Disciple is just a mere outer disciple, sweeping the floor. How can I be sworn brothers with senior brother? Especially as he saw Lu Ruyan and Pang Fei fighting fiercely against each other, as if they had to bite each other to death to survive. All of this was because of Xiao Junlin's words. The supposedly mediocre senior brother turned out to be so domineering. Li He couldn't even imagine that Xiao Junlin would take the initiative to become sworn brothers with him. Am I swearing brotherhood with you? I'm swearing brotherhood with the future martial heavenly emperor. Xiao Junlin helped him up. Is it that you look down on me? Disciple dares not. Then that's settled. In the future, we don't seek to be born on the same day, month, and year, but seek to die on the same day, month, and year. In the original work, the martial heavenly emperor brought the innate martial god's sacred body to its peak, creating a path of body cultivation, with such strong blood energy that it could stain the sky red. Such a person, unless they committed suicide, would find it hard to die. Li He, as if hearing the most romantic vow from a man, immediately bowed to Xiao Junlin. Li He vows to follow Big Brother to the death. Good. Xiao Junlin smiled, the sun shining brightly. But in his heart, he thought, if I encounter someone named Chun Xian looking for trouble, give him a good beating. Meanwhile, Xiao Junlin had already seen Lu Ruyan and Pang Fei fighting, and Lu Ruyan had stabbed Pang Fei to death. In fact, Pang Fei was stronger than Lu Ruyan. But in the end, Pang Fei softened his heart, didn't go for the kill, and as a result, was killed by Lu Ruyan. Truly a licking dog. It was just like that summer when I sent the school beauty home and wasn't allowed to enter to drink milk tea. Xiao Junlin sighed. At this moment, Lu Ruyan had crawled over to him. Senior brother, elder, I won. Can I leave now? Jiuge did not speak, but tacitly handed this matter over to Xiao Junlin to handle. Since she didn't speak, Xiao Ning also didn't dare to make a decision. Lu Ruyan understood immediately and looked at Xiao Junlin. Xiao Junlin still had the same smile on his face. Go ahead. Hearing this, Lu Ruyan felt relieved, repeatedly bowing. Thank you, senior brother. Thank you, senior brother. After saying this, she immediately turned and scrambled out the door. Xiao Junlin walked to Pang Fei's side, who was already on the verge of death, watching Lu Ruyan leave with the last of his breath, tears welling up in the corners of his eyes. In the end, he passed away. Don't worry, I'll see her off for you. Xiao Junlin pulled out the dagger he had stabbed into Pang Fei's chest, slowly raised his arm, and suddenly swung it, the dagger shooting toward the door like lightning. Xiao Ning and Li He both looked shocked. Looking towards the door, they saw Lu Ruyan lying on the ground, her eyes wide open and unblinking, with the dagger embedded deep in her back, blood spreading from her clothes. Chapter 71. The prisoners of the 18th layer. Xiao Junlin's ruthless actions left everyone present silent for a long time. Xiao Junlin suddenly looked at Jiuge, his face full of apology. These two are heinous criminals. I couldn't help it. Elder, you won't blame me, right? If you do, I'll leave immediately and go to the sect master to plead guilty. Though he had an apologetic expression, his words carried a hint of threat, as if warning Jiuge that if she was unhappy, he would leave at once, and she shouldn't expect him to retrieve anything from below the 18th layer. Jiuge waved her hand, instructing the law enforcement hall disciples to clean up the bodies. Can we get to the serious business now? Jiuge said coldly. Xiao Junlin nodded, looking at Li He. You go to the 7th peak and wait for me. We'll head to Frost Moon Mirror Lake later. Yes, senior brother. Li He respectfully nodded, looking serious. Even when looking at Xiao Junlin, there was a hint of ambiguity in his eyes. Xiao Junlin rubbed his forehead, watching Li He leave, silently cursing himself for forgetting that in the original work, this guy didn't like women, but stuck to Chen Xian every day. Now that he had become his big brother, Would he stick to me every day? Big brother, I'm straight. Xiao Junlin could only helplessly retort, saying to Jiuge, take me down. Jiuge gestured for Xiao Ning to lead the way, while she herself observed from the upper level. Xiao Junlin didn't mind that Jiuge didn't follow. It was better that way. Xiao Ning took the lead, walking ahead. The curved staircase of the law enforcement hall echoed with their footsteps. Xiao Ning glanced back at Xiao Junlin, who seemed very calm. But Xiao Ning was already holding back her anger. Just now, Xiao Junlin had overstepped, which felt like a slap in her face. It was clearly telling Jiuge that she, Xiao Ning, had not handled the case properly and almost wronged an innocent disciple. So Xiao Ning intentionally spoke up. Senior brother, the criminals on the 18th layer are experts at the sect master level, so you must be careful. Xiao Junlin caught her implied meaning, realizing that Xiao Ning was actually concerned about him, wondering if she wanted to move to the 7th peak to live. Xiao Ning's face froze, and she coldly snorted. Senior brother is joking. With so many women at your 7th peak, would there still be a place for me to sleep? So many women? Xiao Junlin was puzzled. Where did so many women come from at my 7th peak? The most would be Bai Li saying she wanted to move over. But Xiao Ning didn't intend to dwell on this matter. What Xiao Junlin did with the elite female disciples was none of her business. She just wanted to suppress Xiao Junlin's earlier arrogance. Master Brother was so confident last time, promising Elder Jiuge that he would obtain what the Elder wanted from that criminal. If he couldn't get it, the Elder would be very angry. Xiao Ning added sarcastically. Of course, Master Brother would also lose face. Who knew that Xiao Junlin was completely unaffected by her words? Losing face was losing face. Could face be eaten? This nearly made Xiao Ning stumble. Cough. This guy. How could his train of thought be so strange? Hee. So Master Brother, have you lost confidence? It's understandable. That criminal was once a big shot. Facing him, let alone extracting his treasures, even having a conversation would be quite difficult. Xiao Junlin glanced at her. Suddenly his gaze sharpened. What if I make him submit to me? What do you say? Xiao Ning thought Xiao Junlin had taken a bait. Then let us make a bet. If he submits to you, I, your junior sister, am willing to offer 1,000,000 spirit stones to honor Master Brother. If Master Brother gets thrown out by him, then you just have to bow to me. Good heavens. A maid from a law enforcement hall actually has 1,000,000 spirit stones. Richer than me. However, compared to 1,000,000 spirit stones, Xiao Junlin wanted to humiliate this woman even more. I don't care about 1,000,000 spirit stones. How about this if I make him bow to me? You can wash my feet afterwards? Xiao Ning paused. Seeing Xiao Junlin's confident look made her feel annoyed. Deal. You owe me a bow if you lose. She emphasized again. Xiao Junlin smiled noncommittally. While they were talking, the two had already arrived at the 18th floor. There was only one prison cell here, and the door of the prison cell was over 10 meters tall. Master Brother, you must be careful. Xiao Ning smiled slyly and struck the iron post of the prison door with her palm. With a clang, it seemed something inside was awakened, and the next moment, a violent aura that surpassed the 3 realms rushed out from the darkness of the prison cell. Instantly, the ground beneath Xiao Junlin and Xiao Ning shook. Xiao Junlin suddenly felt as if a few thousand pounds of weight had been added to his shoulder, pressing him until his whole body creaked. Xiao Ning had long been prepared, quickly retreating and jumping up to the 17th floor. Looking down at Xiao Junlin, a cold smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. You're going to regret it. Just wait to bow to me. She snorted coldly, yelling down, Master Brother, you haven't gone in yet, don't run away. She waved her hand, and the law enforcement order in her hand flew out, sticking to the prison door. The token shimmered like rippling water, forming a formation. This formation led to the interior of the prison cell, and only you can enter and exit. Please, Master Brother. Xiao Ning couldn't wait for Xiao Junlin to go in and then get beaten up by the big shot inside. If he lost his life in there, even better. But it seemed that Jiuge wouldn't let Xiao Junlin die inside. He would personally come down to save him if necessary. However, at least it could make Xiao Junlin suffer a bit. Xiao Junlin couldn't be bothered to pay her any mind. Bracing against the pressure, he jumped into the formation. Xiao Ning smirked and went up a floor to report to Jiuge. Elder, Xiao Junlin has gone in, but I don't know if he can really help us. Wait outside, and if there's any movement, immediately inform me. Yes, Xiao Ning nodded. Just as she expected, Jioga wouldn't let Xiao Junlin die here. At this moment, inside the 18th floor prison cell, it was extremely dark. After entering, the violent pressure slammed even more terrifyingly against Xiao Junlin's physical body. Braving the pressure, Xiao Junlin took out a strand of hair, a woman's hair. He wrapped the hair in his power and shot it into the dark corner of the prison cell. Soon, the turmoil in the prison cell stopped. What had he done to her? An old voice questioned with a commanding tone from the darkness. Xiao Junlin smiled slightly. Not directly answering his question, Junior Xiao Junlin pays respects to the former court minister of the Yunnan dynasty, Senior Qinci Daoqin. Upon hearing this, there was a long silence in the darkness. Xiao Junlin patiently waited until a disheveled figure emerged from the shadows. It was an old man, dressed in tattered clothes. His face unrecognizable, but his stature was straight, and the power around him was like substance, indicating incredible combat strength. It was clear he was once a person of considerable status. Qinci Daoqin pushed aside the messy hair in front of him, and his hawk-like gaze fell on Xiao Junlin. Son of Xiao Feng, quite a handsome young man. Since you're the son of Xiao Feng, what do you want to do here? This question carried a hint of testing. Xiao Junlin could tell, so he directly named the secret he held. For two people, one is your niece, Elder Qinin. Upon hearing Xiao Junlin's words, a murderous intent surged in Qinci Daoqin's eyes. Who else knows about my relationship with her? Only me. How did you know? Qinci Daoqin pressed further. I read the original text. Xiao Junlin replied seriously. Elder Qinin talks to me about everything. She mentioned that she has an uncle who served in the court for many years, but unfortunately, he lost contact later. That should be you, right? Qinci Daoqin felt comforted. This girl is the last hope of their family. He never expected she still remembered me. Good. Qinci Daoqin, while feeling gratified, also let out a bitter laugh. How could an old man like me dare to have contact with her after losing contact? Xiao Junlin sighed in understanding. In the original story, Qinci Daoqin was Qinin's uncle, one of the four court ministers of the previous dynasty. Before the previous emperor passed away, he instructed the four ministers to escape the palace with 4 keys. However, later, Qinci Daoqin was ambushed and injured by those escorting him. He escaped to Qinin, but worried that recognizing her would implicate her. So he chose to conceal his identity, deliberately causing chaos at Longtai Mountain. Later, he was suppressed and imprisoned here by Xiao Feng and Donghuang Qingyuan, under the watch of the law enforcement all day and night. This way, Qinci Daoqin could always protect Qinin. Xiao Junlin came because he wanted to obtain the key that Qinci Daoqin held. That was also what Jioga had sent him in to retrieve. However, Jioga only vaguely mentioned tricking Qinci Daoqin into giving up the storage ring without bringing up the key. Is Elder Qinin doing well? Elder Qinin has been acting as the acting sect master, managing the administrative hall, so she is naturally well. When the time is right, you can also recognize her, Senior. Qinci Daoqin shook his head. After the previous emperor's death, the court fell apart, and the empress is in chaos. If I were to recognize her, there would definitely be chaos at Longtai Mountain. Xiao Junlin did not deny this. The empress has her eyes on you, but it's just for that key. If Senior hands over the key to me, perhaps. Upon hearing the word key, Qinci Daoqin's gaze suddenly became sharp, and a murderous aura surged from him, his figure moving to within 3 feet of Xiao Junlin, as if he would strike and kill Xiao Junlin in the next moment. Who sent you here? Speak. Xiao Junlin cursed inwardly. This old man was truly ruthless. No wonder. After all, the 4 court ministers were all people who had fought bloodily alongside the previous emperor, and being locked up here for so long inevitably led to emotional instability. The 6th prince, Xiao Junlin, said calmly, his expression sincere. Upon hearing these 3 words, Qinci Daoqin immediately restrained his aura. Even his breathing became noticeably rapid. The 6th prince. The 6th prince is still alive. Where is he? The 6th prince, Chen Ruiyuan, the heir to the throne of the previous emperor. Of course, he also had another name, Chun Xian. The 6th prince is in a very safe place. He sent me to retrieve the key from you. Xiao Junlin's gaze was sharp. Qinci Daoqin hesitated and did not fully believe Xiao Junlin. He was very vigilant. It was understandable. After all, they were all 1,000-year-old foxes. Xiao Junlin smiled inwardly, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, and slowly said, before the late emperor passed away, he was already aware of the crumbling state of the court. The notorious demon concubine, Di Wuxuan, had already bribed many people in the court. The late emperor made preparations in advance and left behind a national treasury, which contained the treasures accumulated by the Tianyin dynasty over the years. To unlock the national treasury, 4 keys were needed, which he entrusted to you 4 royal advisors, ordering you to take the 6th prince out of the palace. As Xiao Junlin spoke, Qin Sideo's breathing became increasingly rapid, as if the pain in his heart had been stirred. Unfortunately, you have let down the late emperor on the night of his passing. The demon concubine's net fell at the same time. Although you escaped the palace, you lost the 6th prince. Upon hearing this, Xiao Junlin took a few steps forward, frightening Qin Sideo into retreating, his expression increasingly guilty. Xiao Junlin continued to sneer coldly. Later, you even hid here, acting like a turtle withdrawing its head. How can you face the late emperor like this? Qin Sideo was struck at a sensitive point, and his emotions began to fluctuate. No, no, he shouted. If it weren't for the treacherous attack, how could I have been seriously injured, and the 6th prince would not have been lost? It was all because of those 2 beasts, Zhao Qinkuan and Shen Jianji. They betrayed the late emperor. The Zhao Qinkuan and Shen Jianji, he spoke over the masters of Huaizong and Lingjian Mountain, respectively. After leaving the palace, they were bribed by the empress and betrayed the late emperor. By selling out the other 2 royal advisors, these 2 gained considerable resources from the empress, thus becoming the current overlords. Xiao Junlin continued to sneer. What? Are you envious of those 2? Do you also want to betray the late emperor and the 6th prince? Qin Sideo became anxious. You young one, don't slander me. Taking advantage of the situation, Xiao Junlin said, now I am ordered by the 6th prince to retrieve the key from you. Are you still unwilling to give it? Upon hearing this, Qin Sideo immediately came to his senses, realizing Xiao Junlin's intentions. So his expression became more vigilant. Young man, you don't need to use such provocation to deceive me. If you want me to believe you, you must show some sincerity. What sincerity? Xiao Junlin asked. Qin Sideo snorted coldly. At the very least, you must let the 6th prince come to see me in person. Xiao Junlin fell silent for a moment. Let Chen Xian come to find you? Am I an idiot? In the original story, Chen Xian only found out you were here later and then rescued you, obtaining one of the keys in the process. Then, in the battle at Shuangyu Mirror Lake, he obtained Zhao Qinkuan's key. Later, in the battle against Xiao Feng's demonic transformation, he allied with the righteous path, forcing Shen Jianji to face off in a chaotic battle, where he secretly took out Shen Jianji and obtained the 3rd key. As for the 4th key, it was already with Chen Xian. The 4th royal advisor cultivated him and then went into seclusion. Later, with Qin Sideo's assistance, Chen Xian participated in the imperial sun selection under a false identity, returning to the court. At the right moment, he united many officials and began to reclaim the throne. What a thrilling story of a prince's rise against the odds. Unfortunately, now Xiao Junlin is here to cut in. Xiao Junlin said, the 6th prince cannot appear for now. Otherwise, if his identity is exposed, can you bear the consequences? Qin Sideo fell silent. Xiao Junlin continued. However, if I bring you the head of either Zhao Qinkuan or Shen Jianji, would that demonstrate my sincerity? Seeing Xiao Junlin's piercing gaze, Qin Sideo fell silent for a moment. These 2 were the empress's lackeys. If Xiao Junlin could kill them, it would at least prove that he was not on the empress's side. I agree to your terms. Xiao Junlin smiled slightly. Since a deal was made, he did not linger and turned to leave the 18th floor. However, before leaving, Xiao Junlin specifically went to the law enforcement hall. When Zhuge saw Xiao Junlin return empty-handed, disappointment flickered in his eyes. At least Xiao Junlin was not injured. Was there a way to extract the storage ring from him? Xiao Junlin smiled. Elder Zhuge hasn't told me what he is hiding. Zhuge frowned. You don't need to know so much. Once I get his storage ring, I will naturally show you. Unfortunately, while Qin Sideo was willing to enter the cell, he was unwilling to hand over the storage ring. His cultivation was above Zhuge's, and even if Zhuge entered the cell, he wouldn't be able to retrieve anything from it. He only knew that the person inside had a deep connection with Qin. That's why she sought out Xiao Junlin, a disciple close to Qin. Unfortunately, nothing was extracted. Seeing Jioge keep it hidden, Xiao Junlin could only helplessly say, "It's difficult to handle, but at least his attitude towards me is good. I think there is a chance for this matter." Xiao Junlin's words made Xiao Ning very unhappy. If it's going to work, it will work. If not, it won't. What do you mean there is a chance? Just as she was about to speak, Xiao Junlin surprisingly took the initiative to talk to her. "Junior sister Xiao Ning, that evil cultivator treats me with great respect. I wonder about our wager impossible." "You're talking nonsense." Xiao Ning was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. How could Xiao Junlin talk about this in front of Jioge? "What wager?" Jioge coldly inquired. Xiao Ning, biting the bullet, had to explain the matter truthfully. Jioge sighed deeply, looking at Xiao Ning, then at Xiao Junlin, saying, "Since you two have made a wager, then bear the consequences yourselves." Xiao Ning immediately said, "I don't believe Master Brother's one-sided word." "Don't believe it? Then come with me to take a look." Xiao Junlin smiled and voluntarily returned to the 18th floor. Xiao Ning, biting the bullet, followed behind. She saw Xiao Junlin standing outside the 18th floor. "Before I leave, say goodbye to me." His voice reached into the cell. Soon, a respectful voice from inside the cell replied, "Old man, I bid farewell to the young friend and await good news." The Xiao Ning behind felt her head buzzing. Over the years, Jioge and she had tried every method, but they just couldn't have a calm conversation with the other party. How did Xiao Junlin manage to do it? "How about this? Let us set a time at the 7th peak, and you can wash my feet." Xiao Ning was about to speak when Xiao Junlin stepped forward. She felt guilty and retreated, but Xiao Junlin pressed forward, inching closer. In the end, Xiao Ning was pinned against the wall. Although Xiao Junlin knew that this woman's looks and potential were not as good as those of several junior sisters, Xiao Ning's pride and dissatisfaction with him made it enjoyable to slap and humiliate her. "What? Do you want to back out? If not, I'll go tell Jioge." Seeing Xiao Junlin turn around to report, Xiao Ning gritted her teeth. "Slow down. You go to the 7th peak and wait for me." Xiao Junlin smiled slightly and turned to leave the law enforcement hall. Xiao Ning reported back to Jioge. Jioge asked, "Did the person inside really soften towards him?" Xiao Ning nodded. Jioge raised an eyebrow. "It seems that Xiao Junlin does have some capability. Let him try a bit more, and it might just work." However, Xiao Ning bowed and said, "Elder, I'm going out for a while." "Where are you going?" "The 7th peak." Even Jioge, with his composure, was surprised. "You're not really going to wash Xiao Junlin's feet, are you?" Chapter 73. Remember, I am your master brother. Xiao Ning didn't respond to Jioge's words, but silently nodded and left. Jioge rubbed his forehead. It was the first time he had seen Xiao Ning like this. After all, she was his direct disciple, and he had high hopes for her. Yet, she was so easily manipulated by Xiao Junlin. "Forget it, I'll just drink." Jioge picked up the wine. The more he drank, the more sorrowful he became. When will I be able to return to the court without obtaining the treasures? When Xiao Junlin returned to the 7th peak, he was greeted by a chaotic scene, and his jaw nearly dropped in shock. He stood outside several dormitories, not daring to step in, as he had seen from a distance that many disciples had gathered. "Xiao Junlin, come out. Bastard, what kind of potion did you use to make Senior Sister Bai Li and Senior Sister Feng?" She moved to the 7th peak. A lone man and a lone woman sharing a room. What kind of propriety is that? Where should I put my face after the 7th peak? Xiao Junlin silently scanned the group of disciples causing trouble. He found 2 common points among them. First, they were all male. Second, they were all sycophants of Bai Li and Feng Shi. Goodness, when did they both move in? Xiao Junlin thought it was a misunderstanding, but soon saw 2 stunning figures stepping out from his palace door. Under the blowing wind and snow, the first figure had hair covering her face, exuding a beautiful yet fragmented aura. The second figure had twin ponytails swaying, lively and cute. It was none other than Bai Li and Feng Shi. When the 2 came out, the group of male disciples who had just been clamoring were instantly mesmerized. Some became speechless, some appeared foolish, and some were breathless. Xiao Junlin rolled his eyes at this group. Weren't they just 2 beautiful women? "You can't even enter the door, but I've already been inside." Sigh. Can a man do something grand instead of constantly trying to curry favor with the goddesses? Xiao Junlin initially wanted to advise them, but immediately dismissed the thought of being a nice guy. There was nothing to advise. Even if they were cured, they would still drool. However, he could understand Bai Li being here. They had talked about it before. But why was Feng Shi here too? Senior brother, you're back. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Feng Shi saw Xiao Junlin and, fearing he might start lecturing, called out first. Hearing her shout, everyone immediately turned their gazes over. Xiao Junlin's face twitched. Before he could ask anything, he saw the expressions of those male disciples, as if they wanted to devour him. Xiao Junlin, even if you're the senior brother, you can't do this, right? If you don't give us an explanation today, we want to leave. Yeah, we'll stay here at your 7th peak. The crowd was in an uproar. Even Xiao Ning, who had followed behind Xiao Junlin, couldn't help but hide to the side to watch the drama unfold. Bastard Xiao Junlin, you wanted to wash your feet, huh? Can you still wash them now? Let us deal with your trouble first. Xiao Ning gloatingly thought to herself. Xiao Junlin scanned the crowd, knowing from his understanding of psychology that the best way to handle this situation was to make an example of one. He stepped forward to the male disciple who had spoken last. This disciple had the aura of a late-stage spirit refining realm cultivator. Just one step away from entering the blood transformation realm. He seemed to be among the elite disciples. No wonder he had the guts to come and find trouble with Xiao Junlin. You want to stay here at my 7th peak? Xiao Junlin said coldly. The disciple realized he was being targeted by Xiao Junlin, but his cultivation was respectable, and among this group of male disciples, he was far ahead. As for Xiao Junlin, rumors had circulated in the sect over the years that he had neglected his cultivation, and his realm had dropped to the copper skin stage of the blood transformation realm, possibly falling into the spirit refining realm at any time. So why should he be afraid of Xiao Junlin's targeting? The disciple thought to himself, standing tall, so what? Senior Sister Feng, she is someone we respect. I'll allow her to come here and be sullied by you. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Junlin raised his hand, and a fierce palm wind immediately swallowed the surrounding wind and snow, transforming into a powerful force that surged forward. The disciple sensed the crisis. His aura surged, burning his peak spirit refining realm cultivation, wanting to withstand this palm. He was only one small realm away. He was confident he could block it, but reality was cruel. When the palm force landed on his chest, a wave of intense pain spread through his body, and in an instant, the disciple felt the world spinning, his whole person flying backward like a kite with a broken string. Bang, 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 bang. He rolled on the ground more than 10 times before lying there motionless. Clearly, he was either dead or severely injured. This scene shocked everyone, who collectively gasped. Xiao Junlin's strike was too ruthless, especially for the group of male disciples. The one who had been struck down was already among the best of them. Yet he couldn't withstand a single palm from Xiao Junlin. Wasn't it said that he was about to fall into the spirit refining realm? Wasn't it said that his victories over Huaizong relied entirely on Senior Sister Hongling? What the hell? How could Xiao Junlin be so strong? The group of disciples' legs went weak, retreating step by step as Xiao Junlin advanced. Xiao Junlin's expression was cold. The trope of playing dumb to eat the tiger didn't exist for him. It was acceptable to hide his cultivation and act low-key. But being wronged, that was unacceptable. It could easily lead to depression. They voluntarily chose to live in my 7th peak. Who dares to disagree? Xiao Junlin scanned the crowd, like a wolf eyeing sheep. Who else? Step forward. No one dared to provoke him anymore. Once the first person started to run, the second and third followed suit. One by one, the group of male disciples fled. Even the disciple who had just been struck down by Xiao Junlin was left on the ground without anyone to help him. Pick up your trash and remember this. I am your senior brother, Xiao Junlin declared arrogantly. After clearing the 7th peak, he headed straight into his palace. Sitting in a master's chair with his legs crossed, he stared at Feng Shi and Bai Li. Senior brother, I'm sorry. I didn't expect them to come and cause trouble. Bai Li was the first to express her apology. Xiao Junlin didn't blame her. After all, Bai Li still needed to refine a large number of pills for him. Why blame his top performer? What are you doing here? His gaze fell on Feng Shi. Feng Shi snorted lightly. Using Bai Li as a shield, of course. I'm here to prevent my sister from being bullied by you. You promised her you'd come to the 7th peak. You must have ulterior motives, so I'm following her. Xiao Junlin's face twitched. This woman was clearly talking nonsense. According to Xiao Junlin's female psychology manual, when a woman stands between you and another woman, it's either because she doesn't want you to get close to that woman, or she wants to get close to you herself. Xiao Junlin felt Feng Shi had both motives. But that was fine. Now that she was at the 7th peak, Chun Xianwu and Ti come to find him. Xiao Junlin didn't argue with Feng Shi and sent the two away. I'm tired. I want to wash my feet. Xiao Junlin said to the air, but his voice was loud enough for everyone outside to hear. Soon, a foot basin was brought in. However, the person who came was Li He, big brother foot washing. Xiao Junlin's face twitched. I made a blood pact with you, so you could be my right-hand man to deal with that destined protagonist Chun Xian. You're now acting like a maid? Li He, go drop your blood on the ancestral jade pendant, then practice hard. Wait for my call to head to Frostmoon Mirror Lake. Li He was confused. Don't you want me to wash your feet? No, get lost. Xiao Junlin scolded. How ridiculous. What kind of serious person would look for a male attendant? As Li He left, Xiao Ning's lonely figure at the door stood out even more. What are you waiting for? Come here. Xiao Junlin coldly hinted. Chapter 74. Tang Yimo's abandoned sister, Xiao Ning gritted her teeth. She admitted that Xiao Junlin had been quite domineering when dealing with the male disciples just now. Even she felt a slight stir of emotions. But that didn't change the fact that she found Xiao Junlin annoying. Seeing Xiao Junlin summon her, Xiao Ning could only harden her resolve and approach him, lifting his foot. It's my fault for losing, so I'll endure this, Xiao Ning comforted herself. But she remained motionless. This caused Xiao Junlin's dissatisfaction. What are you dawdling for? Get on with it. Xiao Junlin, don't go too far. I only agreed to wash your feet, not anything else. Xiao Ning said with a look of a virtuous woman. Xiao Junlin laughed. I just like to bully virtuous women. He said seriously, I asked you to take off my shoes, not to take off your clothes. Who wants to see that? You. Xiao Ning felt an immense humiliation and quickly removed Xiao Junlin's shoes. A subtle scent wafted over. It was the pungent powder Xiao Junlin had secretly added. This kind of powder was not meant to be consumed, but was used to stun demon beasts during missions. Fearing that it would knock Xiao Ning out, he had only sprinkled a little bit in his boots. The moment the result came out, it was still a disaster. Xiao Junlin, did you step in something smelly? Xiao Ning was so angry that she gasped for breath, her chest heaving, and suddenly burst out. It was only then that Xiao Junlin noticed, wow, this woman had been binding her chest all along? Her figure is too good. In the original work, Xiao Ning's full name is Tang Ning, who on the surface is an inner disciple of Jiuge, an orphan raised by Jiuge. However, in reality, even Tang Ning herself didn't know that she had a very impressive sister, a wealthy lady, Tang Yimo. But there wasn't much description of Tang Ning's figure in the original work. Who would have thought her background was so grand? Xiao Ning immediately realized that Xiao Junlin was looking at her. She quickly covered herself, but she couldn't cover her nose. As she inhaled, Xiao Junlin's stinky feet directly invaded her nostrils, causing tears to well up in the corners of her eyes. Xiao Junlin, Seeing her like this, Xiao Junlin felt extremely pleased. But at the same time, he was puzzled. Was it really that exaggerated to make her cry? Could it be that my feet were already stinky? Xiao Junlin was confused, but he wasn't one to dwell on it. What, are you unhappy? Xiao Ning's face was full of grievance, tears dripping into the foot basin. Big brother, please spare me. I grew up in poverty. My father is a gambler. My mother is sick. My younger siblings still need my support. I have been working hard on Longtime Mountain, just wanting a meal to fill my stomach. Xiao Ning played the emotional card, but she didn't know that Xiao Junlin was laughing in his heart. Wow, a gambling father, a sick mother, young siblings, a broken family. If I don't help her, who will in this other world? Fine, I can wash my feet myself. Xiao Junlin, feeling generous, said, but I need a personal maid to take care of my daily life. How about you do it? Xiao Ning's breathing quickened. No, the law enforcement hall can't do without me. Of course, on the surface, you are just a small disciple of the law enforcement hall, but in reality, you are an inner disciple of Jiuge, someone above thousands in the law enforcement hall. Since you're unwilling, then wash for me. Xiao Junlin's feet entered the foot basin, and the clear water instantly turned murky. Xiao Ning's fair, jade-like hands didn't dare to reach in, fearing that if she did, her hands would be dirty for life. Especially with that pungent smell, she simply couldn't stand it. I agree to be your maid, but only for a month. After a month, you must return my freedom. Xiao Ning seemed to have made the biggest compromise. Cleaning for a month on the 7th peak is definitely better than being dirty forever. Xiao Junlin, after a month, I'll definitely find a chance to make you pay. Xiao Ning thought to herself. How could Xiao Junlin not see that her gaze was so untrustworthy? She must be plotting something. Deal, follow me. Xiao Junlin smiled and took Xiao Ning to his bedroom. What are we doing here? Xiao Ning frowned. Xiao Junlin smiled. Making the bed, don't maids do work? Xiao Ning's face showed displeasure, but she still complied, climbing onto Xiao Junlin's bed and starting to tidy up. With her back to Xiao Junlin, he admired Tang Ning serving as his maid. He and Tang Yimo were destined to have some interactions in the future. Since Tang Yimo and Tang Ning hadn't recognized each other yet, why not take the opportunity to win over Tang Ning and become the brother-in-law of a future wealthy lady? Xiao Ning had almost finished tidying up. Little did she know, Xiao Junlin was getting closer to her. She turned her head and saw Xiao Junlin preparing to hug her. Startled, Xiao Junlin, what are you doing? What am I doing? Guess. You pervert. Let go of me. Xiao Ning struggled, but Xiao Junlin's grip was surprisingly strong. And she couldn't break free at all. I only agreed to be your maid. I never said you could do anything else to me. You must have misunderstood. Xiao Junlin raised an eyebrow and smiled. I've always said personal maid. Do you know what personal means? If you don't know, I can teach you now. Chapter 75. The struggle for the young sect master, half an hour later. As Xiao Ning lay on the bed with tears in her eyes, Xiao Junlin had already put on his clothes. Remember what you promised me. Stay well on the 7th peak for this month and wait for my return. Xiao Junlin glanced at Xiao Ning, who had a dazed expression with tears streaming down her face. Don't worry. Following me as your master, you'll be grateful in the future. At least I'm the son of the Supreme Elder of Longtime Mountain, which is much better than Jiogo, who was driven out by the court, right? As soon as he said this, Xiao Ning's aggrieved face suddenly showed immense shock. She widened her eyes. How do you know Elder Jiogo? You think I, Xiao Junlin, am just some ignorant fool? Xiao Junlin scoffed. This made Xiao Ning so frightened that she sat up, took out a new set of clothes from her storage ring, and immediately changed. Compared to her chastity, exposing the identity of her master Jiogo would be a far greater disaster. Jioji's public identity is merely the law enforcement elder of Longtime Mountain, but her hidden identity is one of the previous generation's sacred envoys. After offending the Empress, she left the court and lived in hiding on Longtime Mountain. That's why when the sacred envoy Qing Wan came to Longtime Mountain last time, Jiogo never showed up. Jiogo had always been thinking about obtaining the key to the previous empire that the Empress wanted. As long as she got any one of the 4 keys, she could redeem herself and return to the court. But this was something only she and Jiogo knew. Did someone from the 18th floor tell you? Xiao Ning suddenly felt something was wrong. It seemed they had entrusted the wrong person. This guy, Xiao Junlin, was harder to control than they had imagined. They shouldn't have let him go in to find Qin Sideo. Xiao Junlin smiled. He didn't need to tell me. I already knew. And I also know you are Jioji's inner disciple, right? All right. You are a smart person. You know what to do next, right? Xiao Junlin patted Xiao Ning's shoulder. Xiao Ning was once again shocked. Her breathing quickened, and after a long silence, she said, I can stay here as your maid, but after a month, you have to let me return to my master. Oh, you still think Jiogo is more suitable to be your master than me? Xiao Junlin was curious. Xiao Ning said coldly, of course. No matter what, she is still an elder of the law enforcement hall. And what about you? You have no power at all on Longtime Mountain, just a nominal senior brother. Do the disciples outside respect you? Listen to you? Xiao Ning felt since the cards were on the table, she might as well be clear. Although I'm just a small disciple, I know that a good bird chooses the tree to perch on. Don't think that just because you got my body, I would betray my master. Xiao Junlin raised an eyebrow. Alas, it's all because the previous Xiao Junlin was of little importance on Longtime Mountain and sacrificed too much for Qin Xian. He even lost basic prestige. Xiao Junlin sighed and spoke about his recent goal. What if I could become the young sect master of Longtime Mountain? The position of young sect master, according to the thousand-year-old rules of Longtime Mountain, must be established. Moreover, it would be selected among the elite disciples. According to the timeline in the original work, the young sect master position was conferred when Xiao Feng returned to Longtime Mountain, taken over by Chen Xian. But now that Xiao Junlin was prepared to stage a comeback, would that position still belong to Chen Xian? Upon hearing Xiao Junlin's words, Xiao Ning furrowed her brows, feeling somewhat shaken. If Xiao Junlin could become the young sect master of Longtime Mountain, then he would indeed be the future sect leader. In that case, he was truly more reliable than her master. But just as Xiao Junlin was boasting, a beam of light erupted from the sect master's hall on the first peak of Longtime Mountain, shooting straight into the sky, gathering into a vortex in the sky. The sudden phenomenon caught the attention of everyone in Longtime Mountain. Qin Yin, Lin Shihua, and other elders also stepped out of their halls, their expressions serious. Not to mention the other disciples. Xiao Junlin, come out and take a look. Feng Shi shouted from outside. Xiao Junlin had a bad premonition. That light came from the sect master's hall, which was created by Dong Huangqing Wan. Sure enough, when Xiao Junlin came out, suddenly, he saw the golden spiritual energy surging in the vortex of the sky, cascading down like a waterfall onto Longtime Mountain. In the end, a line of large characters was left in the air. Seal Chun Xian. Vice Sect Master. Chapter 76. The Changing Thoughts of Women. The golden characters were seen by everyone on Longtime Mountain. To prevent any doubts, as those characters appeared, a cold voice accompanied them from the heavens. Seal Chen Xian, as the Vice Sect Master of Longtime Mountain, granted elder-level resources, the cultivation method, and enjoy the privileges of the first peak side hall. No one shall dissent. After the voice faded, its echoes still lingered in everyone's minds. Qin Yin remained silent, only glancing towards the direction of the seventh peak. Although she felt this was unfair to Xiao Junlin, she already knew Dong Wang Qingyuan's considerations from the start. No matter how outstanding Xiao Junlin was, Dong Wang Qingyuan would not entrust him with heavy responsibilities because Xiao Junlin's father was Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng guarded the dark forbidden zone, and there was a high probability he would be tainted by demonic energy. If Xiao Feng turned evil for the greater good, Dong Wang Qingyuan would undoubtedly join forces with the righteous path to eliminate Xiao Feng. At that time, Xiao Junlin, as his son, would become a ticking time bomb. Therefore, when Xiao Junlin was still considered a waste, Dong Wang Qingyuan paid less attention to him. As long as Xiao Junlin had no potential, he posed no threat. However, during this recent period, Xiao Junlin first defeated the Weizong and then comprehended Yi Hongling's sword path. The sharp edges that had been smoothed out suddenly began to show brilliance again. This was a threat to Dong Wang Qingyuan. Xiao Junlin's senior brother was obtained through his father's efforts, but now he was also limited by his father. Qin Yin sighed deeply. Success and failure were both because of Xiao Feng. She chose to remain silent. This matter was beyond her control. Unless Xiao Feng returned to the sect and proved he was still righteous, unless he had the standing in Longtime Mountain, otherwise as the sect master, Dong Wang Qingyuan would always harbor resentment towards him and his son, and would never reuse Xiao Junlin. Now, promoting Chen Xian, even violating Longtime Mountain's previous rules for selecting a vice sect master, was also because she wanted to use Chen Xian to suppress Xiao Junlin early. Dong Wang Qingyuan knew about the previous conflict between Xiao Junlin and Chen Xian. Although Xiao Junlin was in the right, leading to Qin Yin punishing Chen Xian, Dong Wang Qingyuan immediately had Qin Yin reward Chen Xian with the cultivation method, which was the best proof of her stance. At the seventh peak, Xiao Junlin stood there, gazing at the sky, until the golden characters dissipated and the light beam from the first peak faded. The sky returned to calm once again. Xiao Junlin never withdrew his gaze. Xiao Ning stood behind him, her expression conflicted. Just a moment ago, Xiao Junlin was full of vigor, wanting to compete for the position of vice sect master once Xiao Feng returned. Xiao Ning even believed that Xiao Junlin had a chance to become the vice sect master because the long-standing rule of Longtime Mountain was that the vice sect master had to be chosen from elite disciples and required the presence of the sect master and the elder to avoid any bias. But now, before Xiao Feng had returned, the vice sect master had already been decided. Xiao Ning looked at Xiao Junlin's tall figure, which appeared somewhat lonely in the wind and snow. She slightly opened her mouth, wanted to say something, but closed it again. Who told you to bully me just now? Ruin my reputation. Serves you right. Xiao Ning thought, but then also felt pity for Xiao Junlin. Forget it. I'll be your maid for a month to compensate you. No other meaning, just pity you, just my kindness. Xiao Ning nodded proudly. Feng Shi and Bai Li stood beside Xiao Junlin. They had no intention of competing for the vice sect master position and originally accepted that their junior brother would become the vice sect master. But now, when the sect master announced Chun Xian as the vice sect master, they felt a sense of loss in their hearts. This feeling was hard for them to articulate. It was as if they were no longer willing to wholeheartedly support Chun Xian. It was even as if they had another candidate in their hearts. Senior brother, I'll go refine pills for you, Bai Li said slowly after much thought. She didn't know how to express it, but she felt that this was the only way she could help Xiao Junlin. Xiao Junlin picked up on the comforting tone in her words. Cough. Good junior sister. It was worth my kindness towards you, but right now I don't have enough materials. Wait until I negotiate for more herbs at the Longtime Merchant Street's pharmacy, and then you can help me refine them, Xiao Junlin replied casually. After speaking, he went straight away. Feng Shi also wanted to comfort him, but after thinking for a long time, she couldn't come up with any words. Seeing Xiao Junlin preparing to leave, Feng Shi instinctively called out, Xiao Junlin, where are you going? Xiao Junlin's face was somewhat bitter, but he still forced a smile at them. Last time, I injured the second junior sister's Sword Path Foundation. This time I want to take her to Frostmoon Mirror Lake to restore her sword path. After saying this, Xiao Junlin left gracefully, his figure swallowed by the chain bridge. Li changed into a new outfit from the 7th peak and came out to see Xiao Junlin leaving, quickly following him. Only the 3 women remained, gazing into the wind and snow. Feng Shi, can you lend me some herbs? Bai Li suddenly spoke. Feng Shi nodded, seemingly knowing that Bai Li wanted to refine some pills for Xiao Junlin. In the past, she would have stopped Bai Li, even scolding her for spending money on a man for a lifetime of misfortune. But now she merely nodded and took out all her accumulated herbs. Wait for Bai Li to go back and refine the pills. Xiao Ning also turned and entered the 7th peak. She could have quietly left and pretended to be a maid at the 7th peak until Xiao Junlin returned, but Xiao Ning didn't do that. Xiao Junlin, I, Tang Ning, am not as shameless as you. Her full name was Tang Ning. At this moment, she pouted, trying hard to tidy up the battlefield from earlier with Xiao Junlin. Only Feng Shi remained outside, watching Xiao Junlin. Although Xiao Junlin had bullied her before, he wasn't wrong. She had enjoyed it, and he had unraveled her fateful tribulation. Looking at the side hall of the 1st peak, which was next to the main hall of the sect master, Dongwang Qingyuan, it was situated at a higher altitude than the elders' residences, showcasing the vice sect master's status in Longtime Mountain. After all, that was the future master of Longtime Mountain. But the higher Chun Xian climbed, the more worried Feng Shi became. Perhaps what the senior brother said was correct. It was time to suppress Chun Xian's fate. Otherwise, once he attracted the attention of the Empress, Longtime Mountain would be in grave danger. Feng Shi didn't know why, but she suddenly confirmed this thought. With that, she quietly left the 7th peak. Li caught up with Xiao Junlin, but saw him looking back, sneaking a glance behind. Big brother, what's wrong? Li asked, excitedly sharing, Big brother, I followed your advice and infused my blood into this family heirloom jade pendant, and I found my bloodline boiling. I almost broke through. Oh, keep it up. Xiao Junlin had anticipated Li's growth, but he was more curious. When you caught up just now, did you see their expressions? Did they look very sad? Did they have that kind of crying look? Huh. Li was taken aback, wondering if his big brother's earlier sad expression was all an act. Chapter 77. Human hearts are made of flesh. At this moment, there was no trace of Xiao Junlin's earlier demeanor on his face. It was all calculation and expectation. This was what set Xiao Junlin apart from other villains. Chun Xian was specially promoted by Dongwang Qingyuan, breaking the rules to ascend. Other villains might feel sad or angry, but Xiao Junlin's thought was, since he couldn't change the facts, he would gladly accept it. Then, he would find a better opportunity to deal with Chun Xian. He could even use this matter to completely win over the hearts of those junior sisters, instead of letting an already established fact affect his mood. What goes around comes around, Don't underestimate the youth's potential. In Xiao Junlin's eyes, this does not exist. He has always believed that his spirit is very rich. His psychological quality is the best in the world, and that is his greatest trump card. Li Yi scratched his head, as if there were... And the senior sisters all looked very sad. Good, good, good. Xiao Junlin nodded in satisfaction. All right, come with me for an outing. I'll take you to find something good. Xiao Junlin smiled and went to Yi Hongling's place. At the same time, although Chun Xian was under house arrest, he still heard the commotion from Longtime Mountain. Ha ha ha. Dragon Master, you are right. I am the true master of destiny. No matter how Xiao Junlin jumps around, I should be the future master of Longtime Mountain. Chun Xian's face showed youthful arrogance, extremely domineering. Even his aura was rapidly climbing. The Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor nodded in satisfaction. Being able to train the potential dragon in the abyss to a minor success in a short time, you even indirectly broke through the Hunyuan Heavenly Emperor's intent. I didn't misjudge. That Easter Emperor Qing Yuan must have seen your potential and conferred you early. Chun Xian's face was full of confidence. The sect master has good vision. Unlike Elder Qi Nin, who really put me under house arrest for Xiao Junlin, he snorted coldly. But now the most awkward thing is that the house arrest sealing formation has not been lifted. This means that although he has become the young sect master, he still cannot leave his residence for a month. It seems the sect master didn't want to undermine Qi Nin's face, so he didn't directly order me to go out. Chun Xian's troubles returned. If I can't go out, how can I rush to Frost Moon Mirror Lake? Although I have become the young sect master of Longtime Mountain. The Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor said that Yi Hongling is a reincarnated sword immortal, and this life has a high chance of becoming a Heavenly Emperor. Such ultimate connections. He cannot let go. Moreover, now that Yi Hongling is involved with Xiao Junlin, it makes him very unhappy. Therefore, obtaining the Moonlight Rainbow Phoenix Sword and bringing Yi Hongling back under his command is what Chun Xian wants to do most. Dragon Master, help me with a favor. Chun Xian's eyes were cold as he made a decision. The Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor was somewhat silent, but understood Chun Xian's reasons for doing so. He sat cross-legged in Chun Xian's mind, quickly forming hand seals. I will open a special passage for you at the east of this sealing formation. After you pass through, the formation will not react. When you return, just come back quietly. To prevent Qi Nin from checking, the Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor even extracted a portion of Chun Xian's blood. At the same time, he smashed the stone bricks on the ground, revealing the soil beneath, and extracted a large amount of earth to reshape a human form. The appearance was indistinguishable from Chun Xian. Dragon Master, you are truly remarkable, Chun Xian exclaimed in surprise. Witnessing the Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor infusing his blood into that clay figure, soon, the clay figure possessed Chun Xian's aura, sitting cross-legged on the bed as if Chun Xian was practicing. Even if Qi Nin were to come, she would not be able to distinguish between true and false. However, to avoid prolonging the night, you should make a quick decision on this trip. The Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor reminded him, visibly weak, and fell asleep in Chun Xian's mind. Chun Xian understood that this kind of miraculous creation of a doppelganger must consume a lot from the Dragon Master. His gaze was resolute. I will definitely become the master of the Moonlight Rainbow Phoenix Sword first. I won't let you down. After saying that, Chun Xian stepped into the gap in the formation and left his residence. After he left, the formation closed up, and from the outside, it was clear to see another Chun Xian sitting with closed eyes in meditation. This trip will be done without anyone knowing. Xiao Junlin, wait for me to give you a scare. Chun Xian sneered quietly, but as he turned around, he suddenly saw a face staring at him. Chun Xian was startled. He took several steps back before seeing who it was, senior sister Fengxi. You and I. Chun Xian glanced at the fake person in the formation behind him, unsure how to explain. Damn it, how did I get caught red-handed? He felt speechless in his heart and had to change the subject first. Senior sister. When did you come back? Are you trying to escape? Did you make a fake person? Where do you want to go? Fengxi questioned. Chun Xian's expression was complicated, so he said directly, Senior sister, please help me keep this matter hidden for 2 days. I will be back in 2 days. Fengxi fell silent. If it were before, she would definitely have spoiled Chun Xian. But now, she felt that doing so would be unfair to Xiao Junlin. After all, She knew the reason Chen Xian was under house arrest was due to a deadly move during the competition for sword intent comprehension with Xiao Junlin. However, Feng Shi's silence made Chen Xian misunderstand, thinking Feng Shi was urging him to leave quickly. "Thank you, senior sister," Chen Xian said cheerfully and left quickly. He thought that senior sister was still like before, loving him unconditionally. "Xiao Junlin, don't think that with Yi Hongling and Qinin as support, you can challenge my position in Longtime Mountain. The sect master is helping me. Senior sister Feng Shi, senior sister Bailey, and senior sister Nangong Jin are also on my side. What do you have to compete with me? Once I obtain the Moonlight Rainbow Phoenix Sword, even Yi Hongling will return to my side." He just didn't know that behind him, Feng Shi was looking at the strand of hair in her hand. That was taken secretly when Chen Xian walked by her. With this strand of hair, she could disrupt Chen Xian's Ziwei destiny. Although she didn't know what the effect would be, at least it would have some impact. In this way, perhaps she could save Longtime Mountain. She also shook her twin ponytails. "I am doing this for Longtime Mountain. It has nothing to do with Xiao Junlin." Not all. Meanwhile, at the second peak at the chain bridge, Xiao Junlin sneezed heavily. "Damn, who is cursing me?" He shook his hands, feeling like he splashed urine on himself. Xiao Junlin pulled up his pants and glanced at Li He, who was also tying his belt beside him. "This time doesn't count. There was a source of interference. Next time, I'll compete with you on who can pee further." Li He was puzzled. 2 meters and 5 meters. He would still win anyway. Forget it. Maybe the big brother has obsession in this area. Just indulge him. Li He nodded. The two arrived outside Yi Hongling's residence. Before they reached, they saw Yi Hongling already standing outside waiting. She had just seen the sect master confer Chen Xian as the young sect master. When she saw Xiao Junlin arrive, a hint of tenderness appeared on her cold and capable face. Although Xiao Junlin had never mentioned wanting to be the young sect master, there were rumors in the past about Longtime Mountain. When Elder Xiao Feng returned, he would definitely promote Xiao Junlin. At that time, Xiao Junlin would also be a strong candidate for the young sect master. Originally, Yi Hongling had not looked favorably upon Xiao Junlin at all, but now it was different. She had been watching Xiao Junlin's efforts during this time. The battle in the illusory forest, the battle against Weizong, and the competition for sword intent all represented that Xiao Junlin was better than Chen Xian. If Xiao Feng were at Longtime Mountain, perhaps he would not allow the sect master to be so biased. But unfortunately, there are no ifs. Senior brother, Yi Hongling quickly noticed Xiao Junlin's dejected expression. Tears glistened in Xiao Junlin's eyes, and the wind and snow brushed against his face, sharp yet more heart-wrenching. Yi Hongling didn't know how to comfort him, so she instinctively grabbed Xiao Junlin's hand. "Senior brother, my condolences." Xiao Junlin sat cross-legged, the flying shuttle Golden Lotus transforming into a stream of light, leaving Longtime Mountain and heading towards Frost Moon Mirror Lake. At the same time, at the foot of the 9th peak of Longtime Mountain, Chen Xian managed to leave Longtime Mountain, but was faced with another issue. If he used the flying shuttle Golden Lotus, the people of Longtime Mountain would definitely know. However, if he didn't use it, the journey to Frost Moon Mirror Lake would originally take about half a day, but now he estimated it would take 2 days. "Master Long, is there any other way for me to quickly reach Frost Moon Mirror Lake?" Chen Xian pleaded, but the Blood Dragon Emperor was still asleep, left with no choice. Chen Xian had to expend his spatial energy, continuously shifting his form in the air. Although his spatial energy allowed him to quickly travel through various spaces. At his current realm, he could only move about 10 meters at a time, and it consumed a lot of energy. Soon, Chen Xian's face began to pale. Noticing the rapid depletion of his energy, he consumed several pills, swallowed them, and continued on. He had to reach Frost Moon Mirror Lake before Xiao Junlin to obtain the Moon Soul Nihuang sword first. Chen Xian's gaze was resolute, but it was very exhausting. Meanwhile, on the flying shuttle Golden Lotus, feeling idle, Xiao Junlin took out a Holy Spirit pill and began to refine it. Now his energy was around 6,000, equivalent to twice that of an ordinary initial stage 3-phase realm, and his cultivation had reached the peak of the initial stage 3-phase realm. He could break through to the mid-stage at any time, but Xiao Junlin was holding back. After all, he wanted to carve out a path of monstrous values. So he aimed to accumulate to the extreme before breaking through, maximizing every realm's value. Seeing Xiao Junlin take out the Holy Spirit pill, Yi Hongling and Li He's eyes lit up. Li He didn't recognize the Holy Spirit pill, but as soon as it was taken out, he felt the spiritual energy surging in him, as if his spirit refining realm cultivation was about to break through to the blood transformation realm. Big Brother is indeed the senior brother. His resources are really good. Li He envied him greatly. As an elite disciple, the cultivation resources he could have were beyond his imagination. However, Yi Hongling, also an elite disciple, was even more shocked after recognizing the Holy Spirit pill. Xiao Junlin was too wealthy. One Holy Spirit pill was equivalent to 5 million spirit stones. In her memory, only the elders were rewarded with one Holy Spirit pill each year. Yet Xiao Junlin had just taken out 2, swallowed one, and stored the other in a pill box, quickly putting it into his storage ring. Hiding it so quickly, afraid I might steal it? Yi Hongling suddenly remembered that Xiao Junlin still owed her a beast essence. Senior brother, the beast essence you borrowed from me. But Xiao Junlin had already closed his eyes, pretending not to hear, focusing on refining the Holy Spirit pill. This made Yi Hongling swallow the words she was about to say. How could I possibly give back to you? That was your gift to Qin Xian. I didn't intercept it to give back to you. Xiao Junlin couldn't be bothered with her, entirely focused on his cultivation. The power of the Holy Spirit pill was unprecedented. After swallowing it, a large amount of spiritual energy surged into his internal palace like a tidal wave, quickly filling him up. Damn, I underestimated the potency of this thing. Sweat quickly broke out on Xiao Junlin's forehead, and he dared not be negligent. As the Holy Spirit pill was gradually refined, his energy was rapidly rising. 6,000, 6,500, 7,000, as Xiao Junlin could no longer suppress it. A law form quietly formed behind him. It was a golden, imposing, and supreme. Yi Hongling and Li He were both pushed back by and even the flying shuttle golden lotus began to sway. Yi Hongling looked at in shock. I had my suspicions. I didn't expect he really is in the 3-phase realm. Yi Hongling quickly circulated her spiritual energy to stabilize the flying shuttle golden lotus, her fighting spirit surging. Once she resumed her sword path, it would be time to challenge the 3-phase realm. Li He looked at Xiao Junlin's continuously expanding. Is this the legendary? I heard the senior brother was about to fall to the blood transformation realm, but how has he now stepped into the exclusive 3-phase realm for elders? With such strength, why doesn't the sect leader make him the junior sect master? Li He fell into thought. Could it be that the senior brother is too low-key, not wanting to fight for fame and fortune? It must be, as he stabilized his cultivation to reduce the impact from Li He looked at Xiao Junlin with admiration that was hard to express. His big brother was indeed the right choice. 3 hours later, the flying shuttle Golden Lotus had left the territory of Longtime Mountain. Longtime Mountain and Huaizong's territory were interconnected. Frost Moon Mirror Lake was located right in the middle of the two sections. As Xiao Junlin slowly opened his eyes, his aura had already stepped into the realm close to Frost Moon Mirror Lake. Li He felt nervous. After all, this was the territory of Huaizong. As a miscellaneous disciple, he had never even qualified to leave Longtime Mountain before. Big brother, this journey may be extremely dangerous. Should we prepare for something? Li He looked down. The silver-white ground quickly came into view. That was the area of Frost Moon Mirror Lake, which was covered in frost for a long time, showing no other colors. The entire territory was vast, so once they stepped in, they could only see a world of white and silver snow, as if it were an incredibly large city of ice. Even though they were on the flying shuttle Golden Lotus, they could still feel the desolation and chill of Frost Moon Mirror Lake. Yi Hongling also swallowed hard, although she was equally nervous compared to that. The blood of the female sword fairy made her eager to try. As they entered the area of Frost Moon Mirror Lake, Yi Hongling felt a calling from deep within the lake, as if something was beckoning her. This made Yi Hongling even more certain of this journey. Senior brother, let's go down, Yi Hongling said with enthusiasm. Xiao Junlin nodded. He wasn't worried about danger. After all, he knew the secrets within, and even if they encountered any emergencies. Xiao Junlin touched his storage ring. There was still a distressed jade there, which could immediately summon Qin Yin, with Yi Hongling s Yawang Qin. The risks of this journey should not be too great. As the flying shuttle Golden Lotus descended, everyone stepped on a frost moon mirror lake. Xiao Junlin quickly recalled the plot in the original work. Logically, there should still be a person at the outer area of Frost Moon Mirror Lake. Where could they be? As he looked around, puzzled, suddenly, sounds of golden and jade clashing came from afar. It was evidently the sound of battle. Yi Hongling, holding the demon-slaying sword, immediately became alert. Li also stood close to Xiao Junlin, a leather glove appearing in his hand. Although it was old and tattered, it seemed to be his only fighting spirit tool. Xiao Junlin raised an eyebrow, looking towards the source of the sound. There, a woman in a light blue dress was being besieged by a group of masters from the Floating Life Demon sect. She was fleeing in panic, tightly clutching something in her hand. The leader of the Floating Life Demon sect suddenly struck out, and a phantom rose behind him, smashing towards the blue-clad woman. Yi Hongling immediately recognized the opponent and rushed forward with the demon-slaying sword to assist. "Big brother, who is she?" Li asked. Xiao Junlin smirked. "It's my foolish 7th junior sister, Yun Yao." Chapter 79. The weakness in the eyes of the junior sister Yun Yao, ranked 7th among the elite disciples. In the original work, she was skilled in artifact refining, able to modify any spirit tool and unleash its maximum power. She also had the ability to repair spirit tools, reviving some ancient ineffective spirit tools. However, what Xiao Junlin focused on was Yun Yao's face. When looking at a woman, one should first look at her eyes. Confirming that her eyes were not on him, he then examined her figure. Xiao Junlin confirmed and quickly assessed Yun Yao. She had long legs, and, as she ran, her snow-white skin was faintly visible. The upper body was tightly wrapped in convenient training gear for outdoor practice, but it couldn't hide the fiery figure beneath, especially that face. Stubborn and proud, it gave men a strong desire to conquer her. As Yi Hongling joined the battlefield, Yun Yao's face lit up with joy. "Senior sister." Yi Hongling swung the demon-slaying sword, but felt that something was off with her moves. "After giving my sword intent to the senior brother, my swordsmanship has dropped significantly." Yi Hongling sighed internally, but her fighting power was still at 60 to 70%, relying on her solid foundation and combat skills to face several experts from the Floating Life Demon sect. Yun Yao stopped fleeing and prepared to turn around to confront the Floating Life Demon sect with Yi Hongling. Suddenly, a cough came from behind. In fact, Xiao Junlin had been standing there for a long time, but Yun Yao seemed oblivious to him. Sigh. In the end, I'm just a transparent character, Xiao Junlin thought. When he made a sound, Yun Yao finally noticed him, and her expression turned slightly displeased. "Senior brother, what are you doing here?" Yun Yao showed no respect for this senior brother at all. Xiao Junlin replied coldly, "What? I'm here to support you." In the original story, Yun Yao looked down on Xiao Junlin the most because he had unintentionally ruined a spiritual artifact she was refining. Later, Yun Yao searched everywhere for materials to remake that artifact. This time, she was in danger while looking for materials. "No need. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have to go through all this trouble." Yun Yao responded coldly, and she had no expectation that Xiao Junlin's fighting power could help at all. Xiao Junlin felt helpless. In the original story, Yun Yao encountered danger at Frost Moon Mirror Lake, but it was Chun Xian who saved her. To thank Chun Xian, Yun Yao gave him the clues she found about the Moonlight Phoenix Sword, which led him to successfully find its location. Xiao Junlin ignored Yun Yao's hostility towards him and focused on what she was holding. However, in Yun Yao's eyes, it seemed like Xiao Junlin was staring at her important parts. "What are you looking at?" Xiao Junlin was speechless and didn't bother to explain. "Just hand over what you found to me, and I'll take you inside to find something even better." But in Yun Yao's eyes, his words sounded like a joke. What do you know? Seeing Yi Hongling in trouble, Yun Yao didn't want to deal with Xiao Junlin anymore and turned to join the fight. Leading the Floating Life Demon sect was a half-step 3 realms expert, with 2 others at the Blood Transformation realm, and the remaining 6 were all at the Spirit Refining realm. Yi Hongling acted decisively, quickly killing 2 Spirit Refining realm experts. But then she was suppressed by the other 7. Yun Yao seemed to have been injured previously, Her blood transformation realm melting blood stage power was now hardly effective. Senior sister, I'll hold them off. We need to find a chance to escape. She wasn't foolish. She quickly assessed that, with just the two of them, they couldn't handle this group from the floating life demon sect. Why are they targeting you? Yi Hongling struggled to fight back. But clearly, now was not the time for such questions, and Yin Yao had no time to respond. In the distance, Li He watched them struggling. Big brother, should we go help? Help? Xiao Junlin raised an eyebrow. You a spirit refining realm. Want to go and deliver your head? Li He scratched the back of his head, feeling somewhat awkward. He actually wanted to say, please, big brother, go help. But it seemed Xiao Junlin had no intention of stepping in. Xiao Junlin smiled as he observed the battle. Yin Yao, if you want to escape, do it quickly. Hearing Xiao Junlin's nonchalant voice, Yin Yao felt increasingly irritated. What does it matter to you? Just after she said that, she noticed that the floating life demon sect had heard her words and exchanged glances. Soon, 4 spirit refining realm and 2 blood transformation realm experts simultaneously formed hand seals, and a stream of crimson light appeared around their bodies. Quickly swirling as they connected with each other, their positioning had already surrounded Yi Hongling and Yun Yao, and, as the red light connected the group, it formed an encirclement. Yun Yao's anger made her body rise and fall. Xiao Junlin, it's all your fault for being so talkative. She tried to break through the siege, but the red light quickly extended up and down, rapidly forming a cylindrical light curtain that firmly locked the two inside. Xiao Junlin shrugged. Why don't you say you all are too slow? You can't even run away. Yi Hongling gritted her teeth, not understanding why Xiao Junlin wasn't stepping in and was deliberately bickering with Yin Yao. This guy, can't he just leave the junior sister alone? Yi Hongling strained to retreat and stood back to back with Yin Yao. I am one of the 12 emperors of the floating life demon sect, Blood Mad. From Longtime Mountain, hand over what you've obtained, and I can let you live. The leading half-step 3 realms expert spoke. As he spoke, the pressure of his power continuously bombarded the two women, seemingly trying to intimidate them. Yi Hongling and Yun Yao gritted their teeth, feeling as if thousands of pounds were pressing down on them. Especially within this formation, there seemed to be an additional spiritual pressure effect, making it even harder for them to raise their cultivation. Senior sister, we're done for today. Yi Hongling looked at Yin Yao, who immediately showed her the item she was holding. It was a palm-sized piece of metal, unlike gold, silver, copper, or iron, and Yi Hongling couldn't tell what it was. But seeing Yun Yao's cautious demeanor, Yi Hongling knew it was something valuable. We won't be done for. The main force hasn't made a move yet. Senior brother, please help us. Yi Hongling's gaze was firm as she looked at Xiao Junlin and shouted. This shout shocked Yin Yao. In her impression, the second senior sister was the first female warrior among the disciples of Longtime Mountain. How could she possibly ask Xiao Junlin for help? Although she had just noticed that Yi Hongling's fighting power seemed to have weakened significantly, there was no need to rely on Xiao Junlin. Second senior sister, you know whether the senior brother has fighting power or not. Yin Yao looked at her with disdain. Xiao Junlin raised an eyebrow at Yi Hongling. You see, it's not that I don't want to help my fellow disciples. It's just that she looks down on me. Yi Hongling responded helplessly. Seventh junior sister hasn't returned to the sect for a long time and doesn't know about the senior brother's changes. I hope the senior brother won't hold past grudges. Yin Yao was once again shocked. The senior brother's changes? Could it be that Xiao Junlin has turned over a new leaf? But no matter how much he had changed, he was still just at the blood transformation realm. How could he break through this barrier? However, after Yi Hongling spoke, Blood Mad turned his gaze to Xiao Junlin. You want to help them? You're also from Longtime Mountain? Before Xiao Junlin could answer, Blood Mad didn't wait for him to speak and charged over. Based on his experience, regardless of whether this kid would help, Xiao Junlin was not within the formation. He could do anything. Keeping him alive was a hidden danger. Killing him directly would be the simplest solution. Blood Mad charged at Xiao Junlin. Yin Yao was startled. Idiot, why aren't you running? But Xiao Junlin stood still, simply grabbing Li He's shoulder and tossing him aside. Only Xiao Junlin remained, facing Blood Mad. As Blood Mad closed within 3 meters of Xiao Junlin, he raised a fist, and the illusory law behind him simultaneously made a fist and struck. Half-step 3 realms. Even a fake law can put on such an act? Xiao Junlin said, with his hair and clothes making a continuous snapping sound. Blood Mad seemed to be enraged, looking for death. He brought down his fist. Yin Yao and Li He panicked. Senior brother. The members of the Floating Life Demon sect looked coldly, seemingly considering Xiao Junlin already a dead man. But the next moment, bang! A head flew from the direction of the two and smashed against the formation. As everyone saw the face of the head, their breaths once again stopped. Chapter 80. One sword clears the field as the head smashed against the formation and then fell into the snow. Everyone clearly saw the face on the head. It was actually Blood Mad. Except for Yi Hongling, the others felt their heads buzzing, their breaths becoming rapid and involuntary. Yi Hongling knew Xiao Junlin's strength. And although Li He was aware, it was still the first time he witnessed such a grand scene. The senior brother made his move. One of the 12 emperors of the Floating Life Demon sect was shot in the head. The most shocking part was Yin Yao. How could this be? Is this still the Xiao Junlin from her memory? He was just an ordinary senior brother. Xiao Junlin had his hands in his pockets, stepping on the fallen, blood-crazed corpse, slowly walking towards the crowd. Behind him, a golden Dharma form rose into the sky, emitting dazzling light, illuminating the snow-covered ground like the blazing sun of the earth. Sacred and inviolable. Dharma. Dharma form. He is at the Three Dharma realm. The members of the Floating Life Demon sect originally wanted to take revenge for Blood Crazed. But upon seeing that Dharma form, they immediately retreated. That was not the illusory Dharma form of Blood Crazed. That was a true Three Dharma realm, and not at 6 zhang, but at 12 zhang, symbolizing the combination of two Dharma forms, a mid-level 3 Dharma realm. Retreat, return, and report to the sect master. The Floating Life Demon sect immediately began to flee. Xiao Junlin's gaze was icy. Since they had the intent to kill him, they shouldn't think of leaving alive. His fingers clawed, and suddenly a large amount of ice and snow was drawn from the ground. At the same time, Xiao Junlin's Dharma form raised its hand, and sword intent began to swirl around him. Yi Hongling immediately felt a sense of familiarity. That was her sword intent. Let us see how you fare. Xiao Junlin suddenly waved his hand, and that Dharma form also grabbed the suspended ice and snow. The ice and snow quickly formed into a massive ice sword, and as Xiao Junlin waved his hand, the Dharma form also swung that ice sword. Whoosh! A huge icy sword energy swept across the crowd in an instant. Boom! The ground rumbled, and the wind and snow, mixed with sword energy, scattered, causing the formation that trapped Yin Yao and Yi Hongling to dissipate. The members of the Floating Life Demon sect were quickly engulfed by the sword energy, regardless of their spirit refining realm or blood transformation realm. All turned into blood mist under this sword. Xiao Junlin approached Yi Hongling, ignoring Yin Yao's shocked gaze, and instead got closer to Yi Hongling. You have the Yaowang Qin. You don't use it? Yi Hongling smiled. If it weren't for this, how could she force her senior brother to act? How do you know I would act? Yi Hongling replied. We are all from the same sect. How could my senior brother just watch and do nothing? Her words made Yin Yao feel a bit awkward. After all, she had just told Xiao Junlin not to interfere. Now she was truly saved by him. Moreover, she never expected that Xiao Junlin had actually broken through to the 3 Dharma realm. And it was the mid-level, that last sword strike. Perhaps even an elder-level person wouldn't be able to withstand it, right? Moreover, during their conversation, she learned that the Yaowang Qin was with the second senior sister. Isn't that the weapon of the Qin elder? How could it have been brought by the second senior sister? Could it be that Longtime Mountain also sensed the fluctuations of that artifact in the center of the Frost Moon Mirror Lake? Xiao Junlin raised an eyebrow and smiled, his gaze carrying a hint of gentleness as he said to Yi Hongling, I'm not saving the same sect, but saving you. His tone was ambiguous. In fact, even Xiao Junlin felt a bit greasy about himself. But he couldn't help it, because this sentence was actually not meant for Yi Hongling, but for Yin Yao, to provoke her competitive spirit. That's right, Xiao Junlin was once again planning to use psychology to conquer Yin Yao. Hearing his words, Yi Hongling lightly pursed her lips, evidently feeling a bit shy. However, Yin Yao, seeing this, felt an even greater emotional turmoil inside her. What does this mean? You acted to save second senior sister. And saving me was just a byproduct? Or did you never plan to save me at all? Yin Yao felt uncomfortable. She didn't know if she was overthinking it or if Xiao Junlin was doing it on purpose. In any case, she felt very uneasy now. Yin Yao urged, "Did Elder Qinin send you here? Then let's go into the Frost Moon Mirror Lake first." She walked ahead, ignoring Xiao Junlin, not even acknowledging Yi Hongling. Yi Hongling was puzzled. "Junior sister, could it be that you sensed something?" Yin Yao continued walking to herself. Yi Hongling had no choice but to catch up. Only Xiao Junlin was secretly delighted. A casual remark meant to test the waters actually elicited such a strong reaction from Yin Yao. Indeed, women cannot be provoked. Li walked over, spreading his hands, revealing several storage rings inside, all containing the belongings of the members of the Floating Life Demon Sect. "Big brother, I've collected them all." "Very good." Xiao Junlin smiled slightly. Defeating monsters and looting equipment is certainly something to do. He put everything into his own storage ring, leaving not a single item for Li He. Xiao Junlin thought for a moment, feeling a bit stingy, so he gave Li He 10 taels of spirit stones. "Work hard on your cultivation. Don't let me down," Xiao Junlin said with a sense of righteousness. Li He nodded seriously, not feeling disappointed by only 10 taels of spirit stones. Compared to the days when he was just doing menial tasks, Big Brother was already very good to him. "If you two also came for the things inside, please hurry up and follow. I don't want to wait too long." Ahead, a cold voice from Yin Yao urged them. Xiao Junlin stood with his hands behind his back and stepped forward a few paces. "Did 7th junior sister obtain any clues?" Yin Yao huffed at him. "You will know the answer later. No need to ask too much." Although Xiao Junlin had become powerful now, he still did not catch her eye. In her view, the younger junior brother is still the most likely candidate to step into the realm of all spirits. Although Xiao Junlin's realm had become formidable, she believed that he must have taken drugs or used some secret method left by sect master Xiaofeng. In short, it was flashy but worthless. Seeing Yin Yao's proud demeanor towards him, as they spoke, 2 groups of wind and moon unconsciously moved up and down. Xiao Junlin had a wicked thought. Last time, he picked up Bai Li in the illusory forest. Why can't he pick up Yin Yao this time? Perhaps Yin Yao might encounter some aphrodisiac or poisonous charm. Then he could take her down. Yi Hongling persuaded Yin Yao. 7th junior sister, we are from the same sect. And now we are on the territory of Huaizong. We should work together. Yi Hongling's thoughts were clearly much more mature than Yin Yao's. After all, she was the captain of the demon-subduing team, with her own pursuit of teamwork. Yin Yao took out an iron block from her bosom. "I overheard the conversations of those demons from the Floating Life Demon Sect. They said that a heavenly grade spirit weapon will appear in the Frost Moon Mirror Lake. So I followed them and discovered that they were using this item to sense the location of the spirit weapon. So I..." Xiao Junlin shrugged and spoke first. "So you stole their item?" "You." Yin Yao seemed to have been hit right on the mark. The demons were despicable and shameless, killing innocents indiscriminately. If the heavenly grade spirit weapon fell into their hands, even more people would die. "I took this guiding item. What's the problem?" "None. Don't get agitated." Xiao Junlin smiled lightly. Yin Yao huffed, raising the iron block in her hand, which quickly vibrated, seemingly pointing toward a certain direction of the Frost Moon Mirror Lake. The view was all white and misty, coupled with the vast area of the Frost Moon Mirror Lake, larger than the illusory forest. Without this item to guide them, even if Xiao Junlin knew about the birth of the Moonlight Rainbow Phoenix Sword, it would be like finding a needle in the ocean. "Over there!" Yin Yao exclaimed excitedly. But just as her words fell, a large mass of black clouds suddenly descended over the Frost Moon Mirror Lake. Within the dark clouds, purple demonic lightning surged like a shock of awakening, and upon closer inspection, there were actually a group of flood dragons swirling in the clouds. And atop the dragon heads were evidently several people dressed in Huaizong attire. Upon seeing this, Xiao Junlin and the others, Yi Hongling immediately stomped on the snow, causing 2 ice layers to rise, just enough for them to hide. So clever. Xiao Junlin didn't hesitate to praise her. Yi Hongling felt that he was acting strange lately. He used to bully her at the drop of a hat, but why was he praising her continuously today? Yi Hongling didn't know that Yin Yao was already on the verge of exploding with anger. Xiao Junlin chuckled inwardly. Competition among women. Huh. But his attention was still focused above, secretly peeking from beneath the ice layer. The fluctuations of spiritual energy in the sky are increasing. 500, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. They're converging from all directions, forming a disciplined network. Yi Hongling's expression is serious. The entire Huaizong has mobilized. Chapter 81. The battle approaches. Meanwhile, at the Dragon Platform Mountain's main hall, the bright eyes within the ice sculpture slowly open, a breath of the 10,000 spirits master realm seemingly spreading out. Dong Wang Qingyuan coldly speaks, "What is it?" Next to the ice sculpture, Qin Yin respectfully replies, "The lesser sect hall has been completed. Once Chun Xian's confinement ends, he can move in." After mentioning Chun Xian, Qin Yin hesitates and says, "Master, Junlin might also be a good candidate for the lesser sect. In terms of seniority, he needs to come before others. Is there really no turning point in this matter?" Dong Wang Qingyuan respond with satisfaction. "Actually, you don't need to worry too much about Xiao Junlin. Let Chun Xian be confined for a month. If it weren't for her bestowing the potential of a dragon in the abyss, Chun Xian might have truly wasted a month." With the current fluctuations in the world, the competition among the major sects is becoming increasingly fierce. Wasting a month of hope for a sect is not a wise decision, especially because of Xiao Junlin, who is likely to be a hidden danger that Dong Wang Qingyuan intends to eliminate. Hearing her words, Qin Yin feels more sympathy for Xiao Junlin. After all, he is the eldest senior brother. That kid isn't that bad. Qin Yin can't help but speak up for Xiao Junlin. In recent days, her cold poison has improved significantly, thanks in part to Xiao Junlin's treatment. Once Xiao Junlin returns, a few more treatments will allow Qin Yin to recover her cultivation and quickly break through to the coveted 10,000 spirits master realm. "You specifically came here just to speak for Xiao Junlin?" "Qin Yin, you're not as rational as before." Dong Wang Qingyuan's tone carries some dissatisfaction. With Xiao Feng's return imminent, preparations with the 5 elders must be made early. Her words carry a hint of command, almost driving Qin Yin away. Qin Yin nods helplessly, knowing that Dong Wang Qingyuan's decision cannot be changed. However, if that day truly comes when the Dragon Platform Mountain goes to war against Xiao Feng, should she protect Xiao Junlin? And how would she do so? Now, she can only hope that Xiao Feng can truly maintain his heart of the Tao and not be tainted by demonic energy. Just as Qin Yin prepares to leave, an urgent voice from Lin Shihua comes from outside. Something's happened. Both Qin Yin and Dong Wang Qingyuan frown. They know that if Lin Shihua, an elder, is panicking, the situation must be extremely serious. The scout reports that Zhao Wujing, the lesser sect master of Huaizong, did not return to Huaizong after leaving our Dragon Platform Mountain last time. After Lin Shihua finishes speaking, Qin Yin asks, "Where did he go?" "But how is this related to our Dragon Platform Mountain?" Lin Shihua catches her breath and continues, "He is dead. Everyone who was with him, except for Leiji, is dead." After Leiji returned to Huaizong, he insisted that we ambush them halfway. Now, Huaizong's master Zhao Qiankuan has gathered all the forces of Huaizong, preparing to attack our Dragon Platform Mountain to avenge his son. As Lin Shihua speaks, she bows to Dong Wang Qingyuan, requesting the master to make preparations early. Otherwise, our Dragon Platform Mountain will be in danger. Qin Yin is the first to say, "Someone must be instigating this. Our Dragon Platform Mountain did not send anyone to kill their lesser sect master. The person who acted must want to incite a conflict between the two sections." Dong Wang Qingyuan lets out a long sigh, gazing toward the first sect outside, where the winds and clouds are surging. It no longer matters who is behind this. Zhao Qiankuan will not listen to our explanation. Gather all disciples of the sect and return. Lin Shihua bows yes. As she prepares to leave, Qin Yin asks, "Where are the forces of Huaizong now?" Lin Shihua replies, "My people have found out that they will gather at Frost Moon Mirror Lake before attacking." Upon hearing this, Qin Yin's mind buzzes. Frost Moon Mirror Lake. What happened? Dong Wang Qingyuan sees the clue. Qin Yin can only reply truthfully. Junlin absorbed a lot of sword intent from Hongling last time, and said he would go to Frost Moon Mirror Lake to find an opportunity for her. What kind of opportunity does he understand that Xiao Feng told him? They should both be at Frost Moon Mirror Lake now, Qin says. Dong Wang Qingyuan's expression turns cold. With the imminent danger, there is no time to concern themselves with them. Hong Ling will find a way to return, and as for Xiao Junlin, let him be. Master, I will go to Frost Moon Mirror Lake. Qin frowns, trying to negotiate. If the entire Huaizong army is really gathering at Frost Moon Mirror Lake, once Xiao Junlin is discovered, he will undoubtedly die. If there are no elder-level experts from Dragon Platform Mountain going, they won't even have a chance to escape, let alone help Yi Hongling seize opportunities. But Qin Yin's words once again angered Dong Wang Qingyuan. Qin, the overall situation is paramount. None of the 5 elders may leave Dragon Platform Mountain. Immediately set up the protective formation. I want Zhao Qinquan's people to not enter even one. Lin Shihua nods but glances at Qin Yin and Dong Wang Qingyuan, sensing some disagreement between the two. Xiao Junlin and Yi Hongling went to Frost Moon Mirror Lake? This is indeed a difficult situation. Yes, master. Qin Yin waves her sleeve, expressing her dissatisfaction before turning to leave. Dong Wang Qingyuan sighs. Recently, has she been getting too close to Xiao Junlin? Lin Shihua agrees. Yes, quite close. Xiao Junlin often goes to the administrative hall. Actually, we sisters are also curious why Qin speaks up for Xiao Junlin and has confined Chunlin. A worried light flickers in Dong Huang Qingyuan's azure eyes. If Xiao Feng truly falls into madness, it'll be a big problem if Qin Yin turns against us when we have to deal with him. After Qin Yin leaves the main hall, her face is full of worry. Xiao Junlin, you better not die so easily. I'm still waiting for you to heal my injuries and dispel my poison. She feels listless, initially thinking of returning directly to prepare for the protective formation. But suddenly, she remembers something. Last time when Chen Xian was confined by her, she intended to take back the jade talisman she had given him for help. But Chen Xian said he gave it to Xiao Junlin. If this is true, perhaps Xiao Junlin still has chance. Qin Yin arrives at Chen Xian's residence. She sees Chen Xian still sitting cross-legged inside. With the surrounding formation sealed, Qin Yin doesn't find it appropriate to enter. Chen Xian, I have something to ask you. But Qin Yin's words do not receive a response from Chen Xian. Frowning, Qin Yin waves her hand to disperse the formation and enters. Upon seeing inside, her eyes widen in shock. With her keen eyesight, she quickly realizes that this Chen Xian is merely a puppet. Anger floods Qin Yin's face as she waves her sleeve, instantly shattering the puppet. Where did Chen Xian go? Qin Yin is furious, her chest rising and falling violently, almost bursting her collar, confining him and letting him escape. Switching heaven and earth. Is this what the master calls future hope? Stomping on the shattered puppet, Qin Yin immediately sends someone to investigate. But after searching all over Dragon Platform Mountain, there is no trace of Chen Xian. Has he left Dragon Platform Mountain? Where'd he go? Qin Yin then remembers that several elite female disciples have a good relationship with Chen Xian, so she summons them to ask where Chen Xian went. But Nangong Jin and Bai Li both look astonished. Only Feng she hesitates for a moment before saying, I saw him sneak off to Frost Moon Mirror Lake. What? Qin Yin is shocked. How could even Chen Xian go to Frost Moon Mirror Lake? Feng Shi, not wanting to cover for Chen Xian, honestly says, from the little junior brother's perspective, he probably wants to obtain the opportunities at Frost Moon Mirror Lake and doesn't want to give them to the eldest senior brother. Fool! He doesn't know how foolish he is. Qin Yin is speechless. With a great enemy at hand, they all ran to the enemy camp. Feng Shi seems to sense something is wrong. Should we go find him back? No need. He has probably already arrived. Let him be. Qin Yin's expression darkens. Since Dong Wang Qingyuan knows that Xiao Junlin and Yi Hongling are at Frost Moon Mirror Lake and is unwilling to save them, then she will simply ignore Chen Xian, regardless of whether he lives or dies. That would be fair. Seeing the sound of the zither suddenly lifted her spirits. Feng Shi was puzzled and retreated back to the 7th peak, preparing to continue disrupting Chen Xian's fate. Big brother, after this matter, I won't tell you anything. At Frost Moon Mirror Lake, Yi Hongling had a serious expression and made everyone take pills to conceal their presence. These were common pills used by the demon subduing team when capturing demon beasts. Could it be that they were also here for that heavenly grade spirit weapon? Yin Yao's breathing quickened. Yi Hongling shook her head. It didn't seem like they were preparing for a mission, but rather for a battle. She looked at Xiao Junlin. Did the big brother know the reason? Yes, it was the doing of that woman Jiuge. In the original story, after Zhao Wujian and the others left Longtime Mountain, they would be ambushed by Jiuge and Tang Ning, ultimately leading to their complete annihilation. Jiuge intentionally left Lei Ji alive to use his mouth to inform Huaizong that it was the people of Longtime Mountain who killed Zhao Wujian. Given the current situation, it was highly likely that Huaizong's master Zhao Qianquan was preparing to wage war against Longtime Mountain. Chapter 82. Trapped in the enemy camp, Xiao Junlin was worried that Huaizong would truly invade Longtime Mountain. After all, the Eastern Emperor Qing Yuan was still stationed at Longtime Mountain. Moreover, there was a wealthy man from the Eternal Association, Tang Yimo, in the Longtai business community. If Tang Yimo or the Eternal Association behind her took action, then regardless of Huaizong or Longtime Mountain, they would all face dire consequences. First, find a way to obtain that sword and restore your sword path. Xiao Junlin's gaze was gentle as he looked at Yi Hongling. Yi Hongling was taken aback. She didn't expect Xiao Junlin to still think of her at such a dangerous moment. All right, I'll listen to you, she obediently replied. Yin Yao beside them was feeling unwell. Why had she ever seen Yi Hongling act so dependent? You're my second senior sister. You are the female war god of Longtime Mountain. But just as she was impatiently shouting, the people from Huaizong in the sky began to slowly land with the flood dragon. At the head of the dragon stood a middle-aged man with a fierce expression, his rough face exuding killing intent. Even without deliberately releasing his cultivation, the pressure from his aura caused the surrounding space to become much more oppressive. When will the 7 elders arrive? The man asked coldly. Immediately, a disciple knelt before him and reported, Master, the 2 elders in red and orange will only return tomorrow, while the other 5 elders can arrive today. The man gazed beyond Frost Moon Mirror Lake, where lay the territory of Longtime Mountain. He waved his sleeve and declared, Longtime Mountain killed my son. This grudge, Zhao Qianquan will definitely repay. Tomorrow, we attack Longtime Mountain. I want Longtime Mountain to have no survivors. His voice carried the power of a master of the 10,000 spirits realm, sounding like a thunderous roar, echoing in all directions. In an instant, a storm of wind and snow erupted at Frost Moon Mirror Lake. After Zhao Qianquan finished speaking, he sat cross-legged on the dragon's head. Xiao Junlin and the others swallowed hard, thinking that Zhao Qianquan was somewhat terrifying. Fortunately, they hadn't been discovered just now. Yin Yao's breaths were rapid. They were going to attack Longtime Mountain. She raised her voice significantly. Even though Xiao Junlin quickly covered her mouth, Zhao Qianquan, with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them and stared in their direction. Who goes there? Get out here. Zhao Qianquan's fingers curled into claws, and in an instant, a wave of energy surged forth like a tsunami. Xiao Junlin and the others were instantly engulfed by that energy. This is bad. Yi Hongling drew her sword, unleashing a wave of sword energy to clash against the energy tsunami, barely creating a gap. Run! Yi Hongling decisively exploded with all her speed, rushing out of the gap with the others. Not bad, Zhao Qianquan said coldly, his claw-like hand transforming again into a palm strike. This time, another wave of energy tsunami appeared above Xiao Junlin and the others. For the first time, Xiao Junlin felt the power of the 10,000 spirits realm. In the original story, it was described in one sentence. All spirits of heaven and earth regard me as their master. It was a terrifying realm that transcended energy into a natural phenomenon. In Zhao Qianquan's 10,000 spirits realm was evidently a tsunami. Yi Hongling drew her sword again. But this time, her sword energy struck the tsunami and couldn't cut through. You all go first. Yin Yao knew she had caused trouble and didn't want to implicate everyone. A blood-melting rank palm strike propelled Xiao Junlin and Yi Hongling out of the tsunami's range. At the crucial moment, Xiao Junlin grabbed Li He's shoulder, pulling him out as well. Li He was still in shock when he saw the tsunami crashing down, the snow-covered ground suddenly collapsing. The surrounding area shook like an earthquake. Xiao Junlin and the others immediately soared into the air. They saw that the snow-covered ground of Frost Moon Mirror Lake had already been blasted out by Zhao Qinquan's palm. Yin Yao, Yi Hongling shouted worriedly, concerned for seventh senior sister's safety. But Yin Yao did not respond at all. Xiao Junlin cursed this group of fools and quickly pulled Yi Hongling back. Zhao Qinquan took a step forward, clearly still hundreds of meters away, but in an instant, he appeared within 10 meters of Xiao Junlin and the others. This wasn't Ti Chun Xian's space energy, but rather a technique to shrink the distance. Was this the power of a sect master? Xiao Junlin's breathing quickened. Indeed, as described in the original story, when a sect master made a move, it was on a different dimension compared to others. Only Eastern Emperor Qingyuan and Xiao Feng from Longtime Mountain possessed the strength to compete with Zhao Qinquan, just as Zhao Qinquan was about to strike without hesitation. Yi Hongling gritted her teeth, preparing to summon the Yaowang Zither. But she was stopped by Xiao Junlin. Seeing Xiao Junlin shake his head, Yi Hongling finally regained some clarity. Even if the Zither music was present, using the Yaowang Zither wouldn't team match Zhao Qinquan's strength. Not to mention, it would be her using it. Xiao Junlin shouted. Xiao Junlin of Longtime Mountain comes to explain the grievances between the two sects and brings treasures. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qinquan's hand froze in midair. Fortunately, he stopped. Xiao Junlin had already gripped the small snake behind his back, ready to use it for defense at any moment. At worst, he would abandon these few useless people and escape first. Xiao Junlin of Longtime Mountain, son of Xiao Feng. Zhao Qinquan clearly wasn't he afraid of Xiao Junlin, but rather wary of Xiao Feng. You kill my son. What else is there to explain? Zhao Qinquan questioned, his overwhelming pressure causing Xiao Junlin and Yi Hongling to feel their bones creaking. Li He could barely withstand it and nearly fell to the ground. But for some unknown reason, a new power seemed to slowly awaken from his bloodline, helping him resist Zhao Qinquan's pressure. Yi Hongling looked at Xiao Junlin in surprise. Big brother, what treasure are we offering? Shoo! Xiao Junlin shot her a glare. Yi Hongling wisely shut her mouth, knowing that it was Yun Yao's loose tongue that caused trouble, and if she spoke again, Xiao Junlin might scold her harshly. Xiao Junlin indeed wanted to turn back and punish these two foolish women with his brotherly tactics, but right now, saving their lives was the priority. He maintained a calm demeanor, thankful for his strong mental fortitude. Tricking Zhao Qinquan shouldn't be a problem. Naturally, it's a treasure that you would desire. But before that, I was sent by the sect master to explain the grievances between our sections. As he spoke, Xiao Junlin descended, and the snowstorm on the ground had calmed, revealing a deep pit created by Zhao Qinquan's palm. In the center lay Yun Yao, severely injured. Her already voluptuous figure was now gasping for breath, and as she rose and fell, her torn clothing revealed glimpses of her skin. Especially with Yun Yao's current painful expression, it was hard not to associate it with her being at a man's mercy. Xiao Junlin sighed softly. Seventh senior sister. Is this how you're testing my resolve as a leader? I can't withstand this test. I really might take advantage of the situation. However, Yun Yao's alluring demeanor couldn't be given away for free to others. Xiao Junlin casually took out a cloak from his storage ring, draped it over Yun Yao, and then gently lifted her up, flying out of the deep pit at a steady pace. Hongling, come and take care of her. Master Zhao won't do anything to us. Xiao Junlin's calm demeanor made Zhao Qinquan lose his confidence. So calm, so composed? Could it be that this kid came prepared? Or is it that Xiao Feng has returned? Chapter 83. The Battle of Wits with Huaizong. After all, he had long heard that Xiao Feng only had one son, Xiao Junlin, who was his lifeline. Anyone who harmed Xiao Junlin would be touching Xiao Feng's reverse scale. Yi Hongling was also puzzled as to why the senior brother was so calm. But since Xiao Junlin had arranged it, she immediately went over to support Yun Yao. Seeing that Yun Yao's breath was relatively stable, Yi Hongling looked around her body and found some broken armor fragments. Yun Yao was a master of weapon forging, so she must have taken out quite a few defensive spiritual tools in the moment of crisis to minimize her injuries. After Yi Hongling gave her a few pills, Yun Yao regained some clarity, but she still couldn't move. Sister Yun Yao, in a daze, saw Yi Hongling and also saw Xiao Junlin standing in front of them. his tall figure blocking half of Zhao Qinquan. "Don't be afraid. Senior brother will protect us," Yi Hongling said. At that moment, even she didn't expect that one day she would be protected by Xiao Junlin. Yin Yao felt even more guilty as she looked at Xiao Junlin. Xiao Junlin rubbed his forehead. He actually didn't intend to save anyone. Instead, he thought of another fun plan. The place where the Moonlight Phoenix Sword was located was fraught with danger, and Zhao Qinquan was the best tool to use. The death of Zhao Wujing had nothing to do with Longtime Mountain. Someone was trying to provoke a war between Longtime Mountain and your Huaizong. Xiao Junlin spoke, but there was actually little sincerity in his words. Zhao Qinquan was even more dissatisfied. What Lei Ji said could not be wrong. As he spoke, on the other side of the dragon, Lei Ji's figure also flew over quickly. When he saw Xiao Junlin, the scene of being tricked by Xiao Junlin resurfaced in his mind. "You again." Lei Ji gritted his teeth. "It's me, the defeated general. Nice to meet you." Xiao Junlin nodded with a smile. Lei Ji snorted coldly, noisy. "Master, he is the one who used tricks to defeat me and the young master, making us look foolish in front of the holy envoy Qingwan." Zhao Qinquan glanced at Xiao Junlin, somewhat impressed, deciding it would be better to eliminate him first to prevent him from growing stronger. "All right, if I really wanted to attack, I wouldn't stop to listen to you speak," Xiao Junlin coldly replied. This kind of old stubbornness shouldn't be given face. Otherwise, he would take advantage of it. Zhao Qinquan was taken aback by his words. Lei Ji, however, was very displeased and prepared to speak. Xiao Junlin raised an eyebrow at him. "Do you want to guess why others don't kill him? Since the one who attacked could wipe out Zhao Wujing and the others, killing Lei Ji would also be easy, right?" After saying that, Xiao Junlin fixed his gaze on Zhao Qinquan. In fact, Zhao Qinquan had also considered this logic. Such a simple framing. He wasn't a fool. He could see through it. But the pain of losing a son made him need to vent his anger. It seemed he had come to understand. Xiao Junlin glanced at Lei Ji and sneered. "You idiot. You almost got your master killed." Lei Ji, who was originally very stable in character, being the top talent of Huaizong that took years to cultivate, for some reason, lost control upon seeing Xiao Junlin and wanted to hit him. Xiao Junlin seemed to have a face that made him angry. As a result, Xiao Junlin provocatively said, "But then again, since you're my defeated opponent, it means you're not smart enough, so it's normal to be used by others." "You." Lei Ji wanted to attack Xiao Junlin, but was stopped by Zhao Qinquan. Zhao Qinquan, shrewd and calculating, stared at Xiao Junlin, not expecting the son of Xiao Feng to be so eloquent. "But you don't know. Who do you think the killer is? If you can't give a reasonable explanation, don't blame me for venting my anger on your Longtime Mountain." "Ha! Old man, you're determined to go to war with Longtime Mountain. All right." Xiao Junlin was unafraid. "My father will return to Longtime Mountain soon, along with the sect master Dong Huang Qingyan, two great masters of the 10,000 Spirits realm, and the guardian beast of the sect, comparable to a peak 9-realm demon beast, the Sea Dragon." He glanced at the Huaizong's dragon. "Your dragon is not even as good as our one." "Oh, right, and there are 5 elders. Are you sure you want to go to war? Can Huaizong win?" The dragon seemed to hear Xiao Junlin's ridicule and opened its bloody mouth to roar. Lei Ji wanted to go up and vent his anger on Xiao Junlin, as he had always believed that losing to Xiao Junlin last time was because he was tricked. Zhao Qinquan's expression darkened as he raised his hand. Lei Ji dared not act recklessly. "I usually like arrogant people, but sometimes too much arrogance needs to be supported by certain strength, otherwise it collapses like a house of cards with a single touch." As Zhao Qinquan finished speaking, he stomped his foot, and the surrounding spiritual energy instantly gathered towards him. Like a storm, it expanded in front of Xiao Junlin and the others, creating a tremendous sense of pressure. "Speak your sincerity for Longtime Mountain. My patience is running thin." Yi Hongling and the others had serious expressions, still unaware of Xiao Junlin's trump card. He can't rely solely on his mouth, right? But Xiao Junlin turned around, walked to Yun Yao's side, and beckoned, "Bring it." "Bring what?" Yun Yao was nervous because Xiao Junlin was pointing at her phone. "If you don't take it, I'll take it myself." Xiao Junlin quickly reached into Yun Yao's embrace. "Ah, Xiao Junlin." Yun Yao felt like she was being taken advantage of, but her injuries were too severe to move. Otherwise, she would have already slapped Xiao Junlin. Damn, where did you hide that fragment that can point the way? Xiao Junlin deliberately caused trouble, rummaging around. Not there. Not there. Ah, don't squeeze that one. Yin Yao cried out. If it weren't for the imminent danger, Xiao Junlin would have really bullied her for a while longer. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Junlin took out the fragment. Zhao Qianquan narrowed his eyes. What is that? Xiao Junlin smiled. Something that can sense the emergence of heavenly-grade spiritual tools. Upon hearing the words heavenly-grade spiritual tool, Zhao Qianquan's eyes immediately revealed greed. Spiritual energy divides into 4 grades: heaven, earth profound, and yellow. The Yaoguang Qin, which sounds like a zither, is suitable for battles at the peak of the 3 realms. But it's only a high-grade, profound spiritual tool. Huaizong only has 1 earth-grade spiritual tool, which is with Zhao Qianquan. Is this true? What would I gain from lying to you? Just to give you an excuse to slap me to death? Xiao Junlin said speechlessly. Zhao Qianquan immediately extended his hand. Bring it here. Oh. Xiao Junlin smiled slightly, seemingly about to hand over the fragment, but instead he used force, and the fragment was directly crushed. Xiao Junlin tossed the fragment away like garbage. This scene shocked everyone, including Yun Yao and the others. You little brat, you dare to play tricks on me. Zhao Qianquan was furious, throwing a punch, a tidal wave of power shot toward Xiao Junlin and the others. But Xiao Junlin merely stood with his hands behind his back. Smiling faintly, I've already memorized the location. If you want, I can take you there. If you don't want to kill me. As soon as the words reached Zhao Qianquan, his anger intensified, but his body was very honest. He quickly waved his hand, and the tsunami that was originally aimed at Xiao Junlin changed direction, crashing into the open ground of the Frost Moon Mirror Lake, killing many animals hiding in the snow. Xiao Junlin, lead the way. Chapter 84. The emergence of the Moonlight Phoenix soared on the outskirts of Frost Moon Mirror Lake. A figure swiftly moved. It was Chun Xian who had escaped. His purpose for coming here was naturally for the Moonlight Phoenix sword. Stop! Just as Chun Xian was about to speed up, suddenly, the voice of the Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor rang out. I sensed the presence of many strong beings from Huaizong just ahead. Huaizong? Chun Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, pondering for a moment before murmuring, could it be that Huaizong is about to go to war with Longtime Mountain? Thinking of this, a hint of urgency appeared in his eyes. He must speed up to obtain the Moonlight Phoenix sword, return to Longtime Mountain to assist and suppress the Huaizong army. At that time, he would be the hero of Longtime Mountain. He began to move forward cautiously and soon saw numerous figures moving ahead. The leader among them was Reggie. At that moment, Reggie was commanding the Wuya Sect's army to set up camp. Chun Xian hid in the shadows, taking everything in with some confusion. Strange. If the Wuya Sect was going to attack Longtime Mountain, why were they still camped at Frost Moon Mirror Lake? Just as he was at a loss, a possibility flashed through his mind. Could it be that they were also after the Moonlight Phoenix sword? With this thought, Chun Xian's heart sank, and he immediately stopped hesitating, communicating through the Tao. Dragon Master, where is the location of the Moonlight Phoenix sword's emergence? The Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor pinched his fingers, and a tiny thread visible only to Chun Xian pointed in one direction of Frost Moon Mirror Lake. With the Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor's guidance, Chun Xian's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. He had to speed up. He would never let the Moonlight Phoenix sword fall into someone else's hands. Such a treasure must be his. On the other side, under Zhao Qianquan's coercion, Xiao Junlin led everyone forward and finally stopped in front of a vast expanse of white hills. This is where the heavenly grade spirit weapon is located? Are you kidding me? Zhao Qianquan looked around at the endless whiteness, where there was no sign of any treasure, and became enraged, an overwhelming force gathering, creating shockwaves. Xiao Junlin was speechless, looking at Zhao Qianquan as if he were an idiot. Did he really think a heavenly grade spirit weapon was like a cabbage, just growing in front of him for him to pick? Zhao Qianquan was momentarily choked, wanting to explode in anger, but he saw Xiao Junlin walking towards the snow-covered hills. Xiao Junlin clenched his fist, spirit energy swirling around him, and with a punch, he struck the hill ahead. The mountain was suddenly shattered beneath this punch. Boom! As the mountain disintegrated, a white pillar of light shot up into the sky, and endless cold air erupted from the pillar, sweeping across the land. The raging cold made people shiver involuntarily, freezing the area within 100 miles in an instant. The heavens trembled, dark clouds swirled, as if everything was to be destroyed. Everyone's expressions changed drastically, and they hurriedly circulated their spirit power to resist. Under the biting cold wind, some weaker disciples of the Huia sect were directly frozen into ice sculptures. Is this the power of a heavenly grade spirit weapon? Zhao Qianquan resisted the cold air, his heart racing. Even he, who was well-informed, had never witnessed such a terrifying phenomenon. Moments later, as the pillar of light and the ice and snow dispersed, what came into view was a sword mound, at the center of which stood a long sword, 3 feet long, as thin as a cicada's wing, with strands of cold ice seemingly carved onto the sword. The Moonlight Phoenix Sword, Zhao Qianquan exclaimed. At this moment, Xiao Junlin also stepped back and said lightly, "The moonlight is cold. This Frost Moon Mirror Lake was formed due to the cold air it emits. But that was 10,000 years ago. Even though this is your territory, you probably didn't know." Looking at the long sword in the center of the sword mound, Zhao Qianquan's gaze flickered, his joy hard to conceal. In the next moment, that joy was replaced by killing intent as he looked at Xiao Junlin and the others. Grinning savagely, "Since the heavenly grade spirit weapon has been found, then you have no reason to exist. Such a treasure, as the guide, Xiao Junlin must be silenced." Facing his murderous intent, Xiao Junlin was already prepared, smiling calmly. "You don't think it's that simple to get the Moonlight Phoenix Sword, do you?" "What do you mean?" Zhao Qianquan narrowed his eyes. Xiao Junlin stood with his hands behind his back, saying, "The Moonlight Phoenix Sword will take another 2 hours to emerge, and at that time, you will need the blood of a reincarnated Sword Immortal to unlock the Moonlight Phoenix Sword." Reincarnated Sword Immortal? Zhao Qianquan's spirit power spread, realizing there was a master recognition seal on the sword. Nonsense. Xiao Junlin sneered, saying, "The Moonlight Phoenix Sword was held by the Moonlight Empress, the creator of the Burial Sword Dynasty, a 9-lifetime Sword Immortal. The Moonlight Empress exhausted her life to reach the realm of the Immortal King, willingly entering reincarnation to undergo tribulations, and now she is in her 9th life. Currently, this Moonlight Phoenix Sword is waiting for the Sword Immortal to awaken. Otherwise, no one can unlock it. If someone forces it, they will bear the wrath of a heavenly grade spirit weapon." Xiao Junlin spoke vividly, but Zhao Qianquan's gaze was fixed, still somewhat disbelieving. "You seem to not believe it? Then feel free to give it a try." Xiao Junlin smiled slightly. "You think you can provoke me, and I won't dare?" Zhao Qianquan sneered, walking towards the Moonlight Phoenix Sword. As long as he could pull the sword out, he would kill Xiao Junlin and the others immediately. The powerful cultivation of the 10,000 Spirits Master Realm gathered in Zhao Qianquan's arm as he prepared to reach for the Moonlight Phoenix Sword. However, just as he grasped the hilt, an unexpected change occurred. The long sword trembled violently. At the same time, thousands of cold air burst forth, these cold airs like blades, slicing everything. Zhao Qianquan's pupils suddenly constricted. His 10,000 Spirits Master Realm cultivation erupted, spirit power gathering throughout his body to resist. Boom! He was blown back, his face extremely pale, his clothes frozen at the corners, and his palm instantly frostbitten. He never expected that what Xiao Junlin said was actually true. "Little brother, you are too cheap. I told you, but you didn't listen," Xiao Junlin said with a smile. Looking at his annoying expression, Zhao Qianquan's anger surged, wishing he could tear him to pieces on the spot. But he knew that if Xiao Junlin died, he would basically have no connection to the Moonlight Phoenix Sword. Suppressing his anger, Zhao Qianquan questioned, "Where is the reincarnated Sword Immortal?" Reincarnated Sword Immortal? Yi Hongling's eyes trembled, glancing at Xiao Junlin with some worry about herself. After all, Xiao Junlin had previously said that the Moonlight Phoenix Sword was born for her. But am I really that Sword Immortal? The current Yi Hongling had lost 90% of her sword intent, and her fighting spirit and confidence had diminished significantly. Noticing that Yi Hongling was somewhat off, Xiao Junlin remained unfazed and smiled at Zhao Qianquan. Are you stupid? If the Sword Immortal were here, would you still have a chance to snatch the sword? Can you defeat her? Upon hearing this, Zhao Qianquan's anger could no longer be suppressed, his overwhelming spirit power extending like ocean waves. His killing intent fully revealed. Then why should I keep you around? The waves of spirit power roared, and Xiao Junlin's clothes fluttered as his expression remained calm. What am I here for? You are the master of sect. Why are you more foolish than the dog I raised? You, Zhao Qianquan gritted his teeth. He was a major figure. How had he ever been mocked so incessantly? Yet he couldn't find a way to kill Xiao Junlin immediately. What to do? Xiao Junlin produced a bottle. Inside the bottle was the blood of Nangong Jin, the celestial fox. However, who knows, Xiao Junlin said lightly. Inside this, there's the essence blood of the reincarnated Sword Immortal. With it, you can unlock the Moonlight Phoenix Sword. Chapter 85. Capturing 7th Junior Sister Yun Yao. As soon as Xiao Junlin finished speaking, Zhao Qianquan moved. He was incredibly fast, his hand reaching straight for the jade bottle. I'd already guessed that this old man would try to snatch it. Xiao Junlin was not surprised by Zhao Qianquan's reaction. Everything was as expected, and he naturally Wu Ti let him succeed. He immediately brought the bottle to his lips. If you dare to make a move, I will swallow it. Then you will never think to get the Moonlight Phoenix Sword. No, wait. Seeing this, Zhao Qianquan immediately stopped in his tracks. He lowered his hand, fearing that Xiao Junlin would really swallow the blood. Just like that, time seemed to come to a standstill, neither of them making a move. After a standoff, Zhao Qianquan took a deep breath and said, "As long as I get the Moonlight Phoenix Sword, I will let you leave." How about that? Compared to the value of a heavenly grade spirit weapon, the lives of Xiao Junlin and the others are insignificant. It's a deal. Xiao Junlin looked like he had gained the upper hand. In reality, he wanted even more. I want the person, I want the sword, and I also want her old life. The two distanced themselves, waiting for the Moonlight Phoenix Sword to emerge. Zhao Qianquan sat beside the Moonlight Phoenix Sword, but his consciousness was always focused on Xiao Junlin and the others. As long as they dare to run, Zhao Qianquan will take action immediately. The time left for Xiao Junlin is only 2 hours. Yi Hongling placed Yun Yao aside. Senior brother, Yun Yao is seriously injured. Yi Hongling's voice came through. Xiao Junlin looked over and saw Yun Yao leaning in Yi Hongling's arms, her pretty face pale, her internal organs trembling, indicating that her injuries had worsened. Enduring a full-force strike from the master of all spirits, her life being preserved until now was largely thanks to her throwing out so many spirit tools. Senior brother, what should we do? Yi Hongling asked anxiously. Don't worry, this kind of taking advantage. No, I mean saving people, of course I'll handle it. Xiao Junlin said as he stepped in front of the two, his expression shifting slightly as he addressed Yun Yao. 7th Junior Sister, take out your Yinshi wooden house. The Yinshi wooden house is something similar to a temporary tent. As a master of refining tools, Yun Yao would make some during her leisure time. Yinshi wooden house. Senior brother, how do you know about it? Yun Yao's beautiful eyes widened, her mouth slightly agape, her face filled with shock. Of course, it's from the original text. Xiao Junlin naturally wouldn't explain, urging, hurry and take it out, stop dawdling. Yun Yao nodded. In the next moment, the Yinshi wooden house appeared in front of them. About 10 square meters, just enough for 2 people. Put her inside, Xiao Junlin said. Yi Hongling nodded and carried Yun Yao into the Yinshi wooden house. I will treat 7th Junior Sister's injuries. You stay outside and guard, Xiao Junlin instructed. Yi Hongling hesitated a bit. After all, it was a lone man and a woman in a room. But thinking of Yun Yao's injuries, if not treated in time, the consequences would be dire. So she nodded in agreement. Inside the Yinshi wooden house, Yun Yao looked at Xiao Junlin, feeling a bit nervous. Xiao Junlin sat beside her. 7th Junior Sister, I'm going to treat your injuries. With that, Xiao Junlin pressed his hand on Yun Yao's abdomen. It was Yun Yao's first time being touched by a man. She trembled slightly. Ah, senior brother, what are you doing? Yun Yao's face instantly flushed red as she felt taken advantage of. What do you mean? I'm treating your injuries. Can you be a bit serious? Xiao Junlin said with a serious expression, his eyes steady, showing no hint of lewdness. However, He had already removed Yun Yao's outer garments. At the same time, he infused his spiritual energy, alleviating Yun Yao's injuries. Yun Yao's condition improved significantly, but her eyes were filled with tears, looking extremely wronged, as if she had been forced. Seven Junior Sister, how about a deal? After temporarily stopping the treatment, Xiao Junlin spoke. Yun Yao bit her lip, wanting to refuse, but since Xiao Junlin had indeed helped her treat her injuries, she decided to ask, what deal? Xiao Junlin continued. The Moonlight Phoenix sword contains a sword embryo, and I need you to help me refine it into a sword. If the sword embryo is turned into a sword, it would surpass heavenly spirit tools. Hearing his words, Yun Yao became interested but still worried. Zhao Qianquan is here. How can we ensure we could get the Moonlight Phoenix sword and the sword embryo? No worries, I have my ways. Xiao Junlin waved his hand, as if everything was not a problem. Seeing this, Yun Yao's beautiful eyes sparkled with a different light, nodding in agreement. All right. As a refining master, it was her long-held wish to refine a spirit tool that could surpass the heavenly grade. However, before that, you must fully recover from your injuries. Otherwise, we won't be able to get the treasure. Xiao Junlin's expression was serious. Yun Yao coughed lightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. Sighed, I was injured too severely before. Although I have healed a lot after treatment, to fully recover, I need a top-grade restorative pill that can instantly replenish spiritual energy. Otherwise, it's impossible to recover. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Junlin produced a pill in his hand, with a fragrant aroma wafting through the air. It was the Holy Spirit pill he had left over earlier. Seeing the pill and its fragrance, Yun Yao's beautiful eyes lit up, nearly writing the desire to eat on her face. Xiao Junlin smiled wickedly. This pill is a treasure. If you want it, you have to at least have a relationship with me. Relationship? Yun Yao was puzzled. I'm your junior sister, and you're my senior brother. Isn't that a relationship? Do you really think I want to play pure friendship with you? Xiao Junlin sneered internally. The brother-sister relationship is too vague. I want something more substantial and solid. Yun Yao, looking innocent, asked, what is a solid relationship? Xiao Junlin smiled. It means become my woman, and I'll give it to you. What? No, that's not possible. Yun Yao's expression changed drastically. You wish. Let go of me. Seeing that Xiao Junlin had no intention of letting go, Yun Yao was about to shout for help. Save me. But before she could finish her first word, Xiao Junlin covered her mouth. Xiao Junlin said in a low voice, do you want the Holy Spirit pill? Do you want the Moonlight Phoenix sword? Do you want the 10,000-year sword embryo? Or do you want to drag me and Yi Hongling to our deaths because of you? No, get away. I don't want it. Yun Yao twisted her body in resistance, but her injuries were not healed, and she couldn't resist at all, only shaking her head repeatedly. I already have someone I like, and that person is not you. Xiao Junlin became even more excited. I know, it's Chun Xian. Yun Yao's eyes widened, thinking, how do you know? Xiao Junlin chuckled. All you women, which one isn't a dog licked by the author meant for Chun Xian? Such a perfect girl, and she goes to Chun Xian. Does that make me, Xiao Junlin, a fool? Let me tell you, if Zhao Qianquan gets the Moonlight Phoenix sword, when he attacks Longtime Mountain, Chun Xian will definitely die. Do you want to see your beloved little junior brother die? Xiao Junlin's voice was heavy. Chun Xian will die. Upon hearing his words, tears streamed down Yun Yao's face as she gave up her resistance. She compromised? What a performance of sacrificing for love and considering the bigger picture. Xiao Junlin felt pleased inside. Since you are so righteous, I will fulfill your wish. Meanwhile, outside in the snowstorm, Dragon Master, is that the Moonlight Phoenix sword? Chun Xian concealed his presence, coming over to look at the sword standing there. His eyes filled with greed. The Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor nodded. Yes, that's the Moonlight Phoenix sword. But it seems it hasn't awakened yet. Once it awakens, such a treasure will definitely be mine. Chun Xian clenched his fists, determined to have it. Just then, he spotted the Inshur wooden house not far away, and his eyes lit up. He had seen this before. It was the work of Seventh Senior Sister. Seventh Senior Sister is a master of refining tools. Could it be that she sensed the divine sword's emergence and came here too? Chun Xian felt like he had encountered an old friend in a foreign land. Seventh Senior Sister must be inside. So he quietly approached preparing to go in and surprise 7th senior sister. Chapter 86. Loyally, he as Chun Xian approached the wooden house. He heard a sobbing sound coming from inside. Is that 7th senior sister's voice? Why is 7th senior sister calling? Chun Xian frowned, a look of confusion flashing in his eyes, especially since the voice carried a hint of charm. He was not a naive person, and instantly thought, could it be that 7th senior sister was doing something shameful? If I go in now, I might see a wonderful scene, right? Chun Xian's lips curled up as he excitedly moved to push the door open. Just as his hand was about to touch the door, a sharp voice came. You can't go in. Chun Xian turned around to see Li He blocking his way. Why? Chun Xian asked angrily, laughing. Why can't I go in? Li He explained. Senior brother is treating 7th senior sister's injuries inside. No one can disturb them. Xiao Junlin. Again, it's Xiao Junlin. Chun Xian gritted his teeth, feeling very displeased, staring at Li He. Who are you? What's your relationship with Xiao Junlin? Li He introduced himself. Gratitude in his eyes. I was just a miscellaneous disciple of Longtime Mountain, but gained senior brother's favor and became sworn brothers with him. Miscellaneous disciple? Sworn brothers with Xiao Junlin. Upon hearing this, a look of disdain flashed in Chun Xian's eyes, and he turned his gaze, speaking in a deep voice. You have tied yourself as brothers with Xiao Junlin, but you must think carefully about the consequences. Consequences? What consequences? Li asked. Chun Xian sneered. Xiao Junlin's father is Xiao Feng. If Xiao Feng is contaminated by demonic energy, both father and son will die. As Xiao Junlin's sworn brother, you will naturally be involved, so don't let them get you killed. He thought his words would make the other retreat. Unexpectedly, Li He showed no fear, with a serious expression, stating that during the Oath of Brotherhood, he promised to live and die together with the senior brother. How could he betray him out of fear of death? Fool! Utterly foolish. Chun Xian cursed silently, feeling even more displeased, quickly saying, Get out of the way. I want to go in and see junior sister Qi. No, you can't go in. Li spread his arms to block his way. Damn it! Chun Xian's eyes flashed with anger. Suddenly,